from the Classic Chevrolet Studios. Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Nothing shocks me about this game.
And that Drew rim, it's still loose. Luka got it back. He did it. An improbable comeback by Dallas to tie it with 1 second left. It's unbelievable. It is a miracle. It's overtime. Stranger things have happened.
Wow, I just got goosebumps right there.
That's awesome.
Off the call from Followell. Good morning, Metroplex. This is the Hump Day edition.
Hump Day.
Of Sean and RJ, Bobby, Belt, and Choppy's Chair here on 105.3 The Fan. And you are going to wake up this morning to Luka Doncic owning the headlines everywhere. He put us on the map, at least today, for the number one story in the world of sports as the first ever 60-20-10 game in NBA history. I hope everyone did not turn this off because by NBA history, this thing was over. Done.
Oh, yeah. I mean, there was one of these notes. I can't remember what it was. Where when you're winning by 9, I think McMahon had it. When you're winning by 9 or more with 30 seconds left, NBA teams were like 0 for 12,000 or something.
0 for about 14,000.
My gosh.
0 and 13,884 when you were down at least 9 with 35 seconds left. The Knicks choke it away, and Luka Doncic with the intentional missed free throw somehow gets back the offensive rebound in midair and puts it into tie. Luka thought that won the game. That led to the dance.
which is a little
RJ
funny.
tweeted that needs to be Luka's statue, the dance.
The little thing. It's a little J.R. Smith of him, right? To think like, oh, that
game
was
awareness.
It. Game over. Like, what did he think? If he thought that won the game, does that mean he thought he intentionally missed the tie-in free throw?
Good point.
But it's funny. There was another one of the ridiculous stats last night was Luka scored 10 points in the final minute. The entire Mavs bench for the game scored 9. 9 points. He outscored their bench in the final minute of regulation.
And nobody scored a field goal in overtime until Luka scored the field goal with a minute left. No one scored a field goal until a minute left in overtime as the Mavs, I mean, I'm actually kind of thankful. You said you were sick overnight, like you felt like you were about to throw up. My little man was like tossing and turning till about 10, and we're like, why is he still awake? He pukes all over his bed, throws up all over the place.
Jeez.
So even he wanted to be in on Luka and the Magic last night as we brought him in, and he helped me stay up even later to watch
So
this
you think
thing.
that was like a Ferris Bueller thing?
Yeah.
He's just faking it because he heard what Luka was doing.
Yeah, he's like, let me pull the trigger. Let me stick my little finger down my throat and puke all over the crib. I mean, look, we're going to – this is a stats show this morning. This is a perfect Bobby Belt show where you'll go ahead and pull these little nuggets out during Cowboy games. We just got to read through – I mean, we owe it to him. We got to read through all the statistics. People are trying to put this in historical context in terms of greatest regular season games ever. We're going to have Kobe 80 discussions, Wilt 100. This is a Wilt stat line. I mean, that's what this is. 60, 21, and 10. A career high in points for Luka. A career high in rebounds. The most points ever by a Dallas Maverick. He's 23 years old, as a reminder, and he has now scored 50 in 2 of his last 3 games. 50. That's how crazy. It's insane. We are not worthy. We don't deserve it. Mark Cuban definitely doesn't deserve it. And I'm just sitting here trying to enjoy it while it lasts. We'll get to that a little bit later.
I was going to say, how soon into this do we want to be wet blanket?
6:20. I wrote down wet blanket at 6:20. Pukey blanket at 6:20.
We'll give it 50 minutes. No, but not only was he just incredible, like the threes from Christian Wood and Spencer Dinwiddie in the final minute. Dinwiddie's three was huge. They almost didn't get that ball inbounded. They had no timeouts left. He hits that big three. But yeah, this is all Luka. You say it's a Wilt stat line, but like that's the funny thing. Like Wilt never had that stat line. Nobody had that stat line.
The free throws. was 21 of 31 from the floor. He was 16 of 22 from the line. Like, he almost missed as many shots from the free throw line as he did the field. So that came with 6 missed free throws. Otherwise, he may have had more than 60. But he hit the big ones towards the end. He scored 38 after halftime.
Jeez.
38 after halftime. And I started off the night disappointed in this game because the news came out Jalen Brunson was not going to play.
Ducking him.
And I'm like, what? Brunson is out? Oh, man, this is going to stink. And the Knicks are sitting there getting ready to wrap this up. And the storyline, I shinxed it again. I put it out there. Oh, my gosh, here are the Mavs. They're going to lose this game with Jalen Brunson out against the New York Knicks at the AAC. And then Luka Doncic goes off for history. Did you follow him getting drafted or the Mavs in that selection process? Because I give credit, RJ and Bassick were very adamant the Mavs should draft him. And I was like, I'm just looking at his YouTube clips, and I'm like, this is a slow Euro. You know, he's a big dude. He doesn't have a quick first step. He's not going to be able to blow by anyone in the NBA. He's not going to be able to defend. That's for damn sure. That part, some would argue, has held up a little bit. But the Mavs knew. Donnie Nelson knew. They found their next Dirk. Bassick and Choppy were right. Not that anyone could ever have seen this coming, but do you remember when he was coming out or the speculation over him being the pick over Trae Young?
Yeah, I remembered, you know, I kind of saw it. I was probably in the middle, I guess, between you and then what Bassick and Choppy thought. Like, I thought he was really advanced.
Man, I wasn't like, don't draft him, like I was breaking down other people in the NBA draft selection process, which I could not do, but I wasn't like, I see it. Right, like you just don't see the guy that he ends up becoming. I didn't either. Like what I saw was a guy who, at his peak, I thought, all right, that's probably like a 25 8-8 guy at like his very peak or whatever, which is a
really
projection.
Yeah, which is really good. But I don't think I ever saw him being like a guy who could just score at will like he did. And then last night, like, people were just pouring out. Dick Vitale, who's seen a ton of basketball. Dick Vitale said, I've watched a lot of hoops in my lifetime. Tonight, I witnessed the greatest individual performance I've ever seen.
Wow.
Christian Wood tweeted at him, I'm sending you a goat to your farm, my boy, 60. Great team W. And then, you had Kevin Garnett. There's going to be another statue in Dallas. Kevin Durant. That was my career type performance from Luka tonight.
What did he say?
Durant or Garnett?
Durant.
It was a my career type performance from Luka, so NBA 2K. Like the my career, like filling up the stat sheet.
I thought KD was saying, man, that
he
looked
did
like
not
me
make it
out
about-
there. I was like,
That was my average game out there.
are you kidding me?
I've done
That was like
4 or 5
a
times.
KD, a classic KD performance out there.
Yeah, so KD said some video game-esque. Porzingis tweeted, this guy is not normal. And Mark Cuban, and man, this probably did not generate the reaction that Cuban thought he was going to get when he sent out, I've never seen anything like that. So it was just fun for me for 30 minutes afterwards just to stay up till about 11 just to see the social media world react to this and Luka become the #1 story in sports this morning. We have power rankings. So the Cowboys back in the top 5. We have the playmaker Michael Irvin, who is a humongous Mavs fan. Irvin is coming up at 8:40. Nick Eatman in the final hour of the show. We have more concert tickets to give away in the 8 o'clock for being a Tolo, turning it on, leaving on. What a day and what a night for Metroplex Sports. You had Rope Hints for the Stars. You had the Rangers with I think this is a big signing. Choppy is doing backflips. It feels like we have an actual real rotation now in Arlington. Stars, the Rangers add a number 2. And, of course, more Luka praise throughout the Hump Day edition.
Hump Day.
With Sean and Bobby right here on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, it's a Wednesday. We have Krusty's Corner at 2:40. Continue to get you set for Cowboys and Titans. Plus, in honor of JJ.
That was the call from Preds TV as the Dallas Stars get the 3-2 win last night. This is Sean and RJ. We got Bobby Belt in Choppy's chair throughout the remainder of the week. Thank you all for waking up with us during your holiday break. Rope Hintz with the clutch goal scored his second goal of the game with 52 seconds left to give the Stars that 1-goal victory last night on the road. This game was tied at 2 after 2, and then Rope ends up winning it. So the awesome Dallas Stars season continues.
They're pretty awesome, that hockey team and the hockey that they do.
Have you been to a hockey game?
I have. Yeah, that was one of the first dates my wife and I went on.
Wow.
Yes.
How low did you have to go for the seats? Let me rephrase that. How good were the seats?
The seats ended up being fantastic. They were like second row up, like center ice. And so what happened was she had tickets and she asked if I wanted to go.
Oh, she took you.
Yeah, she had gotten tickets from somewhere. And so she asked if I wanted to go. And I was like, sure. And so they were way up high. And so she was like, do you think they'd be, I don't remember what she was trying to see. She was trying to see if, it was like maybe she had a ticket here and a ticket here. And they were like, there was a seat in the middle. So she was trying to see if we could get two together. And so I was like, yeah, here, give them to me. I'll go. And then I just went up and bought tickets like right at center ice.
Whoa.
Yeah.
So she got you in. You executed the upgrade.
Yes.
Very nice.
So in the end, I ended up taking her.
Yeah. Very nice. Got to win out in the end.
That's what it's all about.
Jamie Benn had a goal and an assist. Ottinger made 26 saves for the Stars, who have won 3 of their last 4 games. Meanwhile, the Texas Rangers adding to the rotation again. Nathan Eovaldi, who was the Red Sox opening day starter, finished last year with a 6-3 record, a 3.87 ERA. He's 32 years old, from Houston, originally signs a 2-year, $34 million deal. Sounds like he's got a player option for year 3 to now join the Texas Rangers rotation. That could look like DeGrom as the ace, Perez or Eovaldi as the 2 and the 3, John Gray, and then some combination of Odorizzi or Heaney. But DeGrom, Perez, Eovaldi, and John Gray, wow, this feels legitimate now. This looks completely different.
It does. It's and look, is Eovaldi like is he, you know, the Rodon signing that some people wanted to pair it with? No, but like he's still got really good stuff. He's got a really good split finger pitch. He was 4th in the Cy Young voting a couple years ago. The question about him is just, you know, is he going to be healthy? He's gotten banged up a couple times over the last few years, but
look, since 2018, he's had an ERA over 3.72 just one time. In 2018, he had a 3.33. Well, you got to combine that a little bit because he pitched for Tampa early on in that season, but he was sitting there at around a 3.33, and then it went to a 5.99 in Boston, then a 3.72, a 3.75, and a 3.87. Yeah. So very, very good numbers.
He's a good pitcher, and last year, when you look at some of the like just peripheral statistics on his like pitch repertoire and stuff like that, it looks like a lot of the difference between last year and 21 for him was just the slider wasn't putting people away like it had been. But he's got a really good split finger and a really good curveball. And so, I mean, he's a legitimate like number 2, I think, that you can put in there. And so you've got, like you mentioned, DeGrom, Eovaldi, you get Perez at 3, which I know Chop will love because he feels like that's a more natural spot in a rotation for Perez than as the 1, which it is. And then you've got the Gray, Odorizzi, Heaney, trio there to find out, all right, who's going to make it. And then, you know what that does too, is that if you can have a solid rotation, you're not feeling like you're going to have to rush Kumar Rocker or Jack Leiter.
Yeah.
You can let them develop like they need to.
And some more help may still be coming. Chris Young may not be done. Outfield and bullpen assistance may be on the way, according to a little birdie. So we'll wait and see.
Trading for Ohtani?
Shohei Ohtani?
Yeah, is that who it's for?
I don't think so.
Then I don't want him. I don't want whoever it is then.
Outfield and bullpen help to be added to this?
Yeah. Let Ohtani come out of the bullpen. Trout, like Peyton brought up.
the
play it
bullpen.
outfield. Yeah.
Oh, both needs in one player.
Yeah, I mean, we got too many good players to just give Ohtani a spot, but
877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line. Yesterday, we had a retirement and some more fallout in Denver. Let's get to J.J. Watt. J.J. Watt announces this will be his final season as he's finishing up with the Arizona Cardinals.
Yeah, and he's had a bit of a resurgence this year. He had a 3-sack game a couple weeks ago against Denver, and he has 9.5 sacks on the year. It's just so...
Greatest Houston Texan in history.
Yeah, 100%. And we would have been talking about him as the greatest defensive lineman in history if he didn't have the injury issues. Because we were talking about the first 5 years of his career. He had 5.5 sacks as a rookie, but after that, 20.5, 10.5, 20.5, 17.5, and then the injuries hit. He played 3 games, 5 games, 8 games. He couldn't stay healthy.
So I'm sure he did not win it, but I was like, did he win the MVP? That Defensive Player of the Year season he had was, I don't know who won the MVP that year. I'd be curious to go and look. That felt like that was such a special season. That may have been the most special defensive season in the last.
Which one? Because he won it 3 times.
There was just that one where I think he
12 was the first year where he really came onto the scene, and that was the year that Adrian Peterson rushed for over 2,000 yards, and he won it.
Okay.
But he did finish second in the MVP voting in 2014, and that was to Aaron Rodgers. But that was the same year Romo spun out of his takedown and then threw it down the field to Terrence Williams. But 3-time Defensive Player of the Year. Man, you cannot go wrong with any of the guys, really, other than some of the quarterbacks that you could have taken at the beginning of the 2011 draft. Here's who went in the top 11. Cam Newton, Von Miller, Marcel Darius, A.J. Green, Patrick Peterson, Julio Jones, Alden Smith, then Jake Locker, Tyron Smith, Blaine Gabbert, and J.J. Watt. Just ridiculous. And you look at the defensive linemen that went after that still. Robert Quinn went in that draft, Cameron Jordan, Cameron Hayward. It was just a stacked, ridiculous draft for defensive linemen. And that was one that was debated for a little bit there as, their careers as they were ascending to be the top player was, would you rather have Tyron Smith or J.J. Watt? Neither team really lost, but who would you want?
His foundation, a philanthropist, has raised about $7 million. Hurricane Harvey, he was sitting there on the front lines, raising more than $37 million to distribute to victims. His initial goal was $200K. So J.J. Watt, no doubt Hall of Famer. You think TJ can catch him or be better?
Ooh, I don't know that. I think the only way that TJ catches him is just because of, again, JJ's health.
Yeah.
But I mean, TJ's really good, but JJ, I mean,
put the 4 brothers in order between, you know who I'm going to say already? The other 2?
Oh, I thought you were going to say the other Watt brothers.
Oh, the Watts.
Because he's got Derek Watt, who was a fullback. I was like, I don't know who the 4th is.
No, the 2 Watts and the 2 Bosas.
Oh.
The way you think their careers will end up.
Can I take the injuries out from JJ, just mean at their peak who was the best? Or do you want me to take the whole body of work, including injuries?
Yeah, like who will end up being. Well, however you want to do it.
Okay, all right. I'll go by their peak, who I think were the best players. It's JJ to me, TJ, Nick, Joey. Okay. Probably. If I have to take injuries into account, it's probably more TJ, Nick, JJ, Joey.
TJ, Nick, JJ, Joey.
Yes.
TJ, Nick, JJ, Joey. So there is the retirement announcement from an all-time great in J.J. Watt. All right, what do you want to start with? You want to start with the Broncos GM or let's start with the owner, because this guy may try to be the Jerry Jones of the AFC. This is Greg Penner, the owner and CEO, the new owner and CEO of the Denver Broncos. Yesterday was the Nathaniel Hackett post-fire press conference. Here's what Penner's looking for in his next head coach.
It starts with really strong leadership. I think that's going to be the most critical factor here in a head coach. Obviously, the X and O's are important, but we need a strong leader for this organization that's focused on winning. That starts with culture. It's instilling a sense of accountability, discipline, and we need an identity on offense. But at the starting point, it's got to be about culture and leadership, and those characteristics are what we'll be focused on the most.
They were talking about how Russ can still be fixed. He's got to be better. Russ would tell you that himself. But here's the scary part from Tom Pelissero. The new owner claims the next head coach will report to him, not to the GM, George Patton. Although Patton will be involved in the search, intimately involved in the search, the owner is stepping in and making his presence known.
Yeah, you're kind of cutting George Payton at the knees. Like, what are you, why have him involved then? But look, it is interesting. When you first hear the description, if you want Dan Quinn to stay in Dallas, that worries you. We're looking for leadership. We're looking for culture, accountability. It's like, okay, well, those are all Dan Quinn hallmarks.
That's a candidate. Those are attributes for any coach.
Okay, but he did not say that. Typically,
we want a leader. We want a leader among men. We want someone creative, energetic.
But that's not
always. It's not like, oh my God, he's sending us messages. He wants Dan Quinn.
No, not that. I'm just saying that the way you describe that, are those not the biggest attributes of Dan Quinn? But then he comes back in on the back end of the description, he says offensive identity. So does that sound like he wants another offensive coach? That he's like, the defense is fine. We don't need a defensive coach. We need somebody who's going to fix the offense. So if you hear that, then I don't know, maybe Kellen Moore gets a shot.
877-881-1053, truckmark.com. Text on. We'll talk to Michael Irvin and Nick Eatman about the Cowboy possibilities of going to Denver. But do we have a new list in the history of the NBA after Luka last night? Is it Wilt, Kobe, Doncic? We definitely have a new list because that's not his name. Luka, Wilt, Kobe. Hopefully you did not turn it off early. We'll relive the Luka magic next.
You can wait 24 hours. Or you can find out Cowboys and NFL insider info immediately. Studios. Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
10 assists, 21 rebounds, 47 minutes played, and now 60 points for the first time in Mavericks history.
That was the call last night on Bally. Hopefully you did not turn it off. You had reason to. It looked like it was over. I tweeted that it was basically over. The New York Knicks were up 9 with 34 seconds left. Up 9. 34 seconds left. Luka Doncic ends up tying it basically at the buzzer. He started dancing thinking that he won the game. Game goes to OT. Luka ends up with 60, 21, and 10. I feel like the 21 might get lost in all this. Sitting there going up for that amount of rebounds.
Yeah, and what he had, he was up to 15 at half or something. He was absolutely ridiculous. Yeah, you can't lose sight of the 21 rebounds. And then even still on a night where the bench scores 9 points, he still managed to dish out 10 assists. He is everything to them. And I know we mentioned earlier the whole defensive angle is the defense hasn't been, that part has come to fruition about his initial scouting report, but he's been better this year. He's playing better defense. He's being more active with his hands. He's getting steals. I don't know that, to me, this feels even more so, and I know some LeBron stands on the fan text will probably push back against this. This feels like he has to carry them more than even LeBron did in Cleveland. It is all him. Everything has to be him. And I don't know
how they don't feel guilty. Cuban and Kidd don't feel guilty along with Nico after nights like this. Seriously. You can celebrate it. You can be a fan of it. I don't want to throw the wet blanket on this early in the segment, but I would feel really, really guilty being we're failing at our jobs. We cannot have this guy do this. I think he's played every single second of the last few second halves. They're just gassing him. And then when the postseason comes around, we're going to have fat Luka conversations again when he's trailing the fast break if the Warriors are going up and down the floor or the Memphis Grizzlies, because the man is exhausted having to do this in the regular season basically every single night.
His usage is so damn high. He's playing more minutes than he ever has in his career, and yet his field goal percentage is better by 3 percentage points right now than it has been. His three-point shooting percentage is the best of his career. His free throw percentage is better than it's been in all but one season. He's got the most steals he's ever had in his career. His turnovers, it's the second lowest turnover figure of his career, despite playing 37 minutes and despite having to do it all. He is, wow. There is zero, I don't care. And Kendrick Perkins, who's trying to slobber all over him this morning.
Yeah.
Screw you, because it was 3 weeks ago where you didn't have Luka in your top 5 on MVP.
Oh, yeah. Top 5.
This is just, and that just goes to show, guys, for those of you that have wondered, they're giving scripts. They're all giving scripts and talking points to spit out there for you. They don't believe any of it, and Kendrick Perkins is a great example of that. But the things that he's doing, there is zero case. I know he's kind of slipped in the standings because the Mavericks have, but to me, there's zero case for anybody else for MVP than Luka.
Kendrick Perkins tweeted, "I've played with a lot of Hall of Famers and seen some all-time great performances. What I just witnessed was one of the greatest individual performances I've ever seen in my damn life. I do like the way he ends all of his tweets. Don't mind me, though, and carry the hell on." And then everyone coming back with, "Oh, you're going to change your mind next week? Has he made your top 5 now? Make sure you keep that same energy on television." But here's Luka. First 3 quarters, he scored 35. Fourth quarter and overtime, he scored 25. 9 rebounds first 3 quarters, 12 rebounds in the fourth quarter and overtime. 60, 21, and 10. And now you have people remaking the list. The best individual games in the history of the NBA, as SportsCenter and everyone else is leading with Luka at the top of the hour. You got Wilt 100, Kobe 80, and now people are throwing this right in the mix at number 3 or even number 2. Is this the third? Is this a top 3 game in the history of the NBA's regular season.
I mean, the number of people who have seen a lot of basketball, like Dick Vitale and people like that, who, you know, we're not talking about 100 years ago that Kobe put up 81. Like, people saw that. And the number of people today saying that's the best performance I've ever seen in my life means that I think there's a lot of people who are saying that's better than what Kobe did. And look, 81 was incredibly impressive. I don't know that we'll ever see anybody do it again, to be honest. And as great as it was, though, it's what Luka did last night was all around. Yeah, it was 21 points less, but it was an all-around performance where he's got the 21 boards.
Kobe had 6 rebounds and 2 assists in that game. He was 28 of 46 from the field. So you got to look at efficiency, shooting percentage, rebounds, and assists. I mean, I think you got to put this above Kobe's because of the 21 and 10.
You absolutely. He scored like Kobe, he rebounded like Bill Russell, and he passed the ball like John Stockton, like in one game.
Yeah.
That's like, now I get 100 points is 100 points. I think that's always going to be top. But my gosh, the stat line is just ridiculous when you look at it. And when you look at the last 3 games, Luka Doncic is averaging 47 points, 3 steals, 10 assists, and 12 rebounds. That's unreal.
I'm sorry, I just got caught by one of these.
Did they draw you off sides?
They drew me off sides.
Who?
That show, right?
Oh, they're talking about that.
No.
Just reading that question, reading that topic on the Keyshawn show. Who is more likely to fail the Cowboys, Dak or the field?
My gosh.
I swear.
Even in the middle of a Luka thing,
I'm
like
sorry.
ESPN manages to just
I'm sorry.
draw you off sides. They gave you the hard count.
That was so bad right there. I mean, that's so bad.
You and your Sam Williams bad penalty just jumping off sides.
All right, Luka, take us through the final play in the fourth quarter. How were you able to tie that up?
I don't know. I think it was just kind of lucky. You know, I know it was 2 seconds or whatever on the clock. I just threw it up. I guess I was kind of lucky. But, you know, we were down, 10, 2 minutes ago, something like that. We came back. You know, this is an amazing team win.
Luka also going viral for saying he needed a recovery beer afterwards. He's like, I'm tired and I need a recovery beer. He also, man, this is classic. This is almost as good. You talk about being drawn off sides by the Cowboys. This is almost as good as the stat line. What did he talk to Jalen Brunson about? I was so disappointed. I'm like, Brunson's return to the AAC. You know, people were trying to guess what type of ovation. It was going to be all cheers. No one's going to boo, I don't think, Jalen Brunson for leaving. We don't boo.
I would have.
We don't boo like that in this city.
I would have booed, but it would have been for Mark Cuban.
Luka was asked, what'd you tell JB before the game?
I told him about the Cowboys, how we beat Eagles.
Jalen Brunson's a diehard Eagles fan. So there's Luka trolling him over the NFL outcome on Christmas Eve. So just a perfect magical night. Perfect.
Yeah, how like awful a 3 days for Jalen Brunson. Like he misses his chance to play here. He's got to watch his team collapse, which as great as Luka was yesterday, that's a damn collapse from the Knicks. Holy cow.
Yeah.
And then in addition to all that,
where's the win
Eagles
probability
lost.
on that? With all those numbers. Win probability. Well, I guess we have it right here. Teams that were
0% for Dallas.
Teams that were trailing by at least 9 with 35 seconds or less were 0 and almost 14,000. 0 and 14,000.
Just in the last 20 years.
In the last 20 years.
Just like if you go even further back than that, it's because last 20 years. So what? How far down was Tracy McGrady in the game against the Spurs? That one I can't remember when he scored 13. I think he was down 8 is what it was.
First game all time from anyone, 60-20-10. Career high in points, career high in rebounds for him. Most points in the game by a Maverick. Most 50-point games by a Maverick. Dirk was in the house again. I thought Dirk was going to take off after the statue unveiling the other day where Luka showed up as a Cowboy in his sports car. But there was the Diggler last night in the house for history. And What else? What is this? What is this guy capable of down the road and in the future? What is he capable of?
If he doesn't burn out, if they don't just burn the candle at both ends and use him up. I mean, honestly, like the usage rate for him, I honestly didn't think he'd be capable of being more efficient. Like almost across the board, he's been a more efficient player with this ridiculous usage rate. So I don't know.
Describe his game to me. I've never watched basketball before. I moved here to DFW, and I'm like, why is everyone talking about this 77? Like, why is he so good?
See, that it's so funny because I remember KD was asked about him recently, and he said when you watch him, you're like, he's so damn slow.
Yeah.
And he's like, how is nobody stopping him? And I think that's the thing, is that it's so difficult to describe him because it's just he completely controls the game, like with his pace and everything. Like as slow as it is to everybody else, he's so under control. His vision's incredible. The touch on his shot has just gotten better and better. Even watching him his rookie year when he was, really special and you could tell he was going to be really good. Like the shot, the touch on his jumper and that little, plant the foot pivot fadeaway that he loves so much. The step back, which he didn't. A lot of people forget at this point. Like he didn't have the step back when he got here. He developed that after some people suggested he start using it.
What's his trophy going to be? Because we can't have two step backs. Man, you talk about a white organization.
It's got to be him. It's got to be him gathering the ball because it's like in the time that it takes for Dirk to get into his fadeaway, like Luka's still gathering the ball and getting up for his shot because it takes so long. It's unreal, like the slow motion, but. Yeah, it doesn't.
What do you think, Peyton? What is his?
Well, you can do the dance, the little shimmy, or him complaining to the refs.
Oh,
you can do that.
Wow! All right, Peyton Russell
Mouth
filling in
wide
for
open,
Mike
yeah.
Bassick
Yeah.
today.
the thing that I think is,
Which, by the way, he did almost burn them because in that late stretch in that last minute, he was sitting there trying to complain for an 8 second, and he almost got teed up.
yes,
And he
totally gave up on the
He was
possession.
not focusing on the play at all.
Well, they scored.
Yeah,
I think they scored on it. He was right.
he was.
I don't know if it was by the decimal point. As they should put that up. RJ's always called for that. I went back and watched it. It was 8 seconds because he got called for an 8 seconds a few weeks ago. So that had to be in his mind. They should just get rid of that rule.
Yeah, but it's
who
like
cares?
it's
like you have 24 seconds to get off the shot anyway. Get rid of that with half court.
You remember, I think it was a playoff game when Chuck Knobloch had gotten he was trying to make a play. I think at first base, he was coming down on a bunt or something, and he was trying to and he thought there was interference. The ball goes by him, and he stops to point to the up, what's going on? And the guy just runs around the bases. It's similar to that, where it's a little bit like, dude, just finish the play. But I mean, that's nitpicking in a night where we're talking about he had arguably the second greatest performance in the history of the NBA.
The other thing, the thing I think is going to get forgotten about him, he uses his size perfectly. There's a lot of players, right, that just don't make the game very simple, and he's like, I'll just back you down, and I can go up for a layup anytime I want. He uses his body perfectly. Once he gets you on his back hip, it's over. He takes high percentage shots in the lane. He's just like, I'm going to beast you. It's not just all, I'm going to totally, completely fall in love with the perimeter game. Once he gets inside, he's slow enough with his pace, and he's big enough to create space. It's just automatic. It's really like a high schooler playing with middle school kids with a size difference in the paint and inside. That's what I feel like other players don't do it. Not everyone is, 6'7", 240, 230, whatever he is. But I love that he uses it. He's like a Shaq at guard in terms of the size difference, and he just punishes everyone as often as he can. He doesn't go away. He always goes back to it. He doesn't go away from it a lot. It's just a joy. It's a joy to watch. The kid just knows how to freaking play basketball, and he has since he was 13 years old, and that's a reason that many people wanted to draft him. People were talking about Wembanyama, and I think he was quoted as saying he's playing against this high-level type competition coming up as well. You're playing against grown men in these Euro leagues, and this guy believes every single night you could surround him with 4 scrubs, not just on his national team, but now on the Dallas Mavericks, and he can go and beat anybody by himself. That's the mentality. He does have an MJ, Kobe mentality. 877-881-1053. Truckwreck.com text line to hit us up here on Sean and RJ. It's DFW Sports Station. Bobby Belt and Choppy's Chair for the rest of the week. Is Tony Pollard missing this game on Thursday night? And we have the apology from Philadelphia. The only problem may be coming from Hitler. Next.
Frankel and Frankel, there's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
All right, let's go inside the Star for some Cowboys cleanup here on Sean and Bobby. As Bobby's showing off the guitar skills.
Do you know who is playing that guitar there?
I do not.
No, Peyton. It's Nirvana. Do you know who's
Nirvana.
playing?
Oh, yeah.
Do you know who's playing the guitar?
Kurt Cobain.
Very good.
Yes, yes, yes.
That was a good one.
I think I've tested him on that before, though, because he heard the song and he goes, I've never heard this. He said he had never heard Smells Like Teen Spirit like a year ago.
Wow.
Yeah.
What's your music genre? Number one.
Not good. I mean, it's a bunch of random stuff. You know, we have Coldplay mix in there, some hip-hop
Remember his
rap and stuff.
Spotify rap was like all rap. So that's what he does. But anything before 2010, he doesn't know it, even if it's like super famous.
The Cowboys add Micah Parsons to the practice report. Tony Pollard remains DNP. What's happening as we get ready for the Titans Thursday night on this radio station?
Micah will be fine. He was he was a little odd about that hand yesterday. He had it wrapped and he's like, football, blah blah blah, and it's like, okay, but you didn't have it wrapped yesterday and you weren't on so like this isn't just bumps and bruises of a season, because this is the second day of practice and all of a sudden you're showing up on here and you've got it wrapped. So it's a little bit, it's like that mystery where you remember CD's foot in training camp, and we're like, so what happened to your foot?
Oh, when he left practice that day?
You cut it, where it's like he had a cut on his foot and he's like, yeah. And they were like, what was it? He's like, just dumb stuff. Okay, not gonna tell. Sorry. So that's a little interesting, but Micah should be fine. The two guys that have been did not participate the first 2 days of practice are Leighton Vander Esch and Tony Pollard. And even though Jerry told us yesterday Pollard's good, we expect him to go, that one's, I think, in doubt. Like, there's a chance he doesn't go because he's dealing with a thigh issue, and those have kept guys out before. You remember it was a thigh contusion kept Amari out and really hampered Amari in 2019, I think it was, where he had a few games where it was really tough on him. And so that can be a really painful injury. And I think with the short week and the all-time workload that Tony Pollard has had, he's had to, touch the ball, carry the ball more than he ever has in his entire career, college or pro. I think that there's some wisdom in maybe saying we can try and win this one without Tony. We won games without Zeke. We can probably try and win this one without Tony. Let's make sure he's healthy and not any more banged up as we're heading into the playoffs. So I think there's a chance he doesn't play. So
T-Mac, not Tracy McGrady, but Tolo T-Mac sent me this, and I had to go and double check at least Zeke's numbers because I didn't believe it. Since being drafted in 2016, if it's going to be all Zeke in this game, career rushing yards versus Derrick Henry, his numbers versus Henry's. 82.15 for Zeke, 82.26 for Henry. Rushing yards per game, Zeke 81.3, Henry 81.4. Rushing touchdowns, 67 for Zeke, Henry 78. I would have thought there would have been a much larger gap between these two in favor of King Henry, but that's not the case.
Yeah, now for their careers, Zeke is about a half a yard per carry behind Derrick Henry. And since Derrick Henry became a starter, which his first 2 years he was sharing the load a little bit, since he became the full-time starter in 2018, Derrick Henry has 6,992 rushing yards, and Zeke has 5,601. And that's in 6 fewer games for Derrick Henry.
Oh, 6 fewer games.
6 fewer games and 1,300 more yards.
Yeah, that game stat was conveniently left out there, but still closer than I would have thought. Let's clean up a few things from yesterday, as basically we were doing star up throughout the entire day. We didn't talk about any of the negative. Let's talk about some of the star downs, though, so we can clean things up before the Titans game. On your star down list from the Eagles win, you had Diggs, Barr, third down defense, running game, and pass rush.
Yeah, so let's talk about the specific players first, I guess. Diggs was awful. Diggs was really, really bad. And it was,
He got torched by AJ in the first half, and then is he at fault, as Greg Olson, I think, was pointing out, that he just get lost in responsibility on the Devontae Smith TD?
He was, the 4th and 3?
Yes.
He was freelancing. Like, he just was following the eye candy and, I'm going to go make a play, and he got beat on the double move, the sluggo. And yes, I know what a sluggo is. He got beat on the sluggo.
Yeah, Kurt Warner.
Shut up. He got beat on the sluggo where he bit on the slant cell. And so, then A.J. Brown was able to run right by him. And so he wasn't disciplined. And he said it after the game. He tweeted, "Bad ball." He's like, "I got to be better." And so he knows he wasn't good. And look, I think he's been great all year. He has been a legitimate shutdown type of corner, and has completely taken away the other receiver numerous times. I will give him the grace of it's one game. It's not great. It's one game.
How was he against Jacksonville?
He had one double move that he got bit, not on Jacksonville. Had one double move that he got beat on against Indy. Remember, that was that one where Matt Ryan hit him with the shoulder fake and then threw the touchdown. But other than that, recently, like, Indy's the only one that really stands out. Jacksonville, he was fine. That was really Kelvin Joseph that was getting picked on.
There was a play at the end of that game. I think they picked up 18 yards to get in field goal range, and I was like, was Diggs on that, or were they playing zone?
They were in zone. Now, he where he messed up on that play was, can't remember who made that catch, but it picked up like 6 extra yards. I think it was Zay Jones, got like 6 or 7 extra yards after the catch, where he wasn't aggressive enough going to tackle him, was the biggest thing with Diggs there. But Diggs was not good. Anthony Barr was also not good. I mean, in general, I don't think the linebackers played great again. They need Leighton Vander Esch back in a really bad way. And look, I mean, if you've got to play these next 2 games without him, fine. Just make sure he's healthy and Jonathan Hankins are healthy for the playoffs, because you are going to need them if you potentially run into Philly again.
Is Vander Esch their 3rd most important player on defense against Philly, or in general, behind Micah and Diggs?
It's a great question. Against Philly, he might
be 2 or 1.
He might be the most important, honestly. And that's not because he's better than Diggs or better than Micah.
Yeah.
But
all
the things that they try to do with eye candy and deception and the read option stuff, like, you need disciplined players who have really good eyes, and that's what Leighton Vander Esch has done this year. He does not get caught by, the look over here, like the deception and the flowing things the other way. But Anthony Barr was really bad. I know he scooped up the fumble great, but he was not good. And then the other ones, the 3rd down defense was terrible. 8 of 14 for Philly. I think they converted 5 in one drive where they had scored a touchdown. You can't have that. The running game, you couldn't get it going at all. I mentioned this to you yesterday during a break. Over the last 2 weeks, the Cowboys have the most rushing attempts on 1st and 2nd down in the NFL. And on rushing attempts on 1st and 2nd down, even though they're the most in the league, they rank 24th in yards per carry on those. So,
wow,
they're putting Dak into some unfavorable 3rd and longs here.
They're ramming their head into the brick wall.
Yep. And then the pass rush. You've got you drop back 40 times. I know Jerry said he felt they got close, and I know they started getting closer as soon as Lane Johnson went out.
His out for that is Minshew's release time. He was getting rid of it quick. That's their excuse for no pass rush.
You know what? And it's a legitimate one if you're talking about the way they do their twists. Brian talked about this yesterday on G-Bag, that these twists, stunts, things that they do like that takes some time, because you have to loop around. And so, yeah, you get rid of the ball quickly in order to combat that. Okay, we can't block the twist. We're going to throw the ball away quickly. You don't have time to get to us. There's a little bit of an argument for that, but then adjust. Don't let the guy drop back 40 times without getting hit.
All right, let's talk about this piece of human garbage. This Eagles fan, if you want to stalk him out and make his life miserable, which I do advocate for, I don't do this whole, no eye for an eye. No, go ahead and torture this.
Sean wants you to dox him.
Torture this punk. Eagle Takes Two. Eagle Takes Two on Instagram wrote this after the Cowboys beat his team. To Dak Prescott, I'm glad you lost your mom and brother. I hope your older brother Tad is next. Now, I didn't retweet this over the weekend. I didn't want to give this much attention yesterday. I didn't even read the exact post yesterday on the show. But then Tolo, T. Rainey, and others sent me a follow-up from this Eagles fan trying to take some accountability and apologize for what he said.
I bleed for Philly and the Eagles. I want us to win every Sunday. And us not getting that victory really set a fire under me. It pissed me off, and I just didn't know how to react. And the only thing I could do is go after dude's family. I apologize, Nathaniel Prescott, Dak Prescott's father. If you saw any of this, I apologize, man. You raised a great young man, great family. You guys are millionaires because you guys put in that work. You went through adversity. Congratulations. And I apologize, Natalie Prescott, Dak Prescott's sister, just in case you saw it as well. But Cowboys fans, you want to leak my father's address? Shame on you guys.
Shame on you guys.
He is still being a POS, though, because the video that he posted the other day, where he's also pointing to his Eagles hoodie and he's saying, "Hey, Dak Prescott, my mom bought me this. It's nice to have a mom." The video that he posted the other day, he had a full-fledged mustache, not unlike, the one Peyton tries to rock. And when he posted this apology video, he had shaved it into a Hitler mustache. He's just trying to get people to share the video of his apology because he's being subtly a douche.
I think this is someone who I think he may be so off his rocker. You probably don't want to go at him too much and attack him. How do I say this? This kid gives off mass shooter vibes. Like, that's how psycho this kid comes across. If you're willing to say something like that, double down, you're that desperate for attention, and then you're going to post your apology video with a Hitler mustache, you've clearly shaved. You've clearly altered the facial hair to have that presentation. That's one of those where it's like, I'm not going to go back at him on Twitter or social media too much because this one could be a kook. But I'm glad he at least had the feeling of apology, but apparently some people have gone back releasing, and I don't think we have to put out the home address of his dad, drag his father and his dad into it, but this is the psychotic sports fan, or just maybe the psycho in general. You know those crazies, like they send a message and it's like, okay, like we're all trash talking, and now you're like trying to locate my kid's whereabouts. You're trying to go ahead and track my location. You can go ahead. You can go ahead and love your sports more than we do.
Which is why I've always wondered, like, how many, and not even on the same plane as this piece of trash, but like it makes me wonder, like, how many things a day does somebody like Bayless deal with? Like people, like threats and people trying to like track him down. And
I think about politicians.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, we saw Pelosi's husband, but with others, like, what does Ted Cruz get in his inbox? What does Greg Abbott get? What does the president have sitting in his inbox with direct messages? Can you imagine all that?
Gosh.
Forget about Skip Bayless, but man, scary. But there he is trying to apologize as a piece of garbage that he is. All right, it's Sean and Bobby here on your home of the Dallas Cowboys. It's going to be Michael Irvin and Nick Eatman joining us a little bit later on. How Mark Cuban praising Luka kind of backfired, as Mavs fans are saying, enjoy it while you can. Luka's all-time game and the reaction of Mark Cuban praising him, and a little team up with the Joker in Denver next. But first, let me get you on over to the Nest, the place to be in Fort.
or barricade rentals, Buyers Barricades is a full-service provider taking care of your project or special event, no matter the size from start to finish. The Texas Authority and Barricade Rentals at SpiresBarricades.com.
Nothing shocks me about this game.
And that Drew rim, it's still loose. Luka got it back. He did it. An improbable comeback by Dallas to tie it with 1 second left. It's unbelievable. It is a miracle. It's overtime. Stranger things have happened.
What a call. What a moment. What an ending as Luka, with one of the top 3 games in the history of the NBA, 60, 20, and 10. Harden put up 60. You got a couple Dak-type haters on Twitter. Hot Boy, who's a diehard Laker fan, is already trying to tear Luka down a little bit. Again, political fights. This is how I know people who are impossible in political arguments. And Hot Boy's been a diehard Tolo for a long time. Harden didn't need an extra period for his. You lost the argument and fight. You lost. All you Trae Young lovers, you look foolish. You lost. Take the L. Wear the L. Take the L. All you, Luka doesn't hit his free throws. The Mavs haven't won anything. There's a couple people in these Harden-Luka comparison comments saying, Harden was close and just a game away from eliminating the Warriors. Yes, that's true. But if you think that Luka Doncic isn't going to end up with a better career than James Harden, you're just hating like you're trying to do on Dak Prescott for the Eagle game or the last 2 weeks. Some of you nitpickers think that Dak has to go 42 of 42, the impossible standard. You want him to play a video game. And actually, some of his numbers, you never throw a pick in a video game, and then you don't want Dak to throw 1 interception at all. You just have an impossible standard. You're impossible. And you're doing the same thing for Luka because you thought the Mavs just wanted to draft another white boy. And you thought it should have been Trae Young. And he's fat and slow and can't lead them anywhere. You are embarrassing yourself. And last night was the proof. By himself doing it. And he's going to end up with a better career than James Harden. And it's probably not going to be close. Why? Because Harden towards the end, well, first off, you have the opening for the championship argument, right? Harden's not going to get a ring. It just shows his mentality to me, a loser mentality, that he's willing to go to Houston and leave Philadelphia. He's willing to go back to Houston, probably because it's a better strip club scene. James Harden is the one who got fat and lazy with a horrible attitude. I'm going to assume that Luka still cares during the years where James mailed it in and forced himself out of multiple cities. So it's not going to be close in terms of those two as a comparison. But I'm picking you out. I'm picking you out. Yesterday I had 2 people. Game would have been different with Hurts at quarterback. Dak still ran out of bounds. I had to call out Bassick before he called me live on the air in crosstalk. I'm not putting up with it. I'm just singling you out. You are an impossible political person. And same thing, you don't want to get off your argument. You can't admit that you are wrong and that you were off in your initial debate. So that's my little rant for that. Because
I liked that. That was good.
Thanks.
Are we now, by the way, you bring that up. That makes me wonder, are we going to have to call Bassick for crosstalk? He's got to want to get a takeoff about this game, right?
If he texts me, I'll throw him on the air.
Now, here's the interesting. You bring up the Harden thing. Now, the Harden game was incredibly impressive because he put up 60 points in 30 minutes. Like he rested. He only played 30 minutes.
And the Kobe. We should talk about the Kobe game against the Mavericks.
62 through 3 quarters or whatever. He was beating them 62-61 on his own.
And Harden does not get enough credit. I've always been a James Harden defender, by the way. Like 6-7 years ago when we were doing this show upstairs on 12, I remember being like, man, this guy's an unstoppable force. Charles Barkley's not wrong when he says James Harden may be like the most unstoppable offensive player in the history of the NBA, the best one-on-one player ever. I don't think that's a crazy statement. You can have debates over it. And Harden does not get enough credit for the amount of dimes. I think he had a 20-assist game the other night. Like, James Harden is an all-time great player, but Luka Doncic is going to end up with a better career.
Well, and here's what I'll also say about that performance. It was not, obviously, the other thing that makes this different is Luka had 13 more rebounds than James Harden did. Luka played 17 more minutes, had 1 fewer turnover than James Harden did in that 60-point game. And James Harden got to the free throw line 23 times compared to Luka's 22, and he got to the line 23 times in 30 minutes. Like, there was a lot of charity stripe ball there.
Yeah.
And a lot of just getting to the rim. So I don't know that that's as impressive as Luka basically sinking as many shots as Harden put up. Harden put up 24 shots. Luka made 21 last night.
Yeah, what was his field goal percentage, Harden's? You got to look at the efficiency, too.
He was efficient for that game. He was 66%. Luka was 67%. But he just got so much of it shooting at the free throw line.
And look, these things, right, we're going to end up, things fade with time. Like, I couldn't have told you who Harden did that against. I have no idea. I know Kobe Raptors,
Hawks,
Wilt, holding up the sign, but no way I could have guessed. You could have given me 20 guesses, and I wouldn't have said it was against the Hawks. That's not James's fault. And this is going to be more memorable for us because we cover them and we're sitting right here in our backyard of the AAC. But Mark Cuban tried to go ahead and give his praise to Luka last night. Kind of backfired as Cuban tweeted, "We are watching absolute greatness." Like, I can't even put it into words. I've never seen anything like that. That's what Cuban said. Well, the Tolos and other Mavs fans fired back. Enjoy it while you can. Get him some damn help was the most common response. Get him some damn help. You're going to screw it up. How can you live with yourself as an owner? Like, it all kind of reversed back towards Cuban in terms of Luka needing to do this to beat the New York Knicks without Jalen Brunson and basically needing to do this almost every night.
Yeah, he said we're watching greatness, never say anything like it. And like, I was one of the ones too. That was the last thing I tweeted before I went to bed. I quote tweeted him. I said, and you won't see it for long if you don't put help around him. Like, help that guy out, please. Like, the guy cannot. I mean, I get this isn't an exact reflection of the help they have from him. But like, the first thought he has coming off the court is like, I'm so tired. Yeah. Like, and like, just
I need a beer.
Every game he looks like he's so tired. Like, he
every response on here on Twitter to Cuban is, get him some help. Put some talent around him. Get him some help or he'll bounce. All the responses attacking Mark, justifiably so. I'm glad that people are writing that back to him. And then yesterday, you had Tim McMahon, Mavs Insider, talking with Brian Windhorst on their podcast, and they were talking about the Joker. Now, I've thrown out a theory for a couple of years now. When we talk about super teams and American players, can Luka get any of the American superstars over here to the Metroplex? And I've thrown out a theory of who Luka will end up teaming up with one day, because you could tell they're best friends whenever they play against each other. Here's McMahon and Windhorst talking about the Joker's future.
What about that Jokic would ever consider leaving? I've never heard one person even bring it as a what if scenario.
Well, the only reason I'm going to say yes is because I've seen Mavericks fans, him and Luka are buddies, Jokic to Dallas. It's like, I would be more concerned about perhaps that thing going the other way there. But
I don't think Luka's going to Denver.
But no, Jokic, and this after last season, he's asked, hey, what do you think of that Supermax extension? He's like, sure. And, Jokic he's still just early in his prime. I mean, this dude
his prime could last 15 years.
Yeah, he's 27 years old. He's got at least 5 or 6 years of prime left. And
man.
I mean, this guy,
I could see him playing this way when he's 37.
All right, so there's no report in there. They're just kind of having conversation, but that's been my team up for Luka forever. The Joker and Doncic somehow, some way.
Yeah, but that is concerning because McMahon knows what's going on in that building, and he knows what's going on with the thoughts and feelings and inclinations of a lot of those Mavericks players. And so for him to say, and I don't think it was specific to Jokic, like, oh, he wants to go to Denver and play. I think it was more specific to like, hey, they're running out of time to sell Luka on being here forever. He's not Dirk. Luka's not Dirk in that sense, I don't think. And there's no right or wrong answer. Like I think anybody would have felt Luka or Dirk would have been completely justified bailing on this at some point.
Yeah.
And Luka, similarly, I think people feel like if he decides to bail on this, he's completely justified in doing that. It's just, I'm curious if do you think Cuban views the when he sees Luka do things like that? Do you think he views it as, when people are talking about the help they need to get, man, we need to get help around him, it's on us to help him? Or do you think he views it as, look how great we were to get a guy like Luka?
KNC would say it was the latter.
I think that's how they kind of approach it. It's just like, look how great. It's almost like
what we did.
The worst thing in the world almost.
And they should be feeling guilt afterwards.
The worst thing in the world almost is that they did win with Dirk and role players. Because it's like, it's almost implanted this idea in Cuban said, it seems like, of like, well, we can do that, right? Like, I mean, we can put a bunch of role players around Luka and he'll just, carry us to victory, which is what Dirk had to do that entire playoff run against, Portland, the Lakers, the Thunder. He wasn't as dominant against the Heat when they got to the finals, but like Dirk had to shoulder them for several games. And I mean, it was the way they won was Dirk, role players, hot 3-point shooting. And that's how Cuban has tried to build the current team. He still thinks that's a reasonable approach. And I think that's just, you're tempting, you're playing with fire there a little bit, because Luka is clearly incredibly competitive and wants to win. And I don't think I'm
trying to weigh out what's heavier in terms of my scale. Not wanting to lose Luka or wanting to see Cuban burned. I think not wanting to lose Luka for my own personal enjoyment, us doing a show, that outweighs it, but it's close. Like, I really want to see Cuban burned. I really do. He doesn't deserve
What
this.
would be similar? Like what's even on a similar plane in Dallas sports history? If somebody like Luka were to just like, all right, I'm out of here.
Dirk.
No, that's actually happened. Nash?
No, not on this level.
Because he's not even that. So like,
Nash won the MVPs in Phoenix.
I mean, this would be.
I don't know. I don't know the hockey transactions enough.
This would be Emmitt Smith leaving before they win a Super Bowl or something in Dallas. And it's just it's concerning. And I know a lot of people think it's oversold, but it's terrifying to think about.
Huge day in the Metroplex. Luka, the Rangers add a number 2 for this rotation, and the Stars win as well. Headlines on a hump day.
Hump day
with Sean and Bobby. Keep your mic on next. All right, but first, Sean here.
Live from the Classic Chevrolet Studios. Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Thanks for sticking with us. We are live, unlike a lot of other people in town, to lead you into the new year. Sean and Bobby, we got Peyton and Ryan on DFW Sports Station. They got us up on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. We'll get to the legend of Luka Doncic in just a second, but a Cowboys Titans update. Cowboys are 10-point favorites against Tennessee. The over-under for this game, have you looked? Do you know what it is?
I don't know what the over-under. I saw the line initially was Cowboys minus 10, but I did not see what the over-under was.
All right, guess the over-under.
We'll say, if they have them by 10, I'm going to say the over-under's 50.
Oh, Peyton already knows what it is. He had that buzzer ready. I like it.
I think I saw it at 40.5.
40.5? You were 10 points off?
I'm surprised just because if they've got Dallas as a 10-point favorite and Dallas has consistently been putting up 30, that's surprising to me.
Why are the Titans, what happened to them as they just lost to the Texans?
I don't know, man. They fired John Robinson after that loss to the Eagles where it kind of felt like, which, by the way, I know we talked about that at the time. You remember we were all saying there's got to be something more to that story than just they. I asked a couple people who would know. Nope, that's exactly what it is. It literally was just fed up ownership, just like, I'm tired of spinning my wheels. We're done. We're just gonna start this over.
Because it appeared that Vrabel and the GM fought over the A.J. Brown move.
They absolutely did.
Vrabel's reaction to the draft
Vrabel did not want him traded. But I mean, it's just they've been spiraling. They were 7-3, and then it's lost to the Bengals, Eagles, Jags, Chargers, Texans. I mean, there's zero chance, I feel like, that they beat Dallas. Just because, there's talk that they're going to rest people.
And Tannehill is done.
Yeah.
He's out.
Now apparently he got ankle surgery in an attempt to. They want to try and have him back potentially for the playoffs, maybe to sneak him in if they make it. But here's the wild thing. Can you imagine how awful you would feel if you're the Jaguars? The way that you've played this season, you've been a better football team, I think, overall than the Titans. Could you imagine if the Titans lose this game, they roll into Jacksonville having lost 6 in a row, and then just sneak into the playoffs by beating the Jags in the last week? Like, after all the fight that Jacksonville showed and all the good football they've played.
Malik Willis has played in 7 games. He has 61 pass attempts. He has not thrown for a touchdown this season. Has not thrown for one. He ran for one on the ground. So this appears to be Derrick Henry and Malik Willis with his legs, and that's it.
Do you see what Malik Willis's QBR is?
No.
Oh, it's bad.
12.
I don't think he's thrown above 100 yards this season yet.
Oh my gosh!
Where are you getting all this info from? You're cranking out knowledge. You knew the spread. You knew his QBR was terrible. Was this all from Monday's show?
Yeah. What's going
on?
Well,
yeah, he's only thrown for 99 yards, so you're dead on.
Well, because I host now, Sean. I'm no longer a producer, so I have to bring the choppy numbers.
See, and we let you actually talk, unlike the Sports Zone at the University of North Texas, where they just talk all over you. Check out my Twitter if you want to see hilarious videos of Peyton in college.
That guy was cutting me off
on a sports guy. Yeah, Joey Catalano, that douche.
Well, you don't have to say his name.
I did, and I don't care.
We may have to go through that audio. What's going on with Micah and Tony Pollard on the injury report? Here's Jerry. Yesterday, when Bobby asked him, is something going on with one of your running backs?
He looks good for the game. He really does. I know it's a short week, but we don't have him down as something. We're counting on him playing.
Yeah, that didn't sound totally like he like when he's answered, it almost sounds like Tony didn't practice yesterday. Now it was a walkthrough. And so because of that, they're just projecting out the practice participation. So that could be part of what that is. But I think there's a decent chance Pollard doesn't play against the Titans. Like I think he's hurt. Whenever you've got a guy missing practice, the first 2 days of practice, and it's a short week, and not just a short week. We're talking about Dallas has had to play back-to-back short week games. That's that seems kind of against this idea of like, hey, we're really trying to fight back against the concussion thing.
Right.
Is the fact that you've got Dallas playing on short weeks twice now, and you've got them traveling on a short week for the second one. But I think that Parsons should be fine. He's dealing with a little hand issue, but he's going to be fine.
Tolos went and did the homework. His hand was wrapped Sunday when he went to the Mavs-Lakers game as he was talking with LeBron.
Yeah, and so I'm guessing he'll be fine. Like, you can wrap that up. Guys have played with like broken hands before. Just wrap it up and club it. But Pollard is one where he might not go. That very well may be Ezekiel Elliott and Malik Davis.
All right, so and then are they going to rest anyone else?
The Cowboys or the Titans?
The Titans.
That's the discussion right now. See, this is a terrible... It's always terrible to get coaches to like be upfront with you about who they're resting, especially in a game where they still have playoff implications coming up. But I think the sense from a lot of people is if there's anybody who needs some rest in Tennessee, they're probably going to get it. And so,
because this has to face Derrick Henry,
they could lose. Good question. They could lose 50-0, and it does nothing to their playoff chances. Jaguars could win this week. It does nothing because the whole purpose is they're going to have to like play each other for the final game.
And now the top story in the sports world after what happened last night at the Double AC.
10 assists, 21 rebounds, 47 minutes played, and now 60 points for the first time in Mavericks history.
A top 3 game in the history of the NBA. Wilt 100, Kobe 80. Some people are even saying that Luka putting up the first ever 60, 20, and 10 is over Kobe's. 60, 20, 1, and 10 was the final stat line as the Mavericks came back from down 9 with 34 seconds left to shock the New York Knicks in overtime at the Double AC. Luka Doncic
build the statue already.
Build the statue.
Put it up.
It's hard. It really is like Tiger in his prime. It's hard to continue to keep coming up with things to say about it.
Yeah, and it's nice that we can still marvel at him, like that he can still have these performances because there gets a point, I think, sometimes with his greatness and the greatness of other players when you see it so much and you're saturated by it that you can get numb to it almost.
Yeah.
Like it's so, okay, yeah, this is what you do. So I
had a Tolo send me a topic last week, like not disputing he's great and he's going to be a legend, but they're like, is he one of the most boring NBA superstars of all time? Like when you go down the list, is he just not exciting? And I'm like, I mean, he passes like magic. He's got nasty handles as well. He's very emotional, so he's not Tim Duncan out there. I mean, I think he's a pretty damn exciting basketball player. He's got the drama of his step back threes. He's got a flair for the dramatic with the game winners. I think he's pretty damn entertaining.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing. I mean, the way that he plays the game, just the things that he does, the way he distributes the ball, the way he sees the court. I think he's incredibly exciting.
That pass last night where he kicked it in the right corner, people were like, "Are you kidding me?" I mean, he's a magician, but it's actually a credit, like you said, to his greatness when you're coming up with those types of topics. Is he the most boring legend? Like you're just trying to. It's like these first fake shows, just trying to grasp at thin air to make something a topic. But there he is. Luka Doncic.
It's sort of an interesting topic though, that idea. Like not specifically with Luka, but that discussion of, because Chop and I were kicking this around during a break recently while you were out, was like the idea of like who is the most boring star? Like who's just
in terms of their game?
The big fundamental. Like remember that was always what people said about Duncan. Yeah. It was like he's fundamental. He's great, but it's almost a little just boring in its greatness.
But you're talking about just his game, not the personality.
No. Yeah, just the way they play the game. Like there's not a lot of flash or whatever else. I don't think that applies to Luka.
The Texas Rangers are adding to their rotation again. Jared Sandler is going to join us during the Expressway. They go and get Nathan Eovaldi, 2 years, $34 million deal to be their possible 2, maybe the 3 in their rotation. Chris Young ain't playing right now. 32 years old from Houston. Eovaldi opened up last year as the Red Sox opening day starter. So now you're looking at DeGrom, Perez, Eovaldi, John Gray as the top 4 in your brand new rotation.
That will work.
I'm excited.
That'll do, Pig. That'll work for you. I mean, that's a legitimate rotation that I think you can compete with right away. And it's one of the other things that we were talking about earlier today was like it also gives you the benefit of Jack Leiter doesn't have to come up. Kumar Rocker doesn't have to come up. You can take your time with these guys, and it also allows them to experiment with some other things. There's been the discussion before about guys like Spencer Howard and stuff like that about if they'd be better served as late inning relievers, or it allows you to experiment in some other ways with some of these younger pitchers as well.
Now I'm just like, how are we feeling about the offense? They spent the money last year on the bats. This year they're going after the arms. Can the offense catch up or match the pitching this season in order to get the Rangers higher up in the AL West?
Yeah, I mean, if you've got Simeon and Seager both playing at a consistent level right out of the gate, instead of Simeon for first 2 months was giving you nothing. There was a couple stretches where Seager wasn't giving you much. If you can get them a little more consistent, and you think Josh Young can be who he showed flashes of being with that power last year, then you've got Adolis Garcia. You've got some guys that Leody Taveras had played well for a long stretch during the season. So, I mean, they've got some pieces here that they can build around.
Look, they were 5th in runs scored in the American League. They were 4th in home runs. They were 10th in average. And they were 12th in on base. So there's some encouraging offensive numbers there, but now it feels like you got a legit rotation. What's going to happen offensively? What else are they going to add? Jared Sandler will join us in the Expressway this hour, commercial free, through 8 o'clock here on DFW Sports Station. Michael Irvin at 8:40 this morning. So you got Luka, you got Eovaldi, and you got Rope.
Hopping out is Pavelski. Lifted the puck. It's still loose. They score! Hintz did it.
That was the call on Preds TV as the Dallas Stars win again. Rope Hintz is the hero last night with a second goal scored as they get the W.
They do, and they're now have been first in the Western Conference in points. Big hockey guy personally. Everybody around here has called me the Hockey Hawk for the entire time I've been here. When you hear a reference to that, they're talking about me.
Look, we can't have this tone for like.
I'm kidding.
The remainder of the time we talk about hockey.
All right. No, look, here's the deal. I absolutely do enjoy hockey, and Jake Ottinger is a really exciting player to watch. They've got a lot of exciting young players right now. They genuinely do.
That's your serious commentary?
No, I'm being dead serious. Like, Jake Ottinger's really entertaining.
Bobby Melrose here.
What am I
still first in the Central by about 5 points.
See, look, Peyton's our hockey guy.
I'm going to throw to you as a host, as you are, instead of Bobby. The Commanders have named Carson Wentz their starting quarterback for Sunday's game against Cleveland.
Why?
Why?
Why would you do that?
Now, this is from that Ari Merov guy.
Oh, well, then it's legit because it means he stole it from an actual reporter.
And Bobby can't see it because he's blocked from him.
He blocked you?
I blocked him, and he blocked me back.
How do you know he blocked you?
Because anytime something's out there and it says, you can't read this because somebody limits their tweets, I'm like, well, who is it? And I click, and it's like, oh, I'm blocked by him, but I blocked him first.
Headlines on a hump day.
Hump day.
Here on Sean and Bobby, it's Adam Schefter tweeted it, so there you go. That guy just took it.
That's what he does. Yeah, he's a freaking thief and doesn't come up with anything original.
All right, Jared Sandler, Rangers Insider on their new pitching edition. But first, we're going to expose your internet history. Everything you searched the entire year, we're going to expose and announce it next on 105.3 The Fan. Rangers. It's 105.3 The Fan. Thank you for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. Jared Sandler coming up in about 20 minutes during the Expressway. Every single morning, we are commercial-free at this time through 8 a.m. Power Rankings at 8. Will any of the fellas have the Cowboys back in the top 5? Power Rankings at 8. Playmaker at 8:40. Jared Sandler on the Rangers' new number 3 or number 2. But first, let's recap the year. I love these end-of-the-year Google searches, most popular categories, words of the years, basically the 2022 awards.
Yeah, so a couple weeks ago, Google revealed their most searched terms and different categories for the year. They're basically just collecting all your metadata out there and exposing all of you. But CNN had the story said, Google has revealed that Wordle, Sean, is its most searched term this year in the United States and globally.
Wow.
Signifying that the 5-letter guessing game owned by the New York Times still has a grip on us. Google said its annual year-end search report examines the moments, people, and trends that sparked our collective curiosity on the search platform, noting that Wordle was the top trending search globally, as guessing 5-letter words every day became a way of life. And so for those of you who don't know what Wordle is, CNN describes it as a popular online game that gives players 6 chances to guess a 5-letter word daily. Some days it gets a little trickier. People start trying to get, the answers and everything else.
Every day it's a 5-letter word.
Yep.
And you played this every day.
I played it. Yeah, I was a badass at it.
So do you have like your all-time score? They keep score?
It'll keep a track. Now, once it went to the New York Times, I think they don't keep your score anymore unless you have an account. Like, it's one of the ways they're trying to bring people in. But yeah, I would tell you like what your daily streak is, how many days in a row you've won, how many times you've won in 2 guesses, 3 guesses, 4 guesses.
And there were like hints or clues?
No, you would just guess a word, a 5-letter word right out of the gate, and then it would tell you if you had a letter in the right spot or if you had a correct letter but it was in the wrong spot. And so then you would be able to kind of fill in the thing from there.
So if you guessed apple and A was, lit up green, then you knew all your other guesses need to start with the letter A.
Yes.
Because you knew A was in the right spot. Unless you want to cheat and then just know, okay, A's going to be there. Let me guess other letters and stuff.
But it also doesn't necessarily mean just because you guessed apple and A lit up green, it also doesn't mean that there's not another A somewhere in there.
Okay.
And so they can sometimes use multiple letters.
How did you do with it, Peyton?
So my streak got to 80, and then I found out the hard way that if you delete your internet history, it will delete your streak.
Why were you deleting your
Because
internet
it clears like the cache and stuff.
No, why would you do that? What were you hiding?
Oh, because my phone was slow, so I deleted the internet history. That's obvious, Bobby.
Yeah.
Come on.
Well,
what else would I be doing it for?
I don't know. Let's ask your mustache.
How many did you get up to? Did you get 80?
I don't remember. It was something like that. It was like I played.
You don't remember?
I played it pretty consistently for like 3 months. So yeah, I got like right around there. I think there was one day I missed.
Okay.
Like one day I didn't get it right.
So this is to test your vocabulary, basically.
Yeah, I mean it's sort of vocab, but it's also just like it's sort of a puzzle, like trying to fill in everything else. But Google didn't just have the most searched terms; they also released it in several different categories. So we got a few different categories that you guys can guess from here.
Okay.
And fill in this list. So some of the options we have actors, athletes. Okay, so we got actors, athletes, sports teams, musicians and bands, how to pronounce, and deaths.
See, I love these, not the deaths, but because I forget. I'm like, oh my God, that happened this year. That happened in January. That happened in March. You go ahead and forget it. Now, this is just for the United States, these results?
Yes, we're not doing globally. We're just doing the United States because, of course, the U.S., we believe in American exceptionalism here at Sean and RJ.
Okay.
And so which topic would you like to start with?
Well, I think since we're a sports show, Peyton, let's go head-to-head in trying to guess the most searched athlete.
All right. So who do you got, Sean, as the most searched athlete of 2022?
The most searched athlete, I'm going to say, is Messi. Even though it's soccer in the U.S., I'm still going to guess it's Messi.
Well, great minds think alike, Sean, because I'm going to go with Ronaldo. I had to go soccer as well in this one.
You're both wrong because people in the U.S. don't care about soccer. Not only are they not number one, they are not in the top 10. They're not in the top 10.
Don't just start diarrhea into the mouth and just guessing them out.
They are not in the top 10.
They're not in the top
10?
Nope. All right, I'm going to guess Tom Brady.
No. This is unreal. Now I'll have to give you a little hint here. It is a former Tom Brady teammate that's number 1.
Gronk?
Nope.
A former Tom Brady teammate.
Who was in the news for a lot of bad stuff.
Aaron Hernandez?
Really showed how he could outsmart police recently.
Oh, Antonio
Brown was the most searched?
Peyton Russell.
Wow.
On the board. That's number 1. It's Antonio Brown was the number 1 most searched athlete. Now, there's a lot of ones here you got to think about. Let's think in the context of people who had big retirements this year, which is why I'm kind of surprised Tom Brady was not one of them. I guess everybody's burned out. Retirements, people chasing records, people who were in the news for things maybe not related to their sport, and so that would have caused more people to guess. So if we're thinking about things, number 2 is a big time retirement, not in the world of like the big team sports. This is an individual sport, and it was a big retirement a couple months back.
Was it tennis?
It was.
Okay.
Federer?
No.
Federer.
Retirement.
Nadal. Actually, I'm sorry. You get a
Go, Peyton.
Yeah, can I guess Nadal?
No.
No.
Not even the right gender.
Oh,
Serena.
Got it, Sean. Look at that.
My sport, high school mixed doubles champion.
Number 3 is is one of the quickly ascending quarterbacks in the National Football League, becoming a rising superstar very quickly.
Jalen Hurts.
No, former number 1 overall pick.
Trevor Lawrence.
Nope.
Ooh, good guess. Rising star, former number 1 overall pick.
Who would have in January or February had a lot of people Googling them early in the year?
Former number 1.
Did he make the Super Bowl last year?
He did.
Oh, there it goes.
Go ahead.
Joe Burrow.
Yes.
Joe Burrow. Okay,
Come
well
on,
done.
y'all. Number 4, somebody who was chasing a record very publicly. We all laughed at the person who benefited from the record recently.
Chasing a record.
Specific to his league, not specific to the entire sport.
And did you say the sport?
No, it's baseball. Y'all are hilarious.
Oh, Aaron Judge?
Yeah, there we go.
All right. Hey, don't mock us. This is tough. It's
You got
a
the list
year
in front of you, Bobby.
It's an entire
All right,
year.
all right.
let's-
Number 5, last one here. We'll do number 5. Got the most searched because had a very endearing documentary done about them where everybody felt national guilt.
Manti Te'o.
Got it, Sean.
All right.
All right. Now the sports teams are very interesting because I'm going to tell you right now. I looked at the top 10. The Dallas Cowboys are not on there.
Wow. This is for Google.
Yeah. So got to think about teams that were generally, again, you're going to get people Googling because they're not sports fans. So they're trying to Google about teams that maybe are competing
So the
for a title.
bandwagon.
Or just competing for a title this year.
I'll guess the Cincinnati Bengals.
Number 4, Sean there, the Cincinnati Bengals. Who you got, Peyton?
I will go with the Golden State Warriors.
Number 3. Who else do we have here? The number 1 team is a baseball team.
Is it the Trash
The New York Yankees.
Nope. Neither one made it in the top 10, the Astros or the Yankees.
Not Philly.
Baseball.
Philadelphia Phillies, Sean Sharif.
Yeah. There you go.
Another NBA team is number 2.
Did we say the Lakers?
No, the Lakers are not in the top 10.
The Brooklyn Nets.
The Brooklyn Nets are not in the top 10.
Liar.
How is that? Boston.
Boston Celtics. You got it, Sean. And then at number 5, rounding out the top 5, it was the Los Angeles Rams.
The LA Rams?
It's the teams that are playing for the titles. The rest of the top 10, New York Rangers, San Diego Padres, San Francisco 49ers, Cleveland Guardians, and the Calgary Flames. So we got athletes and sports teams. Where do you want to go next? Actors, musicians, bands? I want to go to this. How to pronounce.
Yeah.
And I don't even want y'all to guess these because this is more just stunning.
Is Sean on there?
No. Because I pronounce it correctly. There's nothing to even Google.
Sean. Sean.
The top 5. I'm going to skip over number 3. Number 1, how to pronounce Qatar. Number 2, how to pronounce Kiev. Number 4, how to pronounce Omicron or whatever else. 5, how to pronounce Encanto, which is the Disney film.
Okay.
Number 3 is, and this is very concerning for the United States, I feel like, how to pronounce puzzle.
Is there another way?
Would it be Poozle? Was that people screw?
I don't know why that was really. Please pull that that drop.
Pull the poozle. How else? How else would puzzle?
I don't know how to I don't understand. I'm trying to figure out. Is there a mix-up as to why?
I've never heard.
Unless they put S instead of Z, like.
No, it's Puzzle.
Well, I know, but people pronounce it. It's like Brazil. You know, like people say Brazil. But it's like, you know, like
Puzzle.
Yeah. Whoa.
Why are you laughing at these so much? It's not that funny.
I wanted someone to say it.
It's not that.
Oh, the way you're saying that just sounds like a bad thing.
Okay. Good Lord. What else?
Oh my gosh. Okay.
I thought the child was out for the week.
All right. No, of course not. So that's concerning. Let's go deaths, because I know, Sean, you said earlier you love deaths.
Oh, I got one already.
So let's throw out these deaths. Who do you guys think was number one?
Bill Russell.
Bill Russell did not make the top 10.
Oh yeah, this is for everybody.
This is everybody.
Well, Bill's part of everybody.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Rogers. That sounded like Bill's part of everybody.
Hey, Bill is people too.
Man, so
really,
again, this is crazy when you try to think about everybody who passed away this year. Can you give us a field, a
yes,
profession?
So the number one is a beloved actress who it was
Angela Lansbury.
No. That's sort of close.
Is
Betty White alive?
Betty White is number one.
Betty White.
We lost Betty White this year, Sean. Number two is is very important royalty.
Oh, Queen Elizabeth.
That's it. Y'all are blanking on Queen Elizabeth.
How did Queen Elizabeth not be number one?
Because this is the U.S. and we look at now. Number three is interesting. A very famous TV dad,
Bob Saget.
Got it. Number four, there was some question about her toxicology report. She
Kirstie Alley.
No, she had a.
We're gonna get a lot of COVID discussions here.
There was a lot of discussion about Ellen DeGeneres when this woman passed.
Oh, I remember the story. I think. Nothing though.
A lot about Ellen DeGeneres.
I'm just gonna give this. Y'all are not gonna get Anne Heche.
Oh yeah, no.
Number five, a famous child pop star who had clearly spiraled in recent years.
Dang it, man, I know this kid, Carter. Aaron Carter.
Yeah, you got it. Aaron Carter for Sean. Sean nailed that one. Rest of the top 10 here. Some of the names you may have forgotten, 6 through 10. Olivia Newton-John. We lost her this year. Ray Liotta. Leslie Jordan.
Ray Liotta.
Number 9, Takeoff from Migos.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, which that was late in the year, and it still came up to
That
number 9.
broke during our show. Peyton was bothered.
I was hurt about it, man.
Yeah, what was that? And what did Wolchuk was just like somberly giving the eulogy on G-Bag and kept saying
the
Offset
epitome?
when Offset passed away. Offset, and it's like Offset did not die. The fans explode up and go, not Offset, Wolchuk. And then number 10, Taylor Hawkins, the drummer from Foo Fighters, who passed away.
All right.
But some of the other the bigger remaining just overall searches for the year, Sean, I'll run through these really quickly. Number 1, Wordle. Number 2 was the election results.
Oh.
Number 3 was Betty White. 4, Queen Elizabeth. 5, Bob Saget. 6 was Ukraine. 7 and 8 were showing this country's fascination with gambling. We have Mega Millions at 7, Powerball numbers at 8.
Yes.
Number 9, Anne Heche. And then number 10, I'll let you guess this one, because this one was very interesting to me, considering everything else that went on in the country this year. It was a name associated with a TV series late in the year that blew up, and everybody became morbidly fascinated with this story. 30-year-old crime.
Oh, I know.
Dahmer.
Dang
Got it. Jeffrey Dahmer. You and him share the same mustache, Peyton.
That's not true.
That's it. You're kindred spirits, you and Jeffrey Dahmer. We've always said that about you.
All right. Let's get one more category in, and then get ready for Jared Sandler.
All right, let's go actors. Number 1. I'm surprised number 2 isn't number 1, but number 1 makes sense. Very public trial.
Oh, what's his face? Johnny Depp.
Johnny Depp, got it. So if Johnny Depp is number 1, somebody else is probably somewhere in the top 10. Who would that be?
What's the girl's name?
The wife,
I don't know.
Amber Heard.
Amber Heard.
Number 2 is the one that I thought would have been number 1, a guy who was considered an all-around good guy, just loved, super talented, and then he pretty much destroyed his whole image.
William Smith.
Will Smith is number 2.
Yeah.
So
you
again,
think that the Will Smith Chris Rock thing would be a top 5 search?
I would have thought that would have been number 1.
That seemed like it was forever ago.
February, right? That was when the Oscars were, February or March. But because he's number 2, you've got number 1 Johnny Depp, number 2 Will Smith, number 3 Amber Heard. So number 4 would
end of March, I think it was.
Number 4 would easily then be who? If you've got
Chris Rock.
Yeah, Chris Rock. There you go. And along with that, Jada Pinkett Smith was number 7 on this list. So they dominated this list. Some other names that fill out the top 10 on the actors. Julia Fox. Who is that?
I don't know.
Who's Julia Fox?
No
baby?
idea. You're the pop.
You're a young person. I know. I don't know why I don't know who that is. She's an Italian actress. I don't know what she's been in though. She must have been in like
Uncut Gems.
Yeah, but that was like 2019. So she must be in like Euphoria or something. A couple others. Joseph Quinn. Also don't know who that is. Ezra Miller. Miles Teller. And then number 10 was Ashley Judd. What was Ashley Judd in this year? Ashley Judd hasn't been relevant in, I feel like, 20 years.
Was Kentucky basketball doing anything?
Oh, my gosh. The Kentucky.
Ask Will Chambers.
You ever seen that Ashley Judd poster?
No.
The Kentucky basketball one. They had, it's one of the greatest selling calendars of all time. It was like a Kentucky basketball calendar or something. And she's got I think a hockey sweater on, a Kentucky hockey sweater, and giving you those eyes. So, but Ashley Judd, still relevant in 2022, apparently.
All right, very good. The most Googled items and categories of 2022 as we look to break in the new year. Let's bring in Rangers insider Jared Sandler on the Diamond Factory hotline here on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. I should read what you've been texting us during that segment. I really should, but I won't.
What did I tell? I don't know what I texted you. I'm just excited that RJ likes the signing of Nathan Eovaldi, which means that Sarah told him it was okay for him to like the signing.
Jared Nathaniel Sandler.
I love looking at RJ's wardrobe. Like he's wearing flannels now. Like he wore jeans and boots to Top Golf. As he brought the girlfriend. So, man, I can write down the RJ Choppy transformations that women have forced him to do. And now it's fish and country. Fish, seafood.
Oh, he does. Yeah, he's in love with Morgan Wallen now. He's like, you heard this new Morgan Wallen song?
Yeah.
I'm like, no.
He's in there wearing gay for flannel country outfits. Anyway.
Is Sarah big into Football Outsiders and Pro Football Focus, too? Is that where he gets that? Or is that all on his own?
Well, let me tell you, Bobby, a few years ago, speaking of women coursing RJ to do some stuff, a woman whose name rhymes with Schmendel once got RJ to actually prepare for a Legends game because she was sitting at the scores table while he was doing work. He usually didn't prepare at all. I was sitting there doing radio next to him, but he was actually he showed up early to spend some time with Schmendel and was filling stuff out in his book. I mean, that was the biggest transformation.
I imagine the game prep between RJ and Mike Fisher for a Legends game.
Oh gosh.
It was all Adele lyrics. He was just searching song lyrics and trying to make sure he had all those correct.
All right, enough. We can't kick him while he's down too far.
I'd say that while he's here.
Was it a problem while I was broadcasting with Fish that I'd look at my phone and I'd see a tweet from Fish in the middle of the game about something Cowboys related?
Well, that's a Cowboys practice. We get something Mavs related during Cowboys practice. All right, let's talk about, and he probably is tweeting about Nathan Eovaldi. Let's talk about this signing and how excited you think we should be about it.
Well, it fortifies the Rangers rotation in a way that I can't remember the Rangers at this point in an offseason or at any time having a rotation this deep. Now, they got to stay healthy, right? And Nathan Eovaldi's, had a shoulder thing and a back thing, and just in general, over the course of his career, he has not been a pillar of health. But when on the mound, he's been incredibly effective. And if they can keep these guys healthy, you're now all of a sudden talking about a rotation last year that prominently featured Glenn Otto and Dane Dunning and Cole Reagans at the end of the year to a rotation now that Jake Odorizzi isn't even going to be in the rotation if these guys are healthy. Odorizzi will kind of be he's been pushed to a multi-inning relief role. Dane Dunning, Glenn Otto, Cole Reagans, these guys, I mean, they might be on the big league roster if everyone's healthy, but in bullpen roles. Or now you're talking about these guys as depth. And so, to have a rotation with DeGrom, Eovaldi, Perez, Gray, and Heaney, not necessarily in that order, that is as deep and as protected of a rotation as the Rangers have had in a long, long time.
What type of stuff does he have? How would you describe his game?
Yeah, it's evolved. When he first came into the league,
It's evolved.
There you go. Yeah, he is Eovaldi. He's from Alvin, Texas, and he kind of pitched very much like Nolan Ryan. He was, had a fastball that would blow you away with a good curveball, but really that fastball was a big part of his success. He still throws hard. I think his fastball last year was around 95, 96 miles an hour. There's nothing wrong with that. But his fastballs got hit around a little bit. It became more of a setup pitch, and where he's really had success, especially 2 seasons ago when he led the American League in a statistic called FIP, which I'm not going to bore you and explain it, but just know that is a statistic that all front office evaluators look at in terms of assessing pitching performance. He did it by using 5 pitches. And there are guys in the league who they throw 5 pitches, but one of them they'll throw like 2% of the time. And another one they'll throw like 7% of the time and only to righties or only to lefties. Eovaldi throws 5 pitches. He'll throw them each at least 10% of the time. A really good curveball. He'll mix in a splitter. Not a lot of guys throw that pitch these days. So it kind of has a little added bonus because of that. It doesn't get a lot of exposure. But he'll still throw hard, but he's not, I don't want to say he finesses you now, but he really, he's more of a pitcher than he is a thrower. When he first came up, he was a big-time thrower, and that arm was so talented that he could get away with it.
Jared, I was looking through some of the advanced metrics on his pitches, and it looks like he had a lot of difficulty last year with his slider. That was one that he had used as a put-away pitch before. He got a good whiff rate on it pretty consistently. Last year was only a put-away percentage of 5.7, which was easily a career low for him. Do you think, is that some sort of a factor also to do with his fastball? Like in the past, had he used his fastball to set up the slider as a put-away pitch, or what was the issue, do you think, with throwing the slider last year?
Yeah, very, very possible. And if you look at also the movement on that pitch, it changed. It's a pitch he stopped throwing nearly as much. The split finger became a much more important pitch. He kind of went to the split finger as the put-away pitch. It very well could do with, people not fearing the fastball. It could be just the shape of the slider. We didn't get to really see a lot of Nathan Eovaldi last season, but I think he was hurt at least one of the series when the Rangers and the Red Sox faced one another. So I think if you look at some of the additional metrics, you look at the shape of the pitch and the movement, that also changed relative to what it had been in the past. But it also could just be a part of, his evolution. Yes, the slider is a maybe the most prominent swing and miss pitch in baseball these days, certainly amongst hard throwers and very much so amongst relievers. Not that he is one, but that's the toughest pitch to hit. But, not everyone has to fit into that box. Like I said, that split finger really emerged for him in the past. The curveball has been a big pitch. So, the slider's not as much a field pitch. There are certain pitches that they can come and go. Slider isn't usually one of those pitches, but for whatever reason, and maybe the physical nature of, how he works on the mound has impacted the shape of that pitch. But, I'd be curious to talk to him. Hopefully we'll get a chance to talk to him either today or maybe after the new year and get a better understanding of why and how he has evolved from a pitch usage standpoint on the mound.
Rangers insider Jared Sandler on the Diamond Factory hotline. Of course, Chris Young is now being praised. John Daniels is getting insulted. JD never could have done this, blah, blah, blah. Is there some blueprint that Chris Young has been following early on in this offseason that you've been able to get a read on? Is he looking for certain things, or he's just like, let's just go get some more arms to add to this rotation? Is there a different feel or a blueprint for Chris Young's offseason program early on?
Well, and I don't know that this is something that John Daniels didn't do because he certainly wasn't afraid to add pitching and add guys who maybe had a little bit of the checkered past, be it coming off a bad year or injury stuff. But Chris Young's doing it at a really high price point. There's no fear, right? And he wants pitching. He wants guys who have had success at this level. I think one blueprint isn't as much in the guys he signed, but what it means about the guys who are already here. He's not. He wants there to be competition. He wants there to be depth. He's not afraid to tell a guy like Dane Dunning, who's been in the big leagues now the last 2 years, and say, "Hey, dude, you might need to get familiar with Round Rock because we're getting guys who have had more success, and if you can pitch at that level, we'd love you to be here. But we're not just going to be okay with having a rotation of guys who we're hoping can grow and hoping can do certain things." I don't, I said this at the beginning of the offseason. I think there's a line between aggression and impatience. I think impatience is when you start just blindly throwing around money for the sake of throwing around money, and I don't think that's what the Rangers are doing. I think there's a very specific plan, and I think you can kind of follow the pattern of what they've done. But I think there's a lot of aggression. And I think some of that is just a byproduct of the fact that it's another year removed from the Rangers making the playoffs. I think that ownership as well. I think that they have a more aggressive mindset than they've had in the past. And, they clearly are okay with spending all this money. And I'll tell you what, guys, I don't know if it's going to come this offseason, but there's more money in the tank. Whether it's a big free agent signing or maybe the Rangers trade for someone who, it really only makes sense they acquire if they're prepared to sign this guy to a long-term extension. So there's more money in the tank, but the Rangers, more than they ever have, even more so than that 2020 year where we talked about Kluber and Minor and Lance Lynn, even though it didn't pan out, they didn't have the depth. They didn't have the type of protection in their rotation that they have now with the depth. And the thing that I really love, guys, I mentioned Dunning, Otto, and Reagans. To me, I love this even more for guys like Leiter and Rocker and Wynn and White. There's no pressure now. I mean, these things should always be independent. But when you've got guys in your rotation who they're not giving you great results, and you've got a young, enticing prospect who's having success at AAA or what have you, it's tough to not have pressure to get that guy up. But you don't want to rush these guys. These guys can be a big part of your future. All of them, probably not, but some of them, hopefully. And you don't want to rush them. And now you're not going to have any pressure to rush these guys. And you also now have even more flexibility to move these guys because 4 of the 5 guys in your rotation right now are signed for multiple years, with Martin Perez being the lone exception, having come back on the qualifying offers. So you have the ability to be patient, the ability to really, really promote development, but you also have the flexibility to make some moves in the trade market, which I think is kind of the next step for the Rangers this offseason.
You also tweeted more is coming. I know you said next offseason, but maybe still this offseason. Are you hearing or thinking about anything else in particular for the now?
Yeah, I think the Rangers are still have some work to do in their outfield. And I think they obviously have work to do in their bullpen. Now, I want to say one thing on their bullpen. The Rangers' bullpen has already gotten significantly better because of their rotation, right? In theory, they've got a rotation now that is hopefully not going to struggle to get through 6 innings. Last year, this rotation had a tough time after Martin Perez and when John Gray was hurt, getting to the 5th and getting to the 6th, and that hurt the bullpen tremendously. Now, they do need to improve the talent in the bullpen, and I think they will. The other part is outfield. Now, Dalton Varsho, who was recently traded, he was a guy I think the Rangers probably were in on. A guy like Jake McCarthy of the Diamondbacks, another guy the Rangers I think would be in on if the Diamondbacks decided to move him. David Peralta, who incidentally former Diamondback, who's available. I think he's a guy to keep your eye out on. And so I think that corner outfield and bullpen are kind of what's next for the Rangers. And I think the corner outfield move this offseason, I don't want to say it could be like a placeholder, but could be, a step forward. I think there's maybe a corner outfield move next offseason or in a trade that could really be a middle of the order kind of mainstay. I don't know if that type of guy is going to be available this offseason.
Are you feeling some injection in excitement from the fan base based upon Twitter and your interactions towards what they've been doing that going to try to turn around this excitement for the start of this season?
Yeah, Sean, I think the best thing I can say is the amount of apathy that I've noticed on social media is waning. There's a lot more complaining, but in a good way, right? Like last year, the Rangers signed Nathan Eovaldi, and people are like, who cares on social media? Now it's like, but why haven't they signed a reliever? And why haven't they done this? Which, be patient, but I love that. I like, people are they care. They want to see a competitive team. They always have wanted to see that, but now I think, credit ownership, credit Chris Young and his front office for doing the type of work this offseason to use your word, to sort of, re-inject some energy. I'm definitely seeing it. And hey, the Rangers, they're in a really tough division. But I think this is a team that, with each move, it's becoming more and more likely that we're going to have exciting baseball after the trade deadline, which frankly, we just haven't had since 2016.
Luka.
Oh my gosh, guys. I was trying to explain to my wife, and Sean knows my wife, Emily. She is a willing sports viewer, but doesn't know. I was trying to explain how ridiculous that missed free throw put back play was. And thankfully, Luka had like the reaction of a 5-year-old, like getting a present on Christmas or Hanukkah or something. So that helped like illustrate it. But she asked me a question, and I didn't know the best way to answer it. But she's like, so is he kind of like going to be like as good as Michael Jordan? And I was like, I don't know about that, but like we're watching a guy who, is this a ridiculous statement to say that right now it seems like if he stays healthy, he could retire as one of the 5 to 10 greatest players ever?
No.
Think about that. There's 30 teams. I mean, there hasn't always been as many teams, but 30 teams. Basketball's been around for, decades and decades, and we're watching a guy that is doing stuff that has never been done before and will go down as one of the – I love Dirk. Dirk is like my hero. He is my favorite athlete of all time.
Got engaged in front of his locker.
Exactly. But this guy's got a chance to be better than Dirk. And
it's not a chance. Look, it's all going to come down to what we do in sports, titles, and how you win your championship, who you win it with, who you win it against. But he's a better player than Dirk Nowitzki. And I don't even think that's not a hot take.
For sure. No, for sure. In a snapshot, absolutely. As far as like what he's accomplished, he's got a ways to go. But in a snapshot, yes, he does things Dirk hasn't done.
If you're gonna have an all-time draft, Luka Doncic is getting taken ahead of Dirk.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I will say the one thing, the leadership and the intangibles from Dirk, I think that's kind of the next step for Luka. But he's 23 years old. Yeah. That's going to come. Dirk at 23 was also going out to the loon and getting hammered until 2 a.m. So like,
whoa, just sharing his business.
But that was pretty special, and I was pretty pumped watching that last night. Not going to lie.
Thank you, brother. Rangers are getting fun and exciting again. Follow him on Twitter, and $400K raised for the Sandlot charity auctions with the Top Golf of that $400,000. Some of the executives here in the building were blown away by that. So congratulations. Great job. Later.
Hey, thanks, guys. Appreciate you.
Jared Sandler, Diamond Factory Hotline. Are the Cowboys back in the power rankings? That and Michael Irvin in the 8 o'clock hour with the Hump Day edition. You turn off your mic again.
Live from the Classic Chevrolet Studios. Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the greatest show in sport.
The biggest football game in the history of Western civilization. What a ride it's been.
That throws me off every time. This could be the fastest power rankings of all time. Here on Sean and RJ, Bobby Belt in Choppy's chair for the rest of the week. We got Peyton and Ryan in the back here on your home of America's team. The playmaker, Michael Irvin, is going to be joining us at 8:40 this morning. I think Mike said the Cowboys were the number one team in the NFC after the Philly game. But Mike is going to join us as an Odyssey NFL Insider. Insider Calls brought to you by Driveway.com. Car buying delivered on your terms and on your turf. All right, it's not just going to be the fastest power rankings because Choppy is out and we got one man down. I think mine, this was easy for me.
Do you have I've got last week's if you need them.
Yeah, let's get to last week's and then we'll get to where the Cowboys are throughout the country.
So Sean had from 1 to 5.
That was a heavy U emphasis. That was an
Sean had Philly 1, Kansas City 2, Buffalo 3, San Francisco 4, Cincinnati 5.
All right, I went 4 or 5, but I'm including mine with Jalen Hurts. I'm kind of cheating.
Peyton had Buffalo 1, Philly 2, Kansas City 3, San Francisco 4, Cincinnati 5.
4 or 5.
And I had Buffalo 1, Kansas City 2, San Francisco 3, Philly 4, Cincinnati 5.
Everybody went 4 or 5, but basically the same 5. So let's go around the rest of the country. Blogging the Boys always compiles this. They had the Cowboys number 6 last week, so none of us had the Cowboys in our top 5.
Nope.
They had the Cowboys 6 last week. This week, moving them up to 5. NFL.com kept them at 6. ESPN from 6 to 5. USA Today kept them at 6. Yahoo kept them at 5. CBS Sports kept them at 7. Athletic kept them at 6. And Sports Illustrated moved them from 6 to 5. I kind of want to figure out a different way to do this because I really think this is going to be anticlimactic. Did anyone move the Cowboys into the top 5? I'm just going to cheat and ask it a different way.
Yes.
Okay. Peyton?
I did not. I thought about it for a good 2 minutes, but did not move them up.
All right, Bobby, tell us where you put them and why.
I've got them number 5, and it's because they went out there and showed that they can pass the football on the top pass rush, top secondary in the NFL. They went out there and showed what they were able to do, and that was one of the big lingering questions left. And so because of the way Dak bounced back and the way he played, I've got a lot of strong belief in what they can do in the passing game right now.
So you have them at 5, and who'd you bump out?
I no longer have the Philadelphia Eagles in the top 5.
Okay, now it's very important to reset. You have all the freedom. How do you do your own power rankings? I usually do mine if they played today, like right out here next to 75. In this grass field, they played lined up right now. Who would I pick to win? That's the way I do mine. How do you do yours?
I do it by a mixture of the entire season coupled with like short-term injuries I would take out of the equation, but a long-term injury I would. So Hurts wouldn't, I assume I'm factoring Hurts into Philly.
You're factoring them in.
Yeah.
And you're taking Philly out of the top 5?
I've had them at 3 all year. I bumped them down to 4 last week and they lost. And they should, like, if
Who
Dallas,
would you pick in the NFC Championship game right now? Like, the matchup.
I'd have to sit here and think who's going where.
Well, okay, I know you're going to have San Fran.
Yeah, I mean, it just depends on who I'm trying to think of how the bracket would set up. So San Francisco.
Let me just simplify
San Francisco and Dallas, probably.
Okay, so if the Cowboys go to Philadelphia, you'll pick the Cowboys to win?
Right now. Like, I mean, maybe stuff changes in the next 3 weeks. But.
Ooh, okay. All right. Out of the top 5, Philadelphia. So you're punishing them for losing that game to the Cowboys without their MVP quarterback.
Just as we punished Dallas when they lost to Philadelphia without their quarterback. But what I had said the whole time was I believe Dallas and San Francisco were better. I said this a month ago, and the only reason why I had Philly above is because I needed to see how Brock Purdy was going to play, and I needed to get confirmation on what I thought, which is when Dak Prescott plays, they will beat them, just like they should have beat them in Philly with Dak Prescott. So Dak Prescott, like I don't know that the game changes that much with Jalen Hurts. Like the style of play does, but I don't know that the outcome really changes. The outcome changes if Dak Prescott plays in Philly. They beat Philadelphia that night. And so we're talking about realistically, I mean, with Cooper Rush and no passing game and a bunch of other issues, they were in that game till the very end.
Michael Irvin yesterday, God, I'm only playing this because I can't. I think Bobby and I will kind of revolt and disgust over this term, this awful term that the playmaker used on ESPN yesterday to recap the Cowboys win.
I started this season off. I was hurt when I had to go on radio stations in Philadelphia. But I have to tell the truth. I said I saw a dynasty over there. I saw it brewing. I saw it growing. I know. I built them. I brewed them. I grew them. I had them. I know what it takes. I had them in the 80s. I had them in the 90s, college, and in the National Football League. I had them everywhere. And I saw it brewing. And I said that the Philadelphia Eagles would have something. But what I saw yesterday is the Cowboys saying, hold up, not on my watch. And if they are going to do it, they're going to have to go through us. And that 40 points, man, up on that Eagles defense looks so good. Because that was talent on talent. We spent all these weeks talking about the interceptions Dak throwing. I said, I don't care about that. I don't care about that. As long as he's putting up 35, 37, 40 points a game, we can win some football games. He put up 40. I fought that burger.
Oh, no! Yeah. I hate that 40 burger term. I hate it. And I know you hate it as well.
What did 40 burger, Wolchuk's tried to make 50 brisket. What did Luka put up last night? A 60 what?
Someone said like a 60 ribeye.
60-piece nugget.
60-piece. No, he got a 50-piece nugget. But that was Michael Irvin, who will join us at 8:40. Drop in the 40 burger. Look, I'm just going to take all the drama out of mine. I'm just going to go 1 through 5. It's simple and easy for me.
Okay.
Kansas City's 1. Buffalo's 2. Philadelphia is 3. San Francisco's 4. And Cincinnati is 5. I was actually stunned that New England played Cincinnati close at the end. Joe Burrow had a first half that was insane. There was no reason that New England should have been there at the end of that game. Burrow's first half against the Patriots was 28-36 for 284 and 3. And then Jamar Chase had a crazy fumble. Jacoby Myers was involved in another crazy play with a back tap for a touchdown. But Cincinnati controlled that game early on. Leo Collins, by the way, tore his ACL and MCL. I'm keeping Cincy at 5 for the Cowboys, just outside of the top 5. KC, Buffalo, Philly, San Fran, and then Cincy. So mine, pretty much the same.
Okay.
Well,
do you want me to roll through the rest of my top 5?
Do you want to pick apart mine?
San Francisco, I think, has shown pretty consistently recently they're better than Philly.
How have they shown that?
Because they've got a damn near 70-point differential in the last 4 weeks. Brock Purdy they've shown they can win with Brock Purdy doing it. Their defense is dominant. If you talk about them lining up on a field, so you think them lining up on a field today?
Tomorrow, I would
Philly.
pick Philly.
You think Philly beats San Francisco?
Tomorrow, I would pick Philly over San Francisco. Not
with
like,
Hurts as their quarterback.
With Hurts, not like dominance or. I would just have I'd give Philly the edge because a little bit more offensive confidence. That's it.
Fair
you think
enough.
that's crazy?
I think that there's just, if you want to talk about how they played over the last month and what the teams are right now, I think
and the game will be in Philly.
I think San Francisco's been much better than Philly in the last basically since they got Christian McCaffrey.
Okay, fine.
I'm just saying.
I'm giving your team a top 4 credit.
It's not my team.
I mean,
it's
they basically are.
It's just a good football team. The rest of mine, number 4, I've got Cincinnati. Number 3, San Francisco. 2, Kansas City. 1, Buffalo.
Okay, so keeping the Bills at 1. Pepe.
So my top 5 had all the same teams and it just jumbled up a little bit. Number 1, Buffalo. 2, Kansas City. I bumped San Francisco up to 3.
There we
Philly
go.
down to 4. and kept the Bengals at 5. I really wanted to move the Cowboys to 5 because I thought the Bengals almost choked away that game against the Patriots, but I couldn't do it just yet, but I have the Bengals at 5.
All right, before we totally leave this filthy discussion, set up Joy Taylor. She's getting exposed and destroyed on the internet for being on David Hellman's show, FS1, and what she did.
Yeah, shout out to Ernie, who compiled this over on Twitter. He sends us some stuff sometimes, I think, actually. But this was back in October after Philadelphia beat the Cooper Rush Cowboys in Philadelphia and struggled, honestly. It was a close game into the fourth quarter. But Joy Taylor was a big fan of the Eagles after they beat Cooper Rush.
So what I saw from the Eagles last night was a win that should have very easily answered this question. Yes, the Bills were amazing yesterday, but the question with the Eagles was, are they going to be able to beat a good team? Cooper Rush, could he replace Dak Prescott? Well, we saw what happened with the Eagles defense yesterday. When things start to go off script, what happens with them? You kind of got your answer there. So to me, this was the win that should have put the Eagles at the top of the league without question, and to me it did.
Okay, all right, fair enough. But in order to be consistent, you then think she probably came on Monday and said the Cowboys just had a crazy victory, right, Peyton?
And they still barely beat them with a backup quarterback who was responsible for 3 of those turnovers. What are we talking about here? Is this the Dallas Cowboys? You expect me
we
to
were
believe
making
this
some
is
real progress.
different Dallas Cowboys based off of that performance? Was Dak good enough to beat the Eagles with a backup quarterback? Yes. They should be able to beat Gardner Minshew. It's Gardner Minshew.
Joy Taylor.
Gardner Minshew.
Joy Taylor.
Guys, stop. I understand he looks awesome with the headband. I like Gardner, but he's a backup quarterback.
Man, David Hellman really wanted to say something there. He wanted to.
Look, I get, there's some people on the fan text and some who would hit me up on Twitter and say, I'm just being a troll about Philly or whatever. But here's what you can't say about my takes on Philly. I'm not inconsistent. I've been very consistent about if things played out a certain way, where I would put Philly. I'm not
You've been
talking about
disrespecting Jalen Hurts all year, in me and RJ's opinion.
I have not. In fact, I was giving him so much more credit than anybody else was before the season. I'm just realistic about what he is. And to me, it's just, if you want to say it's hot take, fine. It's not. It's genuinely what I'm thinking, and I argue for it, and I tell you why I'm arguing for it. But it's consistent. I'm not talking out both sides of my mouth going, beating Cooper Rush, holy hell, what a victory. And then coming back and going, it's Gardner Minshew. Yeah. It's Minshew. What are we talking about here? We're talking about the team you said was the best in the NFL because they beat Cooper Rush. Mm-hmm.
I don't know yet.
Dave, save that show, please.
I don't know if he's got the tenure there to really unleash, or if he's got the personality to really troll expose. You know what I mean? I know, I think I know what he's really thinking, but he's still brand new there, and I don't think he can blow up his spot he's still playing nice. And I don't know how dirty Dave can get. I don't know. Is he too nice for that?
I think there have been a couple times where he's gotten a little contentious, but in general, I think Dave is just more I'm just going to argue the point.
Yeah.
And I'll break down, and I think people are going to be smart enough to see it. That's how I think Dave views it.
Yeah. Whereas maybe some other of us would be I would maybe a little more attacking. But you gotta have that great relationship with Acho and LaShawn to take it there. You know what I mean? It's I know I can cut you pretty deep, and you can cut me back because we have a good relationship.
Exactly.
I think. Luka, then Michael Irvin. Next.
Be a part of the show. Text us on
To you by Stave the Our Weight Loss, that's soda.
The playmaker Michael Irvin is coming up at 8:40. He's a huge Mavs fan. What did he think of Luka last night? What did he do after the game? Well, according to Callie Kaplan from DallasNews.com, he had some water, protein shake, a beer, and he was watching a few highlights on NBA TV and scrolling through his phone. As in the post on Bally's, he said, "I'm tired. I need a recovery beer." As Luca Doncic is the number one story in the sports world today. All the networks hopefully did not turn it off early. The Mavs were down 9 with 34 seconds left. In the history, well, actually just in the last 20 seasons alone, teams in that situation were 0 and 13,884. So basically 0 and 14,000, and the Mavs came back. Luka with the putback free throw. He said he thought that won the game. No one could make a basket in overtime. Jalen Brunson did not play, and Luka gets a victory with the first 60-20-10 game in NBA history. Luka was asked to go through that final play in the fourth quarter. How did he tie it?
I don't know. I think it was just kind of lucky. I know it was 2 seconds or whatever on the clock. I just threw it up. I guess I was kind of lucky. But, we were down, 10, 2 minutes to go, something like that. We came back. This is the amazing team win.
Jalen Brunson's face was hilarious. ESPN got Luka dancing and then Jalen Brunson's jaw on the ground as he missed this game. So that was early disappointment for me. I'm like, Brunson's not going to play? Yeah, you got Julius Randle. Quickly was going off in this game, having a career night. But Luka Doncic steals the show. And the national reaction. Sometimes when you run out of words locally because you're covering this greatness every single week, I like to just get the perspective of different people reacting to Luka and what he did. Kevin Durant, this is some video game S. Kevin Garnett, there'll be another statue in Dallas. Kendrick Perkins, who sometimes trolls as a Luka Doncic hater, saying one of the best individual performances I've ever seen. Porzingis, this guy is not normal. Cuban, I've never seen anything like it. And Dick Vitale was going insane as well. As Dickie V tweeted, I watch a lot of hoops. This is the greatest individual performance I have ever seen. That's saying a lot.
Yeah, he's seen a lot of basketball. He saw Kobe's 81. Some of the others that were out there: Pau Gasol, unreal, Luka, respect, Andre Drummond, Luka, WTF, man, this is getting ridiculous. Bill Simmons, even Wilt never had 60, 21, 10. What the F, Luka? DeMar DeRozan said, this dude, Luka. Shannon Sharp called him Baby Bird. Trey Young said, Luka's just having fun. The game is easy. And so just a lot of
it is easy for him.
It is nice. It is nice. I know so much of the time people will say, I don't care about what the national talking heads have to say or what national opinion is. It is nice when it makes you feel good as a fan when the entire national conversation is just fawning over your player.
Oh yeah, I'm sitting here, I'm tracking. I'm scoreboard watching. If they open up with anything else besides if it was LeBron in Orlando last night, I would have been throwing a hissy fit. Yes, this is what it takes to get the Mavs and Luka as the top story. It does take 60, 20, and 10, but my gosh, he shot 67%. Career high in points, rebounds, the most ever by a Maverick. Dirk was right there. He's got 50 or more in 2 of his last 3 games. He's 23. He's 23 years old. I don't even know if you can, besides if you put championships to the side, I don't think there's anything you could say about him that can't be accomplished if he stays healthy.
Yeah, I mean
it's that crazy. It's that silly.
Yeah, and you you just start trying to come up with new adjectives and combinations of words to try and describe the type of player he is and what he's done. That's why it's fun. Like, I think it's funny. You look at these NBA players and, like I said, Bill Simmons and other people, and all they can say is what the F? Like it's so unreal. Like, words don't do it justice. It's the lack of being able to describe it that is that I think is such a testament to how impressive and how rare he is and the things that he does. It's just, like I said, you run out of the words quickly to describe just how dominant and how impressive a player he is.
So Nick Wright, who I worked with in Kansas City, is on FS1. He's a huge basketball and a huge Luka fan. And he was showing all the love to Luka last night. I just wanted to kind of see the national fan reaction on Nick's timeline in response to his tweet. I'm just going to read in order the ones that got the most reaction. Clay's 37-point quarter, still more impressive to me personally. Someone who went and paid for their blue check mark. Oh, crap, this guy follows me. He wrote, he's pretty good at missing free throws with a laugh. All right, so I'm going to give him credit that he was just being sarcastic right there, Tim Tibbles. All these stats and numbers are worthless if you don't win a chip. What a dummy. Michael, 69, 17, and 6, still has the highest game score ever. That means it's the best regular season performance ever. Kobe, 81, in a league where the average points a team scored per game was 97. That'd be equivalent to scoring 95 with the way the game is today. See, his 21 boards are going to get forgotten in this.
Yeah.
Like 21 rebounds. So he scored like Wilt. He rebounded like Rodman. And like you said, passed like Stockton. Like 21 boards. Just the fact that he's capable of it.
The only game that I can think of from a Mavericks perspective where I was just like, and it's nowhere close, so nobody mix this up. But the only game I can think of where it was just this dominant in all different facets was Jason Kidd had a game against the Hawks in 2010 where he only scored 19 points, but he hit big threes down the stretch. He was 19 points, 17 assists, 16 rebounds. And he drew like a technical foul by like running into Mike Woodson on the sideline, got them a free. They had this huge comeback, but this pales in comparison. There's no standard. Like this is the standard now. This is the standard for what is the greatest that the Mavericks have ever done, or what's the standard for in this organization in terms of performances. And there's a lot of discussion to be had about it's the standard now for the greatest performance in the modern NBA.
Can this draw other players here finally?
This one performance or just the way he plays?
Both. I mean, I'm not trying to put it too much in a vacuum. I'm just meaning like everyone knows he's a bad man. I'm just wondering like what would it take to have someone else who's, not Jokic or someone else international be like, let's go team up and make this the super team. Or do you look at this and be like, man, he's got to have the ball a lot. He's got to have the ball in his hands.
There's that aspect of it. It very well may turn some guys off. Like the idea of like, well, I'm not going to be able to get my shots up. I'm not going to be able to establish my game. That's one of the things that, not to bring it back to, wet blanket and Brunson and everything, but like that was one of the frustrating things about letting Brunson go is Brunson showed he could play with Luka or with Luka off the floor. Like he could do either one. They've shown, that it looks like Christian Wood and him can play well together when they're allowed to. But I think it does. The biggest thing at the end of the day is going to be about money for a lot of guys.
Yeah.
Until you reach a super team status where you get the Blake Griffins of the world who want to catch on as I'll play for the minimum to go play with 4 stars. But in order to get that second person here, it's going to come down to like they're going to have the cap space and the capital to go get somebody else in a trade.
They've had cap space and capital, and people have tried to turn it into an issue with the city. Or maybe Dirk was not as attractive to play with. Dirk did not want to go out and recruit. I mean, he came on this show and he's like, I'm not going to beg you to come here. And it's like, okay, that comes with the downside because everyone likes to have the ego massage and the rear end kiss. So Jalen Brunson did not play last night. He was asked if he has any words for Mavs fans in coming back to DFW.
MFFL still love you, Jalen. You got to work with MFFLs.
Listen.
What?
What
was that at the end?
Listen.
Misses them.
Misses them.
Yeah, real short.
That is
he is real short.
That was very, very short. Misses them. I don't know if you need to include that one on the cut sheet right there. But there you go.
He's still surly about Philly. That's what that is.
And
He's certainly about the Eagles.
Luka saying before the game he was busting Jalen's balls over the Cowboys beating his beloved Philadelphia Eagles. So the legendary comment, the troll before the performance, and then afterwards saying he needed the recovery beer. My gosh. Guy is special. I mean, he may end up going down as like one of RJ and I's first topics. I think Brad Sham called in one of our first weeks of doing the show, like the best at their craft, the best in DFW at their craft, like all time. I think he may have put Madonna number one, just the best at what they do. It's going to be hard for this guy not to be number one.
Yeah, because I mean, if he follows this trajectory, people are going to be talking about him as like he's a top 5 player of all time. If the trajectory continues, if he wins championships, like that's going to be the conversation. And like you say, he's 23. Like for reference, it feels like Dak Prescott's been here for forever. Dak was 23 his rookie year in Dallas. Like Luka is just now the age Dak was when he was a rookie.
What?
Mm-hmm.
Wow. That does put it in perspective. All right, diehard Mavs fan. And does he really think the Cowboys are the best team in the NFC? The playmaker, Michael Irvin, joins us next on 105.3 The Fan. But first, let me get you hooked up. It's the... NFL insider Michael Irvin. Insider calls are brought to you by driveway.com. Looking for a car? Go to driveway.com where you can get pre-qualified, buy a car, and get it delivered. Choppy out for the week. It's Sean and Bobby, joined by Michael Irvin via the Diamond Factory hotline. Did you watch Luka last night?
I didn't get a chance to watch Luka. I was moving around, working here in New York, working after I shot inside the NFL. So I didn't get a chance, but I saw that he went off pretty good.
Yeah, insane. What are they saying about the Cowboys on Inside the NFL? What's their take on the NFC after what happened against Philly?
Well, it's so funny. Like when Philly beat us with a backup quarterback, I told you Philly was better. I told you. But when you beat Philly with a backup, when they have a backup quarterback, when they had their backup quarterback, oh, no joke. But we had something pure here. We had our offense against their defense. Just like last time, we saw their offense against our defense. I can work with that. We put 40 on y'all. Y'all only put 20-something on us. So I'm trying to grab some of those things. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And say, this is how we do it. That's how you do it. That's how anybody else would do anything else, but except when it's the Cowboys, the numbers get skewed.
And look, Mike, my point about the game was this: when Eagle fans are saying, "Oh, if we had Hurts," look, man, Gardner Minshew put up some damn numbers.
He did real good. He did real well.
I'm not convinced that in the third game, yes, Hurts is going to run it more, and however that changes their offense. But you're not going to convince me that he definitely throws the ball better than Gardner Minshew did against the Cowboys.
Right, and I know they scored a defensive touchdown also on the pick six, but that was pretty pure right there. That was pretty pure. Gardner Minshew played a pretty good football game. You know what I mean? I don't see how Hurts can, and of course, like you said, he'll run better. But I don't see that he did such a poor job. He said, oh, yeah, certainly with Hurts, we would do better.
Michael Irvin on the Diamond Factory hotline. What else do you think the Cowboys proved? What are you saying to yourself in that locker room? Yeah, they didn't have the MVP, but if we face each other the third time, why do you feel like the Cowboys are the best team in the NFC after that?
Because the Cowboys are going to when they go up against this team a third time, they don't have another defensive player that's coming. They don't have a Reggie White that's coming or somebody else that's going to change dramatically what you do or what they do on defense. You put up 40 points on that defense. They're going to carry that into the playoffs, and they will know that you can put up 40 points on that defense. I don't know how many times this year Philly has scored 40 points to win a game. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I don't know. So to say, oh, we're going to match, we put 40 points up on Europe. I don't even know how many times you scored 40. I know Dallas has had a 50 burger and all that. So you got to pick out those little things and say, yes, Dallas has a chance. Let me tell you something. I thought we were about to be in some trouble for the next 5-6 years with what Philly was building when I talked to you guys this summer. At least we know now we're in the fight, and we'll see you in the playoffs with a chance to beat you.
Some people on your First Take show laughed when Jerry told us that Dak played outstanding against Jacksonville.
That blew my mind. Blew my mind. That really blew my mind. And I tried to tell you, wait a minute, Jokers. Just stop. That last interception came off Noah Brown, and they were trying to bank on that. He threw a pick six to me. I said, stop. That ball hit Noah. Hey, with the way he wins, Dak wins with Noah and Michael Gallup and all those guys. Now, if Tom Brady had Noah and Michael Gallup and won a game, he would be praised for raising them up and lifting that talent up like he did all these years. He just lifted that talent up. But every day I go to work, they say Dak can't lift the team up. I said, what are y'all talking about? What are you seeing here? It just blows my mind.
He does have CeeDee Lamb, and he's wearing your number. Man, let's talk about this guy's arrival. No more Amari Cooper comparisons. No more questions about him being a true, legit number one. Where has he grown? Where have you seen his game evolve, and where do you think he's at now?
And also his game evolved, and I think Kellen Moore's learning more about his game, about CD's game, and not just Kellen Moore's game. Kellen's calling a game that's good for CD. You know, he puts them in the slot a lot, and sometimes guys can't move in there, so it gives him the free release that he really wants. And once he gets a free release, he's just dangerous. I told people, I said, you know how hard it is to go from a number 2 to a number 1. While you go from a number 1 to a number 2 quarterback, while we've been on CeeDee Lamb and all of that, but a couple of weeks ago, when I texted, I tweeted, I should say, I said, we are watching the hatching of a true number 1, and ever since then, that ugly duckling has turned into a beautiful swan.
What is it specifically for you, Michael, that you think CD has done to change up his game? Like, I know we've watched it, and it looks more like some of the stuff that he does after the catch looks more like Oklahoma. But what is it specifically you think? Is it just the connection with Dak has improved?
Well, that too, and understanding also his role now. Remember, I was telling you guys about how some of those balls went through his hands because, your body's naturally going to tighten up in those pressure situations. Mm-hmm. And he was trying to catch them in his hands. Now you see he's already altered that. He knows now he has to play with pressure. He has to play with that heat around him all the time. So he's gotten that understanding. At first, that could be overwhelming. And some guys don't come out of that. The thing when Irvin left Dallas and went to Tampa, that sometimes that stuff can be overwhelming with all of this attention you get from those defenses, and you can't turn that corner. But he did.
And then specifically on Dak, I'm curious. You clearly felt good about the way he played against Jacksonville, but in this game against Philly, did he show you anything that you didn't know about him, or did it just confirm the things that you believed about him?
Well, I don't think that showed me anything that I didn't know. I loved and talked about how I thought he gave America a great gift of how to fight back and persevere right after throwing that interception. A lot of guys would have gone into a tank, but he rose higher. That's what Dak has always done. I always said, we got him late in the draft, and he's done well. He's always over-delivered. For what he's done, for what we got Dak for. I know y'all guys still complain about the money that Dak has, but if you put all of Dak years together and level that money out, trust me, the Dallas Cowboys has won.
How worried are you about this defense right now?
Yeah, I'm worried, dog. I told you that, man. I don't know what the hell's going on with this defense, man. We still can't get no sacks. I went up there, I looked like a fool licking on my fingers, talking about finger licking. Finger licking. I won't stick my finger back in my damn mouth. You talking about these jokers. They got to the quarterback. Man, we got to do something. And I keep hearing people saying, well, we're going to fix it. I just don't know how. Yeah. And I'm worried about that. I told you guys the most important thing was putting up those 35, 40 points. When everybody was talking about the interceptions, I said, shut up. It means 35, 40 points. We don't need those 35, 40 points. I ain't even sitting there harping on Dak's interceptions. I need him to be aggressive because our defense cannot hold up. That's the most important thing. We just got to keep looking at 35, 40 points.
Michael Irvin here on Sean.
And T.Y. Hilton going to help that. That was a hell of a play by T.Y. I told y'all he told me he still had something left in him, and I told me he was going to go by somebody. When I texted him the other day, I said, now, hey, listen, way to show him what you're talking about. I'm going to need you to keep doing that, though. I'm going to need you to keep doing exactly that.
Now, look, the Denver Broncos are going to start sniffing around here after they fired Nathaniel Hackett. If you could lose one or just keep one, however you want to phrase it, you keeping Dan Quinn or Kellen Moore higher priority around here if you're Jerry?
You keep Dan Quinn and you expect Kellen Moore to say, ain't nowhere in the world I'm taking that job. That's what you do. I see Russell. So you lock up Dan, and then you look at Kellen and say, Oh, you go, okay now.
Yeah.
You go on over there, Josh McDaniel will be right back over. Okay now.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So that's the way you look at it.
I mean, if you're Sean Payton and you're looking at the landscape.
Sean's not taking that job. Right. Sean didn't leave New Orleans to go get caught out there in Denver. No. He left New Orleans. He go out to California somewhere. Maybe he'll go to New York or Dallas. Sean's not going anywhere else. Should the
Miami Dolphins be in hot water over another Tua issue?
Oh, God, I knew we were going to get to this. Here. I told people this. I said, listen, here's what I hear people already on TV saying, well, the NFL, I don't care what the doctors say, should step in and sit him down. Like, shut up. Stop saying that. First of all, this man ain't going for that. This man know he has $60 million weight, $50 million weight. He wants to get on the field and play his football and try to get his thing, get his career, and get his thing going. So if he can play, if the doctors clear him to play, he's going to try to play. All it is, if the NFL care anything about concussion, they should let him play. What's wrong with just saying, let's wait on what before we even say all of that, let's wait to what the doctors say. You come up with all that.
What's the highest amount of concussions you played with during a year?
I don't know. And there's a lot of things that we don't know about all of it. About the concussions and about protocols, about everything. But to be sitting here saying all of a sudden, take this man off the field is just not crazy. It's crazy. We don't even have any information. So I don't even know what play that concussion happened on, which really would worry me more. He just dropping into concussion land and out of concussion land without getting hit. You see what I'm saying? But I'm willing to wait to what the experts say.
Should we be worried about this Titans game at all?
Yeah, you should be. Yeah.
But then you never say don't worry about a game though. You can't be worried about everyone.
No. You don't got to be worried about everybody, but you got to worry about the people that can rub right in your scab. And the Titans can rub right in Dallas' scab. You remember it was a few short years ago we had Oprah big butt sitting on that defense. You get 40 points. You get 40. Give it up everybody. We don't want to see that defense again. We don't want to see Oprah fat butt sitting over there talking about you get it in. You rush for 300 yards. You rush for 300 yards. And Derrick Henry is about to try to go get 300. I'm just letting you know.
Enjoy New York. Thank you for the time as always, boss. We appreciate it. Happy holidays.
Hey, happy holidays, man. We need this game too, man. Yeah, we need this game. We got to get down here. And I'm gonna say though, this kind of game, the Cowboys beat Philly. Now don't you bounce back here and let the Titans beat you? Oh. Are you joking? After beating Philly, you give them a butter knife to take to a bazooka fight. Stop that. That's all I'm saying.
There he is, as always, the greatness from the playmaker. Odyssey NFL Insider Michael Irvin. Insider Calls brought to you by Driveway.com. Head to Driveway.com today to shop more than 25,000 new and used cars in Driveway's nationwide inventory. I think I just want to kind of do a phone call free-for-all.
Really?
Yeah. I've run out of words for Luka's greatness. So if you want to call and discuss Luka, we have Evaldi added to the Rangers rotation. Cowboys fear against Tennessee, bragging over Philly. Wherever you want to take it, I'd prefer Luka talk, but hit us up. If not, we have backup things to go to at 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. What the heck? For the Tolos who are sticking with us during the holiday break, hit us up. We'll put you on the radio. Luka preferably, but you can take it where you want in the world of DFW sports. Final hour, Hump Day edition.
Hump Day.
I'm not gonna come to you anymore for that or soccer talk. Luka talk, hopefully, with the Tolos next.
Download the Odyssey app. Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Nothing shocks me about this game.
And that Drew rim, it's still loose. Luka got it back. He did it. An improbable comeback by Dallas to tie it with 1 second left. It's unbelievable. It is a miracle. It's overtime. Stranger things have happened.
Elgin Baylor, Wilt Chamberlain, Luka Doncic now belongs above those names. The first ever 60-20-10 game in the history of the NBA as the Mavericks steal one from the New York Knicks last night, down 9 with 34 seconds left, and he is the top sports story everywhere throughout the entire country on all the different networks. It has Larry Bird trending right now. We have Dirk, of course, trending. He was at the game last night, and all the comparisons. LeBron, Harden, Wilt, it's all there for the great one in Luka Doncic with 60, 21, and 10 at the age of 23. So, we'll take Luka phone calls or wherever you want to take it in the world of Metroplex Sports at 877-881-1053. Hit us up, 877-881-1053. They're putting up old school Chris Russo's best single game performers. What was that?
I can't even imagine what he's saying right now. Like I saw John Starks do something that was incredible.
John Starks.
He's always got to bring it back to New York. He's certainly not going to give Jordan love, I don't think.
Mad Dog Chris Russo talking historical perspective. I was hoping our buddy Stephen A was on to brag about Luka, but I like seeing how everyone throughout the country talks about our guy now. I know if the TNT guys were on, they'd be like, hey, it's great player, but the mark of a great player is getting everyone else involved. That'd be Shaq. They'd be talking about everyone else has to get involved, and we know Charles would go, we know he can score. We know this is not surprising. We know he can score, but the Mavs aren't going to go anywhere like this. They're putting way too much on this boy. They're putting way too much on this young man. And then Kenny would give probably the best basketball insight and analysis talking about Luka's game and how he actually does it. But they would talk about being a one-man show. The Mavs need to play with more pace, that there's still going to be an early exit, and that's what TNT would be saying.
That's
how much I watch them.
You know where I've seen the most negativity about Luka or the most negative twist on it, oddly enough?
Twitter.
It's here. It's the fan text. It's the tweets. You still have it's like, and Luka's widely popular. It's not the same with Dak, but how there were some people who they couldn't let the Dak interception go. You're still having some people coming to go means nothing without a championship. Empty James Harden numbers. Seen a lot of that on the fan text this morning. It's not the primary response, but it's maybe 1 out of every 10, which is a lot more than the national discussion. The national discussion is just in awe. And it was great that this game was able to be played on NBA TV where everybody could see it last night.
Yeah, and comparing it to Wilt's 100 or Kobe's 80, where it belongs. Harris in Mesquite. Harris, you're live with Sean and Bobby to talk Luka. Go ahead, buddy.
Hey, what's up, fellas?
What's up, man?
Hey, I would say this here. Luka had a hell of a game, and I like the fact he took advantage of his height down low. You don't have to shoot outside all the time. He was able to go down low, and he penetrated. That's my problem with him. He's not consistent in finding out his game. I love Dirk. Dirk is my number one man. If I met Dirk, I would tell him I love him. But Luka is a hell of a player, and I will argue in any barbershop with the brothers about him or Dirk. But I just want Luka to start driving more to the goal. The penetration, it paid off last night. And hit the free throws, please. That's all, fellas.
Thank you for the call. You know what's amazing about this? And I'd like to get a Bobby Belt type stat on scoring 60 with 2 made threes. That's what a lot of people are going to point to. They're going to be like, oh, he only attempted 6 threes. He was 2 of 6 from 3 and scored 60 points, 16 to 22 from the free throw line. Look, there's a lot of energy. No one has to expend more energy in the league than 77 to have his team contend and win. Going to the basket takes more energy than just firing up from 3. I thought Tracy McGrady got a little fat and lazy later in his Rockets days. He just was content in taking fadeaway threes versus that 6'7" freak athleticism where he could dunk on everybody. But, man, I give you a little bit more of a pass when you don't want to be Allen Iverson driving and putting your body on the line all the time. And I'd still like to look at his driving rate compared to other players in the league because it feels like Luka takes a good amount of his shots in the paint or around the basket. So,
well, and I mean, like, you look at last night, like, here, I'll turn this around and show you, Sean. That was his shot chart. You see all that green right at the rim? I mean, he definitely was.
Yeah, he attempted 6 threes. That's it.
Yeah, absolutely. And by the way, on that, I'm going to find out the answer for you on the 60. I will tell you, there's definitely a lot of them because Wilt Chamberlain had like 20 60-point games.
Yeah.
And we know he had no threes.
So
but
25 of Luka's attempts were inside the three-point line, but I feel like he does take shots at the basket, and he does go to the rim. Justin and Garland. Justin, you are live for Luka here on The Fan.
What's going on, guys? Love the show.
Thank you.
First off, I got 2 points about Luka. First, I want to say I love the way he makes the game simple. Now, we know he likes to shoot a lot of threes, but he makes the game simple. It's kind of like, you're playing when you were younger, you're playing in front of the house, you got your basketball goal, and your little brother gets the bust of your butt. You say, you know what? Forget this, man. Go down here on this block. I'm taller than you. Just back you down. Turn around, jump as high as I can, and I'm going to shoot either a backboard shot or I'm going to just shoot over you. It's real easy. So I love the fact that he's really showing the NBA that, look, the game can be real simple if you really make it. And one more point, Sean said earlier, and hey, Bobby, it's Sean, not Sean. You said like
Same name.
Shut up, Bobby.
Same name there.
Let the man talk,
It's
Bobby.
the same name, Justin.
Anyway, it's Sean. Anyways, the way Sean said it, if Luka was black, and I'm a brother, if this guy was black, we would have no issues of everybody out here claiming Luka's number 1 in the league or being a guy who, hey, this is the next coming of Michael Jordan. I hate the way you make these comparisons like you got to be white, you got to be black. It's a white guy, it's a baby bird. You know what I'm saying? No. This guy can really be the next MJ, LeBron, whatever you want to call it, the league. I love his game. I love his ramada. I love his attitude. I just love it all. And one more thing, Cowboys will win out. Eagles will lose out. We will get a number 1 seed. Super Bowl down, baby. That's all I got. Sean and RJ, Sean and Bobby. Love you guys. Have a great show.
Thank you, Justin.
Great
love
call.
You. Phenomenal call. I do want to correct one small thing, even though I love that phone call the most so far today and this week. I didn't say that Luka would be I wasn't talking about skin color with Luka getting more attention. I was attacking those who said that Mark Cuban is a racist draft. Like Mark Cuban is the Chappelle Show skit, right? He's having a race draft. We're only going to get white guys. That was a little theory that some people had towards Cuban. I didn't say that Luka, wasn't getting enough attention or he'd get more attention if he was black. So Justin mischaracterized that one a little bit. I was just talking about those who said Luka is not as good as Trae Young, but Cuban would prefer Luka because he's white. That was what I said at about around 6:40 this morning. All right, hit us up, 877-881-1053. Eddie in Fort Worth. Eddie, you are live on The Fan.
Hey, what's going on, fellas?
What's up?
Hey, Funky Fort Worth in the house.
Yes, sir.
Yo, man, I think that Cuban was right when he said don't get used to it. This dude is greatness, but the thing is, just like LeBron is greatness, you remember he left Cleveland and got his championship?
Yeah.
You seen how great he was? Luka is the same way, but the thing is, Luka might not come back.
Yeah,
that's the thing.
Yes, exactly. I don't know, man. I always ask this to KNC. I'm like, what do you think Cuban is thinking? Do you think that Cuban believes that this is a good enough team to contend? And I was thinking this last night when he was talking about needing a post-game beer. If I was Jason Kidd, Nico, and Cuban, I would have felt guilty last night.
Mm-hmm.
They should wake up feeling guilty this morning. Like, we have to ask this guy to do this? This is what it takes to beat the New York Knicks without Jalen Brunson? He's got to score 50 against the Rockets? Guy, that's an indictment on y'all. That makes you look incapable and incompetent of asking him to do a little bit less. I'm worried that Dak has to play like he did against the Eagles for the Cowboys to make it through the playoffs. That's too high of a standard. It's nice to know he can do it if he's on for that day.
Yep.
But that's a scary ask. This is a frightening ask. This is an impossible ask. And I hope that Cuban and Nico and Kidd They all go, man, wasn't that crazy? Wasn't that fun this morning while drinking their coffee? But they go, yo, how do we stop this from ever happening again? That's what their mentality and mindset should be.
Should be, but will not. They believe in they believe in whatever their process is. I was about to say they believe in their process. I don't know what the process is, but they believe in it.
All right, you can take it where you want. A lot of Luka calls to start off. Nick Eatman going to join us at 9:20 from DallasCowboys.com. Aaron and Allen. Aaron, you're live on the home of America's team. Go ahead. No Nathan Eovaldi calls. The Rangers just got a new number 2 or number 3. Aaron, you want to take it to the boys?
Yeah, I got to take it to the boys. What's going on, fellas?
What's up?
I was gonna ask. The chances of us winning the division are pretty low. Would you rest Micah until the first round so he's fresh? That way you don't have to worry as much for Dak to put it all on his shoulders.
Good question.
Yeah, Broadus and I talked about this on The Love of the Star. The Love of the Star is an Odyssey podcast. You can find it on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts. We talked about this on The Love of the Star a couple weeks ago, that you've probably got to see this through until Philly loses. And it's tough because you're playing today or you're playing Thursday. They're going to play Sunday, so you don't get the advantage of knowing until the final week. But I kind of agree with you. Like, I wouldn't be totally opposed to, as we've talked about this morning, Tony Pollard sitting out. I wouldn't be opposed to Micah Parsons getting some rest. He's beat up. He needs some rest, I think. And whether that's week 18 or whatever, but you're going to feel bad if you rest Micah Parsons, you struggle, and then Philly loses to New Orleans on Sunday.
Yeah. Gosh. Come on, Saints. Please. Anything. The spread for that game is 7. It's in Philly, and they're favored by 7? Ooh, I like the Eagles with the points there.
Is that saying they don't think Hurts is playing again? Is that what that means?
Has to be. But I would take the Eagles with the points with Minshew.
Yeah, because now you're a big Gardner Minshew fan, unlike Joy Taylor.
Well, my streak of being red hot football right.
You are.
Landed again. I told y'all last week Minshew was not a bum. RJ said, Gardner Minshew bum. He's not a bum. I mean, and I'm not convinced that Jalen Hurts could throw it better than Minshew did on Christmas Eve against the Cowboys. I'm not convinced of that at all. He was really, really good. All right, Sal in Garland, you're live to talk Luka here on The Fan.
All right. Hey, good morning, guys. Good morning, Tolos all around, man. I appreciate y'all for taking my call, man. And I want to start off by saying that I'm from 92, man. And I didn't get to witness much glory days for the Cowboys, but I'm a big fan of all the teams in the Metroplex. And just seeing Luka's performance last night, man, was incredible. And a couple years ago, I never thought I'd see such a great, dominant performance in the Maverick uniform. That's all, guys. Love you guys. Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Love you too, Sal.
Thanks for calling on the Diamond Factory Hotline. So there we go. Some Luka praise. I wonder if Mikey Bassick is itching to come in today and do his radio show. I went and checked his Twitter. He was loved. No, he ain't itching that much.
That man is never itching to come back to work.
Never itching. Eovaldi and Luka. Hell, we picked a week to keep working though.
Yeah.
Eagles win. Luka history. Rangers add a pitcher. Stars win last night, and we're gonna get Thursday Night Football with Friday Reaction.
What a time!
Right
what a time
here
to be alive.
What a time not to take off 2 weeks of work. Right?
Yeah.
What a time. Hey, congrats to y'all out there if you've actually done it. All right, is Tony Pollard going to miss this game? Bobby keeps alluding to it. Is Tennessee going to rest their players? Nick Eatman with a little Titans preview next on The Fan. But first,
hired drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
We'll crosstalk with a KNC masterpiece coming up at 9:40 here on Sean and RJ. Bobby Belt in Choppy's chair throughout the rest of the week as Luka drops 60, 21, and 10. You know, a lot of people are saying Wilt 100, Kobe 80. That Michael Jordan game that you've been researching for Luka's 3-point versus 2-point attempts, that may be better statistically than Luka's.
Yeah, I mean, it's similar, though. The game against Cleveland in 1990, MJ scored 69 points, had 18 rebounds, 6 assists, 4 steals. That game also, though, he shot 2 of 6 from 3 like Luka.
Different game.
But game went into overtime as well, just like this one. Michael went to the free throw line 23 times. Luka went 22. So it's kind of a similar stat line. Obviously, Michael put up more points. Luka had more assists and rebounds, but very, very similar. And on the question you had about how many times has 60 points been scored with 2 or fewer 3-pointers made?
Yeah.
So it happened somebody scored 69 points 79 times. 42 times occurred before the 3-point line was invented. So since then, it's happened 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 times. 12 now with Luka.
All Wilt?
No, this is after the 3-point line.
Oh, after the 3-point
So you've got David Robinson, Karl Malone, Shaq, Larry Bird, Tom Chambers, Allen Iverson, Bernard King, and then Michael Jordan 4 different times.
How do you get this stuff so quick?
I just looked it up.
Oh,
yeah. So 4 times Michael Jordan scored 60 points with 2 or fewer 3-pointers made.
Nick Eatman, brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you from DallasCowboys.com. Did you watch that last night?
I saw one of the 60 points. I saw the last.
What, you get the alerts? You're like, I have to turn this on late?
No, I was watching some, I don't know, bowl game. I don't even know what it was called. And at the bottom it said the Mavericks were in overtime. So I flipped over and I saw where he scored, he got another free throw, and they showed the replay of the free throw, and I'm like, okay, what are we doing here? And then I kind of caught up to speed a little bit, but yeah, I missed a classic apparently.
Yes, absolutely.
But Coastal Carolina, in the bowl game though, against East Carolina, it was a battle of the Carolinas.
Have you made your Final Four picks as? We have our new best friend, Sonny Dykes, come on the show a few times. Are you giving them any chance against Michigan?
No. I thought Alabama should have been in. I'm one of those that thinks Alabama should have been in. Yeah. I don't care. Nick. I don't care about the local. I don't care about the local angle that you guys had, because you guys get to talk about it because it's TCU. So you'd finally give them the. I don't care about that. That's the thing. I found myself arguing with people that want TCU to be in there because that means they get to go to the game or they get to talk about it or whatever. But I don't know. RJ's right there. He knows exactly the analytics of Vegas and all that stuff. You think Alabama's going to be an 8-point underdog if they're playing Michigan? No. So I don't believe that they have the right people. I don't believe they have the right teams in there. But you know what? It is what it is. Good luck, TCU.
Now, do people still label you as a Baylor homer? How much of that plays into this?
No, they better not.
All right.
No. I'll cheer for TCU on that one.
Things
have changed, obviously.
Is Tony Pollard in danger of missing this game, you think?
I think so. I don't think danger would be the word I would use. That sounds like he's, in one of those Lifetime movies or something like that, running for his life. I don't think he might not play just because of he is dealing with the thigh injury, and they're trying to get Malik Davis some reps as well. So that's all kind of sounds like he may not play. But I feel responsible for this injury, 100% responsible, and I'm really sad about it because I went to the PR staff on Monday morning, and I was talking about Pollard, and I was thinking, this guy, we didn't even know if he was going to be, could he handle a bigger load of carries and all that? And I asked the question, has he even been on the injury report all year long?
Oh, Nick.
And they're like, I don't know. I don't think so. And then I did knock on this big block of fake wood. So I was like, thought I was protecting myself, and now he's out by injury, did not practice 2 days in a row. I blame myself. So, and if anyone has got Pollard in their championship round fantasy, game or something like that, or just wanting him to get 1,000 yards, I don't know if that's going to happen. He may not get to 1,000 yards, honestly. I think he's at
he's 12 yards short, man.
I mean, just give him a little swing, run to the outside a couple times and then get him out of there. But, I mean, if he doesn't play this game, and let's say the Eagles win against the Saints, I mean, I don't know if he'll play against the Commanders, and I'm not sure he could get 12 yards anyways, against them. So, I don't think he did in the last game. So that, that's not really conducive to his style of running is going up against Washington. But so anything, if that happens, it's my fault.
How much Titans homework have you done?
The homework that I do is on the show that I have with the podcast, the Cowboys Break, and when Broadus talks about them, then that's when I'm like, okay, I'm listening, and now I know a little bit about that. I really don't know much about. We try to do a graphic of their 2 or 3 best players, and I had to do some homework on just who was on the team. I really don't know much about them. I knew they had a safety there, Kevin Byard. I mean, he's been really good. But honestly, like their Pro Bowler Simmons, I mean, I'm not really up to speed on his work. So no, I'm not. I think they're one of the most. I think they're one of those franchises that just is completely under the radar all the time. Because they're never really terrible and they're never really good. And I don't know what other franchise, in other sports is kind of like that. But you just kind of like, I don't know much about them, and I don't know. So like the Pirates, maybe, Pittsburgh, like that.
So you're not
kind of like, they're there.
But are you worried about this game because of that at all?
No, I think I'm not worried about this game at all for the Cowboys. I think that they'll probably blow them out, because I think anytime you get a situation where a really good team is trying to win against an average team that doesn't care to win, then I think you're going to get a blowout. I mean, I just think that's nature, human nature. And I don't know exactly what Tennessee's going to do, but they're going to have to play it smart. They're not going to risk anybody that's kind of banged up. So, and I just don't think, even if they played it straight, even if they played it like a playoff game, I think the way that they're playing now and the way the Cowboys are playing, I think the Cowboys would probably win this game pretty easily. So I think that's what will happen.
Nick, this is Malik Willis is not a guy who's just going to drop back and throw it on you 40 times or whatever else. And so the pass rush angle here might be neutralized a little bit just given the opponent. Would you consider, given that, letting Micah Parsons get rest here? Or do you think it's one of those things where Micah can't sit until Philly wins a game and they're out of it?
Yeah, probably that last part there. I mean, I don't think that they're going to really sit players that are unless he's really banged up with this hand injury, which I doubt it. And I think he's gonna go play. He's gonna try to get out there. You know that he's not. He never will want to sit, but that's not the answer. I mean, you do what you is best for the team. But I think in this case, though, I think you go and you play. Yeah, I think you have to go play and then see what happens. If you do get a lead, and then obviously you can adjust from there. But we talked about that against the Texans. What happens in the second half is Cooper Rush going to play. And they were fighting their tails off at the end just to try to win. So as soon as you start talking about resting players is probably when you find yourself in a tough game in the third quarter. But I just feel like they're going to play the healthy guys, and I, at this point, consider him on that healthy side.
Nick Eatman on the Diamond Factory hotline from DallasCowboys.com here on 105.3 The Fan. You foreseeing a lot of phone calls for Dan Quinn or Kellen Moore? You hearing any Denver Bronco love for Dan Quinn for the second straight year?
I haven't heard that yet, but I'm sure it'll be talked about. Especially for Dan Quinn. I don't know about Kellen. That one's kind of interesting. Just because and really, you could say the same about Dan Quinn. I mean, because the roller coaster of this season has seen both of them go up and down a little bit, and the defense has struggled some lately. I think we know why. I mean, with some of the injuries and the fact that teams are kind of figuring out, like, we're not going to let Micah Parsons just wreck shop here. As for Kellen Moore, like with any coach, it's got to be the right fit. And so I would imagine he might get some calls there, but as for me, I have not heard anything yet, and I think the Cowboys are just focused on getting through and seeing what happens here in these next few weeks.
So, Nick, we know that you are implication Eatman. You're a fan of implying, and Brad Sham did that to us.
I've never heard that one. I've never heard that.
It's my own.
I like to be called the implier strikes back. That's what
oh, that's perfect. Yeah, the implier strikes back. That's good. Okay, so you can strike back against Brad Sham's implication to us yesterday. We were talking to him.
Oh God!
And Brad
says, no, he already got one 2 weeks ago with the Tyrant.
I know he did. That's why we're curious. Brad said. Brad was talking about. He said, "Now look. These next couple weeks, maybe you see them do some things that makes you think they're not trying to win, but they're trying to win. Maybe you see some rotations in the secondary or some different different concepts with the routes and things. Do you get that same sense as Brad with that implication?
Did he just leave it at that?
He left it at that. That's all he said.
Okay. I mean, yeah. I mean, I don't know if that's and I didn't hear it, but I don't know if that's so much as implying as it is, when you say rest players, like, it's not preseason game number 3. I mean, it's not like you can just do that. I mean, you still have 53 guys on the team. And so, you are going to have to do that. You are going to have to throw some different guys. And, if you do want to rest Diggs, for instance, and then the domino effect of that, maybe it means that Mukwamu moves from a safety to a corner or something like that. I don't know. But I'm just saying I could see that, and I could see that. And I don't know if he's throwing some major stuff out there, if he's just saying, this last game or two, you kind of have to just get by with what you've got because you are somewhat limited on the roster. So.
All right, we'll figure out how much the Cowboys win by on Friday. Thank you, and go check out, for God's sake, some Luka highlights.
Oh yeah, I've seen the brick and the rebound and all that stuff, and him wanting the foul, still wanting the foul out of it. I've seen it. It was amazing. So.
Thank you, Nick.
See you guys.
Nick Eatman from DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you. Let's talk Luka. Let's praise Luka. Let's love Luka with the KNC masterpiece. Crosstalk is next. But are you praising and loving your security system, or do you open the door when it's armed and it doesn't?
47 minutes played, and now 60 points for the first time in Mavericks history.
Bally TV with the call. Let's crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece with Reggie and Corey joining Sean and Bobby on 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, fellas. Corey, what's coming up?
If the Titans are going to treat this game like a preseason game, how should the Cowboys treat it at 10 o'clock? And then we do have Isaiah Stanback joining us today. And guys, I don't know if y'all talked about this today. Luka did something pretty special last night.
So I'm interested in the different angles, topics that you've come up with for this. What are they? Because it's challenging. It's getting to be like Tiger.
It does get very easy to fall into, wow, Luka, gosh, you got to replace somebody on this team to help be around him. Like, it's so easy to be in that place. And
that backfired on Cuban last night.
Yeah.
Cuban tweeted, "Oh, we're watching something truly special. I've never seen anything like this." And then pop, get him some damn help. Do something. Save him. Enjoy it while you can, because he's going to be leaving you with the deuces. So that backfired, Reggie.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it was. Look, when you tweet out there, especially as a public figure is the word I was looking for. Yeah, you got to understand, man, that is possible. And I'm sure he does. Like, he's existed in this space for a while. But yeah, man, like, it's tough because I personally subscribe to the idea that I'm trying to appreciate greatness whenever it happens. I think in sports, we often get caught up in frameworks that take us to a place where we sidestep greatness in order to look at, some level of achievement or something else, right? And I'm like, yo, let's appreciate these things while they happen. And I did that when Luka had, finished off this incredible feat. But then I also got back to the point where I stopped and I was like, damn, he needed all of that 60, 20, 21, and 10 to beat the New York Knicks in overtime without Jalen Brunson or RJ Barrett.
Yeah.
And I was like, dog, this is so incredible, but also simultaneously an indictment.
Yep.
Yeah. It was
Totally
like how it
agree.
was awesome to watch LeBron in like 06 in Cleveland. And then at the same time, it was like, well, this is destined for failure. Same sort of thing where LeBron was incredibly dominant, and that's where I don't know why that's not enough to scare Mark Cuban. Like, you are the Cavaliers, like, pre-decision.
We had Dirk.
But it's so much. Like, you don't even have the role players Dirk had. Like, consistently, you had better role players around Dirk than you have around Luka.
Oh, yeah.
Jason Terry made an all-star team, didn't he? I think he did. But you had Jason Terry, you had Jason Kidd. Tyson Chandler was, like, an elite defensive center who could finish at the rim. Like, that. Consistently, they were putting people around him. They would try and go out and make the Antoine Walker trade, the Antoine Jameson trade. They go get Nick Van Exel and Rafe LaFrentz. Like, they were always trying to put people around him. And it just...
Until the end.
They had an extremely creative GM president of basketball at the time whenever it came to that. Like, he was... We talked about that earlier, Reggie. He literally started with the paperclip.
Yeah.
Worked his way up to the Lamborghini with that team. But it was over a 20-year period. Like, it was over 15 years with Dirk. The Mavericks don't know how to turn it back around and do it fast. And they don't have somebody like Nelson that did experience that over the time. They have Nico trying to figure this out with bad contracts and saying, how creative can I be? It's very similar in my mind sometimes whenever it's Kellen Moore that doesn't understand certain route combinations. And you're like, hold on, why didn't that work out as well as it should have? Well, you shouldn't have designed that route to that. He doesn't quite understand those nuances yet. I don't know if Nico understands those at this point. It was a special thing. 60 points. How many times has that happened? Do y'all know?
79.
Nice.
80.
No, it's 79.
I have 80.
Where's the 80?
Last night?
Yeah.
80
last
picks
night,
up.
Bobby?
Yeah, Luka's on there.
Yeah, I have 80 on Pro Basketball Reference.
That's where I was too. It said 80 picked up the 59th score at the 59 points.
Okay, there you go. You're right about that because I can't count.
What?
Yeah. But that being said, what he did was special because of the rebounds, because he does all the other stuff too.
Yeah.
Like the scoring the points, guys can go out and score a bunch of points with good teammates.
Have you ranked it in your mind of this individual game versus Wilt 100, Kobe 80, Michael 69?
Nice.
I guess that's a no.
That's our generation. We nice. That's what we do.
It doesn't even really have like an implication. It's just a reflex. Mm-hmm. It's just what happens when I hear that.
Yeah,
number.
it's like somebody sneezing. You go, bless you.
We're still talking about the number.
Yeah, we're still talking about that.
My kid actually says it now. he will, and if he hears it, he just goes, nice. And then my middle kid will say it and then goes, why did I say that? And I'm like, I'm not going to tell you. I'm not going to explain to you that. And then he was like, I want to know what it means. And the wife was like, do you really want to know? You can't even stand when people kiss on TV. You want me to tell you about this? And he was like, never mind.
If he said yes, would she tell him?
Yeah.
And I want to hear that explanation.
Yeah,
I think you need to record that.
She's, dude,
10:01.
There are moments as a parent, whenever I watch her, I'm like, you are being bluntly honest with this
Is she
child.
putting up a 60, 21, and 10
Dude, she is.
of parenting?
Yes. And I'm like, wow. And then they get it. That's the thing is they're like, oh, okay. And they get it and they move on with their lives. I'm like, wow, that was blunt. Great. Thanks.
The Texas Rangers rotation is fill in the blank.
Potentially great. But all the potential. This is wild to go sign 2 pitchers that have injury histories like this and then hope. But I do know the Rangers have a very good training staff. There is a lot of trust, I think, from those pitchers in what this training staff can do to help them stay on the field and be on the field. And that's been something that Derek's talked about a lot with us when he's been on the show, is that if you're a pitcher and you want to be on the field, you trust the Rangers training staff. So that's something Derek tells me. That's somebody who plays in the game, so I'm going to trust what he says about that. So yeah, I think it's really nice that it's refreshing that they said, we're doing this. We're going out, we're getting the best pitcher available. And you know what? We're going to go get the next one that we think we can get too. And we're going to make this pitching staff. We're going to push all those starters that we had last year. Martin Perez, you might be the 4th pitcher on this staff because we're pushing everybody down. Essentially, Bobby, they traded Martin Perez without trading Martin Perez.
But they didn't.
But he just pushed him down. Now he's not your ace.
I'm really disappointed that Mike didn't pull the trigger on that. I don't want to hear him complain about the Rangers ever again if he's not going to trade guys who need to be traded.
So to answer your question, Sean, it's a big boy rotation. Like you were previously dealing with in what it felt like a Fisher Price, you know what I mean, little kid glove type, rotation where we had to talk about it in those ways. We had to add caveats when we talked about it. And I think that was something that was really killing the ownership of this Rangers organization. They were like, look, man, we want to play like big boys. Yeah. And ultimately, we will see how it pans out, right? The concerns that you and Chop have over DeGrom and his health, that'll play out. Whether John Gray will be able to, put together a full season at the levels that he is capable of, that'll play out, right? If Martin Perez is able to, maintain the level of play that he had last season, that will play out. But all of those things will be within the context of this is a MLB rotation that is one to be kind of looked at seriously and taken seriously and reckoned with. Yeah, absolutely. So I think that in and of itself means something, that they are putting together a real MLB starting rotation that is one to be reckoned with.
And this makes me feel better about the DeGrom signing. I had a little fear and Ranger doubt that the DeGrom thing was just, hey.
That they would just stop?
Yeah, like fans.
We did it to appease you.
Appease is the perfect word. Hey, come out here once every 5 days. We're willing to spend big. We're serious. And now it's like, okay, you're trying to put it together.
Dude, why do you think this happened all of a sudden? Because Chris is in the building.
I don't know.
Like,
good question.
He's like, I'm not doing. Do you think John Daniels was too scared to tell Ray Davis we can't compete unless we have talent? Because he was so built into the, hey, my numbers are going to work for us. And I know that people look at that differently, but he never told Ray Davis we have to go get talent. We have to spend money to get talented players.
JD did, right? When they were in the playoffs, they were aggressive during deadlines.
They were.
They went on and had a bullpen. They went and got Prince Fielder.
It did cost them the future. Like it did
cost them. And then John admitted that the mistake they made, they didn't just say, we are rebuilding, right? They kind of fluctuated and went back and forth and didn't stick with the plan. But the Rangers were aggressive, 6-7 years ago. They went for it, just didn't work.
Yeah, every year they've been in the thick of the race. 2010, they went and got Cliff Lee. Then they go out and they get Lucroy and Beltran, and they made the trades in 2011. Their bullpen wasn't great, so they go get Koji Uehara. They get Mike Adams. Like they routinely, when they've been competitive, will make a deal at the deadline.
Yeah, Mike was a tremendous mistake. He's a bum. But Koji, Tolo, Mike Adams.
What?
I love Mike
Koji
Adams.
was terrible when he got here. All of a sudden, his split finger pitch would drop. He gave up like 6 home runs in 15 innings. It was awful.
But it's exciting.
Yes.
Now I'm like, can the offense, my early Ranger question is, will the offense be able to keep up with the pitching?
The offense wasn't bad last
No, they
year.
weren't. They're fifth in runs scored.
Yeah.
Fourth in home runs. This is all AL. Fifth in runs, fourth in home runs, 10th in average. Their on-base percentage was not good, but I was surprised they were fifth in the American League in runs scored.
And also, like, some of that will change and shift with a different managerial philosophy, I think. And
I agree.
I'm interested in seeing how that shifts. But yeah, no, you
mean like the philosophy to be like Marcus Semien, we want you to actually like hit the baseball in the first 2 months.
Yeah, that'd be nice. That'd be a good change.
Big coaching adjustment from Bochy.
Yeah, just call the hit a home run play, or at least to put the ball in.
That was what they were calling, was the hit the home run play.
Yeah.
Let's hit the ball and play and get runners on, put pressure
So,
on pitchers.
Yeah.
No, all the fun stuff.
I do think that having that change of philosophy might shift this, and at the very least, you know that you have talent that's capable of putting up runs in some ways. And if you like lower the barrier for the needed run support by having better pitching, you might just change that up. And also, I don't think you're going to win the division. Obviously, we will say that because no one's going to get out and say, we have moderate aspirations. But the idea that you are now putting yourself in a class of teams that's going to vie for the wild card, at the very least, makes this interesting and gives you another step towards really competing at a high level.
Tomorrow, Babe Laufenberg. Is there any way the Cowboys can screw up in Tennessee? And Mike Golick Jr. on TCU and the Final Four. That's the Thursday edition. The KNC Masterpiece is up next right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Live from the Classic Chevrolet Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
Oh, man, now Luka's a favorite for MVP again. He's back in the game because of that huge performance there. Sometimes that's all it takes. He had a 60-21-10 night last night. 21 assists, I'm assuming.
No, it was rebounds.
60 rebounds, 10 points. I'm betting.
What if he did that?
Oh, man, that would be insane.
How would that happen?
The backwards triple-double, everybody would lose their minds. We'll get into that a little bit more coming up here at 10:20. But I did want to ask the question, if the Tennessee Titans are treating this like a preseason game, how should the Cowboys treat it? 877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line. And hearing that, I heard it from Broadus yesterday, even as I was driving. I've seen it on Twitter a couple different times, that the Titans are considering treating this game as if it's a preseason game. Maybe not playing all their best guys, hoping to really take it to the Jags in the final game of the season. And I'm interested in that philosophy on their side of it, and we'll get into that, I'm sure, sometime this week. But the Cowboys, you're in a real weird place. You've now defeated the Eagles.
Yeah.
Without Jalen Hurts, as Joy Taylor's pointed out.
Okay.
You've all
right.
The Eagles fans, they're saying it. They're the ones saying it. So,
I mean, did they have that same energy when they defeated the Cooper Rush Cowboys?
It was completely flipped. It was the complete polar opposite in that same vein. The way that I look at this game is you don't have to win it, but it does keep you in the conversation. If you think in any way, shape, or form that the Eagles are going to lose and it gives you an opportunity to take the division and have home field, you got to keep winning. You got to just keep doing that. So if you're the Cowboys, how do you maintain that mental focus this week, even knowing that it's just that small chance, it's a small glimmer of hope? But I think every game shows you that every game kind of gives you that, hey, you can come back from anything. Hell, the Mavericks last night, I think I saw that it was from Tim McMahon. Is it 0 for 35?
0 for 13,888, let's say, something like that. When a team in the NBA was down by 9 points with 35 seconds or less. And, of course, that is now 1 and 13,000 plus whatever.
Night.
Because the Mavs did that. Again, we'll talk about that here in about 15 minutes.
For 13,884 in the last 20 seasons. So a glimmer of hope is still a glimmer. Something's there. So if I'm the Cowboys.
But we also can't, if you play it on that situation, then you're ending up in a place where you're playing against probabilities sometimes. And I think that's where people are starting to look at. I understand. Let's lay out the possibilities here. The idea is being you go out and you treat this like normal. You try and win, which we're already seeing on the truckwreck.com text line from the 940. You play to win until Philly clinches. Understand that. But there's also the other mindset, which is, look, man, we've been talking about a dude who has been vying for Defensive Player of the Year and had a little bit of a rough spurt of games because he said that he is worn down in Micah Parsons, right? You're seeing the fatigue and the battle-tested nature of the season taking its toll on the team in some ways, and you would like to get any opportunity to get your team just a little bit fresher for the part of the season that people seem to care about more than anything, which is the playoffs, right? To the point where we had a whole conversation yesterday about why people are not enjoying the regular season more, and it's because there's just so much placed on the Cowboys and the success or the lack thereof in the playoffs that this team has had. So people have staked so much of their emotional capital on the idea of what happens in the playoffs. So you want to give yourself the best opportunity there. For me, I keep coming back to the thought, right, that people have talked about where it's like you want to be playing your best football this time of year. And for me, again, last season, I had such a bad feeling with this team riding the roller coaster towards the end of the season where you would see certain performances of good and you'd see certain performances of bad, and I didn't know which team would show up on any given moment.
Yeah.
And for me, I would like to exercise the demons of being a Jekyll and Hyde team. I would like to be able to see this team come out and be the team that we want them to be consistently. Now, will that ultimately mean that they will definitely come out and do that in the playoffs? I can't say that. But I think that would give me, at least, I think it would give a lot of Cowboys Nation, and I think honestly it would give the team more of confidence in the idea that you can go out and you can beat whoever you need to in the playoffs because you've seen yourself do it consistently, time and time again. We could talk about what consistency means, and part of it is that now you know exactly what what you should expect from him. And I think that matters in some ways, regardless of what your opponents are doing.
Yeah, that confidence and consistency, just applies itself to the momentum that you gain.
All right. I seen the big smile come across your face, and I was like, what is it? What's going on through this? Maybe I'm making a great point. No, just wanted to bring up
for the
momentum.
record. No, I think your point was fantastic. That was the part I wanted to make a joke on. Okay. For the record, 877-881-1053. Reggie does not believe in momentum.
Not in the way that people use it in sports, no. Like, yes. Obviously it is a literal scientific phenomenon.
But when we use it in sports, it's like you've gained confidence, you're in flow. I think we use flow state as the new word for momentum. You're in flow state, you found your groove.
You know what annoys me about momentum is we've already taken this tangent.
Mm-hmm.
You can ask 10 people like what they think momentum is, and the definitions that they give you will vary.
Yeah,
will vary quite a bit, and that's one of my main issues. Is like y'all are not even talking about the same thing consistently.
But you are now doing something well. Stay doing something well. Do the little things each week. That's what if I'm Mike McCarthy this week, I am preaching. We still have to maintain those little details that we do throughout the week as we're leading up to Philly, because that's what's going to help you win whenever you go play the next opponent. Whenever you go, it doesn't matter who the opponent is. You can take any opponent lightly, and you're going to be in a bad situation because you didn't do those little things. You still might be good enough to defeat them, but if you don't do those little things, you aren't giving yourself the best opportunity, the best chance. So Cowboys heading to, they got Nashville on Thursday, and that's where I think that you continue to maintain we aren't done. You keep getting those guys in that mindset. I appreciate hey, we need some rest. I do trust Mike McCarthy, who I think does a really good job at this. I don't know how much y'all listen to Broadus about this, but when McCarthy talks about the GPS, and everybody's like, does he even know what GPS means? That's how I feel about it. Does he even know, or does he just say the GPS?
Do people know what GPS
means? It sounds like the marijuana. It sounds like he's just saying the GPS. I got the COVID. It's like, that's what it feels like. But he pays attention to what these guys are doing. He pays attention to what these guys physically have dealt with throughout the entire week, through their game, how many snaps, how many miles they ran. We were talking with Zach Martin, and he was like, yeah, man, this GPS knows how the max speeds I got up to, and it knows, when I should not be sprinting and when I should be walking slowly. So I think that's one of the things is I trust that he has a good finger on the pulse for that. And if he's going to put his team out there, I don't think it's in a mindset of, hey, we're doing this out of desperation. It's more of a mindset of they need the reps. They need to stay crisp. We have an extended break after this, in that you're going from Thursday to the next Sunday before you play again. So that's another kind of we do get a rest at some point here. But yeah, man, I think that the Cowboys need to approach it with let's win. Let's just win all the rest of the games mentality.
You play to win the game. Hello? No, but seriously, to further your point, I think that this team has done a pretty good job of being quite cautious with the health and safety of their players, right? How many instances can we think about where a player was not brought back as soon as they absolutely could have been from an injury because they were like, we want to make sure that you're at your best capabilities? How many instances have we seen Mike McCarthy have a walkthrough day or something to try and make sure that the team was more fresh? I think that they're always considering this, so I don't know that they are going to go and change the philosophy now simply because we're later in the season and the other team seems to be playing down. I think that this is something that they constantly have, and it does seem like they're in this place where they have a process and they have a idea of how they want to try and keep the team fresh, not just over a few week span, but over the entirety of the course of the season.
The other thing too, Reggie, when you get done losing a game, what are the questions each week? The questions throughout the week are, how are you going to fix this? How are you going to do that?
Mm-hmm.
Might as well win the game and then be able to say, okay, we still had some things we need to work on, but we don't have to worry about the fact that we didn't give our best effort. If I'm a player, I don't want to come back next week and have freaking Bobby Belt, Jane Slater, and David Moore asking me questions about what I need to do because I had something happen that's been a trend all season that I haven't been able to break. If I'm Dak, man, I'm looking at it going, I would miss 4 games. I still got numbers I want to meet. Let's go pad these stats. If they're going to treat it as a preseason game, let's go ahead and pad some stats and try and get out there. But I know there are a lot of fans out there. There are a lot of Cowboys fans. We talked about this yesterday. We talked about this before, that are jaded.
Sure.
And they are looking at if the Cowboys don't go out there and do a Vikings game and beat them 40-3, then they're like, this is the same old Cowboys team. They can't beat a preseason Tennessee Titans team. Why did they even show up? If I'm the coaches, am I trying to expand my playbook this week? Or am I trying to say, you know what, we're going to keep it as vanilla as possible and hope we come out with a victory in this one?
That might be the place in which you go a little preseason on this. Because, yeah, I do think that in some ways you want to keep things in your back pocket. So if you're playing a team where you know that you might not need to go 100% in order to beat them, you might, while still operating in a place where you're trying to execute well, you might kind of ramp that down a little bit while still obviously having those plays in your playbook. Maybe not put everything on film, but also we have to consider this is a team that is trying to integrate T.Y. Hilton. This is a team that is trying to make sure that Tyron Smith is at his best at right tackle, as he's playing a position he hasn't played quite literally in a decade, right? Like trying to make sure that all these things gel. I think that there's some, some value to making sure that all those things work together and giving it maximum amount of reps in this environment that you can't replicate. You don't replicate game reps.
Yeah.
Like, there's not anything that,
absolutely right,
that exists in that same way. So I do think that there are other things that they have to consider in addition to that. Plus, I mean, hell, playing Duron Bland on the outside on the boundary, which, look, man, he looked phenomenal. They put him out there. Look, I got to apologize. Duron Bland, I was not familiar with your game. I thought you was all inside. I didn't know that you had it on the boundary. Apparently he does, right?
I wish I'd have told you because when I was watching him at camp, I was like, dude, and that's when I started my campaign for Duron Bland, but I wish I had told you a little more about what he could do.
So like him on the boundary oh my goodness, I was about to say my man who they brought up from the practice squad to play on the interior.
Sherwin?
No, I'll look up his name because it really is a shame that I've forgotten his name that quickly. But yes, having Alexander. Yeah. Having these guys form together like Voltron and get even better at their craft, I think matters in trying to develop that consistency.
This is the first year that CeeDee Lamb has cracked 80 receptions. He's now at 91. He has an opportunity to, before the season's over, eclipse 100 receptions for the first time. He has an opportunity to go into double digits for the first time in receiving touchdowns. He has an opportunity to be a 1,400-yard receiver, which would be 300 yards more than he was last year, and that was his best. This is another opportunity for CeeDee Lamb to really expand his where he is in this world of, is he a number one? I think we've answered that question at this point. Michael Irvin was talking about him this morning. He's like, man, you watched it happen. You've watched this guy. I mean, we talked about it a little bit yesterday with the percentages of catches that he has at this point, him and Dak doing something special together. And I thought Michael had a really good point when he said, he's trying to become a number one with Cooper Rush early in the season. And there is a very big difference between Dak Prescott and Cooper Rush.
Sure.
Although I do see people saying they want to see Cooper Rush in the second half. If the Cowboys are up by 40, it should be a Cooper Rush second half.
Absolutely.
That should absolutely.
Yeah.
And isn't that what you say as a coach? Don't you walk in to your guys?
If you want some rest, go ahead and put up like 37 and everything.
Yeah. If you're one of those guys, it's like even managers right now. If you're out there and it's holiday season and everybody's like, I don't really want to be here. Don't you kind of look at them and go, all right, let's do this. Let's pump it out.
Get your work done, and then
we'll
get the heck out of here.
Goof off or whatever it is from there on. I know some people have to have to stick to hours.
Is that what Kevin and Mike are doing?
Kevin and Mike are just goofing off because they worked so hard early in the season. Yeah, absolutely. That's why I goofed off last week. But yeah, man, like that's what I'm doing if I'm a coach. Y'all want to leave early? Y'all want to have an early day on Thursday night and then just enjoy your weekend? Get done with this team at halftime and tell Amazon, hey, y'all keep putting on crappy products because they When was Amazon's best game? When's Amazon's best game this year?
Is that
What's
Amazon's fault or is that NFL's fault?
It seems like they looked at the schedule and they were like, man, let's go look at this. The outcomes this season have not been very good at all. Through week 13, all right, there was a time you had the Bills and Patriots in week 13 was supposed to be a good game. The Raiders and Chargers was bad. Yeah, man, they had the Jacksonville Jaguars and the Jets on Thursday Night Football. It's just been bad football this season. Go out there and give them another bad game. Put 40 on them and end everything right at halftime and move on with it right there. Coming up next, Luka does something special, and we talk with our insider, Mickey Spagnola, next in The Fan.
Fort Worth.
I'm tired as hell. I need a recovery beer.
That's what I'm talking about. Me too, man. I'm with you on
What
that
did you
one.
do to be tired?
I did. My dog was kicking during the night last night, and I didn't sleep as well as I thought. Plus, I stayed up and watched Luka do his thing last night. It was special. 60, 21, 10, which has never been done in the NBA.
Correct.
What's more impressive to you, that he did that individually, or that the team was able to come back and get a win? Because that in itself is really interesting.
Yeah, no, that's a great dichotomy you set up there. Like, juxtaposing the idea of the individual performance and like the amazing thing that they were able to do, which was win a basketball game that in a situation where typically or nobody had for like the last 2 decades is incredible. They're both amazing. Can I ride the fence in that way and just say like I was impressed by both of those things?
881-1053 truckwreck.com text line if you would like to bash Reggie for riding the fence on this one, or if you want to make your selection. If you want to say both, that's okay, Reggie. I'm not going to tell you how to fan. All right, I will never tell you how to fan.
Thank you.
Because I agree with you. Both of them are exceptional. I think the Mavs needed the win.
Yeah.
I think Luka can do those things. I think he might have another game like that in his career.
I wouldn't doubt it. I mean, look, this dude's 23 years old. I know you're probably tired of hearing how old he is, but it's fascinating. It's incredible to be able to be at this height of his powers at 23 years old, doing everything.
Yeah, most players are just learning that they can shoot electricity out of their hands with their powers at this stage. They're really legitimately still growing. I've seen a couple people, maybe Joel Embiid's agent, say, the media is really biased because they're not paying attention to that Joel Embiid had 48, 10, 3 steals and 3 blocks last night. And you're right, nobody is paying attention to it, but the age of Luka, you're right, add that to it. Joel Embiid's been doing this kind of really good stuff for a long time. It seems like a long time. And Luka is still very young in his development, and he just blew all the headlines out of the water last night.
Yeah, it's kind of funny because this was a game where the numbers were insane, but also kind of understandable. Because it's not like you told me that Corey Brewer dropped 50, right? That was something where I was like, oh my goodness, what? You hear Luka Doncic drop 60, and you're like, man, that's incredible. Yeah, I see it. I see how that happens because Luka Doncic regularly drops 40. Right? Or 35. This is something that feels somewhat normal in some ways, that he is going to just do absurd things, but it's also still absurd that he did it to this level.
I literally this morning told you that in the middle of the third quarter, I saw that he had 26. There was 8 minutes and 47 seconds left. And I was like, all right, there's 26 right there. He'll get his 40. He might have 42. That's what I was thinking at the end of the night. And I almost take that for granted. And I was telling you yesterday, I was at a point with Dirk when I was like, can't we just accept that we're watching a great player do some great things night in, night out? We're lucky. We could be the old Mavericks where we were watching, a dumpster fire every single night. It was not even worth watching. And Michael Jordan would come in and fire everybody up by saying, that team's better than you think. And then they barely beat them. And that's how I always felt, was like, But we got to watch greatness with Dirk. Now, here we are on a night in, night out basis, watching these kind of things. From the 469, Corey, can you tell my daughter how to shoot electricity out of her hand? She's cracking up. I think you got to rub your feet on the carpet.
That's right.
Often, all right.
Well, you also don't you have to have your shoes on? You have to have
shoes
socks, right?
on. Well, yeah, because socks do matter there.
I don't know. I'm just saying.
Or I have a pair of Nikes that if I wear them, I'm shocking everything.
Oh,
so yeah,
wow.
I don't wear them that often.
You become Static Shock.
I do become the Static Man. So yeah, there are lots of opportunities for that. It was it is. I do kind of almost take it for granted that he does these things.
Yeah,
that he scores 40 every night. Almost seemingly that he has these types of triple doubles. And I think it's because we wake up the next morning after something like that happens, and the only thing that we hear is Luka needs help. Luka, we're never going to do this. They're still a garbage team. They barely won. I want to appreciate the moment of, man, that was special. Instead of being like, yeah, but with all these things.
Yeah, but, right? The thing about this is, he did something so incredible, and I cannot get out of my head the image of him late in the fourth quarter before they go and actually finish out this fantastic comeback in the fourth quarter to tie it up and then ultimately win overtime. Luka Doncic is sitting on the sideline or sitting on the bench with the water bottle in his hand, and he looks gassed. Yeah. He looks like he's put up 40-something, 50 points, actually 54 points or something at that point. And I'm looking at him like he put up 54 points, and they are battling to try and tie a basketball game. While I'm appreciating how incredible it is, it's also hard for me to ignore the idea that he is so incredible and the results are squeaking out wins, right? Like when you have somebody that incredible, the results should be you are really putting people in the dirt, akin to what happened in Game 7 of the second round of the playoffs last year, where you are putting Phoenix in the dirt. That's what you feel like you should see when dude is having that level of game. It does not feel like you should be just barely edging out a New York Knicks team without Jalen Brunson and RJ Barrett. With, what was that, 2 of their 3 best players? Without 2 of their 3 best players.
The man from the 2-5. This is what I'm talking about. I get it from the 2-5-4. I was like, this is incredible, but shouldn't be necessary. Okay, you're not getting that, right? I guess, are you getting that if he has a number 2 stud next to him? Are you ever going to get that moment?
Yes. I think so. I mean, look,
you still think he's going to have a night where it's like, I have to do all these things.
Sure. I mean, your second player is going to have off nights. You're going to have these instances. You were talking about the 79 other total instances of 60-plus points. We can look at the fact that there were great players on there who had players next to them. Namely, we can talk about the 69-point game from Michael Jordan. Thank you. Michael Jordan was playing with some talent around him as well. Actually, what year was that? Because he might have been in that instance where they was just
give me a second,
winning. But
I'll go find out.
The fact of the matter is, like, there are players on there who have put up
1990.
Yeah, they had a great team. Like they had players around them. Yeah. They had complementary pieces, right? So you're going to get great players. Great players are going to make great plays. Great players are going to have great games, right? That is something that is to be understood if you truly believe that Luka Doncic is one of the generational players of this league, and I think that is very evident. But the thing about it is, it should not be him grinding his legs to nubs to do this just to get over.
There are 2 things. One, I think he loves it. I think he loves the spotlight and those things that come along with it and the work that he has to do. I think he loves basketball. The other thing about this, does everybody really think Mark Cuban and Nico and Jason Kidd don't understand? Is that a reality?
I don't,
because I hear people go, no, I think that Mark Cuban and Kevin will be right at the forefront of this. Mark Cuban thinks that what Donnie used to say, we love our boys in blue. And he believes he is Ted Lasso. Just put the believe sign up, everybody touch it, everything's going to work out. All right. Like I think that and I think that Mark Cuban has a part of that where he believes a special locker room can do a lot of special things. And I don't know how long, like they had a special locker room last year. Do y'all really think that Mark Cuban isn't sitting there every day going, good God, I have hit the lottery, and I need to make sure that I don't just go waste it all.
I'm going to do the patented Reggie thing. I'm going to answer your question with a question.
That's not an answer.
That's right. Does it matter if he thinks that or not, if the results aren't there? Right? We're playing in some ways in a results-oriented business. In the process, I'm very much a process guy, but I also recognize that within the process, your process has to yield results. And the tough part about it is you can appreciate that, and I think it would be fair to give him some level of benefit of the doubt that maybe he does appreciate that you need to get him, get him some help. At the same time, if it does not happen, I'm not giving you brownie points for the idea that you recognize it too, because your job is not to recognize it. Your job is to get it done.
They have until February 9th. Like that's trade deadline is February 9th, so they have a month. If Jason Kidd looked at the season and said, I need to know what my team is before the trade deadline so we can make a move, then Jason Kidd has really done, he's given Christian Wood the hard time. He said, all right, now go help us out a little bit. Last night, Christian Wood hit a big 3 late in the fourth quarter, kept them in the game. There were some really good shots by Spencer Dinwiddie.
Yeah.
I mean, that dude's still playing for you. If I'm looking at this team, I can't lose Spencer Dinwiddie. I have to add to him.
Absolutely.
But he's one of those guys that I'm also looking at going, but he's one of the most tradable commodities on my team.
To go back to what you mentioned, it's one of my favorite things. You talked about how this Dallas Mavericks team historically started with the paperclip, right?
Yeah.
With the red paperclip. They were in the doldrums of basketball. and they traded their way up. And it might just be that you have to understand that what you have right now, you have to make sure that you advance. It's one of the reasons why I've been so big on the idea that you can't let Christian Wood walk for nothing at the end of the season, once he becomes an unrestricted free agent. If you want him to remain a part of this build, you extend him. And if you don't, you need to make sure to trade up to where you get more value from that trade than you're sending out.
Yeah, from the 940, we should have destroyed them. But remember, we didn't have Dorian Finney-Smith, Maxey, and Josh Green, guys that they are relying heavy on at this point. And that is something else. You're talking about they're missing this, and this last night. Luka didn't have his entire arsenal at his disposal either. So he said, you know what, here's what I'll do. I'll just go do it fine. I'll do it myself.
Sure.
And then he went out and actually did it. So special night from Luka last night.
Special.
We'll get into it a little bit more. But right now, brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you. It is our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Mickey, how you doing, man?
I'm just fine. How's it going?
Well, we have to get into some Luka conversation from last night because when special players do special things, you get excited about it. And that was a lot of fun whenever the DFW teams are doing some special things this year, right?
Yeah. What did he do last night?
60 points, 21 rebounds, and 10 assists.
Quite literally has never happened in the history of the NBA before, Mickey.
That's unbelievable.
Yeah.
And the fact that he scored all those points in the last, half a minute or so?
Yeah, that was crazy, right? Team gets a win.
Unbelievable.
Now, Mickey, the Cowboys, we've been hearing whispers about potentially the Titans treating this as a preseason game. And I'm kind of curious on your approach. If they are doing that, what should Cowboys do? How should they approach it?
They should go in there and crush them then in the first half and then rest as many players as they can.
That's what I'm talking. Is that if you're Mike McCarthy, are you telling the guys, hey, do y'all want the second half off? This is how we'll do it.
Well, I mean, you got to go play, right? If there's still an opportunity, slim as it is, to win the NFC East, you can't go in there and say, okay, we're going to punt this game because they're punting the game, right? And then what happens if the Eagles somehow lose their last two games and you didn't take care of your own business? You're kicking yourself in the butt, right? Because you can still, not only is the NFC East still on the line, they've got to win one more, but what if they don't? And what if you win both and somehow Minnesota loses one? You're the number one seed, right?
For real.
So, you can't be messing around with that stuff. You just got to go play and try to get better because this team has some things to figure out, especially defensively, before they get into the playoffs.
Now, Mickey, assuming that you are trying to rest players, whether it's, coming out of the gate or even in the midst of the game and once you've put up a pretty good lead, mechanically, how do you do that? Because obviously you only have a certain amount of players active on a game day anyways.
Yeah, and that's the other misnomer, right? Everybody thinks, you just kind of play all the backups. Well, you don't have enough backups to take everybody out, right? So you got to pick and choose. If you're going to put your backup quarterback in, no fair putting in as many backup offensive linemen you have active, and you only have 3, right? So somebody's got to go in there and play. And, and the guys, the same thing on defense. And the guys that you leave in there, it's like, what? Am I chopped meat? I don't deserve the rest either. It's a very delicate situation. But to me, sometimes when you start messing with it, you get yourself in trouble, and you might create some bad habits going into the final game of the season. Just go play football. You get into the fourth quarter, and if you got a 20, 25-point lead, then you can start pulling back. But I don't think you can do it, entirely, even in the late part of the game.
CeeDee Lamb has answered a lot of questions this year. What else does he have to, he's done a lot of things. He's accomplished a lot. What else does he want to add to this resume here this year?
Just keep doing what he's doing, right? Keep piling up catches, keep piling up yards, touchdowns. He's been awfully good. And especially with his run after catch, I think that's also been an improvement. Catching the ball, I don't think we've seen a drop in quite a few games, right? And I think he's finally understood that catching the ball is more important than taking off and running with it before you catch it, which was creating some of his drops. So, yeah, we're seeing him blossom in his third season as a Pro Bowl wide receiver, right?
Yep.
And people have to pay attention to him. Well, you want to pay attention to him if he's on one side and you line up T.Y. Hilton on the other. You can't double both guys because someone down the slot's going to be open down the middle. Or if you put one of those guys in the slot, then it's going to be an unbalanced side to the field, right? You put CD outside, TY in the slot, or vice versa. You can't have four guys covering on that side of the field. So it creates an imbalance for defenses if the Cowboys do that. And I think that they'll continue. Another reason why you want to continue playing, because you want to continue playing with this toy going into the playoffs and have those guys ready to go. And not only that, have something to show the team that you're going to play. Well, you better spend a little extra practice time on this possibility.
Mickey, always appreciate your time, sir. We'll be back with you tomorrow as we roll into Cowboys Titans. Thank you very much. Have a great day, man.
Talk to you from Nashville.
There he is, Mickey Spagnola, our Dallas Cowboys insider. Coming up next, let's talk with our own Jared Sandler about what the Rangers did last night. Next on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation.
And Corey Majors, Reggie Atatula, and Joey Erickson hanging out with you today. Kevin and I will be back tomorrow out at the Texas Roadshow Sports Cards and Memorabilia Shop in Mansfield. Looking forward to hanging out with you all day tomorrow. Crack some packs with us. It'll be a lot of fun. We always have a good time out there. But right now, let's talk with Rangers pre- and post-game show host, as well as baseball analyst, announcer. Jared, what is your title? What is your title at this point, man?
Broadcaster for 105.3 The Fan.
Jared Sandler joins us, ladies and gentlemen.
Tottenham Hotspurs fan.
There you go. I like that a lot.
Yeah.
Bigger.
You sound so excited about it.
I mean, I just that they've taken years off my life.
That'll
That's
happen.
okay.
That'll happen when your favorite team does that to you. The biggest story I thought was going to be Nathan Uvalde last night until Luka did what he did, but we'll talk about Luka later. Let's dive in a little bit on the Uvalde move last night.
Well, first of all, is Corey saying his name right?
Uvalde.
I think it's just Ivaldi.
Ivaldi.
Imagine the O's not there.
Okay. All right. Fine then.
We learn things.
I will say it that way.
This is what Jared does. He
What are
teaches
we?
you stuff.
What are we getting production wise and stylistically from this pitcher?
Well, first of all, I haven't mentioned this yet. I mean, he's got these incredibly broad shoulders. They're I when I look at him, I stare at his shoulders. They're just
that's interesting,
super broad. So definitely be on the lookout for that. But as far as things that actually matter, a guy who, I mean, he's had a lot of success at the big league level. His 2019 year with Boston was not great. It was a weird year for him. But you take that year out and you've got a really competitive pitcher, someone who the last 3 seasons has had an ERA in the 3s. 2021, he was an all-star. He led the American League in FIP, which is a category or a statistical category that a lot of, I've said this, a lot of evaluators, really all evaluators, will pay heed to some degree. It basically neutralizes the impact, the variable impact of your defense to assess your pitching performance. So it basically doesn't penalize you for having a bad defense, or it doesn't reward you for getting lucky with a good defense. He's someone who throws the heck out of the ball, but is as good as his fastball has been in the past, and it's a pitch in the the mid 90s. It's not necessarily his best pitch. Last year his splitter was really good. He throws 5 pitches, so I think as he's gotten older, he's become less of a thrower and more of a pitcher. And the thing is, he's been around for a while. He broke into the big leagues at 21 years old. He's got a lot of experience, 11 years in the big leagues, but he's young. He's only 32 years old. He'll turn 33 during spring training. So, it's not like he's, for as long as he's been around, he's not 36, 37. And someone who, probably you're getting, even though it's 17 or so a year, you're getting it probably a little bit of a bargain based on some of the success that he has shown he's capable of having here in recent years.
Now, Jared, I mean, I'm a big proponent of moves telling us something about the way that evaluators are thinking. What does this move tell us about the way that this team wanted to build their rotation?
Well, so one thing that I think is worth bringing up is you don't walk guys. Sometimes you get these hard throwers and they don't know where the ball is going, and they strike out a lot of guys. They also walk a lot of guys. He's a guy who, he's in recent years, you take the last 3 years, he's been better than a strikeout per inning guy, a little bit under that last year, but you don't walk guys. Last year he walked fewer than 2 per 9. He's done that now for 3 straight years. He led the league actually in walk rate back in 2021. And over the course of his career, if you want to extend the sample size, he's about a 2.5 per 9 walk guy, that's really, really good. I think that's important. I think that's something that, drove Chris Young up the wall at times over the last 2 years. Now, beyond just that one specific statistical element, the Rangers are adding another veteran to their rotation. They're not relying on guys who are unproven. They're not relying on guys who, have potential and are prospects, but maybe, in all fairness to Glenn Otto and Dane Dunning and Cole Reagan's guys who definitely have potential to be better than what they've shown in their young careers, but they're not guys who you look at and say, well, this guy could one day be the ace of our staff, right? These are guys who you look at them mid to back end rotation guys, and the Rangers are now putting those guys in positions to compete for kind of next man up status. Maybe one of those guys ends up as a multi-inning reliever in the bullpen, but I don't know who the fifth starter is going to be for the Rangers. A lot of people, try and order the rotation, but let's just say it's Andrew Heaney. Your fifth starter now is a guy who would be a mid-rotation starter in a lot of rotations around the league, and is someone who's been around for around a decade, just under a decade, and has had a lot of success at the big league level. So while the Rangers had that three-headed monster in 2020 that didn't work out with Kluber, Minor, and Lind, and we were all excited about that, I don't know that their rotation has ever been better prepared and better protected than it currently appears to be as we, creep closer and closer towards the 2023 season. And, all these guys, and seems like most pitchers these days, they have a little bit of an injury history, but the Rangers have the type of depth to be able to withstand that and weather that stuff as it comes up throughout the year.
Pitchers and catchers report the 14th. Is that yeah? So we're going to be on the 14th of February. So we're looking at.
Oh, I thought you were saying January. I was like, how?
No, that would be insane. That being said, like I'm trying to draw it up there, Jared. DeGrom, Eovaldi, Perez, Gray, Heaney. Would that be kind of a good way to line that up? I don't feel like you want three right-handers in a row.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest, guys. I just kind of as an aside, maybe I think more highly of John Gray than the average person. I'm seeing a lot of people like slot John Gray third or fourth. I actually think that John Gray can be the second best pitcher on this team. I just think, unfortunately, he had some injuries last year and tried to pitch through some injuries that probably changed his numbers. But yeah, I mean, but no, that's just I don't want to say I'm on an island with that. It seems like I'm in the minority with that, but I think that's what's really cool is that you could look at. Listen, Jacob DeGrom should be the best pitcher in this staff, right? That's if he's not, then that's not a good thing. But as far as 2 through 5, I think you could make a pretty strong argument that the other four guys could be the second best pitcher in this rotation. With Andrew Heaney, just you're kind of banking on, hey, he sort of figured something out last year. But the other, I mean, that's the thing, guys. Is this the best top-heavy rotation? No. I mean, the Mets have Verlander and Scherzer. That's pretty impressive. And you look at some of the other top twos around the league. But 1 through 5, there aren't many deeper rotations in Major League Baseball at this time.
Now, Jared, I think we're talking about these things all from best-case scenario, which is understandable. But I often want to point out that, when you get into a season, you're not going to get, or it's very unlikely you get best-case scenario. And someone on the text line mentioned that these 6 starters combined for 123 starts and you need 39 more. What is a reasonable expectation, whether it comes from like health and production, for the rotation as currently constituted?
Well, what's reasonable is to not expect all these guys to make 25 plus starts. I mean, that's just, let's play the odds, right? One of these guys is going to be hurt. I don't know who and I don't know what, but that's just teams don't go through an entire season without dealing with some sort of injury or multiple injuries to your staff. Now, the hope is that, you don't deal with anything that's season ending, that you deal with, a month-long IL stint for one guy and maybe another guy, another 2 with, just brief IL stints. But it's very unreasonable to think that these guys are going to be healthy wire to wire. That's the thing, though, with the depth is let's take any 2 non-DeGroms off this rotation. It's still a really good rotation. And let's just say you take DeGrom off of it. It's still a good rotation. You don't have that ace pitcher at the top, but you're going to need Dane Dunning. People have asked, like, what about these other guys? Well, first of all, Dane Dunning, hip surgery. Don't know that he's going to be ready, would be ready for opening day anyway. But you're going to need Dane Dunning. You're going to need Glenn Otto. It'd be great if Cole Winn or Owen White or Jack Leiter had the type of year where they force themselves, to become options. But you're going to need that depth. And let's not forget about Jake Odorizzi and maybe the role he could fill in terms of that. But if you told me that all 5 of those guys average, let's say 25 starts, 22 to 25 starts, I'd be pretty fired up with that. To expect all of them to make 30 starts, that would not be a fair and realistic approach to the season.
I got 2 questions I want to ask, and they kind of work together, but this refreshing approach for me, I think it's a refreshing. Some think it's overambitious that they've done it backwards. But with that in mind, do you think that they're done making these kinds of aggressive moves?
So I don't think, gosh, I could be wrong. I don't think that they will make another move. I don't anticipate another move for a guy who's like a surefire starting pitcher. Maybe depth, someone who could, be a swingman type. But as far as like a Nathan Eovaldi, where it's like, this guy's in a rotation, I don't think that's in the cards. But bullpen, outfield help. I think the Rangers are still, very active in exploring corner outfield options, maybe more so in the trade market than in free agency. The Diamondbacks, they've already traded Dalton Varsho, but they got some guys, Jacob McCarthy being another who could be on the move. David Peralta is a former Diamondback, is a guy who, he's kind of piqued, I think, some people's interest. And then, bullpen help, and you can get that from anywhere, and that could start with just bringing back Matt Moore. And, I said this with Sean and Bobby earlier, your bullpen's already gotten tremendously better with, the improved rotation, because the hope is that your bullpen is not going to be asked to pitch 4 to 5 innings a night. Now, you're limiting it to, on average, maybe let's say 3 innings a night. Obviously, there are going to be nights when it's less, and there are going to be nights when it's more. But, last year, their bullpen was taxed, and they got overexposed, and that's tough. The reason why relievers are so volatile year to year is that some of them, I don't want to say aren't actually good, that wouldn't be fair, but some of them pitch in such small sample sizes over the course of an entire year that people aren't able to figure them out. You only face these hitters once or maybe twice, and if it's a division guy, 3 times. If you're just a middle relief option who's not a multi-inning guy, that you can get away with stuff and have a good year, and then it's that next year where people figure you out. But the more you're utilized, the less chance you have to get away with that. And so, that will help anyone. The lack of exposure will help anyone, and more innings from your starters will help the bullpen. But relief help and, some depth and maybe a corner outfield bat, I think those are still on the agenda for Chris Young and the front office.
Well, Jared, it always seems like there's so much more to get to, but we just don't have time, man. We will catch up with you later.
Saying you're talking too much.
No. I just always enjoy talking with Jared, dude. Thank you very much, man. Well, have a fantastic day.
I'm to blame for that. I apologize, but very excited, and I appreciate you guys having me on.
Thanks, Bubba.
Love you, Jared. He didn't say it back.
Yeah, he's going.
Happy New Year, buddy. All right, coming up next, Corey asks all the football questions.
What?
Yeah, I'm doing it today, and you're going to have to answer all of them by yourself. Next on The Fan.
about to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, Corey Majors, Reggie Atatula, and Joey Erickson hanging out with you today. Making sure that your drive to wherever you're going is entertaining as you're doing it. And we're asking all the football questions. Usually Mike asks these questions.
Sure.
However, I will ask them today, and Reggie will answer them all by himself when it comes to the NFL.
I was about to say I'll do my best, but I also can't promise that either.
What? This is insane.
I will do it, and that is the only promise. I'm very much, I like the idea of under promise, over deliver. So
okay, I like that.
I will only promise that I will attempt to answer the questions.
All right, from the 682, I like this. We're going to ask this question first. If Jimmy G is ready for the playoffs, should the Niners go back to him or stick with Brock Purdy?
The answer is it do not matter.
What do you mean it do not matter?
It do not matter. Those guys are, Kyle Shanahan strikes me as a dude who looks at it and goes, if there is a dude who can execute the system, then that is fine enough. Honestly, they probably go back to Jimmy G. More experience is always what you want when it comes to playoff situations. When you have a rookie in the playoffs as Brock Purdy, I almost said Brian Purdy. Thanks a lot, Mike. As Brock Purdy is, he's liable to play like a rookie in certain instances in those moments. And you cannot afford those small moments because the margins are so thin in the playoffs of like a dude playing like a rookie. So, no, I think you go to Jimmy Garoppolo, even knowing the limitations that he brings. But they knew those limitations. The idea being Jimmy Garoppolo, do the things that you're capable of and execute the stuff that the Kyle Shanahan offense dictates to you, and you will probably be fine.
That's a really, I like that approach because are you looking at Brock Purdy as the future of your team?
No.
And I don't think anybody really is looking at it going, man, we can't forget Trey Lance. We got Brock Purdy. I don't think they're saying that inside of that place.
No, they can't.
I think they're saying we have a very good defense, like an exceptionally good defense. We can run the ball. We can move the ball in any way, shape, or form. And if you look at the numbers, while the rating has been phenomenal, like his rating has been great. It's not like he's out there doing 400 yards a game for 3 touchdowns. It's not, and maybe he can do that, and he just hasn't shown me yet. But I agree with the idea of he might do rookie things. But if I'm looking at him and saying, he's my quarterback of the future, he can carry this team, he's got all the things that I need from him, then I do want him to get that experience. I know what I've got with Jimmy. I agree with that. And I don't think that Shanahan's under any pressure to lose his job or anything like that either. I think he has a really good team.
Sure, but I also know that those dudes that play and coach in that sport, they desperately want to win.
Yeah.
And I don't know that you want to take another situation where you have a good defense and pretty well put together team, and then just go, well, if we lose in the playoffs, it's fine. No, they want to give themselves the best opportunities to try and do stuff.
From the 254, Brock will start over Trey, 49er fan here.
Look, they might do that because this is the thing that I'm not going to do. I'm not going to pretend like everybody in the NFL operates off of logic. All right, like we've seen many a times where you're like, logically this should happen, and then no, it does not. But they have just put so much into Trey Lance. Like that logic, that thought process tells me that teams are frequently going to give that dude every opportunity because they traded up and they have invested so much in that guy, giving him an opportunity to be the dude. So I think that they will continue to try and make sure that that is the dude.
That is a very important factor. If you are a first-round pick and high up in the first round, you get every chance you can to prove that it was the right pick. If you're Mr. Irrelevant, you can wait your turn. That's kind of the way that it goes. They say, why can't somebody from the 214, why can't Purdy get that team? Mike White's about to inherit the Jets. Dude ain't playing like a rookie, and Kittle has come alive with Purdy. Well, that is another factor in that when your tight end is going to look really good whenever it's the easiest route to throw to. I mean, it really is. That's the easy guy to throw to. He should be open.
It is the quarterback safety blanket. And also, again, don't forget what I said. Kyle Shanahan, I'm sure he views it this way, looks at it as we are going to give you a system that gives you the quarterback every opportunity to succeed.
They put up a good system.
So how much of that are you going to say is inherently Brock Purdy? And I'm not trying to take away credit from Brock Purdy because he has played well within that system, like very well within that system. But I think that also matters. Also, shout out to my guy from the 214 who thinks Mike White is about to inherit the Jets. Look, he will be there and he will do things as they need him to. I think for many teams, they aim higher than Mike White, with all due respect to Mike White.
Why would you say that? Mike White is a player that plays football.
That is technically correct.
The Detroit Lions are at 7-8 this year. Is the Lions' success an illusion? You brought up yesterday that I'm a big fan of I'm a big fan.
Similar to where the Mavs are in some ways, which is now what is the path forward, right? How do you then go from, making the most and maximizing a team that is not incredible and then try and take a next step? Because I know the Detroit Lions, their goal is not to become the best 8-9 team in the league, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like their goal is not to become the best middling football team. They want to become a great football team. So what is the path forward? And one of those things might be finding a way to improve on Jared Goff, finding a way to, increase defensive talent. I don't know what other places in which, you upgrade, but I do think that you do need to find ways to go forward. But it does not feel like a fluke to me. This feels like a team that plays good football.
Beating the Packers makes sense to me. I'm going back to like November 6th. Beating the Bears by 1 point makes sense to me. Beating the Giants makes sense. Losing by 3 to the Bills kind of doesn't make sense, except for there's confidence there. Beating the Jaguars, beating the Vikings, beating the Jets. All these things make sense. Like they should be at that level. They should be better than a 2-win team. And they are playing as a mediocre team right now.
Mm-hmm.
I agree with you. They have some things they need to add and develop, but I think that they've built their foundation.
Yes.
Dan Campbell has finally built the foundation, and now it's time to add to it.
Remember yesterday I was talking about proof of concept?
Yes.
You have a very strong proof of concept there. He said, we're going to play tough and we're going to bite kneecaps. And, obviously they haven't literally bitten kneecaps, but
you don't know.
Well, you know what? That's
you
right.
ever been in those dog piles?
I have not. I can't say that definitively. I apologize and I retract that statement.
How would anybody bite a kneecap with those face masks nowadays?
I don't know, man.
I don't either. Can the Vikings keep winning close games?
No.
All the way. No? Do you think they're frauds?
Yes.
They came back and won the game, and they keep doing it.
And they also found a way to get down that much.
Yeah. They're a weird team to me.
You know what's funny is Kirk Cousins, I think, and correct me if I'm wrong here, I think he's getting a certain level of love because, look, the team is playing well and Kirk Cousins is the quarterback, so we got to give him credit. Statistically, this is one of Kirk Cousins' worst seasons.
Really?
Yeah, it's kind of funny that way. And you got Kirk Cousins, who is being aggressively Kirk Cousins. I think you understand what I mean there.
Mm-hmm.
You got a defense that's not actually good. You've got a Dalvin Cook who seems to be declining. And I don't know that you could point to a thing that you say they do particularly well besides Justin Jefferson's on that team. It is a very weird team to me. And maybe I'm answering this question because I'm being a Vikings hater. And I have embraced it. I've become
you're
a
a Vikings hater?
this
Okay,
season.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It feels like aggressive mediocrity. But hey, man, they're getting away with it. And I just don't know that you can continue to get away with it in the parity of this league. And once you get to the playoffs where the margins are very thin.
I've always thought that you can learn something from winning close games. I really do think there is an opportunity to learn something from winning a close game about what you can do. You start to buy in. I think the Cowboys, and this might be a topic for another time, Dak Prescott winning games late, making big throws late, making that 3rd and 30. I think the Cowboys now, and there's nothing worse than going, we're about to give the ball back to that guy. We don't have a chance. Why are we even going to get the ball back? There's nothing worse than that. With Dak, I think the Cowboys are buying in. I think the Vikings are buying in that they can get the ball back in Kirk Cousins' hands and that they can win late in the game. But I also remember the Rangers were the best team. They were historically good at winning one-run games, and it didn't get them a World Series.
It's just winning close games does not feel sustainable.
Yeah, but I will say that the Justin Jefferson effect is something that's different. The dude he's the best receiver right now in the game. He's playing at that level, and he wants the ball every chance. He's like, give me the ball. I'll figure it out. You just give me the ball. and I'll get the yards for you. I'll catch it. It's a lot of fun to watch, especially when he's on your fantasy team. I'll say that.
There it is.
That does make it a lot more fun.
It is.
I don't have Kirk on my team, but I definitely have Justin Jefferson. Is Kansas City more than just an offense?
This is a good question.
Because they have been, like, historically, that's been their calling card, is they are an offensive team. It generates all from Patrick Mahomes. He and Kelsey have success together. There's they went from being, hey, we also have Tyreek Hill who can go over the top on you, to now they're still trying to work some things with Kadarius Toney.
Mm-hmm.
They have a bunch of different Juju Smith-Schuster, McKinnon, and Pacheco. They have a lot of offensive weapons.
And more than anything, Andy Reid is phenomenal historically and up to this point at finding a way to get the best out of his talent.
But their defense has had to keep them around in games this year, and I think they've done a better job at it. I think they actually might be a more balanced team than they've been in Patrick Mahomes' history at this point. Even though on their run to the Super Bowl, they were a better defensive team than a lot of people gave them credit for. But I don't know. I think that they are more than just an offensive team at this point.
I think they're good enough on defense.
Good enough, sometimes good enough, especially when you have a great something. Good enough is good enough.
That is correct.
I'm going to elaborate on that later. I'm going to develop that a little bit more.
Do you need to, though? It felt good. Joey, how do you feel? Ruling. Good enough is good enough?
Good.
See? I like it.
There we go.
Have the Chargers turned a corner?
Oh, that's a
They
good
are in the
question.
playoffs now. And that is like Justin Herbert needed to get into the playoffs so that he could say, well, now I'm in the playoffs. Because coming into this season, what the hell has Justin Herbert even done? And now he is in the playoffs. Does that mean that they've turned a corner, or are they still a meddling team?
Can I give you a really real answer? I don't think I've really been able to watch the Chargers enough in this upswing of winning games in order to give you a good answer on that. Because every one of those games hasn't felt all that interesting to me. And then I look up and I'm like, oh man, they won the game. That's cool. So I don't know. My inclination is to lean on the idea that the Chargers be chargering.
Okay.
And I don't know, because they're getting healthy though.
That's the thing for me whenever I'm watching Chargers. I'm like, they don't feel efficient. They feel like they'll get a big play.
I can look at some of these efficiency numbers and see.
They'll get big explosive plays, and I'll be like, man, that was fun.
Offensively, middling efficiency-wise. Defensively, kind of out there in the gulag. Not efficient. You're right.
Now, that year over? Because I wonder how it looks over the last 6 games or so, because early in the season, their defense took some big hits by not having, some of their players. They had some injuries that strapped them a little bit, and sometimes your team has to figure some things out. Over the last few games, I wonder if that's changed.
All right, defense still in that same place over the last about 6 weeks, about last
and this is
5
efficiency
weeks.
numbers, right?
Efficiency wise, offensively, a little bit better when it comes to running the football, but still kind of in that gulag. They're kind of surrounded efficiency wise by the Rams, the Bears, the Washington Commandos, the Giants, and the Ravens. That's kind of where they are. So how does that sound when you talk about comps, comparisons of who they're around, the neighborhood that they are in, is those teams? How does that sound for efficiency offensively?
Yeah, I think that's kind of where I expect for them to be. And the term gulag, it took me a long time to figure out that wasn't just a Call of Duty thing. That's a real life word. So thank you for continuing to add that to the vocabulary.
It's also
Reggie.
a fun word to say. Just go ahead right now in your car, wherever you're listening. Say gulag for me. See how that feels.
What's the funnest word to say?
Ooh, let's get that going. Truckwreck.com text line 877-881-1053. What's the most funnest word to say, as Corey said?
Absolutely. 877-881-1053. What is the funnest word to say? Hold on. What do you mean? I didn't say most funnest.
Oh, that's true. My bad.
My child would say that. Give me some credit here.
That's fair.
Just a little bit of journalism credit there. And then last question. Will Baker put it all together with the Rams?
No.
Why not? This is the best situation Baker's ever been in.
Is it?
Yes.
Absolutely. Compared to the Browns, where they had all that talent just stockpiling from all them losing seasons?
And every year, idiocy at coach. Look, how are things going this year? Still meddling as a team. And I thought Stefanski would actually do a better job there. I thought his process would be a lot better, but they had so much other chaos going on. Lots of meddling even sub-meddling coaches. Right now, he has a Super Bowl champion head coach
with no talent.
With no talent around him. And he also has the opportunity in the future to do this. This is the best opportunity he's had. I still think sometimes, I've never been a big Baker fan. Even when he was at OU, I was like, okay, I mean, we're winning games. But he is in the best situation for him to put it all together. There are lots of questions.
So many words.
Or lots of words I can't say all these. I can't say all of them. Kerfuffle is a really good word. It's a
good word.
Artichoke is an interesting word that I didn't expect to see there. Moist. Yeah, a lot of people are opposed to the word moist. Indubitably. I love that word. Chimichanga. Chimichanga is always a good
and
word.
And they taste good.
Keep them coming in. 877-881-1053. Onomatopoeia. I love that one too. Coming up next, have you ever, hold on. Have you ever seen anything Luka? Nope, that's not. Do you understand the nuances of your favorite sport?
Ooh.
That'll be next on The Fan.
Where you going? Your day gets
segment of the K&C Masterpiece is brought to you by Franklin Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in one should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Franklin Frankel. The consultation is always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
Back here on the K&C Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan from the 214. And I love you, Corey, but it's middling, not meddling. I made up a new word.
No, meddling is also a word.
Middling is but that's what I'm going to say, middling about a team that's in the middle of the pack from now on. And sub-middling for teams that aren't in the middle of the pack.
It's like from Scooby-Doo when they're like, I would have gotten away with it if it wasn't for those meddling kids.
Those middling kids.
No, I think you used it
wrong. What you're talking about there? All right. I do know what I was trying to get at in my tease whenever I wrote the tease. Have you ever seen anything like what Luka did last night? 877-881-1053. Like, have you ever seen a special game happen that you were like, oh, this is maybe, I don't know if it's a no-hitter or whatever. I know a lot of people have seen those, but I've never seen a guy that had 26 points in the third quarter and then was like, you know what? I'm adding more. I'm doubling it up and doubling on top of that. Have you ever seen one of those moments happen the way that Luka did it last night with 60, 21, and 10, something that has never happened in the NBA? The points have happened. There have been 59 other ones that have happened before, but the points have happened. But you never had the rebounds that go with it. He had his own rebound multiple times. Shot his shot, went and got his ball, and then said, I'm going to put it back. And actually, that was how he put it, got the game to go in overtime. He misses the free throw, gets the rebound, puts it back, and then they're going into overtime with the giddiest meme I think we'll ever see in the world as he jumped up. That was excited. I've seen one person do that before. It was my dad.
What?
We were so
you have to tell the story.
You know the game you play with people whenever they're not looking at you, and you put your finger up in their face and you say their name and they turn and you hit them in the face with their finger. You know that? You play that game?
No.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Start playing it. You'll love it.
I don't like putting my fingers in people's personal space.
All right.
Get him chopped off.
One day.
Wait, where are you? Have you been to a gulag? What's happening now? My dad, one time on the elevator, we had been doing that, me and Adrian, and I'd actually, one time it busted her lip, and everybody was like, oh my gosh, is he? Yeah, it was one of those situations. But my dad was on the escalator after we went to go see Big Mama's house. And what is happening?
It was for my birthday.
What? Every time you add more details to this story, it gets stupider.
And so we're at the theater. We're going down the escalator to leave and go home. And my wife, as she was my girlfriend at the time, she says, "Hey Corey," I turn around, bam, pops right there, finger and face, hits me in the nose, and he starts jumping up and down, clapping, just like that. And that's what Luka looked like last night after he made that shot. He looked just like my dad whenever he hit me in the face that time.
He acknowledged that he thought he won the game at that point.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. That makes sense.
I mean, either way.
He's putting points in his head going, I make the free throw, make another shot, we win the game.
Right.
Okay. But he puts them into overtime. I don't think I've ever seen a game like that. Like, Dirk's done some special things. I've never seen anything like what he did last night.
I'm not willing to say that because I realize, at least my brain, I'll speak for myself, I end up being in some ways a prisoner of the moment and I'm not great at recall anyways. So going back and pulling out some of the incredible moments that I've seen or that have happened in the past is not always easy to do when I'm fully in the midst and in the throes of just excitement. Like we saw last night from Luca Doncic. So I don't know if I'm willing to say like I've never seen anything like that. However, for the time being, this is the most exciting thing that I could like experience at this moment. And I'm cool with just existing in that because that's enough for me.
From the 903, I was at the Thanksgiving Day game when Tony Romo had 5 touchdowns. From the 817, Giannis scored 66 points for me in 2K once. That's
nice.
That's got to be exciting. You know, that's got to be a really good one.
It's more
for you.
exciting if you're playing like not online, but playing in the room with someone else, and you can see that frustration build on their face. You know,
I can't stop this guy.
And
I know he's going to. Yes,
you know that they're trying to play it cool, but you can kind of see in the corner of their eye like that tear welling up. And yeah, that's tough.
From the 903, confirm this for me, Reggie. 10 points in the last minute.
Mm-hmm.
The entire bench had 9 points for the whole game.
You want to count them up? It's not going to take that long.
5 from Bertans.
There you go.
3 from Bullock.
Correct.
and 1 from Kemba. Good God.
That is 9. That's how that adds up.
And he had 10 in the last minute. Wow. That is pretty inspirational. Josh Hamilton hitting 4 bombs in game 1 of a doubleheader in Baltimore. That was a special day. I saw that whole game. I did watch that one, and every time he stepped to the plate, I was like, it's just going to be another one. And they all knew. Like, Derek Holland has told us about that day. He was like, it's the most amazing thing I've ever seen live.
Can we call these Thanos moments then?
It was a Thanos moment.
Because, like, that's what I referred to the Luka Doncic thing. It felt like he was
Thanos
inevitable.
is a bad guy. And I don't want to put Luka as the bad guy, but inevitability is a real thing.
Yeah. All right, so find me the good guys who is inevitable in that same way, and I will call it that. That's fine.
877-881-1053. We also need your good guys that are inevitable. So let us know, because
we've got a lot of things that we're juggling on the fan text.
A lot of things.
Fun words to say, like autonomous.
From the 817,
athleticism.
I was not anywhere prepared for any of the next words Corey was going to say in that story.
Never.
Yeah, I think is when I dropped the Big Mama's house. That's when it was just like, okay, hold on, what are we even doing?
No,
here?
Really, for me, it wasn't it was the fact that you decided on your birthday. I would like nothing more than to go watch Big Mama's house.
Yeah, it was great. I enjoyed it.
I'm glad you did. Shout out to Jesse Hawley, who points out the fact that Klay Thompson dropped 60 points, having 11 total dribbles in that contest.
Yeah, that was a pretty amazing game that night too. From the 9-7-2, I was at the Texas Stadium finale when McGahee he went bonkers and spoiled the party.
Willis McGahee.
Yeah, I do remember that. That was bad when Baltimore really got after it that night. And thank you, Jesse, for always Toloing, man. We always appreciate that. From the 214, Thanos was a good guy. He was trying to save the universe from itself.
No, we're having the Thanos is right truthers now?
Much like Darth Vader was just trying to be a good dad to his kids.
Well, you know what? It is the week before the end of the year. Like if there was ever a week to get into this level of shenanigans, this would be the week.
All right. So one of the other things I wanted to kind of dive in on here in this conversation, we had a little conversation about this yesterday, Reggie. Do you understand the nuances of your favorite sport? 877-881-1053. Now we're switching in lanes and going completely to this. Or even the sports that you don't watch. And Joey, the reason we started talking about this was Jason Robertson. And we were talking about hockey, and Reggie was like, I don't get hockey.
Yeah, and it's not like it's not the dude that goes, I don't get this, so I think it's terrible. Like, correct, I very much appreciate hockey. I've actually, and we talked about this, Joey, actually. I've been trying to do better about actually understanding all of the tactics and the geometry of the game as I watch it. And it's frustrating for me because people have talked about, hey man, hockey is kind of just like soccer in a smaller confined area. And I'm like, cool. And it's still not helping me fully get all of those things. So I'm in that place where I can see that Jason Robertson is really good. The counting numbers are there. But like the full extent of his like greatness, I can't really grasp all that because I feel like some things you can see and you go, oh man, that was cool. The average viewer can see, and then the more the more knowledgeable viewer goes, wait, but let me tell you why this is incredible because I understand the nuances and why this is so hard. They were talking about this last night on Bally.
Nice.
Where Derek Harper obviously on the call for the game, and the way that he was excited for what Luka was doing was kind of instructive. It gave people some idea of how great it was because Harper's played the game. He knows how hard some of these things are that, we might look at and go, oh, man, that's kind of easy. And he's like, no, this is really difficult. This is incredible. So while we can see 60, 21, and 10 and go, man, that's incredible. He can go, wait, but there's a whole nother level to this.
Yeah, like I go back to the pass that Robertson made that was a deflection from Hintz. Mm-hmm. And Hintz after the game says he has a computer in his head. And I'm just glad that I'm like here to be part of it. And the way he sees a shot, most times I wouldn't think of hockey, and I know a lot of hockey people, they're like, yeah, this happens all the time. Deflections are a huge part of the game. Mm-hmm. And when I was a kid and I was watching, I was like, you're just trying to put the puck in the net. But no, there are guys, they are experts. I mean, Pavelski's fantastic at deflections and putting the puck in the net there, which maybe one of the reasons that line is so good is that he can do, that Robertson can do that and Pavelski can do that too. But that's one of the small things that I don't think people that are watching a hockey game that are just casual fans are looking for. Like that's one of the small nuances. Reggie, you talked about route combinations, and now that you've taken the dive down the Kurt Warner YouTube hole, now that you're rabbit hole. That's what I meant to say. You're starting to like understand like, oh, there's so much more that hardcore football fans don't know about the nuances of football itself. They're just entertained by the game itself.
Shout out to the 817. Nuances is also a great word. So we've broken that one out. No, yeah, absolutely. Kurt Warner and his Quarterback Confidential has given me a better appreciation for what some of these route combinations are attempting to do. Obviously, like I played wide receiver in high school, but that is not going to compare to like the depths at which that you're thinking about this from like a Hall of Fame quarterback who like, you know, has a unique understanding of not only what these routes are supposed to look like, but what they're attempting to do and what, with different looks.
I think the World Cup gave a lot of people this same conversation. How many times did you hear Mike say, hey, why are they kicking it back here? Why are
they kick it straight ahead?
Yeah,
that's right. That's all you gotta do.
What are we even doing here? Like, and that was, but there is part of the game of taking the ball back, reassessing, moving it around, trying to see what they're doing on their defensive side,
and also make them decompress as well.
Exactly,
yeah.
And that's why you take it all. I mean, very similar to taking the puck behind the net. You can reevaluate. You get your line change in. There are a lot of reasons you do those subtle things. Hell, I mean, I bet in pitching. And it's so much fun whenever Mike's here for these opportunities. Like the other day, I was like, hey, why does nobody throw the curveball like Barry Zito? He did a whole segment on that. An entire segment on that. And people were going nuts. They were like, man, this is what I love about Mike.
And that's
because
he
why
understands
Mike's great,
those
nuances. He understands that little part of this is what makes this moment in this game so effective and why they don't do certain things anymore. So I guess the ones that we don't understand are the ones that you're more timid to get into the conversation. Is that what you kind of find with hockey fans that are casual? Is maybe, Joey, that they don't understand it on your level and they're afraid to talk about it?
Yeah, to some degree, but like I feel like people that just are into sports in general, a lot of times you can use those other knowledges from other sports and kind of integrate it into maybe one that you don't know. Like soccer sometimes does translate well to hockey in a way with, you have offsides and it's all about possession and kind of creating triangles around the field to some degree. It's just creating numbers, right? And making runs off the rush. So there is a lot of things you can integrate from one sport into another. But yeah, there is that timid factor, especially someone like myself, that just grew up just ingrained in the game in Dallas. Not a lot of people did that.
Yeah.
But when I went to Minnesota to go to school, it's life. So it's a lot different a conversation where you can really bounce it off each other. Where a lot of times, sometimes I'm the guy to go to ask these questions. But up there, it's a little more you can knock it around, and everybody has their own opinions and stuff. But I mean, like I've never grew up watching soccer at all. It's been something that I've casually seen. And like my best friend that grew up playing soccer and watching it, I usually go to him and I'll bounce ideas, and he's like, you do have a pretty basic understanding because of your grow up in hockey.
Right.
And he finds that kind of interesting. And I think that's what's great about, each sport.
From the 903, and Reggie is already LMAO'd it. Hockey fan went to an indoor soccer game, watched for a while, and started calling icing. I totally see how that happens. By the way, Jeff Passan is reporting that right-hander Corey Kluber and the Red Sox are in agreement on a 1-year contract with a club option for 2024. So the Rangers made a very good move by adding Nathan Eovaldi to the roster, and seeing I got it all written down. I still have DeGrom, Eovaldi, Perez, Eovaldi, Gray, and then Heaney. And
it's like Vince Guaraldi, but not.
I feel really good about that group. It's going to be a lot of fun to watch. Hopefully, the Rangers can add one more. Also, wanted to say this:
discombobulated. Is that what you wanted to say?
Congratulations to the Tolos out there who have gotten the YouTube page up to 30,000 subscribers.
Yeah. And of course, shout out to Carter Freeman.
Why?
What do you mean, why?
What do you mean?
What do you mean, why? He's always putting. In fact, you're always talking about the content that he puts up, whether or not he has put up that particular content or not. He's putting up great content on YouTube all the time.
When I ask why, it wasn't an indictment on Carter. I just wanted to know what your reasoning was for shouting him out. Yeah, you unnecessarily attacked me just now.
I get real defensive of my friend Carter Freeman, who is one of my favorite people to talk college football with. He is also a sicko.
So good job, Tolos, getting us to 30,000. Congratulations to Carter on that achievement as well. Well, let's go get 50. Let's see if we can get 50 before the end of the year. All right, coming up next
The
here
end
on the
of the
KNC
year?
Masterpiece.
What?
Gridiron Gravy. Jim Irsay doesn't control his own decisions. Next on The Fan.
Keep an eye on delivery.
Barricades. If you're in need of traffic control or barricade rentals, Byers Barricades is a full-service provider taking care of your project or special event, no matter the size, from start to finish. Byers Barricades, the Texas authority in barricade rental. Head to ByersBarricades.com.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, it is time for us to dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dip.
Red Lobster biscuits. Cheddar Bay.
Cheddar Bay biscuits are fantastic. Even if you screw up and put the butter seasoning in the mix, like I did, because I don't know how
Was
to
it
cook.
still good when you made it?
It's fantastic. The kids came in, they've been playing soccer. They came in and they were like, hey, what is this? And they ate it.
Have they
like,
had Cheddar Bay biscuits before?
Never.
What?
My wife won't take us to Red Lobster.
She has to take you to Red Lobster?
Yeah. Well, she won't, I say allow. If I suggest Red Lobster, she says what Brada said about them yesterday. And she's like, those crab legs look sad. So
just enjoy the commercials instead.
Yeah, help me out a little bit, Red Lobster. I need some. I'm always like, it's what is it, Shrimptober or whatever? Lobster Fest. Let's go after it. He's like, nah. So I just have to make them at the house. And the kids have had them. Now they want more. So even though I screwed them up. Gridiron Gravy, brought to you by Diamond Factory, as always.
I believe that's true.
Doug Peterson says the Jaguars starters will play this week because there is never a meaningless game. And that's how you want a coach to coach your team.
I mean, also when you're the Jaguars. Like, look.
What do you mean?
Look, man, y'all can't afford to be setting games on fire.
And you know what? This is a really interesting point. During the game against the Cowboys, I think it was Greg Olsen may have said...
Greg Ostertag?
No,
Okay.
not Greg Ostertag. Greg Olsen may have said something along the lines of, you know, Doug Peterson has told us that he looks at Trevor Lawrence as a rookie this year. And he kind of needed to be reinvented from the mess he was in the year before. Doug Peterson didn't say that, but he was saying he didn't get the proper development his rookie year. He was given a team and basically no direction. And, hey, you're good. Go be good. And he said this year, as he's been working with Trevor Lawrence, he's been developing through the season. So I would see how as a rookie not a rookie head coach, but a head coach in his first season with what he deems as a rookie quarterback, he's saying, hey, we need to make sure that I develop this guy all season long. I take advantage of the reps against whoever the opponent is, even if the most meaningful game is going to be another game against a different opponent.
And on top of that, I mean, you still remain at 7-8, tied with the Tennessee Titans. You are in the midst of a battle for that AFC South. What do we call it? Because we're not calling it a title, are we?
Yeah, it's a title. What do you mean? The NFC South has the same kind of trash.
And I'm not calling that a title either.
They'll
in my personal record book, they get no titles.
Your ledger.
That's right.
Reggie's ledger.
That's right.
There are 2 non-titles this year. There are only 3 divisions.
That's right. No, I mean, jokes aside, like you're in the midst of a battle to win your division, and like you said, on top of that, you're trying to develop certain things, or you're trying to achieve certain things as a team. In that instance, one of the main ones is taking this, really good raw talent that you drafted and making sure that he develops into what is the most valuable thing in this league, which is a really good star quarterback. So yeah, I think the cost of making sure that you play and really go into a 1 week game, one game is a small price to pay for those things, to make sure that it is a step in the right direction in his development and in trying to win the division.
Should we be upset that Dak Prescott did not get Offensive Player of the Week this week?
Wait, who got what Offensive Player of the Week?
Deontay Foreman was named Offensive Player of the Week this week for his 21 attempts for 165 yards at a 7.9 average and 1 touchdown for the Tennessee Titans.
I've often said that the NFL is very anti-quarterback. Everything is structured to make it tough on the quarterbacks. They don't do enough for the quarterbacks, and this is just another example of how this league is skewed towards running backs.
Dak Prescott threw for 347 yards, 3 touchdowns, a pick, with a 124.3 rating. All right.
Did you say
a pick. I don't even have a gun, let alone miniguns, to necessitate an entire rack. That is Wayne's World. He threw for 3 touchdowns and 347 yards. Joe Burrow, on the other hand, who was named Offensive Player of the Week for the AFC, 375, 3 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. But Deontay Foreman, for his 1 touchdown, gets Offensive Player of the Week. 877-881-1053, truckwreck.com. if you want to be upset. Yeah. And yes, Foreman does play for the Panthers now.
Yeah, same difference.
What do you mean? As the Texans?
Yeah.
Yeah. Jim Irsay, I don't understand this line, and he didn't elaborate, and I want more. Like, this is one of those things where you said this, I hate everything about what you said. Tell me why. And he's like, nope.
Is Jim Irsay the second most interesting NFL team owner?
Maybe so, yeah. In an interview with ESPN, Jim Irsay said the contract he gave Reich was something he was eager to do, and then added this: I reluctantly gave Frank an extension sooner than I wanted to. What does that mean? I reluctantly gave the guy a contract earlier than I wanted to, and then I had to go back and fire him. So Irsay owns the team, right?
Correct.
He does. He can make all the decisions.
Sure.
And he decided, I'm just going to give this contract to a coach that I don't really want to give a contract to.
I mean,
that doesn't make any sense to me that he's saying this now. Like that, other than he's trying to cover his butt for the failure that was the Colts this season.
I wonder if what he's implying is this is Chris Bullard's fault. Right, like the general manager told me to do it, and I was trying to respect my general manager, and he made me pay that man all that money that I didn't want to give him.
Maybe so.
Like just deflecting responsibility. That might be what's happening.
That's what it sounds like to me. Is he's going, we failed this year, and I need to blame somebody.
It ain't my fault.
So
I brought in Jeff Saturday.
I just signed the check. Yeah. Well, hey, look at how things have turned out since then. They gave up the biggest lead in history to the Vikings, who are clearly going to go on and win the Super Bowl. Clearly.
Shout out to the 817 who says the league is pass happy and can't even touch the quarterback with a flag. What do you mean they don't do enough for the quarterbacks?
Did they not see that you were being sarcastic?
Was I?
I think you were.
Okay.
Earlier this month, Pro Football Talk was talking about the possibility of Tom Brady finally getting together with Sean Payton.
To do what?
Here's what they say.
What, are they going to go play golf?
One source with a finger firmly on the pulse of pro football,
as opposed to lightly on the pulse,
said it's the worst kept secret in league circles that Brady and Sean Payton could possibly team up with the New Orleans Saints. That Sean Payton just comes back and says, now we're bringing in Tom Brady, everything's going to be fine. What would you think about that? Would that be the biggest? It feels like it would be a flop.
I mean,
the expectation of Sean Payton going somewhere else and doing something else, and then Tom Brady, who doesn't look good this year, even though he still has that ability to know the game.
Yeah.
He didn't look great. It just doesn't feel like it would be anything of substance for me.
This is a real like judgy thing to do, but I feel bad for Tom Brady now.
Why?
Go home.
He's made his decisions.
Do you have? Yeah, and I mean he's entitled to that. But like, do you not have anything? Do you not have anything that you want?
He had a family. And because he didn't want to go home to them, they said, see you later.
You don't have any other goals and aspirations? Like, this is it? We got to cling so desperately to your identity as a football player that you'll... Come on, man.
Yeah. It's a pretty cool life. He likes it. He likes the lifestyle. He's already got a job lined up for the next go round.
And he's still running away from that.
And he's like, nah, I still want to go do this. So that's in the world. I don't know if I believe it at all. Look, I feel like we have a connection with Sean Payton that's pretty close there that kind of thinks that direction isn't going to be New Orleans again.
Mm-hmm.
So, but maybe, I don't know.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, at that point, you wouldn't have to worry about trying to negotiate some level of deal to, acquire his rights from New Orleans because it would be New Orleans going back there. I think they would take him back. They would, they're already comfortable with the structure that he wants where he has personnel decisions. And they would need a quarterback in that instance because it seems like they're out on Jameis and they're out on Andy Dalton. So, hey.
Why would they be out on Andy Dalton?
I mean, because he's Andy Dalton at this
point.
Would
they be out on Jameis?
Jameis Winston has not proven the high side of that trade-off, right? The Jameis Winston trade-off was you get some really great plays, you get some bonehead decision-making, and the problem is when you try and limit the bonehead decision-making, you don't get any of the good plays.
Mm-hmm.
So they're like, this trade-off doesn't work out. It's not worth our while. Maybe, look, if they want to spend time with each other, they can because it's not like you're going to further ruin the Saints. They're in a place where they don't even have a first-round pick this year. Why not?
Yeah,
I guess.
And
if it goes bad, you just give yourself better positioning.
This is interesting from the Tennessean. Mike Vrabel says about Malik Willis, I think he's gotten better. He's gotten better. He's done some things that were positive, and there are things that we're continuing to try and work and correct. Work on progress and speeding up things and communication and all the things that go with being a quarterback. Are we going to see the Malik Willis coming out party on Thursday night against the Cowboys?
I don't think that's what that means at all.
Oh, okay.
Let's go back to read what he said.
I think he's gotten better.
He might have gotten one iota better.
He's done some things.
Yep.
We're continuing to try and work on and correct.
Correct. We are working on it. Like, he really didn't say very much there. He's like, look, man, he wasn't playing very well, and we're working on it.
That's the question of, hey, what do you think about your quarterback? And he's like,
getting better.
What
Improving every day.
Y'all see what happened?
Showing up to work, putting in the time.
By the way, the quarterback has been announced for the Commanders. Carson Wentz will start Sunday's game against the Browns.
I actually think this is the right decision.
You don't like Taylor Heineke anymore?
Taylor, what do you mean anymore?
Did you ever like Taylor Heineke?
He is what he is. He's a dude. And I mean, like,
people get excited for him. His team gets excited for him.
Yeah, and
I don't think they get excited for Carson Wentz at all.
That would be the one thing that you could bring up that I would be like, yep, you're absolutely correct on that, right? Like the buy-in amongst the guys who are actually playing. They seem to rock with Taylor Heineke in a way that I don't think there's been any team that has really rocked with Carson Wentz. They always seem to gravitate to the other dude, which, that's got to be a tough place to be, where just everywhere you go, people are like, nah, I prefer that other guy.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that is a tough spot to be in.
But, I mean, he is really inconsistent, but at least the possibility of those highs are in there. So,
coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, Luka did something special last night. Are all you concerned with is will they find a partner to add around him? That'll be next on the KNC Masterpiece.
Live from the Classic Chevrolet Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
We got a lot to get to here on your lunch break, and I know coming up here at 12:20, we will have the Expressway. 35 uninterrupted minutes of sports and entertainment content for your ear holes. We got a lot of things here in the noon that we've been discussing throughout the show, though, and we start this off with Luka Doncic had an exceptional night last night. While we're doing that, answer the question. 877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line. What are the most fun words to say? Because we've had a slew of words come in.
I need to go back to those words.
A litany of words, if you will.
That's a good one.
That have been rolling in throughout the day. So I always appreciate when people are texting in, taking part in that. Maybe we'll get a poll up on the Twitch and YouTubes at some point. We'll get Carter to do something as he's rolling out, 30,000 subscribers. That's awesome. Go to 105.3 The Fan and look them up on YouTube if you want to be a subscriber to that.
Flabbergasted.
Flabbergasted is a fantastic word. And then somebody from the 972 said, I'm behind, but my funnest word to say is foible.
Foible.
I don't know what that means, so I don't know if I should have said it on
I
here.
remembered it at one point, and I don't remember anymore. I'm pretty sure it's one of them words that Jerry likes throwing in.
Fungible?
Fungible is different.
That is a word he loves to throw out there.
All right, I got to do my Googles.
All right, go do your Googles, and we'll continue to keep those words updated throughout the day. 60, 21, and 10 from Luka Doncic is something you don't see every day. It's just not like you don't get that all the time.
True.
And there is the part of us that wants to take into the, man, that is special. But how many times can we say it's special without looking at the reality that he had to do that?
I need a recovery beer.
He needed a recovery beer after the game.
Man, Luka must be getting hammered a lot, man.
What do you mean? It was just a recovery beer. It's one beer.
Oh, okay.
You replenish some carbs. That's all you're doing is just, but I would assume that, dehydration does kick in after a game like that a little bit. And one sip of beer is probably going to get the mind moving just a little bit. But yeah, man, he needed to do that for the team. Somebody texted in and said, man, it would have stunk if he'd have got 50 and then took an L.
He was damn close.
I'm glad the 60 was enough, but moves must be made before the deadline. And I think that's a reality. I mean, and that stinks that we can only say this was awesome so much before we have to turn to, but is that all we have with this team? Because you want to be excited about the potential in the playoffs. And he might be able to score 60 in a playoff game at some point. That would be amazing. But we have this other thing that's hanging over this team right now.
Absolutely. No, I think you've laid it out pretty well there, Corey. It's just an instance where all of the excitement turns to this almost dread of, yeah, but it required so much effort to get there, right? The idea that he can do it is extraordinary because there's a lot of dudes who, with the circumstances provided, you get nowhere near, right? But this is a dude who, with those situations, can then step up and really create magic and get things done. The problem is it should not come down to that every time. It's one of the things that I talked about with Kevin Gray on the Get Right, 7 to 11 p.m.
Hit it.
Every evening on 105.3 The Fan. But one thing I talk about is just because he's capable of doing that does not mean he should have to. In fact, like with Luka Doncic, one of the things that I despise about this team is that nothing seems to come easy for him. Outside of, obviously, you can see things that he does that he makes look easy. But he's working for all of that. It's one of the reasons why we get the quote of, I'm tired as hell and I need a recovery beers, because it doesn't feel like you have anything that makes it easier on him in the run of play.
And 22 free throw attempts last night. That means to get that, you have to do work to get 22 free throw attempts, especially with the way the referees don't love him. Just kind of adding that to what you're talking about with it's not easy for him.
100%. So it feels like he was required to expend so much effort, even in games where it's like 25, 9 and 9, right? Where it's not a 60-point, 21 rebound effort. It also still looks like he just is required to do so much generation of looks and so much going into the paint and banging with big dudes. This is a team that started two really big dudes, the New York Knicks, with Mitchell Robinson and Julius Randle. And this dude was going in there with the tall trees and giving up his body to get to the rim and get to the line and those things. It's almost akin to how I felt about Dirk towards the end, where I'm like, dog, he's putting in so much effort. I just want some relief for him. And in Dirk's case, it was like, I'm ready for him to retire and be able to eat that cheesecake instead of avoiding it. And in Luka's case, it's I'm ready for someone to be able to shoulder some of the load so that he does not have to carry this much. And so the value of these incredible efforts is magnified. You end up being in places where you get this effort and it buries the other team to the point where you can kind of coast to the end of the game.
Yeah.
Or you can be in some places where you know certain games aren't going to be so much of a slog. That would make me feel a little bit better. You end up magnifying the effect of that effort by putting something with it.
Somebody pointed out that they're just still frustrated that Dwight Powell gets the minutes. I mean, he had 31 last night.
Fun stat. Luka Doncic having 21 rebounds in this game. How many rebounds do you think Mike's favorite player, Dwight Powell, had?
I'm going to say 0.
That is correct.
And somebody keeps texting it in, the ball hog of Luka Doncic. I don't agree with that. He has a great read on where the ball's going to be. He's good, when it comes to rebounding, he's really good at rebounding. He is the size for it. He's a big, strong body. Luka, that is. And then on top of it, he has the ball in his hands because he's the best dribbler on the team. He's the best guy to get other guys open. But on top of that, if guys aren't going to make shots, who do you want him to pass to? Christian Wood was 3 of 9 from 3. Tim Hardaway was 3 of 11 from 3.
Yeah, that's tough.
Bertans was 1 of 3.
Bullock
was 1 of 7. Kemba 0 for 1. Lucas said it the other day. You're going to get open shots, wide open shots. We have to make them. And if Luka can't trust that somebody's going to make them, he does what he did last night. Fine, I'll do it myself. And I'll go get all the points. I'll do everything for this team. It is a very difficult spot to be in. I do want to add, maybe Luka could or should have had 62. But Dwight Powell did get 2 points for what looked like an alley-oop, and it could have just gone in on its own, but Dwight Powell got the points.
Oh, man.
Like Mark Followell at one point, I do believe, was like, and I think that they gave that to Luka instead of Dwight Powell on that, but then they fixed it and gave it to Dwight Powell in return. But yeah, man, Tim Hardaway, your second best player is Spencer. Or is it Christian Wood?
I think it's Spencer Dinwiddie, especially with the way that, and this is tough because as we talk about the fact that Luka Doncic does not have the high level of help that you would want for him, I don't want to minimize the ways in which Spencer Dinwiddie has affected this team. Like, Spencer Dinwiddie has been a legitimately good 3-point shooter this season. And that's not something that I had seen throughout his career. And within this context of this team, he's been really good shooting the 3. He's also obviously, been one of the few other players that can go and get to the rim and kind of get their own shot. So Spencer Dinwiddie and the ways in which he's been able to shoot has been helpful. But the tough thing about it is, and again, all due respect to Spencer Dinwiddie, but you would hope to have a better second option. And I know now we can get into the reasons why that has not been the case. Some of the contracts and some of the decisions that were made 3, 4, 5 seasons ago still affecting now, and the ways in which you can't flip this over, immediately. But I think that still does not affect, or that still allows us to look at what they have right now and, and comment on it. And it's tough when Spencer Dinwiddie is also tasked with being so much himself, right? He is tasked with basically being your only other playmaker, your only other, ball handler. And that is also tough on him as well.
By the way, Mike did jump in on the conversation earlier of, have you ever seen anything that special that like what Luka did?
Michael Bassick,
he texted me.
What?
He said Kobe against the Mavs in 3 quarters. I think he could have had a 90 or 100. So that was the one that he remembers the most there. He's like, yeah, it's 3 quarters. By the way, Chuck Cooperstein will be on with the G-Bag Nation today at 4:40.
Oh, man.
So let's go ahead and make sure to keep an ear on that so you can hear even more superlatives for what Luka did last night. Superlatives is a good word.
It is a good word.
And on top of that, let's go ahead and add this too. Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, Andrew Whitworth hops on with Sean and RJ and Bobby.
Whit might be the best part of the Thursday night crew.
He's good. Yeah.
You're about to go Sherman because you've always loved Richard Sherman.
I do like Richard Sherman. There are times though, like when we interviewed Richard Sherman, I wanted more depth from his answers, and I was like, he can do it. He's the guy that can give me that. And it felt like he was more like, are you challenging me to a man off right now? And I was like, no, that's not. I'm just trying to get stuff out of you.
That might be like the football player. He had to exercise
sometimes.
some of like the active football player as he got closer to doing media stuff.
I'm not a huge Fitzpatrick fan, and I expected more out of Tony Gonzalez, but I think Whitworth does a really good job. So make sure you hear him tomorrow morning with Sean and RJ and Bobby. All right, what then will be our options for adding with Luka around February 6th? We had just about a month. February 9th, just over a month to try and accomplish that. I asked this a lot. I think style of play is very important.
Mm-hmm.
And people are like, some people will text in and say, nobody wants to play with the ball hog Luka. I wonder if Luka would be different if he had somebody that could handle, or if he would say, no, I'm still going to be the guy. You need to fit in with me.
I think having somebody that can handle is something that you need. However, that person also needs to have the additional skill set of being able to play off ball. Because that was the tough thing. I remember when Luka Doncic was drafted, I was like, very quickly I realized, Dennis Smith Jr.'s days in this place are numbered. Because that's a guy who needed the ball in his hands. He couldn't really play very well off ball, at least at that moment. I think he has done some of figuring that out, but he wasn't that at that point. So it made it very evident that wasn't going to work because you wanted to have the ball in Luka's hands a majority of the time. Having somebody who can play off ball but also can be on ball when you need it to, that is going to be something that is useful when you try and find another option, at least when it comes to a ball handler.
Is Christian Wood capable of that?
No.
No?
No,
because he can't handle.
Yeah, Christian Wood is not a ball handler in that way. He can kind of create his own shot. He can get his own shot in some ways, but he's not like a ball handler or a playmaker. Yeah,
gotcha.
He's not a distributor.
But he can. But whenever he plays off ball, he and Luka seem to have some chemistry together.
Absolutely.
And he had to start last night because of size for the Knicks, and
your bigs are.
They said,
depleted.
Bullock, you're going to go to the bench tonight.
Yeah, your bigs are depleted. I mean, you don't have Maxi Kleber's obviously out. JaVale McGee has fallen out of the rotation for the most part. And then also Dorian Finney-Smith, who kind of starts at the 4 for you, also is out. You needed to play some guys. But, Christian Wood, the offense was never a problem for him. It's the defense that people consider. And I know he made that, he got that tip block in the fourth quarter that was very useful. But there's still kind of the everyday play, sort of say, like the defensive,
consistency,
the mundanity, I guess, if that's the right word. I'm not sure. Like the every possession defense that still needs to have.
Do you think he's turned that corner that he needs to help this team in that way?
No,
not there yet?
No, not there defensively yet. But I mean, he's out there. And I think more than anything, this is kind of why I was a little frustrated to kind of divert with Jason Kidd and not playing him is I don't know that you're going to wait and see it in the practice and then put it into the game. I think in some ways he needs to be a guy that put him in the game and let him figure that out and almost sink or swim in those situations.
The from the 4.69, actually from the 9.79. Perfect example is how Luka plays with Team Lithuania. Is it Slovenia? He's a team player when he trusts his teammates.
Yeah,
I did watch a lot of the Slovenia stuff and. He's doing the same stuff that the guys are knocking down shots, and they're playing. It seemed like it was lower scoring games, like 80-point games.
Well, it's also FIBA basketball.
Yeah.
I believe that those are shorter.
But he was setting up guys for 3-pointers. He thinks the game here is a lot easier. He even said it recently again. He said it on the JJ Redick podcast, and he's like he added that to his conversation just the other day. Is it's easier to score points in this league. We just got to be able to make those shots. That's the whole key. Is and then Reggie, as Jason Kidd said last year around this time. If we're not making them, what do we hang our hat on? What can we do to keep ourselves alive in those moments? And their defense is, I think is still figuring itself out.
Yeah.
But not having anything from Bullock, not having anything from Dorian some nights, that's tough.
Yeah, absolutely.
That kills you.
There is no other besides Luka. It's pretty singularly focused where it's either you're knocking down shots or Luka Doncic is doing everything.
Let's go get Jalen Brunson. See if we can add that guy to this team. You think that would be
There's an issue with that.
What's that?
Is that he just signed a big deal and he just left here. I don't think he's.
Why would he do that?
He wanted a bigger role.
Coming up next on the KNC Masterpiece, Duron Bland belongs squarely in the middle of the defensive rookie of the year conversation.
Let's talk about it.
Some of this or that next on The Fan.
Blasting
That's on the left side of the offensive formation. Snap back, wants to throw, quickly out. Ball's caught. Watkins, wait a minute. Did Bland intercept that? Bland is with the ball. Bland has stolen the ball from Quez Watkins, his 5th of the year.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, that is Brad Sham, who I don't think is surprised by Duron Bland's play this year either, because I remember talking with him at camp, and we were watching this kid do some things, and we were like, all right, he's going to be a good player. And then now, like, this, every opportunity he's gotten, he takes advantage of it. He's got, 5 interceptions at this point, 1 off of the lead. And man, this is it's nice to have him doing what he's doing, especially when you lose some of your, not only your depth, but your starters in the season, and that's really tough. So for a guy to step in, a guy that I don't think anybody, maybe Will McClay, maybe somebody else in that scouting department was like, he'll be okay, was ready to say it. But I guess my question, looking at it, because it was Trayvon Diggs that brought it up. Does he belong in the Defensive Rookie of the Year conversation? A guy that didn't get his starts until late in the season, but the production is there. And I know the Science Lab, if you go to DallasCowboys.com, Patrick Walker put up some good work there. But that question was asked by Trayvon Diggs immediately. And here we are looking at the potential options. Should Duron Bland be in the conversation for Defensive Rookie of the Year? 877-881-1053.
Well, the easy answer is yes.
Okay.
Because we're talking about the conversation. Should he be the lead? I don't know about that.
Okay.
But the problem is this ends up being in part an award that you have to be aware of. Like there has to be an awareness of the players. So like high level players like Aiden Hutchinson, who was drafted number 1 overall. Or was it number 2? Who's number 2? And then, guys like Tariq Woolen, who has stood out. And of course, Sauce Gardner, who's had he's in the New York market. And then also he's just had a lot of visibility in the media. Those guys are going to get bigger placement. But I think when you consider that, I think those are the only 3 guys when it comes to Defensive Rookie of the Year that you have up there. You can easily find a place for a 4th guy who absolutely has, like you mentioned, the production, even if he hasn't had like the full season. I think that's the place where it gets tough because Aiden Hutchinson, right out, he hit the ground running, really looking like a really good pass rusher. And also, he's not bad run stopping either. Obviously, Sauce Gardner has had more responsibility. And that's one of the tough things is Sauce Gardner immediately was an outside corner who, had to take up big assignments. And that's something that you're talking about that Duron Bland hasn't had to do. Even in this latest game, he played as the other cornerback to Trayvon Diggs. So I know that will askew some people's perspectives. And of course, Tariq Woolen just kind of...
Tariq Woolen's been really good, man.
You have
really good.
You have, the flashy plays. You have, weeks and weeks of him looking really good. So and 6 interceptions, of course, also helps, right? You have that particular number puts you in a good place. But when you talk about Duron Bland and he has those interceptions and he's playing well, I think he should be in that conversation. I just don't know how high up he ends up being compared to those 3 guys in particular.
Sauce, 15 starts, 2 picks.
Yes.
Bland, 6 starts, 5 picks. I mean, when it comes to efficiency, Reginald,
but I don't think
sounds like he's the most efficient cornerback in the league right now.
When it comes to interceptions, sure. Mm-hmm. And maybe we just need to find find this pressure point. Maybe we need to find this pressure point and just push it.
325 yards allowed. Sauce Gardner, 397 yards allowed.
Oh my goodness! What? Are you serious?
What did I just say out loud?
15 games.
Tariq Woolen, 308 yards allowed. So Bland has given up more yards than both of those guys.
Okay, let's not mention that part because. Oof.
All right, yeah, because if we're trying to make a push here,
that's right.
Yards after catch. How about that? Sauce Gardner, 4.3. Tariq Woolen, 5.9. Duron Bland, 2.2.
There we go. We'll put that one on that. Joey, are you writing this down? Go ahead and put that on the
ledger.
The ledger for the ones that we want to push.
My new word. So by the way, what is your favorite word as we are in the expressway to say?
Fun words. Fun words to say.
Sauce Gardner.
They don't have to be fun words because I did mention gulag and like the actual idea of a Russian prison is not a good thing, but it is fun to say gulag, roll it off the tongue.
Sauce Gardner, 1 touchdown allowed.
Is that good?
That's exceptional.
Okay.
Tariq Woolen, 3 touchdowns allowed. According to Patrick Walker's work, Duron Bland has given up 3 touchdowns as well. So in 6 starts.
He's in the ballpark.
Yeah.
Are we agreeing with this text here from the truckwreck.com text line? 540, he don't have a nickname like Sauce.
Everybody knew Sauce coming out. You talked about that. Aiden Hutchinson, everybody knows those guys coming into the season. They were expecting things immediately. Nobody knew Bland's name.
But do we need to create a fun nickname?
Bland.
That's not, I don't even think that's a fun word to say that rolls off the tongue.
Bland.
Yeah, no.
Audaciousness. The audacious Duron Bland.
I would just go with audacity.
What nickname would you give Duron Bland at this point?
I don't know.
Interceptor?
That made me feel like Skeletor, and I don't like the way that felt.
Understand. Skeletor was scary, man.
I know that I've seen folks like Meg Murray on Twitter point to the idea that, you should call him Zesty because he's nothing. He's not bland at all. You know what I mean? But I don't know. It doesn't feel.
I appreciate that.
Okay.
Meg. Very good. No, Meg's fantastic, by the way.
But that idea wasn't. That's fine. I'm just trying to start.
Easy.
It's a brainstorming.
How did Sauce get his nickname?
I don't know. Let me do some Googles.
Thank you. Also, the completion percentage. Bland has given up 76% completion percentage allowed. Woolen 52, Sauce 55. If you're going to be at the top of that, you got to get that down just a little bit. The interceptions do help because they're game changers. They are definitely game changers. And then, how often is your team successful because of you? That's something that we'll have to see in the future there. But Sam Williams was listed on this for a period of time. Sam Williams was, he's kind of been at the bottom of it, most of the season.
Yeah.
But he's been listed at plus 10,000 for Defensive Rookie of the Year. I don't know if he's done enough to really supplant anybody else on this list. But I think it would be great for Bland to get his name in there and for people to start going, okay, hold on, what is this guy? Then he gets a little bit of the shine. And then on top, then he adds to the shine by going, and I'm going to keep doing it.
Sure.
It stinks whenever you've been talking about a guy and saying, why isn't he getting the national pub he deserves? And then he finally gets it, and then all of a sudden he just flops and falls apart. I don't think that's going to happen with Bland because he has one of the best as his coach. Al Harris is fantastic.
And he's fun to watch on the sideline.
Absolutely. Yeah. He's so excited for these guys because he knows the feeling.
Right.
I shut this guy down. I did it to him. He knows the feeling of I went out there and did it, and I got the ball. I got the ball for coach just like he asked me to. Do you have any good nicknames coming in?
Did you just do the replacement?
Yeah, go give me the ball. How many gives you the ball? It's one of my favorite movies.
Mind you, Sauce Gardner's himself, he said I would get 3 sriracha sauces and everything in it. I guess when he on his burgers and fries, so they started calling him Sauce.
Okay, all right, that helps out a little bit.
Let's see. From the 817, they say they got it. Bland's nickname, Flavortown.
Flavortown.
Maybe you could even
I love that, actually.
I think we need to take the college football approach where we try and even build and push the agenda to where I think you can get Guy Fieri involved. You know what I mean?
He's gonna have to help out though.
You know what I mean?
He's gonna want some money for Flavortown, I believe.
All right, and Jerry Jones got money. Jerry Jones got money. Put it behind. Let's get Duron Bland going with Flavortown.
He got the Taco Bueno deal for Taco Charlton back in the day. I'm sure they can get a Flavortown thing going on. December Bland. I do like that in December. He's been pretty good. Duron the Blender Bland.
Huh. I don't know.
From the 817, Duron, give me that damn ball Bland.
It's a little wordy.
That.
Little wordy. I
do like
it.
that. So you're gonna have to go with GTDB.
It is incredible that his initials are actually DB. Defensive back.
Call him the Bland Saw.
I think. Are you just attaching Saw to anything?
That's not me.
However, if you attach Saw to anything, does it work?
Oh, dude, didn't we do it with Maxaw, the TCU quarterback?
Maxaw Duggan.
That one works. That's one of those that absolutely does work. Duron the Batman Bland. Okay. Blanded coverage. I'm still y'all keep working on it. All right.
Look, we started well. We've given ourselves a nice foundation, and I think we just need to keep doing this, and we'll circle back.
Yeah, I wanted to ask this: have y'all ever been a hero for anybody? Have you ever done something heroic? Because Tommy Armstrong, the former Nebraska quarterback, was in his hometown in Mississippi, and his mom, Nadine, rescued neighbors from a burning house in Gulfport, Mississippi on Monday night. He said that he was sitting in the living room and he saw the neighbor's house burst into flames, and they ran over, and the young girl punched windows out to break free. Tommy threw bricks through the window, opened it up, crawled inside, helped people get out of the house as it was up in flames. And I've never been around a major damage kind of situation like that, where I've just been nearby and been like, all right, I got to do it. One time, there was a guy driving down the middle of the road, and he swerves off into the grass, runs into a light pole. Oh my goodness. I jumped out, went and saw that he was just squirting blood out of his forehead, and I reached into his glove compartment, grabbed some paper towels. I was like, there's got to be Wendy's paper towels in there. And it was Jack in the Box. But either way, shoved them onto his forehead and just pressed down as hard as I could to apply pressure. Said, Adrian, go call the ambulance right now. And they said he'd be dead if you weren't here. And so I did one moment. I've had one time of heroism. Have you ever had the opportunity to do what Tommy Armstrong did and jump into a burning house and save somebody?
I haven't. I've spent a lot of time thinking about it though.
Really?
Because this is. Do
you have dreams like this?
No. Oh, okay. But these are the things that I think about, which is I'm always wary of folks are I would do this and this in that situation, because I have no idea all the variables that will come into play when you're actually provided with that situation. And so I'm always I would like to think, and I think we would all like to think, that in the instance of a fire, a burning building or something, you would run to the assistance of folks. But sometimes we got to acknowledge that there's plenty of folks that would not do that naturally,
because they might not have an idea of what to do.
I'm not even speaking down to that. I just recognizing that as much as we would like to think we'd be heroes, so in that instance, I'm I've thought about it a lot. I'm would I actually be the person who would go and run and trying to help folks, or would there be some other thing that would stop me from doing that?
Yeah, from the and listen, man, I don't know what firemen would tell us. I feel like they would say, "Hey, don't do that."
Yeah, if you're a fire person,
text in.
That felt weird to say.
What do you mean?
Firefighter is the word. There it is.
If you're a firefighter.
If you're a firefighter, let us know.
What should we do? Should we save lives? I mean, we're not trained like you guys are, so I always am worried about that. So yeah, I'm always interested in knowing. Although he did show the bravery, Tommy Armstrong tweeted this after it was all said and done: "Hug your family extra tight and always tell them how much you appreciate them. Life is too precious." I think that does kind of put things into perspective for you whenever something like that happens, right?
Absolutely.
You're sitting there and you're just like, man, I can't believe I did something like that, and I could have died. They could have died. Can you imagine that family waking up the next day? From the 972, police officers do, amongst other things, each and every day, even before firemen get there. Okay, I'm not going to get in an argument about police officers and firefightermen. They both do heroic things. On November 7th, I tried pulling a woman out of a wrecked car, and she was stuck.
Oh my God.
Gosh. She did die.
That's terrible.
This is what the firefighter told her, but I was trying. I was trying to help her out. And, hey, I appreciate you trying that. My family and I were in Baltimore. I grabbed a shoplifter as they were leaving and held on until they dropped the merchandise. Nice.
Yeah, I have no idea if I would do that in that instance.
You'd just be like,
well, I think my working in retail has gotten me to a point where my natural reaction is, well, leave that alone. But I also don't hold some of the liability. Or do you hold the liability, right? Because with the employers, I guess, let's say Walmart, for instance, they tell them not to go and grab the folks because there's the liability of that person suing you should they get hurt or whatever. And I'm like, could they sue me individually if I did that?
Yeah, from the
I don't got nothing to be sued for, let me tell you.
From the 817, look at Mark Cuban. If he doesn't get Luka help, his team is going to be on fire. Okay.
Oh, but I can't run into the Mavs and save that.
From the 817, I pulled a drunk guy out of a Lake Joe pool at sunset. He'd fallen out of a canoe and had no life jacket. I was the last boat on the lake.
Oh my goodness.
Man, that is pretty fantastic. I'm glad to see some of these stories of people doing heroic things. Congratulations. And keep an eye out, keep an eye out and to help others out as we're all in this thing together. All right, it is time now for this or that. Good luck, Reggie.
What's happening, fellas?
Hello, Reginald.
There it is. I was like, we're gonna have a little back and forth here, a little conversation. This or that is a very simple game that started on the weekends on Saturdays with the Fan Jam.
I've heard of that.
Yeah, with at that point Mike Dingus and Roy White and Jesse Holly. And this was the show that we did, or this was the game that we did, and I've taken it to, obviously, the Get Right. And now I'm bringing it here to the KNC Masterpiece. And it's very simple. I will put forward a statement. Might be about sports, might not be. Some of the best ones aren't about sports.
I dare you not to talk about sports.
Trust me, I'll do that any day. And you, Corey, you, Joey, and you, listener, you'll tell me whether you agree this or disagree that. Now, I don't need you to tell me how convoluted or stupid the concept is. I understand. I'm here too. But just rock with it. Just roll with it. You know what I mean? If you agree, say this. If you disagree, say that. That's how it works. And you should probably give me a reason why. You know?
Hold on, you just told me that all I have to do is answer.
Yeah, but I mean,
yes or no. I have to agree or disagree.
Yeah, but then
now
you're
asking me to do more?
Yeah, explain yourself.
Good luck.
Is this going to be pulling teeth? Is that what this is going to be? Speaking of pulling teeth, I hope that you guys utilize all y'all's benefits because yours about to turn over. At this point, it might be a little too late.
We did. Last minute went and got the kid braces.
You got whole braces?
Then I broke a tooth, so I actually needed that money. So
hi, your face.
I know.
I have to wait till the turn of the year, which isn't that far away.
All
right.
Dentist didn't open till then anyway. So
really, my dentist is. I'm going to go.
He's like, I'll be back next year.
I'm going to go get a cleaning after this show.
Look at you.
Yeah, got to utilize them benefits. All right. Let's take this to the Twitter, as a lot of these come from Twitter at times or another. But I saw an interesting poll that was put up that, asked for everybody else to settle an argument. A pizza with no toppings, and they asked, is it called plain or cheese? And I'm here to tell you that a pizza with no toppings is absolutely called a cheese pizza and not a plain pizza. Corey, this or that?
Do I agree with you? No. Because a pizza with no toppings is then just crust. You're not putting any sauce.
No, there's cheese on it.
Cheese is a topping.
That's what I'm saying.
Sauce is a topping.
No.
So if you say a pizza with no topping, then it's just the crust.
Nobody's doing. If you ask for a pizza with no toppings, they're not making you just the crust.
I've seen it happen before.
Are you serious?
Dude, you'd be surprised.
What?
Sometimes it happens. I'm always amazed at like when we go to Phoenix, I just watched the Netflix series Chef's Table with pizza. It's about pizza. There's a restaurant in Phoenix that I told Mike, I was like, we're going here. Because we went to what's the hot dog place in LA that we went to?
What is it? Pink's?
Yeah, we went there, and so I told Mike, I was like, we're going here too. So, and I see these guys, they'll just throw cheese on there, and it's like they have some crazy name for it. So I will say that it's just it's cheese pizza in my mind. It's not plain, but it is a cheese pizza. Yeah.
I concur. Definitely a cheese pizza. I feel like when people ask, like, I'll do plain, they're asking for a cheese pizza.
Yeah, so you're saying it's a plain pizza.
Oh, so you're saying it's a plain pizza?
No, I think it's a cheese pizza.
Okay.
But if
I feel like when people ask, they already assume it's a cheese pizza, but they just say plain.
So he thinks.
See, now we got into the circle.
I would never think to say plain pizza.
When you say a plain burger, what are you expecting?
I would never ask for a plain burger.
I know you
meat
wouldn't.
And
all right, you're Kevin. All right, you're asking for a plain burger.
No, meat and a bun.
meat and bun.
Yep.
Yeah, I think that would. But yeah, I think
and that's a plain burger. Yeah, that's a would be. There's no toppings at all, except for the top of the bun. But
what's the worst thing that can happen if you ask for a plain pizza? Because Dogberry99 on the Twitch chat said plain pizza is too ambiguous. What is the worst idea that they would just give you crust?
You would get crust and you would look at it and go,
just fried bread.
Why?
Fried dough.
Yeah, why would you even give this to me? Who wants this? Who wants something with no cheese on it? You're ordering pizza because you know that cheese has a chemical in it that makes you happy. Like that is a proven fact.
For real?
There is a chemical in cheese that makes you happy. That's why they have happy cheese.
What?
Queso Feliz is called happy cheese.
Huh, okay.
And
I'm learning today.
And so there's a chemical in cheese that makes you happy. That's why people will eat it. Not all people do eat it though, so some people can't. But yeah, I would be very upset.
They're very intolerant of lactose.
I need some cheese on my pizza at least. And then some sort of meat. You need pepperoni or sausage or Canadian
so are you
bacon.
anti-veggies on pizza?
I love vegetables on pizza.
Okay.
Bell peppers. You just saw me eat those sweet peppers that I just had.
That was interesting to see.
Bell peppers, throw onion on there, I guess. I'm not a black olive fan, but I'm not going to throw them away. Yeah. Hey, put anchovies on there, man. I'm fine with that. Pizza's great. Put pineapple and Canadian bacon on it. I'm great.
From the 469, I always order my pizzas boneless. I've never got bones on a pizza before, but it would suck if I did.
Boneless?
Thank you for that. That was very...
That's, you know what? That's
interesting.
That is one of those situations where you did something once. Like maybe you asked, hey, boneless pizza. You didn't get bones in it. Now you're like, well, if I don't ask, maybe one day it'll get bones on it.
Is that a jinx?
I don't
Is that
want
what
to
you're
jinx
doing
it. Yeah. And that's just, now they're superstitious or just stitious.
Just a little stitious. Yeah. Okay.
They from the 972 in Napoli, the birthplace of pizza. They serve pizza with tomato sauce only. That would be the closest thing to a plain pizza. I believe that is a tomato pie, is what we call it here in the America land. The tomato pie.
I'm learning so much from a very stupid question.
Go watch Netflix Chef's Table pizza version. It's pretty good, man. There's some good lessons in there.
All right. Okay. And within that, I was talking about like what's the worst thing that could happen if you order a plain pizza. That reminded me of something I saw on Twitter where somebody basically went to the McDonald's app and they ordered a burger with no toppings, no meat, and no bun to see what they would do. And they ordered on this delivery app. And you know what they brought him? A bag with a folded wrapper.
Why would you even order that? How much did they pay for that crap?
Science. $9.
Science.
And with I think like a $5 tip.
Science my butt.
But we learned that it is possible to order a nothing burger. Enjoy that. All right, let's talk a little bit of sports. What sport, you ask? Bowling. Are you familiar with Pete Weber? Have you heard of this gentleman before?
Who do you think you are? I am.
That's right. That's right.
I was in a bowling league once.
What? Really?
Yeah, I was.
Like, how serious was the bowling league?
It was, I mean, like, it was, I can't remember how old I was. I was probably like 12 or 13, and there was, like, very serious bowlers in this league. Me and my buddy were not, but we had a lot of fun.
That's good. That's the most important part.
What was the question again?
I haven't gotten to the question.
Oh, okay.
This is all set up.
Gotcha.
It's elaborate setup. If you can't tell, that's part of the segment. I just talk and ramble for some time. It's a great way for me to get some of it out, you know?
I hear you.
But no, Pete Weber has that particular quote from when he just, knocked down a whole bunch of pins, just a fantastic bowl on his, on his part. And he goes, who do you think I are? Who do you think you are? I am. To no one in particular, just out loud. I recently saw a video of Pete Weber saying, basically that he thanked everybody for watching, whether they loved him or hated him. You watched, and that's all you can do. And those are two of the hardest quotes, the dopest quotes that I've ever heard. And I'm here to tell you that Pete Weber, per exposure, has like the hardest quotes in sports. Joey.
Yes.
This or that?
I'm doing this because I respect Pete Weber, and I know which video you're referring to, and that video goes hard. So
good.
I am all for Pete Weber and bowling in general.
I've never watched a
Delicious.
full instance of Pete Weber competing, and I know two quotes of his that I would consider inscribing on my tombstone.
Which one is your favorite? Who do you think you are? I am.
No, it's the new one that I just not new. It's not
all you
new,
can
but
do.
Look, man, I appreciate you. Whether you hated me or loved me, you watched, and that's all you can do. Like, that's incredible to me.
I'll go with this. I mean, like right now, what's one of the biggest? I am him is the biggest quote that's going around in sports right now.
Is that a quote?
Or the biggest? He is him. It's happening everywhere right now. Didn't DeMarcus Lawrence? He was on with G-Bag. I know he was on yesterday, but he was on with G-Bag, and Zach Wolchuk asked the question: is this team taking on? Is it the personality of Micah? And he said everybody on this team is him. So that's wait,
they got a whole team of him?
Yeah, they got a whole team of him.
Everybody's him and Neutron.
And so that is essentially what Pete Weber's quote is, right? Is who do you think you are? I am.
Oh,
so he did it before everybody.
Him.
So
Ooh,
I guess
he created him. That's incredible. You want to know what one of my favorite quotes all time is? Because there's a couple of quotes.
You have two quotes that I love.
Yes.
Two quotes that I just think are exceptional quotes in the history of the world.
Oh, no, I think I lost them.
And you lost both of them.
That's right.
And I think you texted one of them to me once. Do you remember them?
One of them was, no, I can't remember them. But you know what? I think I texted it to you, so I'm sure I could find it, right? Like, that's how that works.
We'll wait.
Oh, is that what we're doing? We're just going to wait for me to...
While you're doing that, Reggie, I did see this from SI.com. Terrell Owens is eyeing a potential comeback at the age of 49 years old.
To do what?
To play footballs.
To catch touchdowns.
And has set his ambitions on playing for Dallas for the second time.
Oh, are you creating a this or that?
Daniel, Gregory D.L. Daniel Esquire, Houston, Owens, T.O.'s Houston-based agent, said this: "We've been in constant communication with Jerry Jones's office over the last few days about the possibility of him returning to the Cowboys. Terrell is ready to contribute and play any role, big or small. He's in outstanding shape. He looks no different than he did years ago. I watched him running routes full speed with Deshaun, and he looked great. He didn't drop a pass. He most recently ran a 4.5 40-yard dash, which is his warm-up. He's a legend.
Wait,
we want to
4.5?
make history. Yeah.
He's still running 4.5?
If anybody can do it, it's him. His 3 Ds are desire, dedication, and discipline. He embodies that every day, even running hills at 3 a.m. on Christmas morning. He wants to win. I want to win."
How is he still running a 4.5?
I don't know. Fast people are fast.
All right, this or that. You would sign Terrell Owens.
No.
That.
Absolutely not.
All right, fantastic.
49!
He runs a 4.5!
Allegedly.
Yeah, I guess that's fair.
This is agent saying, I saw him run a 4.5.
All right. Corey, you alerted me to something earlier today that I found amazing, which was extra long Pringles cans.
Oh, my gosh.
And, like, the idea of how long are we talking here? Like, what is it? 2 feet?
It looks like it was 3 Pringles cans connected.
All right, so that's about,
about
how
2
big
feet.
of a can we're talking about here. And I'm here to tell you, extra long Pringles cans are actually worse and not better. Corey, this or that.
Insane. You have more Pringles. Like, the worst thing in the world is the short Pringle can that's about the size of this cup. Everybody that's watching Twitch or YouTube right now, 30,000 subscribers.
Just an average paper cup.
Not a big deal.
It's an average paper cup, but you've seen the Pringles that come in this, right, at the store, and you get it, and then you take a bite, and then they're gone, and you're like, what happened? And then you get the regular Pringles can. Maybe it's too much. But the 2-foot Pringles can? Come on. That's awesome. What was your...
That would be a this.
This.
Yeah.
I'm this.
Oh, no, that would be that.
I'm going that because I do not want to maneuver my hand.
That would be this.
Than this. I don't want to maneuver my hand down a 2-foot Pringles cup.
That's what I'm saying. You're not getting out all the chips.
I'm going to be elbow deep.
You don't...
Trying to get Pringles.
Y'all can put
And
your
honestly,
hand
Pringles are not satisfying enough for me to do that.
Whoa, he's going after the Pringles!
Sour cream and onion Pringles. Why would you do that? Sour cream and onion Pringles are amazing. The pizza ones are kind of trash.
Yeah, but I mean, why are you getting Pringles thinking that you're eating pizza?
My kids, I was like, just get pizza.
Yeah, look, man, Pringles, if you try and get Pringles...
You just dump it out. You don't have to put your hand in
there.
there.
Yeah, but you dump out Pringles, you can't, like, put them back in there. They never get back to that place where they're all stacked nicely, and then what's the point?
It's like eating a bag. You got a point. They might as well just be in a bag.
That's what I'm saying.
I guess you're right. But you just tilt it a little bit, and they slide right out. Like, you don't even... They're going to slide out. It's going to be fine. Maybe 1 or 2 at the top are going to be all this. Hold on. You're telling me that the organization of the Pringles is going to throw you off from eating 2 feet of Pringles?
Yeah,
absolutely.
I like the way they stack.
Because if they don't remain stacked up, they crumble. And then you have Pringle dust.
And then it's ruined.
Or Pringle shards.
Your whole day's ruined. The experience of eating Pringles is ruined.
But you don't even like the experience of eating Pringles that much.
Exactly.
From the 214, cut the Pringles can
I'm
down.
not breaking out a miter saw to get through a Pringles can. Are you out of your mind?
Get the Sawzall out. Nobody can get that accuracy with a Sawzall.
I don't even know what that is.
It's Sawzall.
Sure. You know what?
Saws everything.
I agree.
It literally, I think it's Milwaukee that branded it Sawzall.
The Milwaukee brand.
The Milwaukee brand.
I was like, what does the city of Milwaukee have to do with anything right now?
Sawzall, I think, is the brand by Milwaukee. Because everybody else calls it the reciprocating saw.
Huh.
But yeah, it Sawzall.
All right. Are you familiar with Shakira, gentlemen?
Yes, her hips don't lie.
That is correct. Are you familiar with Gerard Piqué?
Is he a soccer player?
He is a soccer player.
Did he play for France?
PK isn't. No, he's not French. I believe Spanish.
Okay.
Anyways.
He is Spanish, confirmed.
Thank you, sir. Played for Barcelona. But yes, those two were married. Notice I say were, or maybe not. Maybe they are still married. However, Gerard Piqué was cheating on Shakira.
Why?
Right? I don't know why. I can't tell you why.
What's wrong with
However,
this guy?
However, you want to know how Shakira found out that Gerard Piqué was cheating on her? Apparently, Shakira found out that Gerard Piqué was cheating on her because every time she went on a trip, the marmalade that Piqué hated but that she loved was being used up. So I'm here to tell you that Gerard Piqué, there is not a single stupider way to lose your rich and gorgeous wife than her finding out that you cheated via jam. Joey, this or that.
I can't argue with you on that one at all.
Name me a dumber way.
Over food.
Food that you don't like.
Buy her own can of jam.
That's what
if
I'm saying.
You're gonna do it right. Not that I condone cheating in it. Anyway.
Okay, yes. The Cancy Masterpiece is not a show that condones cheating. Okay, you know what? Corey is half of the name of the show, so he gets a little bit more of a say than I do.
Because I've been watching a lot of Emily in Paris, and they have very open relationships.
Emily and Perry.
This is interesting because somebody said this is too deep for radio. By the way.
Is it?
It is. I love it though.
Okay.
I'm gonna say this.
Thank you.
No, hold on. That.
What?
Yeah, I'm gonna go with.
What's the dumber way?
Dumber way is you let her use the makeup that she has in her own house.
Okay.
Like she's looking at her lipstick going, hey, why is my are you dressing up while I'm gone? And you're like, like the only thing you can say at that point is yes, right? Yep, this is my thing. I like to dress up sometimes while you're away. Because otherwise she's going to find out you're cheating. Or having her undergarments in your bed. That's pretty stupid. Check your bed, idiot.
Yeah.
With the marmalade.
Yeah.
Or the jam.
Yeah, man, you got by marmalade, dude.
Why are you letting her eat the marmalade? You shouldn't let her do that. Don't let your cheating girlfriend,
your side piece,
have any stuff from your house.
You don't get to eat here.
No, you go. We'll
As
eat
a
somewhere
protocol.
else.
You bring your own food.
Yeah,
I
will Uber eat some food to your place to here, and then you take it. You take the Uber back home.
How about never cheat at your house?
Yeah, cheat at her house.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, you go to her house to do that.
And that's how we do this or that, I guess. Upward inflection.
I think we did it, man. Coming up next, Isaiah Stanback in the C Block. Next on the Fan.
about to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, having fun sports conversations as well as nonsense.
Marmalade.
And it is time now to talk with our good friend Isaiah Stanback from DallasCowboys.com. Isaiah, how you doing today, man?
Man, all is great, man. How about you guys?
We're doing very well today. I got Reggie by my side. Really excited to have him along with me for this ride. Now, you are on a ride of your own heading down to the Alamo Bowl, and Joey just told us that you just stopped at a very beloved Texas establishment.
Oh, man, you know you can't pass a Buc-ee's, man. I don't care if you got a full tank of gas and a bunch of food in your stomach. You still got to make a stop at Buc-ee's. So that's where the fam and I are making a little pit stop before we go down here and smack up on some Longhorns.
Oh, okay. I love the energy. First of all, let me start with what at Buc-ee's is like the primary focus for Isaiah Stanback. When you hit the Buc-ee's, where are you beelining to first?
Man, I'm going straight to the pecans. The glazed pecans is where I go first, man. I grab me a little drink, and then I'm good to go. Actually, I get a little cinnamon roll, too, depending on what my weight's looking like. But I get some pecans, I get some cinnamon roll, and I get a little chocolate milk, and I'm on the way.
I respect that. You got to get something a little sweet. I respect that. Now, with your Washington Huskies, I mean, this is a team that offensively is, like, really good, and the defense we don't have to talk about. What's the prospects for you in this Alamo Bowl?
Man, I'm looking forward to them just taking care of business. You know, I think I kind of hold a grudge against Texas Longhorns. I got some of my friends down there coaching. Joey Thomas, obviously, I got my guy Tashard Choice is coaching, but that's Sarkisian. You know, he made a pit stop at University of Washington. I didn't really appreciate that. I didn't appreciate the state that he put our university in over those recent years. So I'm hoping that they go ahead and smack him upside the back of the head a little bit in the game, and then take care of business, shake his hand, and go on about their business.
I do like that a lot. Now, we're looking at this Cowboys Titans game a little bit, man, Isaiah, and I guess everybody's concerned about the pass rush. Is that a legitimate we should be concerned, or is there more to it that we don't know about with this thing?
I don't think it's a concern. I just think that this is the time of the year where teams start to figure out what's going on. I mean, you got to understand, we're playing 17 games now. So you start getting to game 15, 16, 17, all of a sudden, you've had a whole year of doing something, whether it been stunts or whether it been, Micah Parsons playing on one side of the defense, one particular defensive end. You have a lot of tendencies. So your tendencies start to show up. What you like to do shows up on film. And then guess what? These guys get paid a lot of money, these coordinators, to figure out ways to stop what you do best. So early on, it's going to be easier to be more successful, and later on, there's going to be adjustments that are made. So now what are you starting to see? You're starting to see teams try to establish a running game. You're starting to see teams use play action. You're starting to see teams do a lot of misdirection. The Eagles did that against the Cowboys earlier in the season, and everybody took note of that. And then you have Lovie Smith come in, obviously with the Texans, and he started figuring out how to do screen game and get the ball out of his hands quick, and all of a sudden that negated the pass rush. So you take a combination of those things and you show that weakness on film, of course, teams are going to figure out how to take away your number one threat, and that is your pass rush.
So then it is on Dan Quinn at this point to find out how to add some new elements as you get towards the playoffs and add some different wrinkles to his defense?
Very much so. I mean, the thing that sucks is, Jonathan Hankins and Vander Esch, their absence is missed extremely bad. And Dallas was doing a good job. Jonathan Hankins had his feet underneath him after those couple 200-yard games that they had. They had one prior to him coming in, and then they went ahead and they signed him, and they had another 200-yard game. But after that, they really negated the ability for any other team to run the ball against them. But since him being out, now teams are now running the ball again. And I don't think that he gets enough credit, nor does Vander Esch, in terms of their rush defense and what they present for that complete defense of Dan Quinn. So now with that vacant hole, now you're going to have some guys show up and make some plays. And I'm not sure that Dallas has the personnel to have that same effectiveness as Jonathan Hankins. You don't really have a guy that can two-gap. So what you tend to have now is like guys like Osa Odigizua, you got Neville Gallimore, you got some of these bigger guys for Dallas that are usually quickness guys. And they have size, but they utilize their quickness more so than their strength to create that pressure. And if they're not effective in utilizing their quickness, now all of a sudden you're choosing a side of an offensive lineman, and if you choose wrong, now you're opening up gaping holes. And as long as teams are able to stay ahead of the sticks and convert on third downs and extend drives and get these first downs, like we've seen over the past few weeks, 17 first downs, 26 first downs, that's when teams are going to be able to do whatever they want in their playbook. And prior to that, Dallas was really forcing teams to be third and long, and now all of a sudden they have to drop back, and now you can let your guys go.
Now, Isaiah, you talk about making plays and, coming on. We've seen CeeDee Lamb kind of become more of a wide receiver one. We've seen that development this year in particular. Mm-hmm. From your expert opinion, what have you noticed that has been, the difference in the way that he's played of late?
Man, I'm super proud of CeeDee Lamb. I don't think anybody's been more critical of him, especially early on in the season, than myself. I didn't think that he was ready for the wide receiver one role early on, and I think he was proving me right in that regard. But since then, I've seen him become selfless. One of my biggest issues with CD was his maturity and his emotional intelligence. Those are my two big concerns in preseason and camp and in the first part of the season. But since then, I've seen him go out there and block for TP, block for Zeke, go ahead and make these big plays, to take the small plays, the chain movers, the boring plays, the quick slants, and just work the way down the field. And now, because he's been selfless, because he's been so consistent with catching the small ball, the one that he used to drop all the time over recent years, now all of a sudden you start to see him open up and make those bigger plays. You start to see the offense open up because now teams have to respect the other guys on the field, and they can't just key in on him. So kudos to him for acknowledging some of the areas that he needed to address. I think he did that, and now he's a much better player for it, and you're just going to continue to see him rise as the years go on.
How much more can T.Y. Hilton add to this thing then? Like as CD's like grown into this role, the responsibilities and the making sure you're paying attention to him, how much more can T.Y. do now?
T.Y. Hilton is a heck of an addition by this front office. And for the reasons I explained on the postgame show the other day, CeeDee Lamb, or not CeeDee Lamb, but T.Y. Hilton is one of the greatest big play receivers that this game has seen in a very long time. And I think when you think about big play receivers, who's the number one guy that you think about in the whole league? You think about freaking why am I blanking out on his name right now? Out of Miami. Tyreek Hill.
Tyreek. Oh, yeah, Tyreek.
You think about Tyreek Hill, right? So Tyreek Hill, over his career, has averaged, I think, 14 yards per reception. Well, T.Y. Hilton, last year, and even you want to go back into his whole career, has averaged 15 yards per reception. So you talk about the big playability. This guy has been that. And he's continuing to show you that he's capable of that regardless of what his age shows. So many times people start trying to put labels on receivers and running backs in terms of their age and what they can and can't do. Well, you see 3rd and 30, this dude runs by a corner who's in cover 4. He runs by a safety who's in cover 4 and torches these guys when that gives them the opportunity. So his ability to stretch this defense, any defense that they face, is going to just simply open up more opportunities for CD. That's why you see him go off last week. You're going to start seeing Dalton Schultz, a resurgence of him, because now what? Safeties have to back up. You can't sit back and stay on your toes and come downhill because you got a little dude on the outside that's going to run right by you if you want to get nosy. So he's going to open it up for so many other guys to start making plays, and I'm really looking forward to this offense really having a resurgence in the passing game, but hopefully not too much. I don't want Kellen Moore throwing the ball more than 30, 35 times a game, but I like the fact that T.Y. is going to be able to stretch defenses now.
We saw a story moments ago from SI.com that said T.O. at the age of 49 is ready to come back and wants to with the Dallas Cowboys. Do they need T.O. right now?
Remembering that he supposedly runs a 4.5 now.
You know what? I have no doubt. That's my dude. I love me some 8-1, and I've obviously played with him. But yeah, no, T.O., they're not going to be calling you big dog. I love the fact that you stay in shape and that you're a physical specimen that everybody knows of. But they're not going to be you're not going to be ringing your phone.
All right, so I like Duron Bland a lot. I've liked him since we saw him at camp. I was like, oh, he's making plays. He's doing some things. Even in the preseason games, you were pretty impressed with him. Here's my question, and there's 3 options here. Duron Bland is a good cornerback. Duron Bland is not a good cornerback, but he has interceptions. Duron Bland is still a work in progress.
I'm gonna take the first and the last. I'm gonna say he's still a work in progress, but I think he's a really good cornerback. I think that he's had his hello Ricky moments. I think that he's also a very intuitive corner and aggressive and feisty. And that's a guy that obviously they brought in to challenge Jay Lou. They brought him in to challenge Anthony Brown. And obviously with both of those guys having gone down, the opportunity now presents itself for him to go out there and make plays and make a name for himself. But to your point, he's been the same dude since camp. I mean, he hasn't changed. I mean, you saw flashes early on, and you kind of shrugged it off as, okay, the young Ricky can make some plays here and there. No, this young Ricky's making plays consistently. I can only think of one game that he got torched a little bit, but other than that, this dude has been Johnny on the spot. And this is something that this defense needs because everybody obviously keys in on Trayvon, and they want to go away from him. Well, now you go away from him if you want to. You have to deal with a little 26 sitting in your hip pocket.
Now, I've been looking at Kellen Moore. I heard the comment that you made about, trying to make sure that he keeps it balanced. And obviously you can see the production that this offense has, but I think a lot of people, and myself included, have found ourselves trying to fight the skepticism that keeps popping up. Can you help us better appreciate what Kellen Moore has done with this offense this year?
Yeah, Kellen Moore's done a heck of a job. I mean, hey, you talk about, young guys really developing and improving. I think Kellen Moore is in that same category. People forget the fact that this dude's only in his first handful of years in terms of offensive coordinators. They stick around, forever in this league. So he's very, very infant in his infant stages of his development there. But this dude, in terms of what he's done, he's learned to trust the running game. That's been Kellen Moore's biggest crutch from my perspective. I've always felt like he's wanted to throw the ball too much. He's one that goes back to his Boise State foundation, air this thing out 40-plus times. The reality is that's not the quarterback that you have. He's not that guy. I don't care what you want to pay him. Dak is an amazing quarterback when you keep him under 35 passes and you have a running game that's getting over 100 yards. That is the quarterback that you have. So understanding what you have at QB1 and understanding the resources that you have around him, utilize it. Utilize it. I think the last few games, he found himself getting in trouble a little bit because he started throwing it around more than you really had to. Those interceptions that Dak had, Dak wasn't having bad games. He went 23 for 30 a week or two ago, but 2 of those 7 incompletions were completions for the other team. Why even throw it in the air when you have 140 plus yards on the ground? Like, keep giving it to your guys, and I think he keeps running into those things, and he's growing from those, and then you see him improve every single game. But the more he relies on the running game, the more dangerous this offense is, and the more dangerous his play calling is going to be, because we haven't even seen we saw a little bit of what T.Y. Hilton could do. That was his first appearance, but the one guy that everybody's forgetting about that can actually play receiver too is Kevontae Turpin. I believe that they have a package in store for him when the playoffs show up, so you're going to see a whole new bag that Kellen Moore's going to dive into come that part of the season.
Cannot wait for that opportunity to finally see that thing open up, man. Hey, Isaiah, we really appreciate your time. Get back on the road and have a safe trip down there, man.
Thanks, man. I appreciate you guys.
There he goes, Isaiah Stanback from DallasCowboys.com, former receiver for the Cowboys. Actually, he was a Swiss Army knife for the Cowboys, if you remember correctly. There's some breaking news right now. I believe this is breaking news on 105.3 The Fan. Is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today. The Raiders have benched Derek Carr and are turning to Jarrett Stidham, as predicted, as their new quarterback. Nobody ever predicted that.
I was like, okay.
That is per Adam Schefter. And I did see some things this morning, and maybe it was Pro Football Focus, that said, hey, if Derek Carr gets benched, that's more like, that's closer to him being cut from the team.
Right.
It's him going away from the Raiders. Y'all know I'm not a huge Derek Carr person.
Yeah.
I thought that the Raiders were fools to hire the coach that they hired anyway. Because I'm not a big Josh McDaniels fan.
I was like, which
either.
one? Because they've hired a few over the last few seasons.
But I did suspect that the pairing of Devontae Adams and Derek Carr would be good for that. But, man, they had so many other problems they had to fix. Derek Carr getting benched now for the Raiders, as that looks like, that's probably it for him as a Raider.
Yeah, and that was always, it was weirdly enough a tenuous relationship over the last maybe 3 or 4 seasons that didn't seem like they wanted to really commit to him long term, but they still felt like he was their best option. And so you had this weird back and forth of will they, won't they? And Derek Carr seemed to very much be like, look, man, make a decision. And it seems like you've gotten to a point where they've decided they are going to try and do this without Derek Carr. Now, I believe he has a league lead in interceptions, in 14 interceptions.
Wow. Are you serious?
Yeah, 24 touchdowns, 14 interceptions this season for Derek Carr. So Carr's always been a weird player for me personally, because he's a dude who has the arm talent to throw the ball deep. But for the longest time, one of his issues was just a willingness to. He didn't seem to want to. And when he did decide to throw the ball down the field, it'd be really good. And so now we're in this place where this is an interesting prospect for a team that's looking for, a high-level stopgap quarterback, or maybe even just a quarterback that you can turn to as a veteran to take over.
Indianapolis. He's perfect for Indianapolis.
Could be.
Would he be perfect for the Jets? Or is it the Mike White-a-thon there?
I think the Jets are a really interesting prospect because they've had to draft in the a quarterback in the top 5 picks. I think 2 of the last 4 seasons, or is it 5 seasons? They've used that high capital quite a bit. So to give yourself a little bit of relief and get a quarterback who kind of knows what they're doing to go around the team that you've built, Derek Carr might not be a bad option.
There you go, man. So we'll hop back into that just a little bit, but we have the power rankings coming up next on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
20 years.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. So frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. The consultation is always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
It is time to power rank the power rankings here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. Reginald Atatula, thank you for being here with me today.
Thanks for having me.
You're going to be with us tomorrow?
I will be on the board while you guys are in Mansfield.
We are going to be in Mansfield at the Texas Roadshow Sports Cards and Memorabilia Shop. Come hang out with us.
I will not be with you.
I'll be, you know what? You'll be hanging out with us through our ears.
Nope, still won't do
You saying during breaks I can't talk to you?
Nope, do not talk to me.
Why?
I used up all my talking today.
Makes sense. It makes a lot of sense. You'll be back on Friday, though.
That's
so you'll
true.
have a lot of talking to do then. Dang. It is time to power rank the power rankings. Would you like to start with team rankings or quarterback rankings?
Ooh, Joey, what do you think? Team or quarterback rankings?
Let's go team. Why not? Let's see where our boys are.
All right. Team power rankings, which I do not have up yet, according to ESPN.com. Joey, we'll start with you. Who's number one? Who is number one?
I'm going to go with the Buffalo Bills.
You have power ranked incorrectly.
What?
Reggie, would you like to steal number one in the power rankings of the NFL?
Are they still leaving the Philadelphia Eagles up there?
Are you asking the question?
I am making a statement that they are still leaving the Philadelphia Eagles up there.
You have power ranked incorrectly as well. There's nobody left to power rank here, so we'll go back to
Carter,
Joey.
make a signal. Can you sign from back there what you believe? Okay, back to Joey.
Back to Joey,
okay.
Who is the number one team according to ESPN in the power rankings?
It's not the Bills or Philly. I'm going to go with Kansas City.
You have power ranked correctly.
Woo! Yes!
You are even now. One for two.
Only took us 3 tries.
Batting 500 now.
He is. Okay, gotcha.
Their defining moment this year, according to ESPN, was trading Tyreek Hill, by the way. So,
yeah, that was fascinating. Like, I think that's really shows that this is an organization that's built incredibly well. Is that they looked up and they said, we can get some great value back from him. And we understand that we're capable of maybe not being the exact same team, but also still being a team that is capable of doing really good stuff.
Number 2, you have said, it is your turn. You have said this team already.
All right. I am going to say that they remain the Philadelphia Eagles at 2.
You have power rank correctly.
Good answer.
The Eagles dropped from number 1 to number 2.
Because they lost to the Dallas Cowboys.
That's right. Exactly.
We had to say it out loud.
Never forget it. Cowboys won. Joey, back to you for number 3. You have also said this team already.
Okay, good, because I was in my own head about the other team. So the Buffalo Bills.
Buffalo Bills, according to ESPN, are the number 3 team in the NFL. Number 4. This is interesting. This is very interesting, and I agree with them.
Is this the San Francisco 49ers?
The San Francisco 49ers are now number 4. Obviously, like
Brock Purdy. It's Brock Purdy raised them to the level
Brian
where
Purdy's son.
I'm still not sure that's true.
We've actually talked to Brian Purdy about this. He has a theory, so we'll just leave it at that.
What?
Yeah, I'll just leave it at that.
Did he go on a break year or a leap year in college and then just kind of go around? Did he do the coming to America and go sow his wild oats?
I don't know that happened.
Okay.
There's a story, and I don't know if he wants me to share it on air. So I'm just gonna leave it there. It was funny though.
He won't hear us.
He's a great storyteller. I still think it's the Christian McCaffrey led San Francisco 49ers right now. Debo's been out, and they said we're going to go to you.
Kittle's been insane.
Kittle's been really good.
It's very good.
And I stand by my statement about the tight end catch and pass. But yeah, I don't think I'm going to give Brock Purdy lead yet.
Okay.
He is the quarterback at the moment, but let's see if he continues to lead them forever. Number 5. Why would that have been interesting, Joey?
We had to guess.
Well,
that San Francisco was 4 and this team is 5.
I want to put our boys there, but I'm going to go with the red-hot Cincinnati Bengals.
You should have gone with your first thought.
The Dallas Cowboys.
All right, number 5. Yes. Going 4-1 without Dak Prescott was exceptional. Yet here they are in week 16, rising up the charts to number 5. It's because Dak looks like Dak again. That is the real simple way to explain it, is that there are times when you're going to go, dang, Dak, that wasn't great. But the way he recovered after that, goes 24 for 24 against zone coverage, has a great game against the Eagles to, finish that off. And now here you got the rest of the season to kind of maneuver in some way in playoffs. That's where he's really going to get the opportunity to say, okay, here I am again. And this is where people will hang his legacy in the balance of what he does in the playoffs.
I just think the Cowboys need to play good complementary football. That's analysis right there.
Complementary. That's a great
complementary football.
I don't think people really understand the word yet, though.
Yeah, it's when you say really nice things.
No, I really do think that people don't understand how the offense complements the defense and how they work with each other in tandem to help each other out.
It's like
Isaiah was just talking about
Yeah.
it. Like, stick with your run. If you're eating on the run, do it. Just take advantage of that. Number 6, Reggie.
I have to guess again. I keep forgetting the concept that we're doing here.
Well, I'll give it to you this way.
No,
It
don't
could
do
be
that.
this or that. Joey has already said the name.
What? Joey didn't say a name.
He did. The name of this team at number 6.
I didn't hear Joey.
He said that they would have
You
been
never
number
listened
5.
to me, Reg.
Yeah.
That's true.
Wow.
I apologize.
Wow. Relationship building right now on
I should
air.
listen so much more.
I like this.
Dang, what did he say? I feel ashamed because I remember that he said something. It's the Cincinnati Bengals.
Man, I thought you were going to chase that around
Yeah.
for a long time
Would've been
before you got to
embarrassing.
it.
But you know what? I'm very glad that you teed it up for me, though.
Thank you very much. I like that. Higgins. Number 7 is interesting because I feel like they should be higher, but because of their record. But nobody wants to admit that
I
they're
know
a
it.
good team.
Joey,
Okay,
I got
please
you
do-
here.
yeah.
It is the Minnesota Vikings.
Yes.
They just constantly win one-score games and have a terrible point differential, and
Escape artists.
yeah,
I don't know how they do it.
they don't
either.
just getting away with it.
They're fun to watch. I will say that. I've enjoyed watching Vikings games lately. I mean, especially when they played the Cowboys.
Is
The
that a cry
Cowboys
for help?
steamrolled them. No, it's just that I watch a lot of football and enjoy it. And there's some games I'm like, this is garbage. I don't want it.
That's fair.
And then the Vikings, I'll add this. Justin Jefferson being on my fantasy team does help that
I'm
out a
sure
lot.
it does.
It makes you go, you know what?
Yeah.
I'm kind of liking today. If dude's averaging like 30 points a game in fantasy, it's awesome.
Are you in the championship?
We have one more week.
Oh yeah.
My league's so stupid.
Why?
But it's the one with my friends that we've been doing for almost 15 years now.
What makes it stupid?
Because we play in week 17.
Oh yeah, that is.
You shouldn't be doing your championship in a week where everybody's
week 18
quitting.
now?
Yeah, it's dumb. Week 18. Number 8.
Oh.
I don't think y'all can get this one. Joey,
Los Angeles Chargers.
you have power ranked incorrectly. Would you like to steal?
I was going to guess a team that plays in the National Football League that is called the Miami Dolphins.
You also have guessed incorrectly.
Damn it.
The Dolphins are at number 11. Number 8 is the Baltimore Ravens.
Wow.
Yeah, Baltimore is one of those teams that's weird because I wrote them off as not a good football team. And
they?
I'm still not sure that they're a good football team.
I don't think so either.
But they're 10
wins.
5. Like they just found 10 wins somehow.
I
like
don't know.
Lamar Jackson dragging them, and then Hundley came in and was like, "Yeah, we can kind of figure this out too." Like I just don't know it.
Can you imagine if Harbaugh had talent? Like if he had the complete arsenal of talent that it takes to be a great football team, what they would do?
You know what I need Harbaugh to do? Have the audacity as a head coach to fire Greg Roman. That's what I need you to do.
You are not
He's
a Greg
not
Roman
a good
fan.
offensive coordinator. I hate him
Number
so
9
much.
is the Chargers, Joey, and then number 10, the New York Giants.
Giants?
The Giants at number 10. Jacksonville, by the way, has moved their way up to number 12, as well as the Lions at 13. Both teams at 7 and 8. Keep an eye out for what they are doing.
All right, quarterbacks.
Now let's go to the top 10 quarterback. We can do the top 5 and the bottom 5 if you like.
I like it.
Joey, what are we thinking for the best quarterback in the league right now?
I think it's got to be Pat Mahomes.
The most underrated player in the NFL?
Correct.
Okay, Patrick Mahomes.
You have power ranked correctly. Number 2.
Good job, Joey.
Would y'all like to team up on this one too?
We're playing as a team the whole way.
Okay.
Number 2.
Teamwork make the dream work. All
Are
right.
you thinking AFC team?
I don't know exactly where I was. Like, Patrick Mahomes was the one that I knew for certain, but, I mean, you're thinking Joe Burrow? Is that where we're
I'll put it to
going?
you this way. The top 5 quarterbacks are all in the AFC.
Oh,
because that's how this works.
okay.
Do we feel good about the way that Joe Burrow has played to the point where we want to put him up here?
Sure.
All right, we're gonna guess
Joe Burrow is number 2. He's been at number 2 for a while, and they're not moving him down for anything. Number 3,
another AFC quarterback.
Another AFC
Correct.
quarterback. This one shouldn't be too difficult.
I'm thinking Josh Allen.
Oh,
How
yeah.
about you?
Yeah, I think Josh Allen's a great answer. My goodness.
Josh Allen it is?
Yeah.
Look at you guys.
I was like, I mean.
Number 4, this guy just surged his way into there.
See, that's a
actually
reference
was
to electricity, which points to the Chargers.
Maybe Herbert.
Which points to Justin Herbert.
Yes!
Wow.
That way, honestly, that wasn't intentional. I just think that because they surged their way in the playoffs, it wasn't intentional. Good job, guys.
He's lying.
This guy has changed his spots.
Oh, I'm so sad that
Number
Mike's
5.
not here.
Yeah, this is a great moment for Mike.
Because Trevor Lawrence,
oh my God,
he would have lost his mind.
Trevor Lawrence has made his way into the top 5. T-Law is finally there.
That's really interesting because that makes sense. The AFC, it's either been boom or bust for quarterbacks. Like there's not really much in the middle. Well, I mean, you got Ryan Tannehill there, you got Derek Carr there. Although he's had a whole bunch of interceptions.
That is a top-heavy group in the AFC, though. Like, there are some really good quarterbacks over there.
And I guess when you have that many good quarterbacks, the rest are going to look
pretty mediocre
in comparison.
Pretty middling,
yeah,
if you will. Middling, get it? Number 6. We are now turning to the NFC. After the Cowboys' extremely good performance.
Gardner Minshew.
No, Garden. I like the fact that you called him Garden. I like that. He's number 13.
Because he's flourishing.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
He's growing.
Yeah.
This actually, I'm surprised that this guy's at number 6 with the short career that he's had.
Short career.
I don't know how they were able to do this, but they somehow mined this guy out of nowhere.
I'm not getting these at all.
Oh, I was just hoping that you would give us more of a. Are you putting Brock Purdy here?
They put CBS Sports has Brock Purdy as the number 6
CBS
quarterback
Sports
in the
is
NFL
nonsense.
going into Week 17.
Brock Purdy is better than Dak Prescott.
I see.
No, I don't.
Where do you
I
think?
don't see
Where do
it.
you think Dak is on this list? Then do you think Dak should be next?
I think Dak is next.
Number 7, Aaron Rodgers.
Oh, get out of here! Stop this, please. Aaron Rodgers hasn't been particularly good.
He
this
has
season.
not.
And I understand that what the natural response is going to be on the truckwreck.com text line about Dak Prescott. We're just the interceptions is really.
Is Dak in the top 10?
Dak is in the top 10.
Okay, Dak is next.
Number 8, Kirk Cousins.
All right, but jeez, that's disrespect. Dak got to go see somebody at CBS. All right, so Dak is next.
Number 10, Justin Fields.
Okay, so he's not.
Dak Prescott falls in at number 9 this season.
We did it. Good job, team.
And where do you think that Derek Carr, who was just benched, was before he was benched?
13.
Do you want to say 13 as
I'm
well?
going to say 12.
16 is where they had him. That's very interesting. Lots of people now are saying, hey, what about Tom Brady makes his move to the Oakland Raiders? It was a possibility that he would go
he's
there
from the
at some
Bay
point.
Area.
He likes the Bay Area. I mean, Las Vegas isn't the Bay, but it's close enough. I get what you're saying there.
Oh, dang, I forgot.
Yeah, that's a different area now. But this is very interesting that Derek Carr is done or benched. And somebody did point out his contract is tied for the next couple of years to injury.
Yeah.
So if he was to get injured, he'd be screwed over. So maybe that's just a move there, but they are looking forward.
I mean, it's not like they're playing for actual wins and losses right now.
Yeah, it's a
It
moving
do not
on.
matter.
Coming up next, let's chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation and see what the craziest thing they've ever seen at a Waffle House is. Next on The Fan.
The holiday season.
Classic Chevrolet. It all comes down to this. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is leading the way to finish the year #1 in America. They never charge more than MSRP. Not now, not ever. Plus, they'll pay full market value for your current vehicle. Find your roads. Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, it's time to chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Broadus, Woolchuck, Chiafalo, how are you doing today, fellas?
Doing all right.
All right?
Yeah. Doing okay.
Been busy moving, huh?
It's okay
to just be okay.
Been busy.
That's true.
A little bit exhausted. I also spilled coffee on myself today.
Oh. Two sons, one truck?
Yeah.
Is that what you were doing?
I don't like the implication. Of that.
The whole thing was just a bleep
That's a moving
show.
company, isn't it?
That's what he was doing.
I've seen that
Just
company.
the sons.
Just the sons.
Oh,
they didn't
man.
even bring the truck. And then we had an issue where one guy went down. He was allergic to the cats. So it was just literally a mover by himself.
I heard it was like across the street. That's what Chiafalo was saying yesterday. So why did you need a truck?
Well, my parents have a lot of stuff, man. They were moving an entire house.
Carried across the street.
45 years old and they got a lot of bleep going on.
Yeah, you should see the amount of clothing my mother has.
Lots.
And then my dad had to do the whole fight about,
uses any of it.
don't tell me you don't have any
Making
clothes
parents
ever
come
again.
over.
You should see this. Blah, blah, blah. But
So things went swimmingly.
now I want to know.
You spilled stuff on you again, huh?
You see this? You see the stain?
Oh, I do see it. Yeah.
What is the best stain to get? Because I think it might be the coffee. Like, there's
you
no
should
good.
know because you lead the league in the stains.
I do. I've done pretty well, Brian, since Oxnard.
2 meals I sat next to him in Oxnard. Both times I could tell you what he had for dinner on his shirt.
Who's wearing it?
I'm like, the lamb chop was pretty good today, huh?
Wait, so if you know that about yourself, why not just go full bib? You know what I mean? Like, look.
Valid.
I should go bib.
Do they make adult size?
Dude, that would be a great
They make everything adult size.
That's true.
He wears the diapers already, yeah.
Already wear the diapers. But at least with the coffee is I'm getting little wafts of coffee smell.
Oh, yeah.
And that's a great smell.
You're not getting that with like baby poop.
No.
That's the bad stain.
So as far as like things that you could stain on your shirt, I think the coffee might be a number one seed.
Are you looking at me like that's not a bad stain to have on your shirt?
No, why are you getting baby poop on your shirt?
He's got children.
Yeah. You ever had a baby before?
I have it. And I actually shouldn't share a story that I remember from a friend of mine, so I'm just going to keep
No,
going.
now you need to. Now you brought it up.
Your friend got crapped on by a baby?
No, my friend, when he was a baby, his mother, how sometimes with the child, you'll take the diaper off and just let him air out a little bit. Let him air out.
You got to be very judicious about those moments.
Yeah, because they do, the boys especially, we love just letting things fly at that point. So he gets picked up by his mother, who was sitting at the table. She picks him up, and he defecates
diaper-free.
into the plate that is on the table. No! My apologies to everyone eating out there.
Nobody wants to eat after that.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Can't
What
stand
did the
poopy
restaurant
platters.
do?
But it wasn't at a restaurant.
roll check
thankfully.
every
It was
day.
at home. Yeah,
I'm not defecating on plates, Brian.
Not
Standing
anymore.
around.
That was a one-time thing.
That soda thing's got you going.
You know what? Actually, that does lead me to the conversation I wanted to have.
That's why I did it.
Because
Very intentionally.
have y'all seen the video
delicious.
going around from the Waffle House of the girl
Blocking the chair?
Yeah, that blocks the chair. She just like moves it with it. She force moves it with her hand.
And the best part about it is she's like, as she moves the chair out of her way, the chair that is a projectile in the air coming towards her, she moves that out of her way. Her attention is not on the chair.
Right.
Her attention remains focused on her adversary.
That's
as
training.
if to say, I'm still locked in here. Whatever you've got next, I'm ready for it.
I have not seen
You
this.
need to
Waffle
watch this
House
video.
girl. It's a 2-minute video?
Yes,
and then,
sir.
Then an all-out brawl takes
I'm in.
place. But the part where she just is insane. And
Don't worry, Wolchuk, I got you.
Thank you.
Is it more of a superpower than the McDonald's chick from years ago when she was like going full on Tyron Smith on everybody in the lobby?
Yeah, because this one almost even looks like
Dana
she
White
didn't
hired
touch
her.
the chair. Like she
you
just
serious?
moved
Yeah,
it
security.
with the force. My question is, what is the wildest thing you've ever seen at a Waffle House? Because I legitimately
Oh, no, you could see some wild things
have
in the Waffle
seen
House.
somebody
You will.
poop
Yeah, I think
at a Waffle House.
I think she's probably been trained to do that. I think the training that they have for Waffle House to be an employee there, you have to have a little bit of that like ninja like ability
or you just have those types of experiences anyway in life.
every day.
Like, that's probably
every day at the Waffle House.
Savage mentality. Yeah, this does turn into an all-out brawl. Look at this, man.
It sure
This
does.
This is outstanding.
The fight starts with broken glass. You can confirm this, right?
I can confirm.
The fight starts with a broken coffee urn.
And there's applause being given, and they're trying to bring it outside now. But one lady's still back in the frying cooking section, going 1-on-5 versus the Waffle House employees.
Yeah.
Wow. 1-on-5?
It's 1-on-5, and now it's becoming 1-on-6, bro.
I did see a recent Waffle House fight, but it was 2 employees.
But it wasn't live in person?
No. This was also a video. Okay. And I need to just go now and sit and watch at Waffle House.
Bro, we got ourselves a knee bender over here. And the reach on this on this lady is mighty impressive.
Oh, are we scouting now?
You have to
I
have
feel like, don't you have to? Tell the tape, man.
Does she have
Let's get some shoulder pads on this
like
one.
some shock in the hands?
Some shock in the hands.
Yeah, I like that.
Is this a trash can full of dirt?
Trash can. We got
if you're a
glass
trash
eater
can
up
full
in
of
here,
dirt,
brother.
that's pretty impressive.
That was a legendary fight, and it's not even over yet. I still got a good 15
I
seconds
guarantee
left.
it
There's
winds
a chair.
down.
She's
Hey.
picking up a chair. She's getting ready to. This girl has a chair over her shoulder, ready to drop bombs on somebody.
Yeah.
Oh, and she did it. She threw it, but she missed. Wow.
Yeah.
I'm telling you what,
that was electric,
But there
gentlemen.
was still somebody at the flat top cooking those hash
That's
browns.
right. Look, man, somebody
the
just
attention
ordered.
to detail at that Waffle House. Seriously, like
the
there
ability
could be,
to overcome adversity
Yes.
and still have a productive work environment.
There could be all
Corey's
kinds
lost all
of
control of this.
Yeah,
No, I know exactly what he's talking about. I've been there. I've been in
there's
that
like
moment.
all kinds of things going on, and there's somebody like with a spatula
Still cooking.
and making sure that you have enough cheese on those hash browns.
Because this is the thing,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Like
God,
the
those
insanity
hash
that
browns.
is happening is insane for
and you appreciate
a normal,
that in the audience, by
right?
the way.
In a vacuum.
That's what they were applauding. It wasn't
Oh,
even the
hell
fight.
yeah.
It was the cook that was still getting
Right,
The fact that this one lady's kicking this other lady's ass, but she's adding bacon to your hash browns.
That's right. She was like, I remember that you said
You're
this,
so
right?
damn hammered. it.
Right.
Yeah.
In a vacuum, that is
That
absurd
skillet,
behavior.
put it in that skillet you got back there. You know,
Right,
that
there
big
you go.
skillet.
Reading tickets.
Yeah.
In a Waffle House at 2 a.m., that is absolutely normal behavior,
Yes.
which speaks to I have actually been in a Waffle House and seen something somewhat absurd, but of course, Waffle House normal, where one of my servers, like the server there, I'm sitting at one of the booths that's like right next to, the flat top or whatever,
Yes.
so I can kind of see what's happening.
Those are great
I can,
places to sit.
I can kind of see into like the little back room that they have there. And I'm telling you, I am 93% sure this dude was going in the back and doing lines. But you know what? It's 2 a.m. It's
2
the
a.m.
Waffle House.
Summer
If
night.
that's what you need to get through it, and it's a Waffle House, I understand this.
Well, let me ask you this: how was your meal?
I was good, man.
Yeah, there you go.
On
That's
point.
you can kind of deal with
can
things
split
at
hairs,
the Waffle
but-
House if you know that you're getting. It's gonna. I tell you what, the Waffle House I always feel bad because I feel like I had $260 worth of food and my bill's $8.
That's right.
And I'm like, you know what? I'm
Dirt
leaving a
cheap.
huge tip here. I'm not gonna. Yeah.
Well, here's the real question: how many waffles do you think you could put down in one sitting?
Shut your mouth.
I remember this.
How
No,
you
no, no.
doing?
You shut your mouth
Are you
because
still feeling the
I
effects?
was, do you remember how mad I was that he was trying to say that he
Dude,
could
Reggie
eat
was
10
offended.
waffles in an hour?
He was genuinely angry at
Did you
me.
guys try it?
Oh, I
Yeah,
made him.
did.
I made him do it.
I was supposed to do 10 waffles in one singular hour. 60 minutes time brought us. I got 4.5.
Those things
Oh,
are
wow.
giant, though.
They're so.
They're much bigger than I had remembered.
The confidence he had.
But the
going
problem
into
is, I
this.
gave you off ramps. I was like, "No, you can't. Do you remember how large these are?" And you're like, "Yeah, I can still do it." And I was like, "You know what? Fine, do it then."
I had some unearned waffle hubris at the time that has since left me and forever will.
and now you're a better person.
Now I am a better person. I did redeem myself with the Big Mac in
Yeah,
60
you did.
seconds.
You did beat me on the Big Mac challenge there. Yeah.
So I have redeemed myself to an extent, but I think there's a chicken tender challenge that needs to get done here because I said like something about 20 chicken tenders being pretty much no problem.
And how
Oh, so you
long?
didn't learn your
Dawson.
lesson then?
Hold on, since
Well,
when?
with meat,
I
I'm
kinda want in on
still.
this chicken tender.
Yeah.
You have to learn
how
the
much time
lesson?
do we have to work on this?
I'm trying to remember what me and Dawson we had this back and forth a few weeks back, and he was pretty like, okay, we're gonna do this.
Are we talking like Cane's with?
I think it was
with
like
the dipping sauce.
Yeah,
I'll,
with the
I'll
dipping
sit down
sauce.
with you and help you out.
Thank you. See,
Yeah,
I feel
we
like
can do-
20 tendies is
Yeah.
That's a
doable.
lot of tenders,
I
dog.
think we could try this. I think
That
I'm down for
breading
that.
has got to get to you at a
Oh,
point.
the
right?
breading! No, don't get me wrong. The post game show is going to be disgusting after that.
Yeah, I'm going straight home after that.
I'm going to be.
He's got to finish the show.
I'm Luka Doncic, but I need Pepto Bismol. I don't need a beer after that. You know what I mean? And I need about
Man.
24 hours recovery.
I was wondering because we were talking about Jack in the Box tacos yesterday.
Oh,
And I kind of feel like I could eat a lot of those.
There, Eric sideswiped me and
I
say what
ordered
I did to
I ordered
those.
100 once.
You know
Did
what,
you?
Walchuk?
Not for
I
me,
didn't.
but for
Thank you.
a group.
For a group?
Yeah.
That's a first.
Reggie's looking at me like Jack in the Box tacos. You kidding me?
No,
special. They're
I've
special.
had a very good relationship with Jack in the Box tacos, and I had a time where a friend of mine who was blazed out of his mind told me, "Hey man, can you drive me to Jack in the Box? I want to get 20 tacos." No,
What?
220 tacos.
There you go.
And that's how high he was. He could not do the addition of 20 plus 20.
That's a lot.
I'll tell you what, I feel like if I had
That's
to go,
double what I did.
I feel like if I had to go man versus food, maybe the Jack in the Box taco might be it for me. If I had to, like you said, okay, can you eat 25 of these?
I believe that.
I would. I think I would.
The grease does.
I wouldn't be close, but I mean, I
sits,
would
man.
try.
I did 20 in 10 minutes.
It's going to be.
You did 20 in 10 minutes?
I did.
Yeah.
Well, okay, they have cheese and the lettuce on them, or just
fully
straight?
loaded and hot sauce.
Oh, did
And I
you
put
really?
You
extra
barely
hot
even
sauce.
have to chew them. They're so greasy.
Wow.
But they
Yeah.
also are crunchy. How do they do it? That's
The edge-
part.
the
They
edges are
melt, they
greasy
melt
in
in
the
your
middle.
mouth. They bend, they melt.
Oh, it's so
unbelievable.
special.
I think
Yeah.
they're double fried.
I did the Colby on his when he was getting married. We did the big pizza thing. We tried to sit down and eat one of the big pizzas in an hour, and I had that. Remember that sauce, that hot sauce that you had to eat?
Oh yes.
I had a bunch of it, and it was in the stomach, and I had to go to the restroom later. I had fear poop. I couldn't go because I
Were you in a public
I was
place?
afraid. Yeah, and we
I
didn't
get
even
that.
finish. We got like halfway through those pizzas, and we were like, "This is stupid." What do you guys got coming up on the showgram today?
Jared Sandler, 4 o'clock, as we have a Rangers party because we got the best rotation in all of Major League Baseball.
What?
Yeah, we do.
Do we?
100%.
All right, let's go.
Yeah, move over Major League Baseball and make a place for the Rangers.
The entire
440, Chuck Cooperstein, Dallas Mavs radio play-by-play, and you know you got Krusty's Corner at 240.
Loving it. Loving it. You guys have a fantastic show. Reggie, thanks for hanging out with me today. Look forward to seeing y'all all out in Mansfield tomorrow at the Texas Roadshow Sports Cards and Memorabilia Shop. Hang out with us in Mansfield. Until then, you've been Masterpiece.
Say Waffle House forever, Corey.
Waffle House forever, Corey.
Say waffles, Corey.
Waffles, Corey. We said the same thing, kind of.
All day, every day, bringing you from the Classic Chevrolet Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Hallelujah, everybody. It's hour number 1 of the G-Bag Nation. Zach Wolchuk alongside Brian Broaddus, Eric Chiafalo, Lucius Alexander, and Carter Freeman. And you are Turn It On, Leave It On listeners. We love you dearly. Tolo, everybody. You can watch us on Twitch, on YouTube as we party with you as we enter Club Mavs, baby. What a comeback it was. A 60-point Luka Doncic triple-double. Are you bleeping kidding me?
It feels more like Club Luka to me today.
It's Club
I'm going to be
Luka.
honest with you, Chuck. I mean, I know it's Club Mavs, but it feels like this is Luka VIP night, and he is the king that we are all praising. The dominance of Luka Magic from start to finish, and extra time, no problem. Let's put some sauce on it. My gosh, 61, triple-double, all the rebounds. Doing it all. Luka getting it done. You need a beer, sir? Absolutely. Here's 20 of them. Actually, here's 60 of them.
Courtesy of Miller Bleeping Light, of course.
Yeah.
How about that? The Mavs trailing by 9 points. I think we're all about ready to turn this sucker off. It's like, again, the Knicks have done it again. They didn't even have Jalen Brunson tonight. We're going to find a way to lose to the Knicks. It's 112-103. There's 9 points with 33.9 seconds remaining in regulation. NBA teams 0 and 13,884.
And then Luka arrived on the scene.
Hallelujah. Went down at least 9 points in the final 35 seconds, and the Mavs found a way to do it. They tie it up at 112 all. They go to overtime. Luka with 60 points, 21 boards, 10 assists. Oh, by the way, also added a couple of steals and a block. What an unbelievable, legendary performance from our hero.
All he needs is about 33 seconds to make you feel all tingly inside.
Oh,
my gosh, Luka. What.
I'll tell you what, man. Like, for him, you knew what the play was going to be. Just try and bang that thing off the back of the rim and hope for the best. That thing never works out. When you're shooting free throws like that and you're trying to get the ball, it never works out.
It's very rare.
You miss the rim. It's like there's some kind of violation there. But for the ball to bounce through those Knicks' hands and get to the one set of hands that you needed to have.
I know.
I mean, that's fate right
And
there.
how about the Luka touchdown dance as well?
dude, the night you just texted that in.
That got me going, bro.
Did you see the Luka Wiggle dance? And Cuban tweeted out, we need to name this. We need a name for it. And we should. Maybe 877-881-1053 if we want to workshop this. What should we name the Luka Wiggle dance in excitement? And he even said afterwards he thought that was the game winner. He thought he had won this sucker already.
He
got
was
overexcited.
He was hoping.
He didn't know he was going to have to play some defense for 5 minutes after that, right?
Golly, 47 minutes, just complete exhaustion, but a 60-point triple-double. I mean, my
the efficiency
goodness.
to do it for 21 of 31. You're talking about 68% from the field, and it was just in every which way getting it done, making guys look foolish at times, but the step back is working, the floater's working, getting into the lane, all of it. It was all on display last night, and it was doing it in such an efficient manner is just ridiculous.
It really was. And the Mavs, watching Jalen Brunson's face as that shot went in, it's like, I've seen this before, but why?
Yeah.
Why?
Well,
It's unbelievable.
I'll tell you, the thing with the Mavs and what's really been impressive, there was a time there where the Mavs were losing games to teams that didn't have their best players. That's kind of turned around a little bit. But the fact that the Mavericks themselves have been so banged up, and I know you're playing the Rockets and others like that, still winning games, being a little bit shorthanded, I think that's always a really, really good sign for your team, especially, like I say, the Knicks have been playing pretty well. They pretty much had the same record as you had, and you knew that it was going to be a tough game. But man, for them to get a victory like that with that game, the whole game, which just seemed like that. Chalk this one up to a bad night at the Yard with the way it was kind of going. But again, you have the best player in the NBA leading your team. Makes a difference.
I mean, it's unbelievable. He passes Dirk for the most points scored in a single game in the regular season. Dirk with 53, Luka now with 60, topped Wilt Chamberlain and Elgin Baylor, the only to have a 50-point, 20-rebound triple-doubles before him. Wilt Chamberlain did it twice. Elgin Baylor did it once. I mean, he's the first player ever to have that 60-point, 20-rebound triple-double. He's in a category of his own right now, is Luka Doncic. Unbelievable. And he's every night, we're watching something more and more special. Mavericks now have something good going. They're 14-5 at home. They're 19-16 now. You're absolutely right about the Knicks. The Knicks now are 18-17. If the Mavericks could just figure out how to win away from the AAC, could really find a way to make this a pretty darn good, impressive record. That's been their issue. It's just playing on the road, not to mention the health, of course.
Oh, no, and as you mentioned, they've had some games where the opponent has not had their best players. I just remember starting the season with a trip to New Orleans. And then you get run out of the Smoothie King Center. Yeah, Orlando was another one. They've had some games this season where they've had the better of the five on the floor and just haven't found a way to finish it yet. And so, that's, to me, going through what they're going through with the injuries and trying to find combinations and ways to win these games, it's got to help them going forward for sure.
Now, we got Twolo Vader in the Twitch chat, so just call it doing the Luka. We got some other texts, 877-881-1053 on the truckwreck.com text line. Said, you can call it the Liggy, the Luka Wiggle. Call the dance the Dirty Doncic. Call it the Luka Limbo from the 678. So we'll workshop this, 877-881-1053. So the Mavs get a big win last night, a historical win. Not only the comeback in the final seconds to force overtime, but Luka with the 60-point triple-double.
It's just so funny to look at him do that celebration, and to see it's the angle that they give you is you see him in utter elation, like it's Christmas morning to Luka, and then off in the distance is an hands up in the air, disgruntled face of Tom Thibodeau, who's just completely disgusted. And it is one of the most magical things that I've watched it on a loop. It's like a 7-second video. I've watched it 100 times today, and it just gets better and better. Luka, he can't believe it. He's literally childlike in his excitement after that ball went in, because there's no reason that ball should have gone in. And then seeing Thibodeau in the background just losing his mind is spectacular.
I'm about to fall in line, though, with the majority of our listeners who text in their frustration about Bally and not being able to watch some of these games. I'm about to lose the parents.
The DirecTV.
The Bally plug, yeah.
Oh, no.
This is about to become an issue.
You're going to have to pivot to the app, or
they're switching to just the stream.
That's how I watch it. I watch it with the app.
So is it work? Because I know Gavin was talking about the frustration there and how it's not working. So I'm thinking, do I really want to pay $20 a month for this app and it not work?
Well, the problem, I haven't had a problem at all with I'll sit there because I have it on while I'm watching tape. So I have it on in the corner so you can kind of hear it and listen to it while it's going on.
So do you got it on your phone? Or are you
I have
watching
it on my phone.
there?
I watch on my phone. And what I'll do is sometimes you'll catch Stars and Mavs at the same night, like last night, and you flip back and forth. Like when one goes to commercial, you can flip over on your phone and watch the
Good idea.
And watch the Stars play.
So your parents have the plug, though?
They did.
Them moving, does that stop their connection? Did they drop their cable provider?
Yeah, so what my dad's doing now is he's just switching to only the DirecTV stream, and Bally is not on the DirecTV stream.
Mm-hmm.
It was only on the actual DirecTV.
Right.
So now I'm thinking, well, bleep me, Dad, I need you to just go back to regular DirecTV. But even that
Spend that $250
even
a
if
month,
that
pops.
wouldn't have helped me, right? Because the only way that I can
you can definitely if he has the plug, then you're definitely plugged in.
Okay.
Yeah, all you have to do is download the app and stream it.
I'm gonna have to,
because then you have to get a login. Dad's got the login,
I'm gonna
buddy.
have to have a chat with Dad and have him reassess this whole deal.
Take him a carton of cigarettes. He'll be good.
Yeah, maybe a couple.
Yeah.
I was kind of hoping that after the game, Luka, instead of saying I need a beer right now, is I just need a cigarette.
No doubt. Brian, you mentioned the Stars. The Stars also had a thriller last night. A last-minute goal from Rope Hintz got the Stars a win with 52 seconds left as they knocked off the Preds. 52.3 seconds left. Stars get a 3-2 victory over Nashville last night. You had Otter with 26 saves as the Stars have now won 3 of 4. Jamie Benn, the captain, with a goal and an assist. And with that goal, he now moves into second place all-time on the franchise's all-time goals list behind Mike Madonna, quite the milestone for the Dallas Stars captain.
Yeah, this is not the first loss that Nashville is going to suffer as far as a Dallas sports team rolling in there. Got that Dallas Cowboy bunch rolling in tomorrow night. So Nashville's about to be double disappointed.
So I heard you guys talking about this big story when it comes to the Cowboys, of course. We know that Tennessee might be using this as like a preseason game.
Yeah.
Now, we don't know about Tony Pollard, his status. We'll wait and see the injury report today.
Looking better, and they're going to carry that thing all the way to game time tomorrow. So 90 minutes before you'll get the inactives, but they've done some work with them and they feel better about the situation. But they're going to see what happens tomorrow. That's what I was told.
Okay, so it's iffy right now.
I would say initially it was really iffy because of the Thursday game. I would say there's actually a little bit of hope. How about that?
Okay. So we're hopeful. Now, I mean, the way that we're looking at this, and Eric, having known you for as long as I do, and we're going to have a chat, especially when we have Bobby on later, because Bobby has opened my eyes to all sorts of layers in our friendship, my friend.
Oh, man, yeah.
But
he railed me on Twitter yesterday.
He did.
Did you not see
He put a video up?
He put millions of videos up of me. It was a disaster.
What are you doing touching the guy's hand?
Yeah, well, I got somebody in my ear saying, we got to go to break right now, and Peyton Russell won't pipe down. So I got to touch him and say, Peyton, that's enough, sir.
Just a little, hey, I'm here for you, buddy.
Yeah.
It looks like you were trying to not let him make a point.
Eric is
well, I had to go to break.
Well, yeah, and that's how it goes. Instead of yelling,
Are you guys doing national ESPN? What are we doing over there? Are we trying for a B+ here? What are we
trying for an A, Broadus?
We're going for an A, Brian.
Yeah, you end up with the C, but you shoot for the moon.
So if you wouldn't have touched his hand, you would have probably got the C?
Yeah, they would probably just cut him off anyways. Instead of me doing it, they would have just went to commercial.
It would have looked way worse for Peyton.
By commercial, I just mean like random infomercial.
Yeah, they don't actually have to play, but we play them anyway because we want to look professional.
Shout out to the greatness of UNT Broadcast School.
Yep, I think that was Braden McKinney, who was our director at the time and is now directing professional news somewhere.
Some say
Buffalo, maybe.
Some say he looks like a more a bloated, shorter version of Dak Prescott.
Jeez, come on, man. And actually, I see it.
Thank you.
But you're a bleep hole.
I'm proud of that one.
You are an absolute bleep hole. Now, you err on the side of caution with this Tony Pollard stuff.
Yes, absolutely.
So it's like, why play him?
Why would you play Pollard?
If there's any risk involved, I think we feel good about Zeke and Malik Davis being able to carry that load tomorrow night.
100%. Especially against the B team, the JV team for Tennessee.
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah, Tennessee didn't let you run the ball, though. If they
got it.
If they're going to play their big dogs.
Yeah, if they don't, like you say, if they don't, they've got some guys banged up in that front seven, especially at linebacker. So we'll see if they play Simmons and those guys, yeah.
But even those guys, even if they do play, in their minds, they're going to know I'm playing a meaningless game. I'm playing a meaningless game. Like, that's going to be on a loop in their brain for 60 minutes. You're not going to get their best. You're not going to get the best out of these guys, even their studs.
Okay.
You think the Cowboys are playing a meaningless game?
No,
it's definitely meaningful for the Cowboys because
That's what
you
I'm
don't
saying.
know.
I'm talking about for the Titans.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, for the Cowboys, you've got to play. You don't know what's going to happen with the Eagles.
You wish the Eagles played this Thursday. You played Sunday, and then you'd have a real clear picture of how much this game does mean.
Even though, for me, I'm going to stand by this. And the Cowboys, look, if the Eagles end up winning against the Saints, I think they're going to end up viewing that as a preseason type of game against Washington in the finale.
Oh, sure.
For sure.
That's what McCarthy's going to do. And we'll talk about that leading up to it. But this team has not looked good following rest. They have looked rusty on the offensive side of the football. That Green Bay game after the bye, they were not firing on all cylinders. Specifically, Dak in the passing game has not looked good after rest. So I get it. If you got guys that are banged up and hurt and there's legitimate reason to rest them, go for it, man. Don't play them. But otherwise, the rest for the sake of resting, I'm kind of on the other side of that debate. I think you need to play your guys and make sure you keep everything humming. You're playing your best football.
Yeah, I wouldn't push back on that. I do get that, at least playing a little bit in that game, but for guys like Micah Parsons or guys that you're not concerned about, Tank Lawrence, if that Washington game ends up being meaningless.
Like Tank playing on two bad toes, I get it.
Bro.
Like if there's legit injury risk here, you guys are legitimately hurt, I hear it. And at this time of the year, you probably make that case for everybody. You guys broke this, I believe it was during the 6 o'clock hour last night. Very exciting here on your home of the Rangers, home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. How about the Rangers signing Nathan Eovaldi to a multi-year deal? He provides the Rangers with really filling out that rotation. 2021 Cy Young finalist. He's got a ton of postseason experience. He's 32 years old, signed that 2-year deal. It's $34 million. And the deal includes performance bonuses. It's also got a vesting option for 2025 that can carry the maximum value to $63 million. The Rangers do surrender a third-round pick. We'll talk with Jared Sandler about this at the 4 o'clock hour. I really hate this deal for Major League Baseball. Like, the Rangers had to sacrifice a second-rounder for Jacob DeGrom. Mm-hmm. They're going to give up a third-rounder now for the Eovaldi signing. I don't like that Major League Baseball does this. In a way, I don't think it's necessarily going to stop teams from going out there and adding free agents, but it's not necessarily enhancing your ability to want to go out and do it if I'm going to have to give up draft picks, right? Like, I don't understand why you are going ahead and punishing a team for being aggressive in free agency and stripping them of draft picks. That's not something that there's a multitude of reasons to say Major League Baseball is doing this wrong and that wrong. That's also one that I'm going to throw into the stack and say I don't understand this when it comes to Major League Baseball whatsoever.
Yeah, just pile it on. There's quite a few of them.
But big signing. And now this Rangers rotation is looking pretty sick nasty, in my opinion.
Hey, for Christmas, I gave the Rangers starting rotation health.
You did.
So we're going to be cool, man. Whew. They got health for Christmas,
if you can get
and that's all they need.
You've got Eovaldi. You've got, of course, Jacob DeGrom, the best pitcher in baseball when healthy. You've got John Gray, who when he was healthy last year pitched really well. Martin Perez, who was an all-star, and then Andrew Heaney, who also is a guy that when healthy, one of the better strikeout pitchers in Major League Baseball. Now you can kind of pair him and Jake Odorizzi if you want. Now you got depth, or maybe Odorizzi can be a bullpen piece for you or a long reliever type of guy if maybe somebody has a rough start or a rough outing. There's so many different things that the Rangers can play around with here. It's really, really exciting. So much to get into here today on a hump day with the G-Bag Nation. We will have Chuck Cooperstein, Dallas Mavericks radio play-by-play voice at 4:40. I mentioned Jared Sandler at 4 o'clock, but up next, we've got the G-Bag of the day. And let's go around the Cowboys defense. Plenty to be concerned about, but what do we have to look forward to positivity-wise? Talk about that next on The Fan.
Commercial-free fellowship. It's the G-Bag Nation's Expressway.
but this has been one of those deals where, hey, defense probably not playing like they need to be if you're going to be doing something special in the playoffs. Certainly not playing to the level of expectation that they had set forth throughout the first, whatever it was, 14 weeks of the season, basically, 13 weeks of the season. And so, but it's really especially been these last 2 weeks, the Jags and then this game versus the Eagles, and things were made easier without having Hurts. You bottled up their run game pretty dang good. I imagine if Hurts plays in that game, they run considerably more on a Cowboys defense that is missing Leighton Vander Esch, their best run-stopping linebacker, and Jonathan Hankins right now, their best interior run defender. So, and those two guys should be. Hankins is going to be back for the playoffs, right?
Yep. So we're hearing.
Vander Esch won't play Thursday, but he'll be fine. So all is well from that standpoint. But one of the things that they have done, and Broadus, you've mentioned this a lot this season, and it was something that they were really poor at last year, is giving up explosive plays.
Mm-hmm.
And this year, they've been great at it. Dallas has limited, this season, Dallas has been limiting explosive plays, averaging 2.3 per game. Is what, up until that Houston game, they were giving up slightly more than 2 explosive plays per game, which is just plays of 20 or more yards, whether it be on the ground or through the air. But in the last 2 weeks, the Cowboys have allowed 5.5 per game. And they allowed 7 of them on Saturday versus the Eagles.
It's going to happen against those guys.
It's definitely going to happen with those guys for sure, and it did. And when you consider the fact that they had 2 more plays through the air that were 19 yards, you're really talking about 9 plays of roughly 20 or more yards, the explosive plays that can really be backbreaking for a defense. And so that's something that certainly is going to have to be cleaned up, and part of it's going to have to be with the pass rush, and that's where the silver lining comes in here, because Pro Football Focus is seeing, like we talked about it yesterday, the pass rush and not getting the sacks. You're a sack master dominant team through the first 13 weeks of the season, and then you're not getting the sacks anymore. But we also know, as we've become more educated on football, that the thing that is a little bit more consistent to show how good your pass rush is and is going to continue to be is your pressure rate.
Right.
And when you look at against the Eagles, it was almost 50%, 48.8%. The week prior, 45% versus the Jaguars. So they're getting the pressure still, and those would be some of the best pressure rates of the season. Even those games where they're sacking the quarterback a million times, 45% pressure rate, 49% pressure rate, that is really, really good. And so that does bode well moving forward for, hey, you're still, and Gardner Minshew, it felt like he was throwing the ball away just to avoid being sacked a handful of times.
He did. And we mentioned, the week before with Jacksonville, they got 28 pressures, but you got to give a lot of credit to Trevor Lawrence for avoiding sacks and just not, getting the ball out quickly. Another thing that's interesting in this is, and you mentioned the big plays, but Blogging the Boys wrote an article about some of the reasons why the Cowboys pass rush has disappeared. And they mentioned, the pass rush stunts. And Brian, we see this all the time.
Yeah, I talked about this yesterday.
In the All-22.
We asked Tank about it. He was talking about it.
Yeah, I heard you guys interview him.
And he just laughed because he knew. I mean, that's when you watch these teams that are trying to prevent the Cowboys from getting their pass rush on them. It's, the Cowboys early, and they were creating situations where they're rushing with negative down and distance.
Yeah.
So it's 2nd and 13, 2nd and 14. Maybe you get a penalty, so now you're dealing with, they just haven't had that, though. I mean, teams have kind of the chains have been good for them, and so they've been able to, when they run those twist stunts, though, ball's out. By the time they run the stunt, the ball's out of there. So that's been a problem to me. My suggestion, just straight rush. Just go ahead and straight rush this thing. I
think you're right.
Yeah, because if you're going to, if the problem, too, is the Cowboys can't make anybody hold the ball on the back end right now. Until they get, I think they're getting into the right direction of who they're wanting to play, whether that's Bland, Wright, those guys. They're going to get the right combination of those guys. And then now you're in a situation where maybe you get, there's that extra split second where these guys are having to hold the ball, and then your rush can get home. But the teams are just getting the ball out of their hands as quickly as possible, and the Cowboys are giving up some plays that way.
Yeah, and one of the big things, and if they could just find a way to clean up the explosive plays, and a lot of that comes down to third downs. Their third down defense has been has been really, really bad. And it had
bad against the Eagles.
It had been dominant all season, and that's what you see in a lot of these different things where all season long you've been great at X, Y, and Z, but you're talking about 67% on third downs, which was the worst in 2022 for the team. That happened a couple of weeks back, and then 57% third down conversion rate for the Eagles. So 2 weeks in a row where your third down defense is killing you. And if you could just overcome that, I think you see some explosive plays that take place on third down as well. So the explosive plays in the third down defense, and then it looks like the pass rush is still getting there.
You're getting the pressures.
But teams know that you're doing that, and so now they're like, okay, we're going to just throw the ball away, and we're not going to play hero quarterback ball and get the inevitable sack. We'll just live to play another down. So get better on third down. Don't give up the explosives. Keep forcing turnovers, and let's party.
Turnovers are huge.
All right, speaking of party, let's head into the Pimp Cup with Lucius Alexander for today's edition of G-Bag of the Day.
Yeah. Y'all see that boy Luka last night? Hooping like it's a game of 21 and he had 20 points. You throw the ball against the rim, catch that joint, I got to win by 2. Win by 2 on you boys.
Always.
Yeah. Listen, man, I swear to God, I've hooped like that before, but nobody's seen it.
Nobody?
Right,
I was by myself, just me and my cousin. I was hooping like this before. Luka gets to do it in front of everybody, man. Congratulations to the kid.
Yeah,
that was amazing.
He's also doing it on a 10-foot goal, Lucius.
Yeah, well, you know. Hey, look, I used to dunk, man.
Me too.
Too bad we don't have like cell phones back then when I was going out of control dunking.
10-foot dunking, Lucius.
100%, bro. What?
That's bucket list. If I could just do that one time, I would just feel amazing.
It started in 8th grade, and I went insane from there. Like, every day I was trying to grab the rim. Every day, like, just running back and forth to the rim. Back and forth, back and forth. By the time 8th grade, the year was over with, your boy was dunking.
Gosh, bro. That is sweet. Did you ever dunk in a game?
Yeah, one time it was fast breaks, though. Never
doesn't
like
matter. That counts, bro.
Never in the thick of it, though. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, just driving the lane and just putting a couple people on a post.
Get out of my way!
Peeling out facials.
Nah, that never happened. It was fast breaks, and I couldn't palm the ball, so I had to do like the little scoop tunnel. Yeah, it was a dunk, though.
That's great.
Let's see. Day 2 for 2 neighbors that had a friendly conversation about their dogs right here. Day 2 for these fellas.
Get your dog away from mine.
This is my yard, you stupid bitch.
Wow.
Your dog has got to be on a leash.
Really? He's standing in my yard.
But he's supposed to be on a leash. Come on, Aiden, let's go.
Yeah, Aiden, take your barking bitch ass in the house.
You know what? Watch your language. Watch your
I'm 41, Patty. I'm 41.
Vicious little terrier.
That terrier's getting after it. Itchy sweater.
Shut the up.
Your dog is not even on a leash.
You're right, because he ain't doing in my yard.
Oh, you know what? He has to be on a leash, according to my vet.
You know what? Look how my dog is being, you stupid bitch.
Oh, whoa.
Your dog is barking, acting a fool. My dog's wagging his tail. You're the one that needs a fenced yard. Your dog be attacking people.
Oh, he has not.
Bubba loves everybody.
Bubba loves everybody.
Bitches like you.
And your dog shouldn't have an owner like you.
I think she made a point.
I can do anything. You can do better.
Yeah.
Oh, she said, your dog shouldn't be on the leash according to my vets.
And she's losing her breath as she says it.
Yeah, she ran out. She was like, this ain't gonna, it's not gonna hit.
Not going to
It's
work.
not gonna hit.
But she got him at the end, I think, you know. Yeah.
Coach Mike Gundy, OSU up there in Oklahoma. My man rocks the mullet.
He does.
Mullet Mike.
With pride. I don't know if he still rocks it, but he rocked it with so much pride. And he had the mirror glasses.
Yeah. Looked like an Alabama State trooper.
Man.
Yeah, he did a little straightening right here during the press conference. A little straightening.
And with the portal now, staff changes happen earlier and earlier in the year. You haven't made any to your staff yet. Do you anticipate that happening between now and next year?
I can't. You're moving to mine.
So staff changes are starting to happen earlier and earlier now with the portal being a thing. Do you anticipate making any changes to your staff between now and next season?
Do you think I would tell you if I was making staff changes?
No, but I have to.
Then why would you ask?
Because I have to. It's my job.
Okay, well, I might have to cut you out. I mean, don't be an ass. Really? I mean, those people's lives, man. Those people's families, right? Okay, don't mess with people's families. Let's do this the right way. You with me on this? It's not fair to people's families, man.
right, that will conclude our press
No, I'm not
conference.
mad about the game. I just don't like ignorance.
Yeah, Mike.
We'll conclude our press conference with Oklahoma State. Thank you, coach, players. Congratulations on being in the Guaranteed Rate Bowl. Best of luck.
Thank you. All right, guys.
Freaking Bleep Bowl of the Week nominee right there, Mike Gundy.
Just don't like ignorance, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
His answer was completely ignorant and hypocritical, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's kind of tough. I mean, he says, I ain't even mad about the game, but
That's how you know he's mad about the game.
that's how you know he's mad about the game.
When you
is
should
fine.
be mad at the game because that's your job is to be mad at the game,
Right.
and you should be mad at the game, and you should be mad at a lot of games this year because your team sucked to high heaven after they started like 6-1.
Yeah.
And ranked in the top 10.
Let's go to Memphis, Tennessee here, folks.
All right.
Fox 13 got a reporter out there covering the winter storm. He cracks a joke about a BMW. The joke falls flat. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh, no.
He should have asked if there was any Capricorns in the house right after that joke. And is anybody celebrating a birthday? You know, that type of situation if you crack a bad joke. But his colleagues kind of roasted him a little bit.
I'm gonna just tell you real quick. We saw a little bitty BMW, two-door BMW, and it almost looked. I was praying for that BMW because it almost became a W without. It was just almost. You just almost lost the BM, and it almost became just a W because that's in the middle of the road. I'm telling you.
Okay.
All right. Well, JP, be careful and stay warm. We'll see you in a little bit.
Yeah, JP, we're going to have to work on your jokes as well.
Oh, no! Oh, they went for him.
You had to there. You have to address it, right? It's just like when I mentioned
You have
Kanye
to.
West song last night.
have
Lucius,
to.
you checked me.
Listen, I'll never check you, but yes, it must be mentioned if it's
Somebody
out there.
needs to check
I will
you.
never check you, brother.
Well, use the term loosely.
Let's see here. Oh, how about this? This lady was watching the Cowboys and Eagles play at her best friend's house. Best friend is an Eagles fan. In fact, best friend's whole family is Eagles fans. Cowboys won that game. We know how it went, right?
Right. We do.
You want to hear chaos?
Yes.
Chaos.
An agent of chaos.
The kids are going to come out the room crying, I hate the Cowboys. And then the friend is just going to start threatening to ruin Christmas.
Dallas's defense, they stepped up today. 4 takeaways.
Cowboys are trash! I hate the Cowboys! Oh my God! Y'all's record still ain't You still ain't Keep with me and there won't be no Christmas!
Chaos.
Yeah.
You see what happened when the Cowboys win?
Yeah.
Chaos out here.
It's amazing.
All right, that's it for me, folks. Let's get this voting on.
Let's get this voting on. Here we go. Is it the one-time champ, Patty, Aiden, Bubba, the whole nine, dogfight, neighbors? Is it the Mike Gundy, Bleep Hole of the Week nominee, local news joke debacle, or is it Cowboy Christmas chaos? I think I'm going with the dogfights, boys.
Yeah. You got Jeff Van Gundy said, I'm a man, I'm 40, and you got this guy down here, I'm 41, Patty. 40 is the new 30 out here, folks. This is when you're really going to catch a stride and start telling people how you really feel. It's 40. I'm going with the two neighbors arguing about the dogs.
Boom, 2-0. Chuck.
I love Crying Eagles fans. It brings me joy and pleasure. I'm going for the Crying Eagles fans.
2-1 brought us.
I'm going to go with the dogs.
Okay, and by a score of 3-1.
That boy got that dog in him.
Got that
dog.
Yeah, Bubba does got that dog in him.
Bubba's a happy dog.
Bubba's now your two-time G-Bag of the Day champion.
My vet says.
Yeah.
We will replay that at 5:40 in the midst of LA Live with Lucius Alexander.
Coming up next.
But coming up next, speaking of next here, Chuck, let's get some Krusty's Corner. Where are we headed, sir?
Yeah, you guys need to know who your official is for this game tomorrow night. We'll talk about that next.
Coming up Thursday morning on Sean and Bobby, is there any way the Cowboys can...
Shortages in demand are driving up prices. Classic Chevrolet would never charge over MSRP. Not now, not ever. This is Texas. This is Classic. Find new roads.
Time now for Krusty's Corner, and here he is, King of the Krusties, Brian Broaddus.
Thank you very much, sir, Wooly Bully. You guys like to take a guess who your official is for tomorrow night's game? I got
Blakeman.
Ooh, that's a good guess.
That is a good guess.
Man, he was fighting through who committed the penalty on Saturday. Was it the Chiefs? Was it the Seahawks? No, it was the Seahawks. No, it was the Chiefs. Cleat had himself one hell of an outing.
He does.
Oh, was it John Hussey?
Yeah, I was going to guess Hussey. Hussey's my guy.
No, we've already had Hussey here.
Well, they don't let you have the same guy.
They try not to. You haven't had
Boger.
You haven't had this official this year, but you'll recognize the last name.
Hockley.
Oh, Hockley.
Yeah, you got Sean Hockley. And by the way, text in.
That was the Thanksgiving guy last year.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Oh no.
Text in. By the way, when I do, all right, I've had people. Let me ask you guys this. I've had people when I talk about the officials and when I was with Parcells and how I used to have to learn about them and their calls. Text in and let me know, do you like when we talk about the officials, or is this something that you don't want?
I like it.
I kind of feel like, to me, that I'm trying to educate people that these guys and gals, they do have patterns in games that you can follow, and you're like, oh, if this gets called, it's the same thing I used to tell Parcells. Like when, I would say, Coach, this is what their top 5 calls, and here's the most unusual call they have. Like if it's a tripping or leverage, or they've, you just try and educate Coach, and then he educates the team. But I
love the poorly educated.
Yeah, but to me, I'm one of them. The thing about it is, though, I just wonder if talking about the officials does anything for anybody.
Yeah,
I guess I like to know about these things. It's just the attention. It's like the other day when I asked Christy Scales about the sun in the pregame show.
Mm-hmm.
I asked her the question about the sun and will it be a factor? And she was telling me, well, in the wintertime, it's over here. It's not going to be a factor. And then all of a sudden, it's a factor in the game. It's just attention to detail stuff. But anyway.
Yeah, is the sun a sun? Is the moon a moon?
They
sun? Were all real and relevant questions.
We never will know.
We never will know.
I will say, with this Hockley guy,
a giant ball of gas.
Didn't he throw a bunch of pass interference flags in the Thanksgiving game?
Yes.
The Raiders? Okay, so that's good. We don't have to worry about that. The Titans are going to throw the ball like less than 5 times.
Well, this is what you got to know about Hockley. And then I'm going to get in some other numbers about the Cowboys, too. My guys at Sharps.
Early return, TruckHeart.com, text line 877-881-1053. Love it.
Are they? Okay, cool. I just don't want to bring you stuff that you don't use, or you don't want to use, or you don't care.
Brian?
Okay.
It's your show.
Okay.
Do what you want to do.
Well, no, I just want to make sure I'm educating folks. If you're a gambler, I'm going to give you something here, though.
There you go.
And this guy's 63-game career, Sean Hockley, is an official.
I hope Miles Austin's listening.
Bet the under.
How ridiculous.
Bet the under with Sean Hockley. He's 35, 26, and 2. It's 57% career for the under.
Ooh, what is the under for this game? Yeah. I was already planning on pounding it anyways, just because the Titans, I'm like, are you serious? Are they?
Eric, we've talked about this.
Are they being serious about trying to score points right now?
Okay, we need to be careful.
That's true.
Yeah, that's true. But with Sean Hockley, some say this guy does like to be the center of attention.
Oh, wow. But he doesn't have biceps like his dad, does he?
No, he doesn't. But
he doesn't want to earn it.
But he has the same kind of snarkiness that his dad has.
He just wants to have the big last name Hockley on the back of the jersey. Everybody see that. I'm not putting the work in here. I'm not going to go bicep for bicep, curl for curl with my pops.
Maybe later in life we'll get the biceps. But you're right. That Thanksgiving Day game, they had 28 penalties for 276 yards.
Jeez, that was such a disaster.
That was a disaster.
Okay, the over-under for this game is 40.5.
Ooh.
I think the Cowboys might score 40 by themselves.
Well, hello, 40 burgers all around, 50 briskets potentially.
Man, that'd be fun. The under's probably, it's going to be freezing.
Is it? It's not going to be bad.
It's not?
Not going to be bad.
No, last week it was like 5 degrees.
I know last week it was pretty darn chilly
like
there in
48
Nashville.
at game time.
Good,
Yeah,
okay, so we'll be okay.
Should be good. All right, just to let you an idea what's going on here with Sean Hockley and his crew this year, his number one penalty that he calls, offensive holding.
Watch out, Tyler Smith.
41 of those for 382 yards. 23 of those holding calls have been against the home team, 18 against the visitors. Number 2 is defensive pass interference, 13 of those. for 205 yards, 7 against the home, 6 against the aways. Number 3, defensive holding. This is 13 penalties for defensive holding this year by his crew, 6 for 65 yards, 5 against the home team, 8 against the visitors. Okay, doesn't like to trying to help the home team.
He's not trying to displease the crowd.
Yeah.
He's a showman.
He's a showman.
Yeah, we know that.
Number 4,
loves him some him.
Unnecessary roughness.
Watch out, Sam Williams.
Yeah. Dallas, by the way, I think has 8 of those total this year, which is like 4 more than anybody else in the league.
Sam Williams
had a couple
4 of them?
Sam Williams got
50% of them.
Got one.
Yeah.
But I love that. I want them all to be on my defense. I want 20% of them to be my offensive line, standing up for somebody, having my guys back. Okay, I need my offense. If we come out of the season, my offensive line doesn't have any unsportsmanlike conducts, I'm mother bleeping these guys. I'm putting it in the contract. You're losing money on this. I need you. I don't need another Andy Dalton dead on the field and no one gives a bleep situation.
If somebody legit lights up
Are you
one of your
kidding
guys, then you better be rallying.
100%. I'm all for the
but
unsportsmanlike.
outside of that, then we don't need to go out of our way to get these penalties.
No, but you need to send a message from time to time, Broadus. Wouldn't you agree?
Occasionally you do.
The occasional unsportsmanlike is kind of one of those like fist bumps with the coach and they're like,
on
hey,
a Mofo's face, Andre Gerard style.
Send that message.
All right, here's one you need to keep an eye on because a lot of officials will let this one go. Delay of the game.
Dude, it is so annoying when I watch the play clock hit 0 and it's like a full count and then the ball snaps and they're like, you know what, we're just going to give it to you. And I'm like, no. That's not, and especially when it's like these legit like Aaron Rodgers, and it's on 0, and I'm like, no, this isn't one of these. If you want to grade on a curve with one of these guys, Brock Purdy, who's played 5 seconds and doesn't know where he is, up from down, okay. Zach Wilson, you want to give him a little benefit of the doubt, fine, because when he snaps the ball, he's going to throw a goofy
They're always
interception.
giving it to the
It's gonna be
Brady's
funny
and
anyway.
the bleeping Rodgers.
Giving it to the Rodgers.
Wasn't it Sean Smith who we had that is one of those guys?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Sean Smith's a guy. He will do that. Had him for Jacksonville.
Right.
Sean
and I
Smith.
thought they did a good job.
And the final thing you need to keep an eye on for this guy is roughing the passer. So he's got 6 of these for 90 yards, 4 against the home, 2 against the aways. So that's your top 6 things you need to know about Sean Hockley. Okay.
I don't think Dak's been gotten a roughing the passer.
I don't think he has
in
at all.
3 years.
No, I don't think he has either. I mean,
it's been bad.
It's been
a long time.
All right, here we go. Another things you need to know. Cowboys have had a 5 games in a row where they've gone over on the game total. That's tied with the Vikings for the longest streak.
Okay.
So here's your over and under stuff again. Cowboys have a 119 point differential since Dak returned in week 7. That's the largest margin in the league over that span.
Seems promising.
The Titans have a minus 51 point differential over the past 5 weeks. That's 31st in the league right there.
They're on a down. I mean, the fact that
they're down.
The Jaguars even have a chance to win that division just shows you what type of debacle the Titans have been under.
Their Titans tape against Green Bay, they played it was the week after Dallas got beat up there. So you're thinking, well, maybe Green Bay's turned the corner here.
There was a true or fart midseason where we were talking, are the Titans going to end up getting that 1 seed again?
Yeah.
I think they were like 7-2.
That was a unanimous fart, though. Credit to us.
It was a unanimous fart.
Yeah. They've it's amazing what's happened to them. Since Dak Prescott has returned, the Cowboys are first in the league in third down conversion rate, 56%. It's
been awesome.
Pretty strong. Tennessee is 31st in the league in plays of 10 or more yards on offense. They've only had 147 of those. And I guarantee you 145 of them have been with the running back.
Yeah, 100%.
With Henry. That's only ahead of the Texans, who've had 136. The Titans have scored on 27% of their drives.
Touchdowns and field goals?
Yeah. Yep.
Wow.
That's the lowest in the league.
Dang right it is.
And the Titans have run 123 fewer plays than their opponents this season.
Wow.
That's the largest differential in the league.
Yikes.
Is anybody going to pick the Titans this week when we're talking about this?
I think, honestly, I know how Walchuk was pick against the Cowboy guy for good juju purposes all season. We might need to pivot that over to Broadus.
You did it against Jacksonville, and they actually won the game.
Right.
They
So
did.
now Walchuk's streak
Now-
is broken. He
Well,
goes
no,
back.
no,
Last week I just went
no,
full on
I
Cowboys.
like to,
Dang right.
no,
So that's what I'm saying. Back on the Cowboys.
Yeah,
no,
we're
no.
good.
I'm going to pick.
I don't have to do that.
No,
crap.
no. I'm
Tim
going
Carthage is super happy about it.
I'm going to pick either win or loss because I want to live with the smoke. I do. I want people to go, well, go, you can't believe you need to apologize. Where were you when I picked them against Jacksonville? Where were you when I picked them against Green Bay? People remember, like, well, you picked against them. Well,
People don't forget.
How about when I picked for them against Jacksonville and Green Bay and those teams?
Egg on your face.
Yeah,
You
where were you then?
really wanted to take Jacksonville.
I really wanted to take Green Bay.
Both of you were scared. witless
If
of
Bobby and I
Green
did the
Bay.
podcast together, Bobby asked me, like, the second half of the season, what game you worry about the most? I said Jacksonville. I didn't know Jacksonville was going to run for the
No, they look good.
the South, but
They look good.
those are some numbers you need to know. Sean Hockley. Don't let him ruin your day tomorrow, guys.
We might have to circle back and get some ref talk. I think Sandler has some ref questions for you at 4 o'clock.
Does
We
he
have
really?
him on. Yeah, I think
Okay.
he does.
Okay,
I think
cool.
he's got a few for you.
There you go.
We'll get to it, Jared, coming up at 4. Plus, of course, Rangers baseball talk on your home of the Rangers. Up next, though, let's keep the Cowboys party going here on your home of the Cowboys. A Cowboys Power Rankings roundup. Where would you have them in your NFL Power Rankings, and what was their defining moment of the season? Plus, has CD answered your questions of being a wide receiver one? Talk about that next on The Fan.
Live from the Classic Chevrolet Studios.
Let's do this.
You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Has CeeDee Lamb answered your questions about being a number one, and where are the Cowboys in your NFL power rankings as we do a little Cowboys power rankings roundup, hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation? Zach Wolchuk, Brian Broaddus, Eric Chiafalo, Lucius Alexander, and Carter Freeman hanging out with you. Our Turn It On, Leave It On listeners, hashtag Tolo. Turn your home to the Cowboys, home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. We do have a story floating around. It is about one Terrell Owens. And T.O., according to the General Gavin Dawson, has been known to be a national. He is a Tolo, just like you, and he might be listening right now. But we have seen reports, Dov Kleiman has put this out in the world, that the 49-year-old free agent wide receiver T.O. has been in contact with the Cowboys about rejoining the team and the NFL. Quote, "We've been in constant communication with Jerry Jones' office over the last few days about the possibility of him returning," end quote. Now, Jane Slater went ahead, followed up on this. She said, "This was a fun one to ask about and follow up on. But according to my sources, he did call Jerry, but not happening. As it was described to me, last game in 2010 and 49 years old, ... Never say never with Jerry, but that seems like a long shot. Fellas, come on now." When I saw this, I was like, this isn't a story. There's no way Cowboys and T.O. is a thing. He's been bad-mouthing them lately.
He's got a backup tackle that's 40 years old, right?
He does, 40.
And he's a man.
That wide receiver is probably in better shape than any one of the receivers he's got running right now.
No doubt that T.O. is in great shape.
He continues to impress, and he continues to love himself without his shirt on. And I don't blame him.
He looks fantastic.
No, not at all. Not at all. He looks incredible.
Say
Looks
cheese and
amazing.
Pete's?
How did he dominate that fan-controlled league where he's playing against a bunch of
I didn't follow up.
fast food window workers and stuff? Like, was he putting up Hall of Fame numbers against these guys?
I'd assume he did.
He was playing. It was like literally pros versus Joes, and the only pro was borderline 50-year-old Terrell Owens.
I know he quit the challenge, that MTV show he was on, because one of the guys upset him and he walked off.
Oh, locker room infighting with T.O. Are you serious?
What was that? Is that something like a long time ago or something?
This was a few years ago, yeah.
Oh, okay.
It was like
hey, who runs the Arlington Renegades? If T.O. is serious, like, it's the XFL right there, man.
It's a great idea.
Dude.
Come on, you want to put some butts in seats? I want to see Terrell Owens catch a ball.
I would
Me
watch
too,
that.
bro.
Hell yeah, I'd watch
I want
that.
to see him catch a ball. Bob Stoops is probably down for that.
Yeah, come on, Bobby.
Why wouldn't you be?
Yeah,
right?
Come on.
That's a no-brainer. The Rock, Dwayne Johnson should be on the horn with him right now, bro. Come on, let's do this thing.
But yeah,
Come on, brother.
Man, I don't know.
Come on, brother.
We'll see.
Brother.
We'll see.
We've been thinking about you, man.
That's the latest.
We'll work out together.
Latest. We got this. We got this, buddy.
Let me show you my iron.
Of all the athletes,
Whose biceps bigger?
okay, who looks like take age out of it? Well, I guess you have to have the age. Who looks like that they could play in a game right now? Him or DeMarcus Ware?
Oh, DeMarcus Ware.
How about Darren
special.
Woodson?
They all look great. Ware said he could go out there and get a sack for
Oh,
us.
he could get
When
all
we
the
talked to him
sacks.
at the
It's
beginning
that
of the season.
Driscoll guy for Philadelphia. Yeah, I believe that.
Yeah. I mean, I think Ware really could go out there and give you 10 snaps.
Ware's going to make an impact on your playoff team if you need him to give you a little boost on the pass rush. I think Ware impacts your pass rush more than Terrell Owens impacts your passing game. How about that?
Okay, they have to play. Like, you get in a situation like Philadelphia, and you have to kill a game on offense or have a sack in that final drive. Who you picking? Does Owens make a play to get you a first down, or does Ware get you a sack to end the game?
I'm going Ware.
Well, to be fair,
but I'm also very biased towards D Ware. I love him.
I think catching a ball for a first down is much easier than getting a sack on a quarterback.
Sure. Yeah, I don't disagree.
I mean, run a slant or something like that?
Yeah, I mean, I think it would be an easier deal to do that. But all in all, if I need if I need somebody to make an impact on my team, I think ultimately DeMarcus Ware is going to make more of an impact. And especially when you look at the Cowboys right now, because hey, I can I'll have CeeDee Lamb, T.Y. Hilton, or Michael Gallup catch a pass for me, I guess.
Yeah. 469 said Michael Irvin looks like he could still play. And
There you go. There you go. There you go.
he does.
Yeah.
Irv looks incredible.
Yeah.
He absolutely does.
Yeah, you see how fast he dashed out of there when that fight started in the knockouts?
Yeah.
I mean, it's quick, bro.
Yeah, that's true.
That was fast.
He was not like one of these Waffle House guys that was hanging around ready to get in there.
Well, he was, what are you saying, like Willie McGinnis just kind of hang around and punch people?
The Willie McGinnis one was very interesting.
Williams kind of let his friends handle that.
Exactly.
He kind of started it and then just let things go.
And then he was like,
Then he realized I work for the NFL Network and I'm not going to give up a $500,000 a
I
year
don't really
job.
blame him for that.
Well, I also think he realized that he is the size of a grizzly bear and he would literally end the life of anyone who he decided to, yes.
No
that was
question.
a crazy video, though.
Let's keep the receiver talk going because I saw an article on DallasCowboys.com and it was CeeDee Lamb's now answered every question as a number one wide receiver. So I want to just ask you guys, do you agree with that? And to the Tolos as well and people on Twitch and YouTube, 877-881-1053. Has CeeDee Lamb now checked off all your boxes in terms of is he a number one wide receiver? I mean, you look at what he's done statistically. He's got, back-to-back 100-yard games. He's been absolutely fantastic. He's got 91 catches. That's third in the NFL. He's over 1,200 yards. That's third in the league. He's got 8 touchdowns. That's second in the league. He's going to his second straight Pro Bowl. So here's what Michael Irvin on This Morning with Sean, RJ, and Bobby. And tomorrow they'll have Babe Laufenberg, and they've got Andrew Whitworth. They've got an outstanding lineup tomorrow morning as well.
Golick Jr. talking
Mike
college
Golick
footballs.
Jr. And I love Golick Jr.
Yeah, Gojo's a
I love
beast.
both of them, but Golick Jr. is funny. But here's Irvin. This will be cut for here, Lucius. But the biggest growth that he's seen from CeeDee Lamb this year.
Well, and also his game evolved, and I think Kellen Moore's learning more about his game, about CD's game, and not just Kellen Moore's game. Kellen's calling a game that's good for CD. He puts him in the slot a lot, and sometimes guys can't move in there, so it gives him the free release that he really wants. And once he gets a free release, he's just dangerous. I told people, I said, you know how hard it is to go from a number 2 to a number 1. While you go from a number 1 to a number 2 quarterback, while we've been on CeeDee Lamb and all of that, but a couple of weeks ago, when I texted, I tweeted, I should say, I said, we are watching the hatching of a true number 1, and ever since then, that ugly duckling has turned into a beautiful swan.
Here's the playmaker. And, I mean, to me, with Dak Prescott, CeeDee's been a top 10 caliber wide receiver this year.
For sure.
He's performed up to standard, up to expectation, maybe surpassed some people's expectations. I mean, Brian, we were doing the post game a few weeks ago, and finally he's matched up with the guy that we were scouting and envisioning as to why so many people, including us, had him as wide receiver 1 coming out of his draft class out of Oklahoma.
Yeah, we should have had Jefferson number 1, but let's not forget that. Yeah.
That's fair.
Yeah.
But, and Jefferson right now this year, probably the best receiver in football. Him and Tyreek Hill have been jostling for that.
Yeah.
I'm not going to say CeeDee's better than Justin Jefferson.
No.
But the question of CeeDee as a wide receiver 1, he's playing like it, he's acting like it. I think he is ticking off those boxes, and he's proven he is.
Oh, he's 100% a number 1 wide receiver. Then you could start. The question is, is he a top 10 wide receiver? And I guess you could start splitting hairs in some different ways. But is he a number 1 wide receiver?
Absolutely.
100% he is. And he mentioned, he being Michael Irvin, mentioned Kellen Moore and understanding how to use him a little bit. And we gave the numbers about, hey, when he's in motion, no one has more receiving yards and receiving touchdowns than CeeDee Lamb. Okay, beautiful. And then also the versatility of CeeDee Lamb where he's able to play on the outside. Then he comes in the slot and does considerable damage, like considerable damage being to where he's first in big plays, first or second in first downs, and he's third in receiving yards when it comes to playing in the slot. So that versatility as well. They've gotten involved in the running game. I think when you go through his game logs this year, you're talking about really 2 games. Well, 3 if you include the Tampa game where the entire offense was a disaster. But otherwise, you have the Minnesota game where he had 45 yards, still caught every ball thrown his way, which was 5. And then the Houston game where they threw him the ball 6 times. He caught 5 for 33 yards. Those are the only 2 games where you're like, not really. Otherwise, it's a bunch of 70, 77, 150, 106, 126, 120, 97. Like, he's been consistently good all year. And for the first part of the year, he's doing doing it with a quarterback that was really not trying to throw the ball.
Absolutely.
There's a couple of things you need to figure out here, though. He does have 44 more targets than anybody. Okay, how many targets are catchable targets and all that?
Mm-hmm.
You know, and the other thing is how many of those interceptions were on him? You know, if you want to, because there's a lot
communication
of
aspect.
if you
of
really
that.
want to be, that, and he is the number one receiver, but if you want to be that guy, that elite guy, you know, how many turnovers are you responsible for? Because if you're the number one guy, you're going to get right now. He's got 135 targets.
Yeah,
which is 44 more targets than his receptions as we speak.
Yeah.
So what you have to look at is like, okay, could these numbers have been even better? You know, was the quarterbacks, Cooper Rush, was he missing him?
The answer is yes, they could have.
Yeah.
And I think you're seeing that with Dak now.
Sure. Yeah. And then now the next thing is, though, are you responsible for turnovers?
Right.
And that's something that they're going, if they go back and evaluate the balls that were thrown in his directions that end up as turnovers and they said they were his fault.
Sure.
You've got to clean that up going
That's
forward.
a great point. And that's totally fair.
Yeah.
Right. And I think that is a tremendous point you're making.
Because Justin Jefferson, as many targets and stuff as these guys get, the Hills, and how many turnovers are they responsible for?
Sure.
Are they running the right route? Or is the ball not clanging off them? You know? Are they facing double coverage and all that? I think people have kind of figured out here since Dak has come back, you can't play CeeDee Lamb straight up.
No.
And then
you saw the adjustment Jacksonville made last week.
Exactly.
2 weeks ago
They
now.
put 3 on him on one time. But
that alone shows you're number one wide receiver.
Right. Well,
I mean, he was killing them.
They didn't fear anybody else. That's the thing. And that's a good thing. But Michael's right about, Kellen Moore has got to do more with him, though. He's got to do more with him as far as keeping him moving.
The motion's huge.
Don't let him be stationary where they can bracket him and buzz coverage underneath him and just.
Well, that's where they failed against Houston.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. That it is on you. You have a receiver that's completely capable of taking a game over, catching the ball. Like we saw, he won the Giants game. The Giants game, and it was played at the Meadowlands. He had a rough start, and then all of a sudden. He had like 4 plays in a row where it was just bang, 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 and then next thing he catches the touchdown to go ahead. But you need to figure out, though, because number one star wide receivers are not causing their quarterbacks to have turnovers.
Consensus in the NFL power rankings, and this is from NFL.com, Fox Sports, and The Ringer. They've all got the Cowboys at number 6, just outside of the top 5. ESPN has the Cowboys at number 5 in their weekly power rankings. And ESPN always likes to do a little add-on. This week, theirs is the defining moment. And for the Cowboys, it was going 4-1 without Dak Prescott. Where are you guys? Would you put the Cowboys in your top 5? Or do you think 6 is relatively fair?
6 is good. I went Kansas City, Philadelphia, Cincinnati, Buffalo, and San Francisco.
Boom. And any order that you want to rearrange that, but I would have all those teams still ahead of the Cowboys at the moment.
Yeah. Overall, I
defining moment. Yes, they survived. They survived. Week 1, we were all talking about when the draft show was going to start. All these things. It was all doom and gloom. Man, you not only did you lose Dak, you lost Curse in that opening game too, and you survived 5 weeks without playing with your starting quarterback. That says a lot about your coaching staff and your players.
Yeah, that's the answer. I mean, that really has to be the answer. But if you're going to go elsewhere, I would say after losing in overtime, surrendering the game at Lambeau, and then turning around and going to Minnesota and absolutely crushing them, it was a pretty good sign that,
adversity,
all right?
Right?
Yeah.
That's the word that Coach McCarthy's used, and they've done an excellent job facing adversity and bouncing back from it, whether it's coming back from losses or even poor performances like they had against Houston. They rallied to find a way to win that football game. Yeah. Philadelphia, you have that tough loss against Jacksonville. You come back, and as DeMarcus Lawrence said, pretty neat. I don't know if a lot of people even noticed. They end up reversing the score, and you win that way against the Eagles. You lose 40-34, then you win the next week at 40-34. So they have done an excellent job when it comes to correcting problems and bouncing back to win the following week, but also in-game adjustments. I think it speaks to the coaching staff, and regardless on the issues they're having on the defensive side of the football, Brian, this is something that you and Will talked about, but also we've talked about on the postgame. Dan Quinn, If something's not working in game,
Yeah.
and this is not something we've seen with the coaching staffs with the Cowboys over the last few decades, they're willing to make those changes.
Yeah.
Hey, Kelvin Joseph, you're not playing well, go ahead and sit on the bench. Anthony Barr, you're not playing well right now, go ahead and take a seat. Luke Gifford, go in there and take a couple series, and we'll put you back in, Anthony Barr. Like, go ahead and reassess some things real quick.
Colts game, not getting pressure with 4. We'll dial up the blitz, and we'll end up winning 54-19.
Right. And all that speaks to the coaching. There's no question about it. All right, we'll get more to the Cowboys coming up a little bit later. Up next, though, NFL news of the day. We have a quarterback that just got benched we got to tell you about. A former All-Pro teases this combo going to New Orleans, and the Commanders just keep making bad decisions. Next on The Fan.
35 minutes of commercial-free Fan. Holy mackerel. It's the Expressway with Sean and RJ mornings at 7:20, KNC middays at 12:20, and afternoons with G-Bag at 5. 105.3 The Fan.
I think my favorite tweet of the night last night after Luka just went absolutely berserk, going 60 with the triple-double, 20-plus boards. Total monster. Luka Magic. Stay here forever, please. We love you. But it was Kevin Durant at KDTrey5 on the Twitter. That was a my career type performance from Luka tonight. Some video game bleep. And I think that's the perfect way to put it.
It literally was.
That was we've turned down the play difficulty for the opposing team. I've skyrocketed mine up. I've paid all the money to make sure I'm 99 in every possible category, and I'm just going to take crazy shots. I'm going to make crazy passes. I'm going to get all the rebounds, and I'm going to go ahead and carry this team to victory. Luka Doncic, we love you, and please, God, stay here forever.
Yeah, 20-plus years. Even if you don't really want to and you want to go to the farm, it's okay. We'll bring the farm to you.
Because remember, Luka, loyalty never fades away.
Never. We'll give you all the farmland, all the beer, all the stogies, whatever you need, Luka.
I think he wants heaters. I don't think he wants anything to do with the stogies.
I don't care what he wants.
I think he's saving his first stogie moment for a championship cigar.
And hopefully we get a lot of those.
Tons of those. And as long as you stay here, Luke, I believe that we will. Hey, this
Where
segment.
do you think he ends up, though?
Shut your mouth, Brian.
Gosh, dang it. In the Hall of Fame?
What
Is that
are
what you're
you
asking?
doing?
I think he ends up in the Hall of Fame
as
as a member of the Dallas Mavericks.
If he doesn't stay with the Mavericks, where do you think he ends up?
We are not playing this game.
I think he ends up replacing Jerry West as the league's logo as a Dallas Maverick.
In fact, word says he already has.
He already has?
You know where he ends up? Immortalized with a statue in front of the AAC.
Like defending Dirk? Like going up?
No,
like
not defending.
No, they're going to do the
one portion of his
the
game
Luka
they're not
jiggle
gonna be
dance. That's
in
going to
the
be a
portion.
statue.
Hey,
that's fair.
he did play. He hustled on defense
He
in
did a
that
little
overtime
hustle.
game.
They
Sure
could
did.
find a way to show some hustle in the statue.
Okay,
They'll do it.
just be irresponsible.
No.
Reckless radio.
Absolutely not.
Reckless Radio has Luka Doncic in my mind standing about 12 feet from Dirk, statue style, but instead of a basketball in his hands, he's just got like 5 Larry O'Briens, and he's got a couple of the MVP awards on his shoulder. He's got all sorts of just Maverick championship gear embodying him because he's going to win all the championships here in Dallas for Dallas.
I'll ask the
and only
question
them.
one more time.
Your answer is going to be bleep you.
I actually kind of liked my idea of
really
maybe
did.
replacing Jerry West as the league
that
logo.
was
I
that
think
was
him going
actually
there.
pretty good. That'd be great. Yeah, why not?
Why not, dude? Why not?
I think that's the best answer we have.
And then
Not
after
Tim
that,
McMahon saying that he's going to join Nikola Jokic in
Yeah,
Denver, and that's
Denver.
more likely than Jokic coming
Yeah,
here.
yeah.
I think that he's full of bleep for that.
I saw that story.
I think Jokic is coming to Dallas.
why would anybody think going to Denver is going to do anything for you? What has Denver done?
Exactly.
Players.
Players.
They find players.
They find players and do nothing with them.
They find players.
Thank
Yay.
you, Carmelo Anthony, for being one of the greatest scorers we've
They-
ever seen. We
they-
cannot get you to an NBA
Oh,
Finals.
Jamal
We just
Murray,
don't
I don't
have
know.
the ability.
Jokic, you
Just
guys
happened
are
to be-
great.
Jokic, you're going to be the MVP for the next decade,
But
and we're going to
I
hope
don't
to get
know.
you out of round one of the playoffs, brother.
22-11. I don't know. Leading the
It's not going to amount to
leading the
anything,
Western
Brian.
Conference. I don't know.
We're going to be great in the regular season, and then we're going to do nothing for
maybe
you come
Luka.
playoff
Maybe
time.
Luka puts him over the top.
Maybe Jokic puts us over the top, even though I don't know that Jokic needs Luka more than
The
Luka
hell are you
needs
doing,
Jokic.
Brian?
How
I'm going
about
to shave
that,
the rest
Bryce?
of your hair.
I am just throwing it out there, man. I hope it doesn't happen, but
Do you? Because it doesn't sound like
No,
it.
Don't get me wrong. Mark Cuban needs to get his bleep together. And Nico
That's what
Harrison
I'm
probably woke
saying.
up this morning feeling terrible about himself because the fact that Luka's having to do what he's doing, okay?
that's what I'm saying. That guy has to play his ass off in order for them to win these games.
He's literally
Damn right.
assless at the end of every single game.
Woodhaller's ass for
But
sure.
there is a reason we talk a lot of NFL. Because did you see these numbers, the NFL and the NBA viewership on Christmas Day? And I told Reggie this was going to happen.
Yeah.
the bad games beat the NBA games.
Yeah, they obliterated them because people
They have
care
two
about
of
the
three games.
NFL.
2 of the 3 games are good. The Rams game wasn't any good.
The highest NBA game was Bucks Celtics with 6 million viewers. The lowest NFL game was Bucks Cardinals with 17 million viewers. So, yeah, that's...
I'm actually proud of myself. I wasn't one of the ones who watched Trace McSorley.
I didn't watch it either.
Go after
I had
Brady
to.
there.
I tell you what, I watched that Bucks game because it was a bet payoff.
That's right.
I
That's
did
right.
not.
I was scoreboard watching that game.
Are
simply
you
because
doing your payoff, or are you just never going to do it?
No, we have to discuss it. I mean, I guess Rally House, I might have to do something at Rally House, or I might just do the Chris Arnold vacation. from Rally House, which would be more demoralizing for me because I have to be shirtless.
That's really
I
demoralizing.
don't think that, I don't think they want us
dude.
shirtless.
I don't
in
think
their store.
that you should be an option for you to do the Chris
Yeah.
Arnold vacation. That's
Okay,
not a bad payoff.
Maybe I'll do the Two-Face, and I'm at Rally House with half a beard, like literally. That might be that's honestly probably the best play.
I like that.
I'm at Rally House and half of my face is wearing a beard, the other half is
This guy
childlike.
loses any attempt to take his shirt off. He's like, "Oh, that's embarrassing for me."
Well, if you guys going to force me,
I guess I'll take my shirt off. I haven't seen a gym.
he's
in
already
months,
lotioned up and glistening and everything. Man, you pre-wiped yourself down, didn't you?
It's a fresh pump in right before.
I kind of feel like the
I'll
Rally
be doing
House.
push-ups between segments.
I think
sure.
the Rally House would be trying to sell us a shirt. Put on you. Is what
That's true.
Hey, can you put one of these TCU shirts on?
No, I do have my Ray Lewis baby oil ready to rock and roll. So if that ends up being the case, then so be it, boys. Hey, let's get to some NFL.
By the way, you mentioned Ray Lewis. I just want to mention that Baltimore is a trash city, awful city.
Yeah.
Ooh, no,
when I went to the clubs, when I lived in Baltimore, go to the clubs, they were doing the Ray Lewis dance, fool.
Oh,
that's how trash that's. Well, just like one or two guys would do it, and everybody would crowd around. I'm like, oh my god, this place is trash.
Ray Lewis might make an appearance later on in the show too. We're doing our Mount Rushmore.
Hello, NFL defensive Mount Rushmore for this century.
It's amazing because we had to get like Wolchuk had like all Cowboy guys.
Yeah, I know.
It was like,
he was like, no, dude, Greg Ellis is a badass.
Sean
I swear
Lee,
to
bro,
God.
if he didn't get hurt, he would have been on there.
I believe you not.
Matt Johnson, come on, the greatest that never was.
You're telling me. You're telling me Bobby Carpenter's not in your top 10.
Come on, Terrence Newman, what a great rookie year he had.
I will say aesthetically, Terrence Newman pulling off the 41 as special as he did.
And there was nobody that was as feared as Roy Williams.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. That's a good point. All good points, Wolchuk.
Thank you.
And Lucius, anytime we mention Baltimore, or you feel the need to jump in to trash on Baltimore,
Trash
please
city,
God,
bro.
just do it.
But I love you, pastry chef Eric.
We do love you, pastry chef Eric. We also love the Frankels. This segment is brought to you by Franklin Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Franklin Frankel. The consultation is always free. Visit truckwreck.com. Here he is, the Woolly Bully, for your NFL news of the day.
Thank you. Let's see how much we can fit into to this year. Now, the Rangers are benching, or the Raiders, I should say. My mind is on the Rangers now, excited we are about them.
You're a
here.
baseball guy.
But the Raiders are benching Derek Carr for Jarrett Stidham against the 49ers. Yes, you read that correctly, and you heard it correctly. As Derek Carr
60 passes in his career, kind
has
of
been
thing?
their starting quarterback since 2014, and Josh McDaniels has said, I have seen enough. So here comes Jarrett Stidham, formerly a Baylor Bear and a Texas high school football quarterback. 4th-round pick in 2019 of the New England Patriots. He's going to be their starting quarterback. Now, sources tell ESPN's Jeremy Fowler that the Raiders have made this move in part to maintain Derek Carr's health and keep their options open that they can try and trade him this offseason.
That's a pretty smart deal.
Yeah.
That is. It's a smart deal because some dumb team is going to say we're a Derek Carr away from maybe making the playoffs.
And
Let's
I think
do
it might be Washington because here's what the Commanders are doing. They are moving on from Taylor Heineke, who has gotten them back into the postseason, and they are starting Carson bleeping Wentz with their season on the line this weekend.
I love their
Did they not
incompetence.
see what Carson Wentz did last year with the season on the line when they went to Jacksonville when he was with Indianapolis?
They must have forgotten about that.
Why you bringing
Brian.
up old stuff, bro?
Yeah, I'm
People
sorry,
don't
man.
forget.
He's trying to get over that. You know what I'm saying? I'm a new
We're
man
trying,
now.
yeah,
You know what I
yeah.
mean? Y'all bringing up the old stuff.
New year, new me,
How can I
baby.
grow? Yeah, new year, new me. How can I grow if you bringing up the old thing?
I just can't wait to see Ron Rivera standing there after they take that L,
it's
and
gonna
he's
be
just like trying
so
to explain
great.
it.
I'm very excited for that
Yeah.
post-game press conference with Ron Rivera. And as a football fan in general and as a fan of hating on Washington, this is music to my ears. Like, this is going to be hysterical. But if I was a Washington fan, I'd be
They are
beside
playing
myself.
Cleveland. They are playing
Yeah.
Cleveland.
Miles Garrett's
Maybe
going to
they
have
have a
something to
shot.
say to Carson Wentz.
Yeah, no, they're bleeped. And you know who's ecstatic about this? Green Bay and Aaron Rodgers. Because
They're gonna
this
get
makes
in,
their
aren't
path
they?
to that final
Wait,
spot
yeah.
that much better.
They got Vikings this weekend, right? Packers?
I think
Vikings?
you're right.
Yeah.
Dude, that's going to be fun.
Oh, my
That's going to be a
gosh.
lot of fun. Can you imagine how Devontae Adams feels right now? He went to Vegas to go team up with his guy Dirk Garvin.
Now he's about to get traded.
Now they're sitting him on the bench as to keep him healthy so they can deport him to another team that will very likely miss the playoffs for the rest of eternity as long as Derek Carr has something to say about it.
Would you consider trading Adams then if you're the Raiders?
Yeah,
After you gave up all the picks for him?
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Can I recoup some of those?
I think you need to. Yeah. They need to fix something there. It's completely broken, and they really should start with a new haircut for the owner.
Oh.
But he's still sitting with hotties in the suite, so he's
got it figured out. You and I are doing radio together today.
That's true.
Yeah.
The barber's like, for real? Again?
Yeah.
You want the chili bowl
Well,
thing?
did he get it figured out?
He brings his own bowl. He's got his ramen noodles, and he just puts the thing on his head and says, "Go around it."
You sure? Okay.
If you say so, boss.
Say no more, fam.
But don't let anybody know that I'm your barber. This is not on me.
Teddy Bridgewater is going to start for the Dolphins as Tua will not play against the Patriots with a concussion.
What?
Yeah, that's a bad.
They're not going to roll Tua out there again?
No, they're not going to do that to him. It's probably a good decision. This is a pretty interesting story. Michael Thomas. Not that anybody's thinking about Michael Thomas because he doesn't really play much, but
last couple of years for sure.
Former All-Pro Saints receiver, and I guess still current, but just never active. He is teasing the idea on his Instagram with a big picture of Tom Brady and Sean Payton together, that they're going to unite and come to New Orleans next year. Sean Payton will return to the Saints as their head coach, and Tom Brady is going to come along, leave Tampa Bay, and be the new quarterback of the Saints.
Does Dennis Allen have the humility to step aside and just remain the defensive coordinator, or does he have to leave and go elsewhere and remove himself from the situation because
I feel like he would probably be okay with that, right?
Yeah, I mean, as long as you're still paying me my head coach contract, and
I'll
call
step
your
up
defensive
or
plays.
step aside. Shout out to KG.
That is one of his calling cards.
That'd be interesting. Kind of feel like that maybe that Sean's looking other places. Don't know if he wants to
Arizona.
What if
Arizona's not a good job?
Well,
I would. Kyler Murray sounds like an absolute pain.
Well,
to
he
deal
can.
with.
Well, and now he's a mobile quarterback who runs for a living,
That's
who's
hurt.
now off an ACL. That sounds like a disaster.
I just wonder if the Vegas, after all that they've been through, would they fire their coach?
I don't think they can. I think they're so financially pot committed. That
Well, they talk about that, but Vegas comes up with money. When they were with
That's true.
When they were in Oakland, the Bank of the West was really their source of funds.
Bank of the West.
If you're Sean Payton, though, you are going to be extremely choosy with this selection.
Yeah, but if Brady says, "Hey, I'll come play with you,"
Oh, for sure. Like, I'm not saying
Maybe
New
they
Orleans
do
would
it.
be a bad. Yeah, if Brady's saying I'm willing to go to New Orleans, then I would consider that hugely. The thing you have to remember, if you're Peyton, though, and maybe you're at a point where you're just like, one more Super Bowl and I'm good, but like Brady, maybe I shouldn't say this, but like, is he
Right.
going to play much more than a year or two
No, I
after
don't-
this
who the
season?
hell knows?
I mean, I guess history tells us he's playing for another, like his career's just getting started.
Well, speaking of Brady, they're hopeful to get their center Ryan Jensen back for the playoffs, assuming they make it, which it does look like they will.
They lost a tackle, though, the other day.
Yeah, they're just not in a good situation. And Rob Gronkowski, there was the whole tweet that he put out about, he's getting a little bored. Well, he was on with Kay Adams on her show recently, Up and Adams, and Kay asked him about returning, and here was Gronk's answer.
So I'm in Mexico right now, and I was listening to the Spanish call of this game, but I was also looking at Twitter, and I understand that Collinsworth and Tirico were bringing you up a lot in the game. They were saying the Bucs miss Gronk, they miss him in the pass game, they need him in the run game. Does it give you an itch to come help your buddy out at all? What do you think about that when you know that they're saying your name, you're not even out there?
I'm just going to sit back and enjoy the compliments.
Oh, we love it.
Just show my glass
okay.
one more time. Just how awesome I am. But no, I mean, I definitely miss everyone over there. I'm talking that was the best, a great 2 years I had over there. It was a great situation I had going on. It was the situation I wanted as well to finish off, my final years in the NFL. And I definitely do miss the guys. They're great guys in the locker room. But I don't really have an itch to go back. I mean, if I did, I'm sure I would have went back already instead of week 17 after a blizzard, I sitting in Buffalo. I'm not really prepared right now to go back at all either. The mindset, mentally or physically, not prepared at all. But I'm just enjoying my time. And, hey, we're FanDuel athletes now. FanDuel retired athletes. I'm with FanDuel now. They're putting me to work. Yeah. They're keeping me busy, keeping you busy. So I'm happy. As long as I'm working, doing something, keeping my mind going, then things are good. So no, I don't have the itch at all to go out there and play that game of football.
no itch that he needs to scratch for Gronk. He's not coming back. And I'm buying it. Now, here is, I'll wrap up with this. So Josh Allen, he's crazy and he'll sacrifice his body and just throw it into people and just doesn't care. Well, Case Keenum's the backup, and I don't think Case Keenum really wants to play.
No, he's like Cliff Kingsbury. He doesn't want to coach.
Yeah, he's like, please fire me.
Yeah, he's like, do not put me in, guys.
Yeah.
So he said, quote, I might have incentivized Josh Allen a little bit if he would slide during the game. It was not a monetary incentivized thing. It was more something that I would do. Allegedly, I may or may not have told him I would wear only a jock strap to one of our walkthroughs if he slid in a game feet first with nobody around him. And, well, Josh Allen said, phew, trying to jog my memory here. I can neither confirm nor deny those allegations. I'm sure some of the receivers and the running backs might have something different to say about that, but I don't really remember that. And they asked a fullback, and fullback Reggie Gillum said, bare butt cheeks. That's all you need to know.
That's what the jockstrap is all about.
So
Cover
we
the
can
front,
confirm
party the back.
that this worked. And Case Keenum trying to just protect his guy so he doesn't have to get in there and just slide, Josh. Just go ahead and slide feet first.
I like that as a bet payoff idea for one of us. Jockstrap show.
You would.
At Rally House? Gosh, it's going to be a party on Friday. Hewlin location, baby. G-Bag Nation 2 to 7. Gift cards provided by Rally House.
And we're
Giving
gonna
those
be
away.
in full jock.
It's going to be incredible. Okay, we do have reason to believe now officially the Titans are punting on tomorrow night's game. We'll give you those details. Plus, we have recruiting tactics gone wild next right here in the nation.
Listen. Stream the Fan 24/7 all day, every day. Download the Odyssey app or listen live at 1053thefan.com.
Hey, it's Gavin Dawson here for the Frankles, who want to remind you as we have a happy holiday and a happy new year. If you are unfortunately in an accident that's not your fault, go to truckwreck.com, reach out for the Frankles. The phone number 214-333-3333. They're going to make sure you don't settle for less. And that's very important because when you are unfortunately in an accident, these things can end up costing a ton of money to get your life back together. We have an open case with the Frankles right now. The accident was over 6 months ago. It was in the spring, and seeing the bills come in, from the vehicle repair and replacement and the lost wages from not being able to get to work.
7 and East Broad Street. So join us to crack some packs tomorrow from 10 to 2 on The Fan.
At Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, it is an all-out sprint to finish #1 in the country. Custom order your vehicle online and lock in today's pricing. Because they're #1, they'll get it to you faster. Find new roads at Classic Chevrolet.
Thank you very much, Lucius. Jane Slater just out. I'm told the Cowboys' Tony Pollard will be traveling to Nashville. We'll warm up with the team, but still to be determined on playing on Thursday. We got the latest injury report here on your home of the Cowboys. Right now, you got Micah Parsons listed as questionable. Tony Pollard is listed as questionable. And Leighton Vander Esch is out, as we assumed, with that neck injury. But you'll have Sam Williams good to go, which is great news. And the Titans are going to be without Ryan Tannehill, which we knew, but they're also Derrick Henry, their star running back, is listed as doubtful, according to Tom Pelissero. Defensive lineman Jeffrey Simmons is out. Amani Hooker and Bud Dupree along the defensive side of the football, along with their starting linebacker Zach Cunningham, also listed as out. So we're expecting a B team out there for the Tennessee Titans tomorrow.
Are we ever? Yeah, their best interior defensive lineman, Jeffrey Simmons, one of their tackles, not going to play either, starting safety, best pass rusher, 2 linebackers, and another DB. Yeah, this is just what the doctor ordered, and who knows, there may be even more. But by the time we get to kick off tomorrow of guys, I mean, at some level, you can't just bench everybody. This isn't college where you just have a roster that's 100 guys deep. So they're going to have to play a good chunk of their guys, but they're obviously prioritizing some of their best dudes and some of their starters that may be dealing with some ailments and lead up to the game that matters next week for them versus Jacksonville.
Yeah, they got some problems with Bud Dupree and guys like that have been kind of nicked up. So they got to get them right. They're going to take the opportunity for the little mini bye that you get and, get them ready to, to be ready. That Jacksonville game means everything to them. So they have to kind of navigate that. The Cowboys have got to find a way to keep winning. As long as until Philadelphia wins, then you have to play with the intent of, and we've seen the Cowboys before. We kind of thought, they'll smash the Texans and kind of play half-ass for, 57 minutes in a game. I just don't. I'd like to see the Cowboys come out tomorrow and kind of establish a little bit of a lead and then find a way, if they can, to rest some guys along the way themselves.
Mm-hmm.
But we've talked about that before when the Texans game. Would you consider resting this guy and that? I just don't want Dallas to go out there and look bad against the team that's really just not thinking about this game. They're thinking about next week. Sometimes you can put that in the players' heads that they're, hey, we're really not playing this game, and they'll just quit. Or it could be like the guys who don't ever get to play figure out that, we're in a situation to where if we don't beat Jacksonville next week, I might be out of a job too. So then you get all of a sudden
all the tryhards.
Yeah, all of a sudden Willis, the quarterback, figures out that he can run because nobody can tackle him and that kind of thing. And, you get in a situation where it's, you're fighting at the very end to try and beat a team that's kind of given up on that game.
Absolutely. I mean, from a Cowboys perspective, you got to show up and just take care of your own business.
Yeah. Absolutely.
We talked about this going into the Houston game. You thought it would be a rollover, and we were joking about, well, maybe you can sit guys during halftime. We saw the dogfight that game turned into.
We've seen teams give up. I mean, we saw in a Week 18 game Philadelphia give up. They played Gardner Minshew and took everybody out of the lineup, and the Cowboys went out there and Dak Prescott played one of his better games, and they won the game. So
that would be perfect if that's how this game unfolds. Yeah. And then you do get some Cooper Rush in the fourth quarter. That's exactly the formula that you want from this game tomorrow night.
100%. Let's get some Josh Ball in there at right tackle. Tyron Smith, chill out.
Everybody for both teams. Micah. Everybody get up after every play.
Yep.
Neither team needs any problems or anything like that.
All right, so we got some NFL college football and regular NFL recruiting tactics gone wild. Eric Chiafalo, what do you have for us here?
Okay, well, we certainly look forward to catching up with our Rangers insider, Jared Sandler, in about 10 minutes. Chuck Cooperstein, radio voice of the Dallas Mavericks, off of Luca's historical night in the 4 o'clock hour as well. So we are really just getting rolling here in the G-Bag Nation. It's great to be with you. But I did stumble upon a couple of great recruiting stories. Okay, we'll start in college football. We go to the SEC. South Carolina and the Gamecocks pulling out all the stops.
Aren't
Shout
they
out
Shane
always.
Bieber, right?
Shane Beamer is
Shane Bieber.
Yeah, Bieber. He made him Justin's
Shane
dad.
Beamer. Yeah.
Shane Beamer is hilarious. We've played sound of him over the last couple of years. We're at the microphone. He's great. Well, he has been recruiting a 4-star offensive tackle, and this offensive tackle goes by the nickname Tree. And so what has gone viral is a screenshot of a FaceTime conversation between Shane Beamer, head coach of the South Carolina Gamecocks, and this 4-star offensive lineman who goes by the name Tree. But the screenshot shows that Shane Beamer did the FaceTime call from a tree right there in his front lawn. Shane Beamer decided to climb a tree and then FaceTime his offensive lineman that he's recruiting, whose nickname is Tree.
Yeah.
And it's laughable and it's goofy and it's sleepover time with Harbaugh at Michigan. This stuff works,
Do
man.
dishes.
Because guess what?
Yeah.
This guy signed. This Tree player from Maryland. Tree Rollins is signing with the South Carolina Gamecocks. So shout out to you, Shane Beamer. But that's also an illustration of why being a college football coach would suck. You find yourself climbing trees and just all to beg 17-year-olds to come lose with you, Shane Beamer.
The transfer
in
portal
the SEC.
Transfer portal is worse than recruiting. You have to recruit the kids you've already recruited.
Yeah, that adds to it.
Yeah,
no
Lucius,
question.
when you were a kid, did you have a tree house?
So it wasn't up in a tree, but I did have a tree house. Yes.
So you had a place like when
Yeah,
you guys
I had a
played. You guys played. Like battled with your other friends around.
It was the back cave.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was
the back cave.
Damn, that's
You guys have a tree house, kid? I've always wanted a tree house.
I did not have a tree
At
house.
59 years old, I want a tree house right now.
Dang, bro.
I mean, seriously.
I mean,
Have you
tree
seen that
houses
show
are
where they
awesome.
make it like adult tree houses and
Yeah,
everything?
okay. They have
all right.
like tiny houses. You seen the tiny house thing?
Yeah.
The tiny house
houses are
doesn't
pretty awesome.
doesn't look bad.
No, it doesn't look bad
But
at all.
I would like to have a tree house like at the lake. But it has to have like air conditioning and all that in it.
Got to have the AC.
I can't have
that's
like,
part of
a,
the slum
like
of
a
this
window
thing.
unit in it. You know, something like
glamping a little bit.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, we know Broadus is a glamper.
Yeah,
Oh,
big time
geez.
glamper.
Yeah,
He puts the
roughing it-
glamps on.
Roughing it is like staying at a Holiday Inn for me.
Okay, so recruiting story number 2 is in the NFL. Von Miller goes to the Bills in the offseason. How does it happen? Josh Allen golfing last March with the third-string quarterback, Matt Barkley. Okay, he's golfing. It's springtime, having a good time. General manager Brandon Beam gives him a call and says, hey, you need to get on the horn and start recruiting Von Miller. We're trying to sign him. Okay, here's what Allen said. Allen said, only if you re-sign Barkley. Because apparently him and Matt Barkley are boys, the third-string quarterback.
Yeah.
So Bean's like, okay, fine. We'll re-sign Barkley. No problem. He's our third-string quarterback, but I need you to reach out to Von Miller. And he does so. Josh Allen does so by just sending him a 3-line text that reads this: Zach Wilson, to a T, Mac Jones. You get to play these guys 6 times a year. Are you kidding me? That's the recruit from Josh Allen.
There you go.
You get to play these 3 quarterbacks, and you get to eat them alive, and you get to play them 6 times a year. Come be a Bill. And also, we're going to break the bank, and we're going to pay a ridiculous amount of money. Von Miller's like, okay, so be it. Let's do it.
Let's go win some Super Bowls, baby.
You just played some sound from Gronk on with Kay Adams.
Yes.
The great Kay Adams. Well, here's some more sound of him sharing how just recently a team tried to recruit him to unretire and join whatever random anonymous NFL team this is. But listen to their recruiting tactic for Gronk.
Are we elfing or shelfing the number 69?
Actually, it just came back, and I can tell you this. One of the teams that wanted me to come back sent me a picture of me in a uniform wearing number 69 and told me that I could be number 69. This was 2 days ago. If I come back, I could be number 69 and check-in eligible every play where the referee would have to go over the microphone and say, number 69 is eligible every single play.
That's amazing.
So yes, it is out. It is back in action. And that almost got me to go back to football.
It almost that is what it took. If anybody out there is wondering what will it take to get Gronk out of retirement and back on a team, you have to let him wear the number 69. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, and the referee has to, over the microphone to the whole stadium, number 69 is eligible.
That's what I'm talking about, baby.
Nice.
I'm surprised that didn't work, to be quite honest with you. I mean, Shane Bieber's
Almost
getting
did.
in trees and it's working. Josh Allen's firing off texts, and then he's getting that. How funny would that be, though, if a referee for 60 minutes, 4 quarters, Gronk's playing all the snaps, 69 is eligible on this play? Because, of course, he is. He's Gronk.
69 is eligible.
It's hilarious that somebody thought around in a meeting, hey, you know what to get him?
Yeah.
If we put 69 on a jersey and send it to him, he'll get excited. This is it.
No, hear me out, guys.
It's got to
Hear
be
me out.
somebody that absolutely knows him, though,
Belichick.
too. Yeah, it's somebody that knows,
Belichick.
like this. Oh, he'll love this. Yeah.
Brady, maybe. Who the hell knows? Gosh, who do you think it was? 877-881-1053. Let's catch up with our buddy Jared Sandler. Rangers are making some additions. Do they have the best rotation in the American League with the addition of Nathan Eovaldi? Jared Sandler, our Rangers insider, pre- and post-show host, next on The Fan.
He brings the energy to your hump day morning.
Almost ran off the road I was driving.
Cowboys football. KRLD FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Live from the Classic Chevrolet Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Rolling into hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation. About to catch up with our buddy Jared Sandler, Rangers pre- and post-show host here on your home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. Oh, baby, what an offseason. Nathan Eovaldi, the latest Rangers pitcher to be signed to highlight this rotation. You said you wanted some pitching? Ray Davis? Well, Chris Young has gone ahead and rewarded you. Jacob deGrom, the headline edition of the offseason. Andrew Heaney. Now, let's go ahead and add a World Series champion as well, and a 2021 Cy Young finalist in Nathan Eovaldi as well. Zach Wolchuk, Brian Broaddus, Eric Chiafalo, Lucius Alexander, Carter Freeman hanging out with you. And what a glorious hour this is going to be. We got your top 10 coming up. Chuck Cooperstein, Dallas Mavericks radio play-by-play man, going to join us at 4:40 after what was a win for the ages. Luka with a 60-point triple, bleeping double last night for the Mavs, so we'll pick his brain coming up. But right now, let's welcome in the man himself, the greatness that is Jared Sandler. Jared, it's been too long, my friend. How are you? Always great to catch up with you. And I bet you're buzzing not only about the latest signing, but your Mavs getting a big-time victory last night as well.
I am. That was a lot of fun. I am curious, though, guys. Broaddus made a tremendous Tree Rollins reference last segment.
Nobody
Do you
knew
guys
who he
know
was.
who Tree Rollins is?
No. Yeah, they didn't know who
Don't
Tree
say
Rollins.
nobody. The hell are you talking about over here?
No, I'm talking about.
No, I never.
Yeah, go ahead.
I wouldn't say nobody. I believe Lucius knows who he is. Zach and Eric are young bucks. I don't know if they know who he is.
Oh, yeah. I was talking to Broaddus, too, by the way, there, Sandler. I don't want any smoke with you, brother. I don't want no.
Okay, good. All right.
We know how
all right.
feisty Jared gets, but no, that one went over my head, Jared.
He's one of the greatest goaltenders of all time.
Yeah, no, that's
In soccer. I mean hockey.
But I have looked him
he
up, and
probably
he
had
had a great head of hair.
Hey, I think I could be wrong, guys. I think he led the NBA in blocks a few times, so he might have led the league in goaltending one year. I mean, I guess that's possible.
Hey, I'm a sports guy, Jared.
I know you are. And that's why I know that you knew that he was, good at protecting the rim. I know you like to go around the rim and inside the rim or whatever, so.
Yeah,
It's really
more
just
around. It's just you don't have to necessarily go in, but Luka was
I
getting
mean,
the rim last night.
each their own.
Yeah, fair enough. Absolutely.
Are you still in Minnesota, Jared, or where the heck are you?
What'd you say? No, I'm in Dallas. Why? Does it not sound good?
Sounds like you're in Minnesota.
Sounds good. I just didn't know if you were still out of town and how your trip was and all that good stuff.
It was a lot of fun. It was negative 37 with wind chill at one point. That was kind of cool. I walked out in a long sleeve shirt and my beard froze within about 30 seconds. I've never experienced anything like that, but it was a lot of fun. I was texting with Broaddus. I know Broaddus is a big fan of Minneapolis.
Yeah,
Cool city. Yeah, I always enjoy going there when the Rangers make the trip there. But U.S. Bank Stadium, really, really cool venue. I'm a big fan of that. Great game experience as well. They do the stadium people there, the game entertainment people do a great job.
Well, we love having Jared on because we get to pick his brain about a lot of different things.
Yeah, Juicy Lucy, Jared. Did you get one of those?
Yeah, I did. Juicy Lucy with not only the cheese in the middle, but the bacon as well. I will tell you guys, I felt it was a really tough moment for me. So my dad turned 70 in October. I love my dad, Alan, great guy. Yeah, so when my family moved to America, they first lived in New York. So while I was born here in DFW, my family's first American sports exposures were with New York teams. So the reason we made the trip was for my dad and one of my brothers, their birthdays, to go see the Giants play. I'm not a Giants fan, don't worry. But
I know you didn't have gear on. You had no gear on. Everybody else had gear on. Yeah.
Yep, you noticed. Thank you for noticing that.
Yeah.
So the place where we had the Juicy Lucy when we got in, it was one of those like QR code only menu places. And I had one of these moments where I got really sad because my poor dad puts his camera onto the QR code and starts trying to take pictures, and was really confused when the menu wasn't popping up when he was taking pictures. And it's just like one of those, man, your dad's kind of getting old moments, and it was a tough one.
It's okay. My parents are the same way, man. My mom has no idea how to work that. She would not. I'd have to do it for her on my phone. So don't worry. At least he knew that that's how you would even get the QR code to possibly work.
Well, and they say the transition from 69 to 70 is like aging 10 years.
Yeah.
Because you just go so hard that 69 year.
Big adjustment.
Yeah, that's fair. And he did. I mean, he definitely went hard that entire year.
I bet he did. Now,
He's a man. He was at Baby Dolls all year long with Old Show.
You're damn right he was. I saw him there every VIP Wednesday. Now, Jared, I don't quite anticipate seeing Nathan Evaldi there, but you never know.
You kidding me? He just got the bag.
I've heard he's quite the party animal and a mensch himself. Great personality. Excited to get him here. How much of an addition is this for the Rangers, and how excited should Ranger fans be about getting this guy to help bolster the rotation? I mean, my gosh, all of a sudden this went from a weakness to maybe the best strength on the team.
Yeah, no, I think this is a really great addition, and it just, in totality, the moves they've made for the rotation puts this rotation in a great spot. And Nathan Evaldi and Jacob deGrom and John Gray and Andrew Heaney they've had injury. I don't want to even say issues, but they have dealt with injuries in the past. And the pitching position in and of itself is just the most volatile from a health standpoint. But you got to prepare for that. And, you hope for the best, but you also got to prepare for reality. And the Rangers now have the type of depth in their rotation to where if one guy's knocked down for a month or just, a 15-day IL stint, what have you, I mean, you look at their rotation and it's in really good shape. I remember going into the 2020 year, we talked about that three-headed monster of Kluber, Minor, and Lynn, and how exciting it was. Maybe with those three, the Rangers could compete, in that 60-game season, and it just didn't work out that way. Kluber pitched one inning, and then Zach's favorite player, Joe Palumbo, took over, and we would never see Kluber again. Yeah. Lynn was really good, but Minor wasn't. But beyond that, they didn't have much in their rotation. The depth wasn't there. It's not just about deGrom and pick your next two favorite pitchers. The Rangers have great depth, and I think that protection has a domino effect impact on this organization, not only amongst those five, but I think it also trickles down even to the youngsters, the guys who could be a part of the future. Wynn, White. You want to go to Kumar Rocker and Jack Leiter. You want to go to guys we've seen like Dunning and Reagans and Glenn Otto. You don't have to force these guys in when they're not able to compete in a way that's going to help you win games and make the playoffs, and gives you some flexibility in that regard. And I really like that part of it.
Jared, I'm probably asking you a question you're not going to have a good answer for, but maybe you will. Do you think that when all this started, when Chris Young went to Ray Davis and said, listen, if I'm going to get Bruce Bochy as a manager, we're going to have to spend a lot of money. He is not going to come here and just watch this thing try and rebuild with minor league players and all that. Do you think they had that conversation, or did Ray Davis agreeing to do this is the reason why they got Bruce Bochy and all this haul with the pitchers?
That's a great question. I don't think Bruce Bochy is the Rangers manager if they went to him and said, Bruce, we expect to have a pretty quiet offseason. We really believe in these young guys. Because I think Bruce Bochy knows as well as anyone that maybe those young guys, the young guys the Rangers have are a part of the core that helps lead them to the promised land. But you just never know. I mean, it's so tough to rely on that. Now, obviously, Chris Young couldn't guarantee to Bruce Bochy we're going to sign, deGrom and Evaldi and Heaney and, whatever else they might do. But I think there was an understanding that the Rangers had every intention on being aggressive. And I think that Ray Davis, Bruce Bochy or not, had every intention on providing Chris Young and this front office with the resources to be aggressive. And, listen, I think this is how it should be for this organization. And I understand why in past years maybe they weren't spending a ton because the system does not reward teams or entice them to spend when they're in a rebuild mode. It doesn't. And you don't have to spend. There are no floors. But now that this team is trying to compete, it should spend in this manner. This is a major market. This is an organization with a beautiful new ballpark, and they should be one of the bigger spenders. Maybe not the Yankees or the Dodgers or the Mets, but they should have the type of financial wherewithal to spend with the big boys, and we're starting to see them do that over the last 2 off seasons, and that's that's how it should be, and hopefully it continues that way in subsequent off seasons.
Do you think there's somewhere that Chris Woodward and JD are going, what the hell?
I think Chris Woodward, yes. JD was a part of the plan and was aware of kind of what the long-term outlook was, and I know, Broadus, you've gotten to talk to him, and I know he loves talking football with you, and you've got to pick his brain. But I think Chris Woodward, I'm sure, and he knew what he was getting into right away. But I think Chris Woodward would probably tell you, man, my time here, I never had this. The cupboard was not stocked like this, and I'm sure he's looking around, looking with his palms up, saying, what the heck? But this is a team that is way, like I said, way better prepared. It's not just about having the top end of the rotation. The depth is so huge, and I know that the top end is the sexy part, and it's what people talk about. And you don't put depth on a magazine cover. You put the stars, but depth is what's going to help get you through 162 games. And they not only have a guy who's arguably the best pitcher in baseball, but they also have depth, and this is maybe the best prepared the Rangers rotation has been entering a season. Gosh, in franchise history, I mean, it's a really impressive group.
Are they done spending a bunch of money?
So, no, but maybe this offseason, and I don't know that there's going to be another big free agent contract, but where they might, with their next big expenditure might come, in the way of a trade in which they bring in a player who's not currently making a lot, but makes sense for them to extend. It's the type of deal where you make the deal for the now, but you also don't make the deal and pay the price and prospects unless you're prepared to keep this guy, for a long time. And, looking at who's left in free agency, probably not a big contract there. And again, it might not come this off season, but maybe trade deadline time or next off season, they'll be ready to make another, big move, I'd imagine. Now, they're not done in general this off season. I think there's still going to be some moves to the bullpen, corner outfield, and just, again, building depth amongst the position player group. But as far as like a big time, 15+ million a year for multiple years in free agency, I don't know if that type of a move is in the cards. Not because they can't do it. They're just, those types of players aren't really out there at this point in free agency.
Jared, one thing that I wanted to ask you before we let you out of here was, and we might have talked about this before, but Rangers lose a second-round pick with the DeGrom signing. They lose a third-round pick now with the Eovaldi signing. This is just one thing with Major League Baseball that I don't really understand, and I don't think that this is something that is necessarily attractive for teams to go out there and pursue free agents. It's something that, like, why would I want to go out there and sign a big name and then I'm going to be, hurt by losing a draft pick? Is that something that Major League Baseball has ever thought of addressing in the future and maybe eliminating?
Oh yeah, I mean that was one of the big issues the players had during the last negotiations, and they didn't win out on that part. But yeah, I think just specific to the Rangers, it's now back-to-back years they're without a second and third round pick because of signings. Last year, Seager and Simeon. This year, DeGrom and Eovaldi. But I think what it says is that they feel really good about their farm system because those picks are those are valuable picks. Now, to your specific question, yeah, that's one reason why it's not incentivized for teams like the Rangers in recent years go, 2018, 2019, 2020 to spend, because they know that they're not World Series ready and they know they're a few years away. So that second round pick, that third round pick, those are incredibly valuable. more so than, a free agent who would compromise that pick. And so, especially for teams that aren't prepared to open up the wallet in a big way, that's cheap labor, right? That second round pick, third round pick, they're not going to, they get a signing bonus, but then after that, they're not paid a lot. And then when they make the majors, they get, around 6 years of relatively affordable labor. That's really important to those teams. And it's not a good thing because, yeah, you're right. It does prevent a lot of teams from making a move. Or maybe it would prevent a team from making that second move. Maybe they'll stomach losing the second or the third, but they're not going to do both. And that's, I think anything that prevents teams from trying to compete or de-incentivizing them from putting the best product out there is probably not good for the sport, but it's especially detrimental for a sport in which it's a 162-game season. The NFL can withstand it, right? The NFL is Teflon in a lot of ways, but baseball can't. 162 games is a long time, and you're going to lose interest from fan bases, and I'm just excited that the Rangers are spending in ways and creating the type of excitement that we've been missing out for the last few years.
Likewise, Jared, you're the best, brother, and spring training just right around the corner. Keep doing a fantastic job, my friend, and we'll talk with you again soon.
Sounds good, guys. Thanks so much.
There he goes. Jared Sandler, our pre- and post-game show host, and we'll have Rangers baseball with him before we know it. All right, coming up next, we have the Wooly Bully Top 10. It's National Chocolate Candy Day, so we have the top 10 most popular chocolate candies in America. What is your favorite? And it's the anniversary of this glorious day in sports history. Can you guess which one? Next on The Fan.
About to hit you with today's Wooly Bully Top 10 list. Great to have you in the G-Bag Nation on this Hump Day edition. We got Chuck Cooperstein, radio voice of the Mavericks, on the heels of Luka's just magical performance in victory over the Knicks. Overtime at the AAC. We will relive that with Chuck Cooperstein coming up here in just a few moments. And segment's brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel & Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com. The consultation is always free. And now it is time for the Wooly Bully to take over for today's Top 10.
Thank you very much, Eric. I hope to see everybody on Friday at Rally House in Fort Worth, the Hewlin location. It's going to be alive and popping, all right? Get out there to Rally House, and they're going to have all the TCU gear for you. As we got the college football playoff, they will be giving away Rally House gift cards, and of course, we're going to be there. So you can come out, say what's up to the G-Bag Nation. It's going to be a party.
And I'm going to be wearing half a face.
Can't wait to see that.
It's going to be one side beard, one side no beard.
Yep, we got the bet payoff that Chiafalo has had for a couple of weeks now, but now it is time to finally pay up. And what better place to do it than at Rally House?
Out and about. I can imagine all the photos that are going to last forever with Tolos coming in, snapping some pics, getting some TCU gear, some Rally House gift cards,
Kissing
2 to
babies,
7.
Signing autographs.
Gosh, it's going to be a party, boys.
Hugs and hand pounds, everybody. It's going to be awesome. All right, so we're about to slide into the top 10. 877-881-1053. Twolos Tubers. Chime in as well. It's National Chocolate Candy Day, so I've got the 10 most popular chocolate candies in America. I want to know yours. Before we get to that, this day in Texas sports history.
Ooh, it's Texas sports, because I was going to do some guessing here. I didn't know where you were going to go on this day in history, because on this day in 1974, Tom Baker made his full debut as Doctor Who in the first episode of Robot. And I didn't know if potentially you were going there.
That's not it, but that's an incredible day.
What about on this day in 2001, How High, starring Method Man and Redman, was released in theaters?
Now, that's an incredible film.
Dang right it is.
But that's not where I'm going with it either.
Well, then, is it Sir Roy joining the Fulham?
Fulham is a
FC?
What a journey that was. No, I believe, potentially.
It's Fulham FC.
It's Fulham. Fulham FC.
Fulham, but is it Roy Keane?
It's Roy Kent, actually.
Sir Roy.
Oh. He's here. He's there. He's
everywhere.
Roy Kent. Roy Kent. This day.
You looked at me like Fulham.
In 1975.
Powering through.
On your home, the Cowboys.
Thrown by the Jacksonville Jaguar folks.
Brian Broaddus, where were you? Dallas Cowboys quarterback Roger Staubach.
What year?
1975.
I was probably
in the stands.
Was it a home game?
No, it was not.
Okay,
it was in Minnesota.
It's the Hail Mary.
Roger closes his eyes. He says, Hail Mary.
I was watching it on CBS Sports.
To describe his miracle game-winning touchdown pass to the original 88 Drew Pearson in a playoff game against the Minnesota Vikings. That happened on this day in 1975.
Why did I think that was like a Christmas Day game?
It was relatively close to 28.
I know.
Just a few days after.
For some reason, I always thought that playoff game was a Christmas Day game, but it wasn't. No, I'll tell you what, an incredible game too. Minnesota. There were a couple of teams in the 70s. The Commanders, who were the Redskins at the time. The Rams had a really good outfit. The Vikings were really, really tough. So yeah, any time that you were dealing with those teams, it was probably a playoff game. But yeah, that was one of the incredible. That was at the old Metropolitan Stadium, where both teams stood on the same sideline. So pretty wild.
Man, talk about we've mentioned the tunnel situation in Michigan, like both teams having to go into the same tunnel and the fights. Imagine being on the same sideline.
I've stood on the same sideline with an NFL team in 1992.
Was there a risk of stuff going down potentially? Things got heated?
No,
or did you never see that?
There was yelling back and forth. I remember that because we used to play
hockey benches.
No, there was nothing between you. That you one team
because at least you have some glass.
Yeah, one team stood on the one side of the 50 and you stood on the other, and it was crazy. But yeah, the thing with the Milwaukee County Stadium in '92 when I was with the Packers, many a game, Philadelphia, Miami Dolphins. Atlanta Falcons in a playoff game. So, it's pretty crazy.
All right, let's slide into the Wooly Bully Top 10. National Chocolate Candy Day. I got the top 10 most popular chocolate candies in America. We got Reese's hands down. That's being texted in quite a bit. 575 Twix, best chocolate bar. Reese's, best chocolate candy. 469. Hey, Wolchuk, my favorite chocolate bar is Twix in the freezer. 916 also going with the Reese's. Gentlemen.
Twix in the freezer. Is that him consuming the Twix while in the freezer?
Inside the freezer.
Yeah.
He sits in there to cool off the tuchus while just smashing down a Twix.
Wasn't that your play when you were managing Chick-fil-A's all across the great state? You would just hide out in the freezer when things got a little overwhelming at the drive-through window.
Yeah, if somebody needs a manager, just say I'm in the bathroom.
Handling business.
I'm in the freezer. It'd be more so the fridge.
Let me
the
ask
freezer
you this
is a little
though,
too cold.
because I've worked in the restaurant business with my family, like in the 70s.
Yeah,
busboy, cook, dishwasher,
I was,
waiter,
it was a buffet, so I was asked what you wanted to drink. Now, at the time, I was too young. I couldn't serve beer. I couldn't, like, if you ordered a beer with your meal.
You had to say, Mom!
Well, yeah, Dad.
We want it now.
Dad would pull the beer. But, yeah, you had to be a certain age to serve beer, and I couldn't do it.
Man of a certain age.
I'll tell you this, though. There used to be some of those days where it was like in the 80s where it was crazy hot. And I used to go sit in the walk-in.
Oh, yeah.
When it was
summertime,
I'd sit on
your booty we'd be doing that.
The 5-gallon pickle bucket.
We'd all be making rotations, especially doing face-to-face where we got to have employees out there taking orders in the 100-plus degree heat.
You go put them in the walk-in?
Take rotations. Yeah, go chill out in the freezer for a little bit. Yeah. Literally. You'll be all right.
Bad, man.
No, just cool down. Lucius, favorite chocolate candy?
What is it? The Whoppers? Is that a Whopper? Whoppers?
Whoppers are good.
Whopper, yeah.
Okay, yeah. And a frozen Hershey's bar with almonds.
Oh,
bro.
I let it sit in the refrigerator or freezer for a while.
You got to have the nuts in them, though.
You got to have the nuts, man.
Swaggy Booties is upset. He said, better not have that fake chocolate they call Hershey's on this list. Is it fake? I never knew Hershey's was fake.
Well, I think Lucius did do something scary a couple of weeks ago where he talked about metals and stuff being in these chocolates. That's disconcerting.
Well, I remember a certain amount of, like, poo and insects.
There are the FDA. There is a
certain limit you can have.
Yeah, you can have.
Yeah, I didn't sign up for that, so I don't think they should be allowing that whatsoever. I don't want any poo or roach legs in my food.
Yeah, no,
I don't care. Well, we always get a little bit. I don't care. I don't want any of that.
Yeah.
I didn't sign up for it. Can I get the roach-free, boo-boo-free food?
And no, 956.
Can we not live in a boo-boo-free environment? What's the deal here,
Keep that
FDA?
boo-boo to yourself. No, 956. The T.O. and the Cowboys story, not happening. Not happening. Number 10 is Three Musketeers.
But tag him and tell him he wants to go to the Renegades. XFL is looking for him.
We want the Arlington Renegades
Let's
to go get
tag T.O. for the Renegades, y'all. Come on.
Number 9, Lucius, here you go. Most popular chocolate candy, Hershey's Almonds.
Yeah.
It's dank, bro.
It's good.
Really is.
That Crunch Bar thing is pretty good there.
The Crunch Bar is good.
Crunch Bars.
And that's also good frozen.
Yeah,
Outstanding.
very good.
Good for what?
Crunch Bar.
It's for what?
Frozen. Good
frozen.
Frozen. Oh.
No, what'd you think?
What'd you
I don't know what he
What'd you
said.
think?
Well, I can't repeat it.
You can tell me off
I was like,
air.
damn, we just got that off. Okay.
Number 8, the Butterfinger.
Okay.
I'm not crazy about the Butterfinger.
They are growing on me.
Are they?
Not
Okay.
that I've been able to have one in a long time, but I remember the last one I had I thought was actually pretty good.
Did you consume any Christmas candy during this holiday season? Or Hanukkah candy, excuse me?
No, I had to turn
Guilt?
down the Hanukkah Gelt.
The Guilt?
Yep. My mom got me some. I said, Mom, you're going to have that yourself.
because you couldn't unwrap it. That's the hardest candy in the world
It
to
is.
unwrap.
You got to find the ridges on the side.
That foil on that candy, they do not want you to eat that candy with the foil.
Brian is right.
Yeah.
You got to claw with your fingernails
to get
for
that candy.
guilt.
Number 7 is the Almond Joy.
I love the Almond Joy. I get a lot of hate for loving it, but I do.
I am too, Lucius. I am too.
You old crusty.
If Gavin was
bus.
sitting over there, he'd go, yuck.
A lot of people hate coconut, man. Coconut is a damn superfood out here,
it's
y'all.
good.
It's the grainy texture that off-puts me.
Then what's the Butterfinger then? It's like eating chalk.
Yeah, the Butterfinger
That's
is like
fair.
it's a chalky
But
peanut
it's
butter
the peanut-
situation.
I like the peanut
Crumbly,
butterness.
chalky, all kinds of crap.
It's like layered, though.
I don't think so.
I don't know.
No.
I like it.
Yeah, Butterfingers are like ogres.
Ogres? Oh, yeah, they're like onions.
Yeah, looks like limestone, chocolate-covered limestone.
There you go. Lucius knows.
Butterfinger Blizzards from DQ is having is good, and they hate Butterfingers.
They're
They-
Blizzards,
Oreo,
bro.
They
the
like the
Oreo
Blizzard.
one. The Oreo one is. Say it right. Oreo.
Blizzard.
Number 6 is just the traditional Hershey's milk chocolate.
It's pretty incredible with the Blizzard. It could be Sub-Zero, it could be cold, ice
So good.
apocalypse, but someone dials up, hey, Blizzards, and you're like, Yes.
I actually think
absolutely
that the shake sales would go up when it was really cold outside at Chick-fil-A when I was working there. It's weird.
Really?
The coldness makes you want the ice cream more.
Wait,
It was
this is facts? The numbers back it up?
I
The
can't
metrics, or was this
prove-
just, is this just your gut?
He just threw it out there.
That's just his gut.
He just
My
threw it
gut,
out there.
well, I was working there. All right, my gut would tell you.
I think we
next
sold
thing you
10 of them today.
We literally did. I would have like 15 an hour. I'm like, what the hell's
You
going
had
on?
50 of them yourself?
I would have 10 in an order. Next thing you know, I
Oh.
got 3 in an order. Next thing you know, I got 4 in an order. Yes, Brian. Not just
That's 17.
not just bowl believing you for the sake of bowl believing
I think you might be.
No, he worked at Chick-fil-A, bro. He's got integrity.
I was hustling and bustling.
He was in the walk-in
My
hanging
pleasure.
out.
He was hanging in that freezer way too often.
I was hanging.
Do you guys ever make the mistake of eating dark chocolate?
I like
Respectfully?
dark chocolate.
I don't mind it. I heard it was good for the heart.
Yeah, I heard it was healthy.
He had a bad bruise.
Talk about superfoods, Lucius. That's dark chocolate for you, right?
Yeah,
there.
I'm out.
Here's the top 5 of the most popular chocolates. Number
I'm in.
5, peanut butter M&Ms.
Hello.
Give them to me. Number 4 is the Kit Kat.
Talk to me.
Number 3, this is shocking.
Snickers.
It's Hershey's Kisses.
Dude,
If they put the peanut in it, it's not bad.
The what?
Yeah.
The little peanut.
They put those in Hershey's Kisses.
Put the peanut in there.
Yeah.
How do
Put
they
your
fit it
peanut
in?
the Hershey.
Number 2 is the Reese's Peanut Butter Cups.
Okay, that's good.
Number 2.
Number
huh?
1
So
is
Snickers
Captain
is
Crunch.
Number 1.
Number 1,
Tried and true.
you need a Snickers.
Yeah. I get it, man.
Wow.
Snickers is dominant, but
Reese's
Reese's
just
is
leapfrog
the
the Reese's this
Okay,
year.
and we figured out that all chocolate slightly chilled is better than anything.
I think
If
so.
You can put a Snickers bar in the fridge.
But the best thing
Or super
chilled
melted, right?
is the Thin Mints Girl Scout cookies.
oh,
I'm not mad.
dude.
I'm not mad.
I woken up in the middle of the night and there was like a tube empty. And
Bro.
and I'm like, oh, I got this mint flavor in my. I ate a
You
whole
don't know
tube
what
in
you did?
in my sleep. I just walked to I slept walk and opened the fridge and got it out. Boxes on the ground.
Delicious.
Well, it's much
Feet
better.
didn't even touch the ground.
Didn't
Just,
even touch the ground. I went right there, polished the tube, half of another tube, and they're like laying all over the bed.
Good for you. Man.
hey, now you said M&Ms were on this list, but it was the peanut butter M&Ms,
Specifically the peanuts.
and not just
M&Ms.
regular peanut. I mean,
Chocolate M&Ms.
Not the reg.
peanut butter M&Ms or peanut M&Ms?
Peanuts.
Okay, because you did say peanut butter.
I said peanut butter?
You did say peanut
I was
butter.
probably thinking because we saw a lot of peanut butter
Okay,
stuff.
that makes
But
sense.
it was peanut
peanut
M&Ms.
M&Ms.
The
Oh,
yellow
gravy,
bag.
baby. Oh,
Yeah.
good.
It's a great M&M.
Yeah, it's my favorite.
Yep.
Okay, let's get Chuck Cooperstein, voice of the Mavs, to break down all of the Luka magic from last night next right here on The Fan.
Coming up Thursday morning on Sean and Bobby, is there any way the Cowboys...
W for over 20 years.
3, 2, 1. This is your radio home for the Dallas Cowboys and Texas Rangers. DFW Sports Station is 105.3 The Fan.
At Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, it is an all-out sprint to finish number one in the country. Custom order your vehicle online and lock in today's pricing. Because of number one, they'll get it to you faster. Find new roads at Classic Chevrolet.
Nothing shocks me about this game.
And that Drew rim, it's still loose. Luka got it back.
Bally Sports, thank you very much for that audio. The Mavs rally. They do the improbable. They come back. They force overtime. Luka with a historic 60-point triple-double. They get the win last night over the Knicks, 126-121. And joining us now, the greatness that is Chuck Cooperstein, Dallas Mavericks radio play-by-play voice. Chuck, Thank you so much for giving us some time here on 105.3 The Fan with the G-Bag Nation. It's an honor and a privilege to get to talk with you, sir. And, man, last night had to be up there. You've gotten to call some epic moments, some fantastic games, but how was it getting a front row seat to watch Luka and that historic comeback victory?
Well, look, I mean, it had everything. What was bigger? I mean, the comeback or 60, 21, and 10? I mean, seriously. And then you throw it all into one, and they don't get much bigger in the regular season than that. I mean, the only thing really, to me, comparable in the regular season was Dirk's 29 in the fourth quarter against Utah. I think that was in the fall of 2008. He had 11 going into the fourth quarter, 29 in the fourth. This was something that was building and building and building through the game, but, obviously took off very, very late. But, I mean, to put it into context, is it the greatest game I've ever seen? I mean, look, I was also there when Kobe outscored the Mavericks in three quarters, 62-61, which I don't think you'll ever see again. That was incredible. It's just remarkable. And he had 30 in the third quarter of that game. But let's put it this way. It's like when Bum Phillips was asked about Earl Campbell's ranking among NFL running backs. And he would say, I don't know if he's the best, but it doesn't take long to call roll before you get to him.
Amen to that. Chuck, have you seen some of the renderings for the inevitable Luka statue yet? No. I mean, he shoots from so many different angles and whatnot. He does not have one signature move yet that we can put into bronze. But somehow I think we got about 10 to 15 years to figure out just what that move is going to be.
Chuck, for somebody that grew up a Knicks fan, was that special call in that game that night? I mean, I know your love for New York sports and stuff, and I mean that in a positive way. I'm not saying you're one of these jerks about it or anything like that. But
I'm glad to hear that.
Yeah, but for somebody that like loves New York sports and to see it against a team that you kind of pulled against, was it even kind of like one of those surreal moments for you?
You know what? Not really. I mean, look, I've been out of New York long enough. I mean, I left New York in 1984, and I spent 16 months in Philadelphia in the early 90s, and that was as close as to living in the East as I got again. Dallas is home to me, sure. and will always be home. And when you think about it, I've actually watched the Mavericks and probably know more about Mavericks history than I know about Knicks history. So it's, I don't want to say it's just another game and another team, but at the same time, what's interesting is, when you post something on social media about it, and then all your New York friends, people you went to when you went to high school with, and that you've known since you were growing up, they're all coming out of the woodwork and wanting to talk to you. When basically, when Luka plays and does whatever he does, they pretty much ignore you. But the fact that it happened against the Knicks, you heard from a lot more people.
Chuck, you mentioned what was more fascinating in that game. Was it the comeback? Was it Luka? And Luka was certainly sensational, but you add in the comeback, and no team had ever won a game in the last 20 years when trailing by 9 with fewer than 35 seconds remaining. What stood out to you about that comeback? Was there maybe some point that people haven't highlighted to you, that some intricacies in that, maybe a play that really you thought adjusted the momentum in that game? But what an amazing job. Everything had to go right for the Mavericks, and everything
Absolutely.
did.
Well, I think the one play that obviously no one's talking about was when the Mavericks pressed, and they forced a jump ball, and then Luka won the tip, and Dinwiddie got himself a three, and made it a 1-point game. It was a 4-point game at that time, and Dinwiddie makes that three to make it a 1-point game, and that totally changes the calculus on how the game is played. And as long as you're keeping it within one possession, you give yourself a chance. And the other thing I found interesting is that, how Tom Thibodeau ultimately played the game itself. There's been so much double teaming of Luka of late, basically saying we're not going to let him score and we're going to dare the other guys to go beat him. And that hasn't always worked very well when the Mavericks are knocking down 18 threes in a game. But the thinking basically was that, okay, let Luka score his 50, and the other guys aren't good enough to win. And for 47 minutes and 27 seconds, that strategy worked until it didn't work, right? And that's the thing that I take from the game. But ultimately, guys, what it shows is that it really doesn't matter what defense that a team plays against Luka. Luka pretty much has the cheat code against any of it. And, any way you want to play him, he's more than happy to have you play that way against him. And ultimately, he will find a way to get his. Not that it's going to be 60 every night or 50 every night or anything like that, but he's going to get plenty of opportunities. He's going to do it at an incredibly efficient rate, and he's going to be able to get others involved enough that the Mavericks have a really good chance to win. And the bottom line is when this guy is on the floor, this team always has a chance to win.
Chuck, and you'll know this reference, the Miami-Oakland game was known as the Sea of Hands, that playoff game where Stabler just flings the ball up. What is the nickname going to be for this game? What are we going to call this game? When that ball is bouncing around through all those Knicks' hands, all I could think of was the Sea of Hands playoff game, and it ends up in the right spot.
Yeah, who's Clarence Davis here? There is no Clarence Davis except the basket, right?
Exactly.
I don't know what they're going to call it, but maybe we should all get working on that because I think it's something that all of us, who obviously watch the Mavericks every night, or in your guys' case as talk show hosts, who talk about this team and have been here for a long time, have an understanding of the team. Somebody's got to come up with something. I'm not nearly creative enough to come up with something like that, but somebody really has to.
It's amazing, though, but you do such a great job. When I listen to you because I'm watching tape, and I'm listening to you in the broadcast, you and Brad, but you're always trying to educate us like, okay, this needs to happen. And how often do you, they've got to find a way to knock it off the rim, and they've got to get the ball, and then they got to get a shot up. Like Zach says, that just doesn't happen, right? But it would happen last night. Rarely.
Somebody asked me earlier today, had you ever seen it? And, I can't point to an example, but goodness, I've watched enough basketball in my life over 50 years worth to believe that at some point I have to have seen it work. In fact, I know I've seen it work. I'm not necessarily sure I can remember the ball going in the basket like that. And I think that's what makes it just stomach churning for Tom Thibodeau, because he played the situation correctly. All of us scream, right? We scream to the high heavens when a team is down, is up by 3 and can foul to force free throws, as opposed to letting some team take a 3-point shot to tie the game, right? And Thibodeau did not allow that to happen. Quentin Grimes committed the foul. And because again, what are the odds of you grabbing the offensive rebound with that many people into the mix, and then being able to put it back in? And yet they beat the odds. It's the ultimate inside royal flush, right? Goodness, what would be the payoff?
Chuck, this team, is really, really banged up right now. But they're star players. They're having guys stepping up in these games. Looking forward, is this? I know you don't want to play without your players, but is this one of those moments we're going to look back on these games that they're getting without their stars and their players and say that kind of was the turning point of the season for the Mavs?
Well, there's always that moment, Ryan. We all know every year, good or bad, there is some defining moment. I don't know if this night, last night against New York was the defining moment. And again, because Luka is playing.
Right.
The Mavericks actually have to prove at some point that they can win a game without Luka, because so far this year they're 0-3. And Luka's going to sit out some games here at some point. And Lord knows he could sit out one of the next 2 after playing 48 minutes last night. It wouldn't surprise me in the least, given the competition, although, the Rockets have been kind of feisty here, even though they haven't won many games here lately, but they're feisty, and we saw what happened on Friday night. It took 50 from Luka for the Mavericks to win. And San Antonio's not very good, but, at some point, they're clearly worried about how much he's playing as far as minutes goes, but even more importantly, just the punishment that he's taking in trying to lead this team right now. And you've got to take care of that to make sure that you're good to go in April. And so we'll see what happens here. But listen, Devin Booker is now out for a month. The Mavericks are a game behind Phoenix right now. They're 4 games out of the lead in the Western Conference. They've already beaten the division leader, the conference leader, Denver, twice this year. They know how to play against Memphis. They'll have a big week next week, after this run through with the Rockets and San Antonio, when Boston and New Orleans come in here next Thursday and Saturday. Yeah. I think maybe then we'll know a lot more about, where they are, who they are, what ultimately they're capable of. And obviously, even from that point, there's, 5 weeks to go before the trade deadline and whatever moves the Mavericks decide that they want to make or not make. But the bottom line, again, is when 77 is in the lineup, they've got a chance to win every time they play.
Amen to that. Chuck Cooperstein, Dallas Mavericks radio play-by-play voice. Chuck, this has been a blast. Thank you so much for giving us some time, and enjoy the remainder of your holiday. Happy New Year's, and we'll catch up with you again soon.
Appreciate you having me. Happy New Year, guys. Take care.
Happy New Year. There he goes, Chuck Cooperstein with us here on 105.3 The Fan. All right, we are your home of Dallas Cowboys football. The biggest reasons why the Cowboys could make a deep run in January, plus your afternoon headlines, then it's already time for the Expressway. Boy, time flies when you're having fun here on 105.3 The Fan.
Friday morning audio. Live from the Classic Chevrolet Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
The biggest reasons why the Cowboys could make a deep playoff run, courtesy of our buddy John Machota of The Athletic, as we party into hour number 4 of the G-Bag Nation. Zach Wolchuk, Brian Broaddus, Eric Chiafalo, Lucius Alexander, and Carter Freeman with you. Our Turn It On, Leave It On listeners, hashtag Tolo. Appreciate you watching us on YouTube and on Twitch, or cruising around the Metroplex here on your DFW sports station, home of the Cowboys, home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. What a Maverick party we've been having all day long here in Club Mavs after Luka and that historic comeback yesterday, the 60-point triple-double. Just caught up with Mavs radio play-by-play man Chuck Cooperstein. You can always hit that Odyssey rewind and revisit that. We are getting closer to the Expressway, where we will have Bobby Belt and LA Live. But right now, we got a lot of news regarding Cowboys Titans tomorrow. The injury report is out. The Cowboys are not going to have Leighton Vander Esch. We knew that. Tony Pollard and Micah Parsons questionable. Now, Jane Slater reported about an hour ago that Pollard's going to travel with the team to Nashville. He is going to give it a go in pregame warmups, and it'll be determined there. Now, we found out that essentially the Titans have ruled out the majority of their starters. Jeffrey Simmons, their best defensive tackle, out. Safety, Amani Hooker. Their best pass rusher, Bud Dupree, not playing. Starting linebacker, Zach Cunningham, not playing. Linebacker, Dylan Cole, out. DB, Josh Thompson, not playing. And doubtful in the game, all-pro running back, Derrick Henry. Cornerback, LSU Tiger, Christian Fulton. Doubtful as well. So it's a who's who for the Titans, and we'll see if Tony Pollard ends up going for the Cowboys tomorrow. So, gentlemen, how are we feeling right now?
Should be feeling good. Don't want to get confident. I think I'm feeling guaranteeing a victory is no problem. But can they put the game away shortly after halftime in a way that allows them to get some guys rested up a little bit? Because that would be nice. Because of course they can go win the game like they did the Texans game. But then you're playing a full 60 minutes and it's a nail biter, and let's not do that. Let's go put this game away early and allow guys like Micah, like Tank, like a Tyron Smith to, relax a little bit.
Yeah, I think you don't want this to be a game where all of a sudden you're fighting to try and win it at the end. And let's be honest. Until Philadelphia loses a game, you have to go win these games.
Mm-hmm.
You would absolutely lose it as a fan base if all of a sudden Dallas went out there and messed around with an undermanned Titans team and then got beat, and then all of a sudden Philadelphia, loses to the Saints, and then with a chance to keep as much pressure on Philadelphia as you can. That would be my game plan, because like I say, you're right now you're the 5th seed, but there's a possibility with all their injuries in Philadelphia. You let them lose to the Saints this weekend, you're going to see a lot of tight rears in Philadelphia the following week.
Stop messing around.
Yeah. You're going to see a lot of that.
No doubt. And to your point, Lane Johnson's not going to be available for them. Now, Lane Johnson has ruled out surgery. He said he's going to hold off. He wants to play in the postseason, and he's going to wait for that. But he's not going to play in the remainder of the regular season for them. And Jalen Hurts didn't practice again today. So it doesn't look like Jalen Hurts is playing. So they'll have Minshew again against the Saints. The one thing the Saints do have is still a good defense.
Well, and they're also playing for the opportunity of maybe winning the division.
Saints have a lot to play for still.
So, yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm not until Philadelphia loses, and this is the problem that you run into because you play on a Thursday night. You can't take a chance. You can't take that chance. You can't sit there and say, okay, we're just going to rest guys too, and all of a sudden you get a Saints victory, and you'd be kicking yourself in the,
you sure would.
for if you allowed that to happen.
Well, some text coming in, 877-881-1053. Love the interaction with you on the truckwreck.com text line. Why are the Titans sitting people? They're pretty much, their season comes down to the final week against Jacksonville.
Their game against you doesn't matter.
It's a win and you're in situation against Jacksonville for the final game of the season. So to them, it's, hey, we can't really improve anything with this, win or lose. let's go ahead and rest up, make sure we have everybody that can be healthy, that is healthy for the finale against the Jags. And we're putting all our eggs into that basket.
That's right. That's right. And now we look forward to some January football. We got good confidence meters going on right now, gentlemen.
Mm-hmm. We sure do. Now, John Machota with the 5 biggest reasons on The Athletic. And John's awesome. We love him. He's been on the show, and he's one of the best around at covering this football team. Put together a great article.
And he's the most dapper in the press box every single Cowboy game day.
He's the reason I've upped my game in the press box.
And I've noticed that. Don't think that's gone unnoticed, brother. I mean, you look outstanding from the gel to the trimmed up beard. Every time looking nice, and then you put the blazer on. Walchuk is he's a walking mannequin in the press box.
Brian?
But 3-piece suit Machota is
Johnny always looks good.
He tucks his napkin in when he's mowing through the mac and cheese in the press box.
Not competing with John.
No.
But the thing about Wolchuk, he might dress up for this thing, but then we're outside doing a show. We're out. He had to come outside at one time that you got sick.
Oh yeah.
So my man's got a blazer on, freezing his ass off.
Yeah, that wasn't good.
So he needs to invest in like a sharper, maybe an overcoat or something like that. Maybe some stylish gloves, a scarf.
He's still adjusting to all that soda weight loss. He's used to being the woolly bully and carrying a layer on him that allows him to remain insulated a little bit. He's still adjusting.
The Navy sport coat buttoned up while you're it's like I got a ski jacket on.
Yeah.
Probably not a good thing out there.
No, it wasn't.
Probably not a good
Broadus
thing.
was dressed for the frozen tundra of Lambeau Field, and Walchuk was dressed to impress for a spring Easter Sunday service.
Yeah, the following Sunday, it was me that was sick and fighting through the post-game show.
That's right.
Getting the flu as we spoke.
It's because you half-assed the winter gear attire.
Yeah.
Either invest in that or an app that tells you what the weather's going to be.
That was on me. I take full responsibility for this.
But you can underestimate a lot of things, but don't you ever go underestimating Mother Nature, big boy.
Oh, nature versus nurture, Lodge. Nature always wins.
Hey, can I give you my number one reason why the Cowboys are going to be built for success in January?
Lay it on me, big fella. Lay it on me.
How about this? They are, and this is something that is welcomed because it's not been the case. Even when the Cowboys have had years where it's double-digit wins, winning the division, oftentimes it's crushing the lowly NFC East and then struggling against opponents outside of the division, particularly opponents outside of the division that are respectable, playoff teams or teams with winning records. Not the case this year. How about the best record in the sport at 5-1 when it comes to opponents that have a record of greater than 500 right now? Cowboys' best record in the sport. They've played 6 opponents that right now have a record that's better than 500, and they're sitting at 5-1, best in the sport. This is a team that's actually showed up and played against respectable teams for the most part.
Well,
they just beat a Philadelphia.
Wins. Right.
They beat Cincinnati earlier in the year. I know that's a different Cincinnati team now, but yeah, they go into Minnesota. Not only do they beat them, but they beat the brakes off of them. And then the Giants being a respectable team, beating them. And so to me, that's a big difference for the Cowboys
the Commanders,
this year.
which are a playoff team. Well, hopefully you sweep them. You play them in the final game of the season, but you've got one win against them.
So to me, that's a big difference in terms of why this year could be a little bit different and why this year to this point has been different is you've beaten quality opponents.
One of the things that Machota talks about is help on the way in terms of getting injured players back on the field, right? Jerry's talked about Jonathan Hankins, should be back for the postseason. Leighton Vander Esch, it's just a stinger situation that he should be back for the postseason. Maybe he plays in the finale against Washington. I think most likely they hold him out to the playoff game, right? But you should get reinforcements back, and these players have returned. You've already seen Tyron Smith returned from that injury, which came just in time as you lost Terrence Steele for the season. So, unlike last year where they were relatively healthy going into the playoffs, but now you're looking at, okay, right now you're kind of weathering the storm with some injuries. You got to cross your fingers here in the final 2 games, but you should get some of these guys back in your lineup for the postseason where that should be the wild card round, but never know. Things happen and the Eagles lose a couple games. You win your last 2 games. Maybe that ends up being in the divisional round. You're the 1 seed in the NFC.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, you just got to keep finding a way to make this work. I mean, you can't. They're a team, and I like what Eric said because I feel like though the narrative for this team was always, they're just going to beat who they're supposed to, and they lose to the the really good teams. Now, I think they've done a really good job, and you got to give the coaches credit. I know we get on Kellen Moore about. I think Dan Quinn coming to this organization has made this team in the last just so much better. Everything that I did not like about the coaching staff, with Mike McCarthy and this whole thing, was all pre Dan Quinn. But Dan Quinn comes in, and I think he gives this team something to where they are not going to be out of games because of what he does defensively and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So that's kind of where I'm at with this. I think they're a better coach team. I think they're better prepared, especially and I think the personnel is better on that. And I think that's why this team's got an opportunity to make a run for you.
The addition of T.Y. Hilton, another reason. And we saw that in the win over the Eagles. Play of the game, 3rd and 30. Draws a big penalty on 4th down to keep moving the sticks. But, Eric, I know you gave the numbers yesterday. I gave the numbers in the post game about how just unlikely that conversion was on 3rd and 30, longest pass that Dak has thrown in his career of 62 yards in the air. But, T.Y. has the opportunity not only on the field, but what he's already doing, I think, in that wide receiver room of just giving knowledge to CeeDee Lamb, to Michael Gallup, and aiding in that regard. I think that certainly could help the receiving core come January as well in the postseason. And that falls in line with the offensive production, which I think we're going to get to in the C-Note in about an hour from now, and just take a deeper dive into looking at this offense and how it's peaking right now, which is a complete role reversal from where this offense was a year ago, when it was kind of what we're looking at from the defense, where we were not confident in this offense right now. We had all kinds of questions. Right now, you're looking at this offense and saying, my gosh, they're ascending.
Yeah, and a lot of that has to do with you got a quarterback that's playing like a monster beast, and if he can just bring down the turnover-worthy kind of plays, then you're talking about a bona fide super stud that you feel like can go toe-to-toe with any of these quarterbacks once you get into the playoffs, especially in the NFC. Now, the AFC is littered with all sorts of beasts at quarterback, and a lot of them are very, very young, and it's going to be tough sledding for every other AFC team for the next decade or so when you think about those guys. But in the NFC right now, you have a quarterback that you feel like is probably playing better than anybody, assuming Hurts is still shaken up and things like that. But otherwise, like the way Dak is playing, and you talk about this team and the resiliency, and they've been that way all season long, but then the individuals, like for Dak to throw that interception early in that game, go into the house, just ugly, disgusting, and then from there to go on and have one of the best games of his career, pretty special.
And how about that next drive?
Yeah, that
his
next
ability
drive.
to overcome adversity, the mental toughness there. We've always talked about that for Dak, but you can really see how that's resonated in the locker room. Right, fans can text in. They can feel how they feel about Dak. They can think he's not the guy. There isn't a soul in that locker room that doesn't believe in four. That's the fact, and that's what matters.
And other
is
individuals,
what people think in that damn organization, in that building at the Star, and those people believe in Dak Prescott.
How about CeeDee Lamb? You mentioned the Giants game from earlier in the year brought us, where he's coming out of the gates, and Twitter is lighting up of CeeDee Lamb is garbage. Oh my gosh, I can't believe we invested in CeeDee Lamb, and then he goes on and wins the game for you in that very game. So all that kind of stuff is encouraging.
The takeaways defensively are the one other encouraging thing.
Well, they better continue to do that if they're going to keep.
That's been their saving grace.
That's been their only saving grace right now. Absolutely.
And they did it last year. They had an NFL best 26 interceptions. There's more balance this year. They've got 16 fumble recoveries, 14 interceptions. You look at a young stud in Duron Bland before our very eyes is getting better week to week. Going back and watching that all 22, I came away pretty impressed with the way Deshaun Wright played.
Yeah. That's the route you need to go now. They figured out some things with Alexander. We'll try him inside. Bland, we'll do this, move him around. I'm all about keeping Bland on the outside, and then when you go to nickel, kick him inside and put right on the field.
I'm with you.
I think your team tackles better, by the way.
Yeah.
I think your team plays better. I mean, you can get away with having a guy like Diggs who's really not totally interested in it, but now you don't have to hide 2 or 3 guys that can't tackle. You got guys on that field that can that can cover, and then that can also play in the run and against the perimeter.
We'll get more into the Cowboys. 6 o'clock, we got the C-Note. We got Bobby Belt coming up at 5:30. It is the Expressway, commercial-free radio for you as we get you set for Cowboys and Titans. This is going to be fun. In honor of J.J. Watt's retirement, 877-881-1053. We're going to make our NFL defensive Mount Rushmores of the century. What is yours? Plus Bobby Belt, LA Live. Let's party as the Expressway rolls on next on The Fan.
It has the entire sports world locked in.
Jerry Jones Show.
Tolo Jerry Jones.